to all the rest of the vehicle combined. It's one of the hardest pieces of engineering in the entire New Shepard architecture.
Can you actually describe what you mean by escape system? What's involved?
We have a solid rocket motor in the base of the crew capsule, so that if anything goes wrong on ascent, while the main rocket engine is firing, we can ignite this solid rocket motor in the base of the crew capsule and escape from the booster. It's a very challenging system to build, design, validate, test, all of these things. It is the reason that I am comfortable letting anyone go on New Shepard. So the booster is as safe and reliable as we can make it, but we are harnessing, whenever you're talking about rocket engines, I don't care what rocket engine you're talking about, you are harnessing such vast power in such a small, compact geometric space. The power density is so enormous that it is impossible to ever be sure that nothing will go wrong. And so the only way to improve safety is to have an escape system. And historically, rockets, human-rated rockets, have had escape systems. Only the space shuttle did not. And but Apollo had one. All of the previous, Gemini, etc. They all had escape systems. And we have on New Shepard unusual escapes. Most escape systems are towers. We have a pusher escape system. So the solid rocket motor is actually embedded in the base of the crew capsule and it pushes. And it's reusable in the sense that if we don't use it, so if we have a nominal mission, we land with it. The tower systems have to be ejected at a certain point in the mission. And so they get wasted even in a nominal mission. And so again, cost really matters on these things. So we figured out how to have the escape system be a reusable, in the event that it's not used, it can reuse it, and have it be a pusher system. It's a very sophisticated thing. So I knew these things. You asked me about my decision to go. And so I know the vehicle very well. I know the people who designed it. I have great trust in them and in the engineering that we did. And I thought to myself, look, if I am not ready to go, then I wouldn't want anyone to go. A tourism vehicle has to be designed, in my view, to be as safe as one can make it. You can't make it perfectly safe; it's impossible. But you just have to. People will do things. People take risk. They climb mountains. They skydive. They do deep underwater scuba diving and so on. People are okay taking risk. You can't eliminate the risk, but it is something. Because it's a tourism vehicle, you have to do your utmost to eliminate those risks. And I felt very good about the system. I think it's one of the reasons I was so calm inside. Maybe others weren't as calm. They didn't know as much about it as I did.
Who was in charge of engaging the escape system?
It's automated.
Okay.
The escape system is completely automated. Automated is better because it can react so much faster.
So yeah, for tourism, rockets, safety is a huge priority for space exploration also, but with a tiny, delta less.
Yes, I think for, if you're doing, there are human activities where we tolerate more risk. If you're saving somebody's life, if you are, engaging in real exploration, these are things where, I personally think we would accept more risk. In part because you have to.
Is there a part of you that's frustrated by the rate of progress in Blue Origin?
Blue Origin needs to be much faster, and it's one of the reasons that I left my role as the CEO of Amazon a couple of years ago. I needed Amazon. My point of view on this is if I'm the CEO of a publicly traded company, it's going to get my full attention. And it's just how I think about things. It was very important to me. I felt I had an obligation to all the stakeholders at Amazon to do that. And so having, turned this, I'm still the executive chair there, but I turned the CEO role over. And the reason, the primary reason I did that is so that I could spend time on Blue Origin, adding some, energy, some sense of urgency. We need to move much faster, and we're going to.
What are the ways to speed it up? So I mean, there's you've talked a lot of different ways to sort of at Amazon, removing barriers for progress, sort of distributing, making everybody autonomous and self-reliant in terms of all those kinds of things. Is that apply at Blue Origin, or is
it does apply? I know I'm leading this directly. We are going to become the world's most decisive company across any industry. And so, at Amazon, for ever since the beginning, we're going to become the world's most customer-obsessed company. And no matter the industry, one day people are going to come to Amazon from the healthcare industry and want to know, how are you so customer-obsessed? How do you act, not just pay lip service to that, but actually do that? And from, all different industries should come want to study us to see how we accomplish that. And the analogous thing at Blue Origin, and will help us move faster, is we're going to become the world's most decisive company. We're going to get really good at taking appropriate technology risk, making those decisions quickly, being bold on those things. That's what, and having the right culture that supports that. You need people to be ambitious, technically ambitious. If there are 5 ways to do something, we'll study them, but let's study them very quickly and make a decision. We can always change our mind. It doesn't, changing your mind I talk about one-way doors and two-way doors. Most decisions are two-way doors.
Can you explain that? Because I love that metaphor.
If you make the wrong decision, if it's a two-way door decision, you walk out the door, you pick a door, you walk out, you spend a little time there, turns out to be the wrong decision, you come back in and pick another door. Some decisions are so consequential and so important, it's so hard to reverse, that they really are one-way door decisions. You go in that door, you're not coming back. And those decisions have to be made very deliberately, very carefully. If you can think of yet another way to analyze the decision, you should slow down and do that. So, when I was CEO of Amazon, I often found myself in the position of being the chief slowdown officer, because somebody would be bringing me a one-way door decision. And it's okay, I can think of 3 more ways to analyze that, so let's go do that. Because we are not going to be able to reverse this one easily. Maybe you can reverse it, it's going to be very costly and very time-consuming. We really have to get this one right from the beginning. And what happens, unfortunately, in companies, what can happen is that you have a one-size-fits-all decision-making process where you end up using the heavyweight process on all decisions,
for everything, yeah,
including the lightweight ones, the two-way door decisions. Two-way door decisions should mostly be made by single individuals or by very small teams deep in the organization. And one-way door decisions are the ones that are the irreversible ones. Those are the ones that should be elevated up to the senior-most executives, who should slow them down and make sure that the right thing is being done.
Yeah, part of the skill here is to know the difference between one-way and two-way. I think you mentioned,
yes.
Yeah, I think you mentioned Amazon Prime. The decision to sort of create Amazon Prime as a one-way door. It's unclear if it is or not, but it probably is, and it's a really big risk to go there.
There are a bunch of decisions like that are, changing the decision is going to be very, very complicated. Some of them are technical decisions too, because some technical decisions are like quick drying cement. If you're once you make them, it gets really hard. Choosing which propellants to use in a vehicle. Selecting LNG for the booster stage and selecting hydrogen for the upper stage. That has turned out to be a very good decision. But if you change your mind, that would be a very big setback. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of decision you scrutinize very, very carefully. Other things just aren't like. most decisions are not that way. Most decisions should be made by single individuals, but they need and done quickly, in the full understanding that you can always change your mind.
Yeah, one of the things I really liked, perhaps it's not two decisions, is I disagree and commit phrase. So so if somebody brings up an idea to you, if it's a two-way door, you state that you don't understand enough to agree, but you still back them. I mean, I'd love for you to explain that.
Yes, disagree and commit is a really important principle that saves a lot of arguing.
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to use that in my personal life. I disagree.
It's very common in any endeavor in life, in business, and anybody where you have teammates. You have a teammate, and the two of you disagree. Yeah. At some point, you have to make a decision. And in companies, we tend to organize hierarchically. So there's this, whoever's the more senior person ultimately gets to make the decision. So ultimately, the CEO gets to make that decision. And the CEO may not always make the decision that they agree with. So, I would be the one who would disagree and commit. One of my direct reports would very much want to do something in a particular way. I would think it was a bad idea. I would explain my point of view. They would say, Jeff, I think you're wrong, and here's why. And we would go back and forth. And I would often say, you know what? I don't think you're right, but I'm going to gamble with you. And you're closer to the ground truth than I am. I've known you for 20 years. You have great judgment. I don't know that I'm right either. Not for sure. All these decisions are complicated. Let's do it your way. But at least then you've made a decision. And I'm agreeing to commit to that decision. So I'm not going to be second guessing it. I'm not going to be sniping at it. I'm not going to be saying, I told you so. I'm going to try actively to help make sure it works. That's a really important teammate behavior. There's so many ways that dispute resolution is a really interesting thing on teams. And there are so many ways. So when two people just even the right decisions, and we have in our society and in psychology mechanisms that we use to resolve these kinds of disputes. A lot of them are, I think, really bad. So an example of a really bad way of coming to agreement is compromise. So compromise, we're in a room here, and I could say, Lex, how tall do you think this ceiling is? And you'd be like, I don't know, Jeff, maybe 12 feet tall. And I would say, I think it's 11 feet tall. And then we'd say, you know what, let's just call it 11 and a half feet. That's compromise. Yeah. Instead of, the right thing to do is, to get a tape measure or figure out some way of actually measuring. But getting that tape measure and figure out how to get to the top of the ceiling and all these things, that requires energy. Compromise, the advantage of compromise as a resolution mechanism is that it's low energy, but it doesn't lead to truth. And so in things like the height of the ceiling, where truth is a knowable thing, you shouldn't allow compromise to be used when you can know the truth. Another really bad resolution mechanism that happens all the time is just who's more stubborn. Yeah. This is also, let's say two executives who disagree, and they just have a war of attrition. And whichever one gets exhausted first capitulates to the other one. Again, you haven't arrived at truth, and this is very demoralizing. So, this is where escalation, I try to ask people who, on my team, I say, never get to a point where you are resolving something by, who gets exhausted first. Escalate that. I'll help you make the decision. Because that's so de-energizing and such a terrible, lousy way to make a decision.
Do you want to get to the resolution as quickly as possible, because that ultimately leads to high velocity?
Yes, and you want to try to get as close to truth as possible. So you want, exhausting the other person is not truth-seeking.
Yes.
And compromise is not truth-seeking. So, it doesn't mean, no, and there are a lot of cases where no one knows the real truth, and that's where disagree and commit can come in. But escalation is better than war of attrition. Escalate to your boss and say, hey, we can't agree on this. We like each other. We're respectful of each other, but we strongly disagree with each other. We need you to, make a decision here so we can move forward. The decisiveness, moving forward quickly, is how you increase velocity. Most of what slows things down is taking too long to make decisions at all skill levels. So it has to be part of the culture to get high velocity. Amazon has 1.5 million people, and the company is still fast. We're still decisive. We're still quick, and that's because the culture supports that.
At every scale in a distributed way,
Yes.
try to maximize the velocity of decisions.
Exactly.
You mentioned the lunar program. Let me ask you about that.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on there, and you haven't really talked about it much. So, in addition to the Artemis program, NASA, Blue is doing its own lander program. Can you describe it? There's a sexy picture on Instagram with one of them. Is it the MK1, I guess?
Yeah, the Mark 1. The picture is it would be with Bill Nelson, the NASA administrator.
Just to clarify, the lander is the sexy thing about this.
I know it's not me. I know it was either you did the lander or Bill.
Okay. I love Bill, but okay.
Yes, the Mark 1 lander is designed to take 3,000 kilograms to the surface of the moon, expendable cargo. It's an expendable lander, lands on the moon, stays there, take 3,000 kilograms to the surface. It can be launched on a single New Glenn flight, which is very important. So it's a relatively simple architecture, just like the human landing system lander that they call the Mark II. Mark I is also fueled with liquid hydrogen, and which is for high energy missions like landing on the surface of the moon. The high specific impulse of hydrogen is a very big advantage. The disadvantage of hydrogen has always been that it's such a deep cryogen, it's not storable. So it's constantly boiling off, and you're losing propellant because it's boiling off. And so what we're doing as part of our lunar program is developing solar-powered cryocoolers that can actually make hydrogen a storable propellant for deep space. And that's a real game changer. It's a game changer for any high-energy mission. So to the moon, but to the outer planets, to Mars.
So the idea with Mark 1, both Mark 1 and Mark 2, is the New Glenn can carry it from the surface of Earth to the surface of the moon.
Exactly. So the Mark 1 is expendable. The lunar lander we're developing for NASA, the Mark II lander, that's part of the Artemis program. They call it the sustaining lander program. So that lander is designed to be reusable. It can land on the surface of the moon in a single stage configuration and then take off. So if you look at the Apollo program, the lunar lander in Apollo was really 2 stages. It would land on the surface, and then it would leave the descent stage on the surface of the moon, and only the ascent stage could go back up into lunar orbit where it would rendezvous with the command module. Here what we're doing is we have a single stage lunar lander that carries down enough propellant so that it can bring the whole thing back up so that it can be reused over and over. And the point of doing that, of course, is to reduce cost so that you can make lunar missions more affordable over time, that's one of NASA's big objectives, because this time, the whole point of Artemis is go back to the moon, but this time to stay. So, back in the Apollo program, we went to the moon 6 times and then ended the program, and it really was too expensive to continue.
And so there's a few questions there, but one is, how do you stay on the moon? What ideas do you have about like a sustaining life where a few folks can stay there for prolonged periods of time?
Well, one of the things we're working on is using lunar resources like lunar regolith to manufacture commodities and even solar cells on the surface of the moon. We've already built a solar cell that is completely made from lunar regolith simulant, and this solar cell is only about 7% power efficient, so it's very inefficient compared to the more advanced solar cells that we make here on Earth. But if you can figure out how to make a practical solar cell factory that you can land up on the surface of the moon, and then the raw material for those solar cells is simply lunar regolith, then you can just continue to churn out solar cells on the surface of the moon, have lots of power on the surface of the moon. That will make it easier for people to live on the moon. Similarly, we're working on extracting oxygen from lunar regolith. So lunar regolith by weight has a lot of oxygen in it. It's bound very tightly, as oxides with other elements, and so you have to separate the oxygen, which is very energy intensive. So that also could work together with the solar cells. But if you could, and then ultimately, we may be able to find practical quantities of ice in the permanently shadowed craters on the poles of the moon. And we know there is ice water in those, or water ice in those craters. And we know that we can break that down with electrolysis into hydrogen and oxygen. And then you'd not only have oxygen, but you'd also have a very good high efficiency propellant fuel in hydrogen. So there's a lot we can do to make the moon more sustainable over time. But the very first step, the kind of gate that all of that has to go through, is we need to be able to land cargo and humans on the surface of the moon at an acceptable cost.
To fast forward a little bit, is there any chance Jeff Bezos steps foot on the moon and on Mars? One or the other, or both?
It's very unlikely. I think it's probably something that gets done by future generations by the time it gets to me. I think in my lifetime, that's probably going to be done by professional astronauts. Sadly, I would love to sign up for that mission. So don't count me out yet, Lex. Give me a fighting shot here, maybe. Yeah. But I think if we are placing reasonable bets on such a thing in my lifetime, that will continue to be done by professional astronauts.
Yeah, so these are risky, difficult missions.
And probably missions that require a lot of training. You are going there for a very specific purpose to do something. We're going to be able to do a lot on the moon too with automation. So, in terms of setting up these factories and doing all that, we're sophisticated enough now with automation that we probably don't need humans to tend those factories and machines. So there's a lot that's going to be done in both modes.
So I have to ask the bigger picture question about the two companies pushing humanity forward out towards the stars, Blue Origin and SpaceX. Are you competitors, collaborators? Which, and to what degree?
Well, I would say, just like the internet is big and there are lots of winners at all skill levels. I mean, there are half a dozen giant companies that the internet has made, but there are a bunch of medium-sized companies and a bunch of small companies, all successful, all with profit streams, all driving great customer experiences. That's what we want to see in space, that kind of dynamism. And space is big. There's room for a bunch of winners, and it's going to happen at all skill levels. And so, SpaceX is going to be successful for sure. I want Blue Origin to be successful, and I hope there are another, 5 companies right behind us.
But, I spoke to Elon a few times recently about you, about Blue Origin, and he was very positive about you as a person, very supportive of all the efforts you've been leading at Blue. What's your thoughts? You worked with a lot of leaders at Amazon, at Blue. What's your thoughts about Elon as a human being and a leader?
Well, I don't really know Elon very well. I know his public persona, but I also know you can't know anyone by their public persona. It's impossible. I mean, you may think you do, but I guarantee you don't. So I don't really know. You know Elon way better than I do, Lex. But in terms of his judging by the results, he must be a very capable leader. There's no way you could have, Tesla and SpaceX without being a capable leader. It's impossible.
Yeah, I hope you guys hang out sometimes, shake hands, and sort of have a kind of friendship that would inspire just the entirety of humanity. Because what you're doing is like one of the big, grand challenges ahead for humanity.
Well, I agree with you, and I think in a lot of these endeavors, we're very like-minded.
Yeah.
So I think I'm not saying we're identical, but I think we're very like-minded, and so I love that idea.
All right, going back to sexy pictures on your Instagram. There's a video of you from the early days of Amazon giving a tour of your quote sort of offices. I think your dad is holding the camera.
He is. Yeah, I know. Yes. This is what the giant orange extension cord. Yeah.
And you're like explaining the genius of the extension cord. There's a desk and the CRT monitor, and sort of that's where all the magic happens. I forget what your dad said. But this is like the center of it all. So what was it like? What was going through your mind at that time? You left a good job in New York and took this leap. Were you excited? Were you scared?
So excited and scared, anxious. Thought the odds of success were low. Told all of our early investors that I thought there was a 30% chance of success. By which I just been getting your money back, not what actually happened. Because that's the truth. Every startup company is unlikely to work. It's helpful to be in reality about that. But that doesn't mean you can't be optimistic. So you kind of have to have this duality in your head. Like on the one hand, you know what the baseline statistics say about startup companies. And on the other hand, you have to ignore all of that and just be 100% sure it's going to work. And you're doing both things at the same time. You're holding that contradiction in your head. But it was so exciting. I love it. From 1994 when the company was founded to 1995 when we opened our doors, all the way until today. I find Amazon so exciting, and that doesn't mean it's like full of pain, full of problems. It's like there's so many things that need to be resolved and worked and made better and etc. But on balance, it's so fun. It's such a privilege. It's been such a joy. I feel so grateful that I've been part of that journey. It's just been incredible.
So in some sense, you don't want a single day of comfort. You've written about this many times. We'll talk about your writing, which I would highly recommend people read, in just the letters to shareholders. So you wrote explaining the idea of day one thinking. I think you first wrote about it in 97 letters to shareholders. Then you also, in a way, wrote about, sad to say, is your last letter to shareholders as CEO. And you said that day two is stasis, followed by irrelevance, followed by excruciating, painful decline, followed by death. And that is why it's always day one. Can you explain this day one thing? This is a really powerful way to describe the beginning and the journey of Amazon.
It's really a very simple and I think age-old idea about renewal and rebirth, and like every day is day one. Every day you're deciding what you're going to do, and you are not trapped by what you were or who you were or any self-consistency. Self-consistency even can be a trap. And so day one thinking is kind of, we start fresh every day, and we get to make new decisions every day about invention, about customers, about how we're going to operate, even as deeply as what our principles are. We can go back to that. Turns out we don't change those very often, but we change them occasionally. And when we work on programs at Amazon, we often make a list of tenets. And the tenets are they're not principles, they're a little more tactical than principles, but it's kind of the main ideas that we want this program to embody, whatever those are. And one of the things that we do is we put, these are the tenets for this program, and in parentheses, we always put, unless you know a better way. And that idea, unless you know a better way, is so important because you never want to get trapped by dogma. You never want to get trapped by history. It doesn't mean you discard history or ignore it. There's so much value in what has worked in the past, but you can't be blindly following what you've done. And that's the heart of day one, is you're always starting fresh.
And to the question of how to fend off day two, you said such a question can't have a simple answer, as you're saying. There will be many elements, multiple paths, and many traps. I don't know the whole answer, but I may know bits of it. Here's a starter pack of essentials. Maybe others come to mind. For day one, defense. Customer obsession, a skeptical view of proxies, the eager adoption of external trends, high velocity decision making. So we talked about high velocity decision making. That's more difficult than stuff. So maybe you could pick one that stands out to you. Eager adoption of external trends, high velocity decision making, skeptical view of proxies. How do you fight off day two?
Well, I'll talk about, I think it's the one that is maybe in some ways the hardest to understand, is the skeptical view of proxies. One of the things that happens in business, probably anything that you have an ongoing program and something is underway for a number of years, is you develop certain things that you're managing to, like let's say, typically it would be a metric. And that metric isn't the real underlying thing. And so, maybe the metric is efficiency metric. A million units, how many customer contacts do you get, or how many returns do you get, and so on and so on. And so what happens is a little bit of a kind of inertia sets in, where somebody a long time ago invented that metric. And they invented that metric, they decided we need to watch for, customer returns per unit sold as an important metric. But they had a reason why they chose that metric. The person who invented that metric decided it was worth watching. And then fast forward 5 years, that metric is the proxy. The proxy for truth, the proxy for customer, say in this case it's a proxy for customer happiness. But that metric is not actually customer happiness, it's a proxy for customer happiness. The person who invented the metric understood that connection. 5 years later, a kind of inertia can set in. You forget the truth behind why you were watching that metric in the first place. And the world shifts a little. And now that proxy is, you have to be on alert for that. You have to know, okay, I don't really care about this metric. I care about customer happiness. And this metric is worth putting energy into, following, improving, scrutinizing, only in so much as it actually affects customer happiness. And so you've got to constantly be on guard. And it's very, very common. This is a nuanced problem. It's very common, especially at large companies, that they're managing to metrics that they don't really understand. They don't really know why they exist. And the world may have shifted off from under them a little. And the metrics are no longer as relevant as they were when somebody 10 years earlier invented the metric.
that is a nuance, but that's a big problem, right?
It's a huge
There's something so compelling to have a nice metric to try to optimize.
Yes, and by the way, you do need metrics.
You do.
You can't ignore them. You want them, but you just have to be constantly on guard. This is, a way to slip into day two thinking would be to manage your business to metrics that you don't really understand, and you're not really sure why they were invented in the first place, and you're not sure they're still as relevant as they used to be.
What does it take to be the guy or gal who brings up the point that this proxy might be outdated? I guess, what does it take to have a culture that enables that in a meeting? Because that's a very uncomfortable thing to bring up in a meeting. We all show up here, it's a Friday.
This is such, you have just asked $1 million question. So this is what you're, if I generalize what you're asking, you're talking in general about truth telling.
Yeah.
And we humans are not really truth-seeking animals. We are social animals.
Yeah, we are.
And, take you back in time 10,000 years and you're in a small village. If you go along to get along, you can survive. You can procreate. If you're the village truth teller, you might get clubbed to death in the middle of the night. Truths are often, they don't want to be heard because important truths can be uncomfortable, they can be awkward, they can be exhausting.
Impolite.
Yes,
all that kind of stuff.
challenging. They can make people defensive, even if that's not the intent. But any high-performing organization, whether it's a sports team, a business, a political organization, an activist group, I don't care what it is, any high-performing organization has to have mechanisms and a culture that supports truth-telling. One of the things you have to do is you have to talk about that. You have to talk about the fact that it takes energy to do that. You have to talk to people. You have to remind people it's okay that it's uncomfortable. To literally tell people it's not what we're designed to do as humans. It's not really, it's kind of a side effect. We can do that. But it's not how we survive. We mostly survive by being social animals and being cordial and cooperative, and that's really important. And so formal mechanism for trying to tell the truth. And even in science, you find that it's hard to tell the truth, right? Even you're supposed to have a hypothesis, test it, find data, reject the hypothesis, and so on. It's not easy.
But even in science, there's like the senior scientists and the junior scientists,
Correct.
and there's a hierarchy of humans where seniority, because somehow seniority matters in the scientific process, which is,
and that's true inside companies too. And so you want to set up your culture so that the most junior person can overrule the most senior person if they have data. And that really is about trying to, there are little things you can do. So for example, in every meeting that I attend, I always speak last. And I know from experience that, if I speak first, even very strong-willed, highly intelligent, high judgment participants in that meeting will wonder, well, if Jeff thinks that, I came in this meeting thinking one thing, but maybe I'm not right. And so you can do little things like, if you're the most senior person in the room, go last. Let everybody else go first. In fact, ideally, let's try to have the most junior person go first, and the second, try to go in order of seniority, so that you can hear everyone's opinion in a kind of unfiltered way. Because we really do. We actually literally change our opinions. If somebody who you really respect says something, it makes you change your mind a little.
so you're saying implicitly or explicitly give permission for people to have a strong opinion that as long as it's backed by data.
Yes, and sometimes it can even, by the way, a lot of our most powerful truths turn out to be hunches. They turn out to be based on anecdotes. They're intuition based. And sometimes you don't even have strong data. But you may know the person well enough to trust their judgment. You may feel yourself leaning in. It may resonate with a set of anecdotes you have. And then you may be able to say, something about that feels right. Let's go collect some data on that. Let's try to see if we can actually know whether it's right. But for now, let's not disregard it because it feels right. You can also fight inherent bias. There's an optimism bias. Like if there are two interpretations of a new set of data, and one of them is happy and one of them is unhappy, it's a little dangerous to jump to the conclusion that the happy interpretation is right. You may want to sort of compensate for that human bias of looking for, trying to find the silver lining. And so that might be good, but I'm going to go with it's bad for now until we're sure.
So speaking of happiness, bias, data collection, and anecdotes, you have to, how's that for a transition? you have to tell me the story of the call you made, the customer service call you made to demonstrate a point about wait times.
Yeah, this is very early in the history of Amazon, and we were going over a weekly business review and a set of documents, and I have a saying, which is when the data and the anecdotes disagree, the anecdotes are usually right. And it doesn't mean you just slavishly go follow the anecdotes then. It means you go examine the data. Because the data, and it's usually not that the data is being miscollected. It's usually that you're not measuring the right thing. And so, if you have a bunch of customers complaining about something, and at the same time, your metrics look like they shouldn't be complaining, you should doubt the metrics. And an early example of this was we had metrics that showed that our customers were waiting, I think, less than, 60 seconds when they called a 1-800 number to get phone customer service. The wait time was supposed to be less than 60 seconds. And we had a lot of complaints that it was longer than that. And anecdotally, it seemed longer than that. I would call customer service myself. And so one day we're in a meeting or going through the WBR and the weekly business review. And we get to this metric in the deck. And the guy who leads customer service is fitting the metric. And I said, okay, let's call. I picked up the phone and I dialed the 1-800 number and called customer service. And we just waited in silence for
What did it turn out to be?
Oh, it was really long, more than 10 minutes.
Oh,
I mean, it was many minutes. And so, it dramatically made the point that something was wrong with the data collection. We weren't measuring the right thing, and that we set off a whole chain of events where we start measuring it right. And that's an example, by the way, of truth telling. Is like, that's an uncomfortable thing to do, but you have to seek truth, even when it's uncomfortable. You have to get people's attention, and they have to buy into it, and they have to get energized around really fixing things.
So that speaks to the obsession with customer experience. So one of the defining aspects of Amazon is just being obsessed with making customers happy. I think companies sometimes say that, but Amazon is really obsessed with that. I think there's something really profound to that, which is seeing the world through the eyes of the customer, like the customer experience. The human being that's using the product, that's enjoying the product.
What's going on, Cash? We see how you living.
That make up their experience.
Living the dream, baby. Working on these bots. You know how I am.
Another really good and kind of deep question, because there are big things that are really important to manage, and then there are small things internally to Amazon. We call them paper cuts. So
Excellent.
we have
Dude, you should stick around.
If you ask
Fall asleep in here.
Most of the energy goes into the big things, as it should. So, and and you can identify the big things. And I would encourage anybody, if anybody listening to this is an entrepreneur, has a small business, whatever, think about the things that are not going to change over 10 years. And those are probably the big things. So like I know that in our retail business at Amazon, 10 years from now, customers are still going to want low prices. I know they're still going to want fast delivery. And I just know they're still going to want big selection. So it's impossible to imagine a scenario where 10 years from now, I say, where customers just, I love Amazon, I just wish the prices were a little higher. Or I love Amazon, I just wish you delivered a little more slowly. So when you identify the big things, you can tell they're worth putting energy into because they're stable in time. Okay. But you're asking about something a little different, which is in every customer experience, there are those big things. And by the way, it's astonishingly hard to focus even on just the big things. So even though they're obvious, they're really hard to focus on. But in addition to that, there are all these little tiny customer experience deficiencies. And we call those paper cuts. So we make long lists of them. And then we have dedicated teams that go fix paper cuts. Because the teams working on the big issues never get to the paper cuts. They never work their way down the list to get to, they're working on big things, as they should, and as you want them to. And so you need special teams who are charged with fixing paper cuts.
So where would you put on this paper cut spectrum the buy now and click button, which is, I think, pretty genius. So to me, I do a lot. I must be representing a human. I would love for those things to be friction. Just saying. But it's buying a thing with one click, making the past experience frictionless, intuitive, all aspects of it. Like that just fundamentally makes my life better. Not just in terms of efficiency, it's just some kind of
Cognitive load.
Yeah, cognitive load and peace, inner peace and happiness. First of all, buying stuff isn't a pleasant experience. Having enough money to buy a thing and then buying it is a pleasant experience. And like having pain around that is somehow just ruining a beautiful experience. And I guess all I'm saying as a person who loves good ideas is that a paper cut a solution to this paper cut?
Yes. So it's probably that particular thing is probably a solution to a number of paper cuts. So if you go back and look at our order pipeline and how people shop on Amazon, before we invented order shopping, there was more friction. There was a whole series of paper cuts, and that invention eliminated a bunch of paper cuts. And I think you're absolutely right, by the way, that when you come up with something like one-click shopping, again, this is like so ingrained in people now. I'm impressed that you even noticed it. I mean,
Every time I click the button,
it's never
surge of happiness.
There is in the perfect invention for the perfect moment in the perfect context, there is real beauty. It is actual beauty, and it feels good. It's emotional. It's emotional for the inventor. It's emotional for the team that builds it. It's emotional for the customer. It's a big deal. And you can feel those things.
But if you keep coming up with that idea, with those kinds of ideas like this, they're not thinking about it.
Yeah, and you need a big group of people who feel that kind of satisfaction with creating that kind of beauty.
There's a lot of books written about you. There's a book, Invent and Wander, where Walter Isaacson does mention it's mostly just the writings of yours. I've read that. I also recommend people check out the Founders podcast that covers you a lot in the different analysis of different businesses I've been doing over the years. I bring all that up because I saw that there I mentioned that you said that books are an antidote for short attention span. And I forget how it was phrased, but that when you were thinking about the Kindle, that you're thinking about the how technology changes us. Yeah.
We co-evolve
Yeah.
with our tools. So, we invent new tools. Our tools change us.
Which is fascinating to think about.
It goes in a circle.
And there's some aspect, even just inside business, where you don't just make the customer happy, but you also have to think about like where is this going to take humanity if you zoom out a bit.
100%. And you can feel in your brain. Brains are plastic, and you can feel your brain getting reprogrammed. I remember the first time this happened to me was when Tetris first came on the scene. I'm sure you've had, anybody who's been a game player has this experience where you close your eyes, lay down to go to sleep, and you see all the little blocks moving, and you're kind of rotating them in your mind, and you can just tell as you walk around the world that you have rewired your brain to play Tetris. But that happens with everything. And so, one of the, I think, we still have yet to see the full repercussions of this, I fear. I think one of the things that we've done online, largely because of social media, is we have trained our brains to be really good at processing super short form content. And your podcast flies in the face of this. You do these long format things, and reading books is a long format thing. And we all do more of, if something is convenient, we do more of it. And so when you make tools, we carry around in our pocket a phone. And one of the things that phone does, for the most part, is it is an attention shortening device. Because most of the things we do on our phone shorten our attention spans. And I'm not even going to say we know for sure that that's bad, but I do think it's happening. It's one of the ways we're co-evolving with that tool. But I think it's important to spend some of your time and some of your life doing long attention span things.
Yeah, I think you've spoken about the value of your life of focus, of singular focus on the things for long periods of time. And that's certainly what books do. That's certainly what that piece of technology is. I bring all that up to ask you about another piece of technology, AI, that has the potential to have various trajectories to have an impact on human civilization. How do you think AI will change us?
You're talking about generative AI, large language models, things like ChatGPT, its soon successors. These are incredibly powerful technologies. To believe otherwise is to bury your head in the sand, soon to be even more powerful. It's interesting to me that large language models in their current form are not inventions, they're discoveries. The telescope was an invention, but looking through it at Jupiter, knowing that it had moons was a discovery. My God, it has moons. And that's what Galileo did. And so this is closer on that spectrum of invention. We know exactly what happens with a 787. It's an engineered object. We designed it. We know how it behaves. We don't want any surprises. Large language models are much more like discoveries. We're constantly getting surprised by the capabilities. They're not really engineered objects. Then, you have this debate about whether they're going to be good for humanity or bad for humanity. Even specialized AI can be very bad for humanity. It's just regular machine learning models that could make, certain weapons of war that could be incredibly destructive, very powerful. And they're not general AIs; they just be very smart weapons. And so we have to think about all of those things. I'm very optimistic about this. So even in the face of all this uncertainty, my own view is that these powerful tools are much more likely to help us and save us even than they are to, on balance, hurt us and destroy us. I think we humans have a lot of ways of, we can make ourselves go extinct because these things may help us not do that. So they actually save us. To the people who are overly concerned, in my view, so this is a valid debate. I think that they may be missing part of the equation, which is how helpful they could be in making sure we don't destroy ourselves. I don't know if you saw the movie Oppenheimer, but to me, first of all, I loved the movie, and I thought the best part of the movie is this bureaucrat played by Robert Downey Jr., who some people have talked to think that's the most boring part of the movie. I thought it was the most fascinating because what's going on here is you realize we have invented these awesome, destructive, powerful technologies called nuclear weapons, and they're managed, and we humans we're not really capable of wielding those weapons. That's what he represented in the movie. Here's this guy who is he wrongly thinks he's like being so petty. He thinks he said something. Oppenheimer said something bad to Einstein about him. They didn't talk about him at all, as we find out in the final scene of the movie. And yet he spent his career trying to be vengeful and petty. And that's the problem. We as a species are not really sophisticated enough and mature enough to handle these technologies. And so, and by the way, before you get to general AI and the possibility general AI, there's better medicines and better tools to develop more technologies and so on. So I think it's an incredible moment to be alive and to witness the transformations that are going to happen. How quickly it will happen, no one knows, but over the next 10 years and 20 years, I think we're going to see really remarkable advances, and I personally am very excited about it.
It's all really interesting to say this discovery is that it's true that we don't know the limits of what's possible with the current language models.
We don't.
And it could be a few tricks and hacks here and there that open doors to whole entire new possibilities.
We do know that humans are doing something different from these models, in part because we're so power efficient. The human brain does remarkable things, and it does it on about 20 watts of power. And the AI techniques we use today use many kilowatts of power to do equivalent tasks. So there's something about the way the human brain does this. And also, we don't need as much data. So self-driving cars you have to drive billions and billions of miles to learn how to drive, and your average 16-year-old figures it out with many fewer miles. So there are still some tricks, I think, that we have yet to learn. I don't think we've learned the last trick. I don't think it's just a question of scaling things up. But what's interesting is that just scaling things up, and I put just in quotes because it's actually hard to scale things up, but just scaling things up also appears to pay huge dividends.
Yeah, there's some more nuanced aspects about human beings that's interesting to accomplish, like being truly original and novel. To, large language models being able to come up with some truly new ideas. That's one, and the other one is truth. It seems that large language models are very good at sounding like they're saying a true thing, but they don't require or often have a grounding in sort of a mathematical truth. It basically is a very good bullshitter. So if there's not enough data, if there's not enough sort of data in the training data about a particular topic, it's just going to concoct accurate sounding narratives, which is a very fascinating problem to try to solve. How do you get language models to infer what is true and not, to sort of introspect?
Yeah, they need to be taught to say, I don't know, more often. And I know several humans who could be taught that as well.
And then the other stuff, because you're still a bit involved in the Amazon side with the AI things, the other open question is what kind of products are created from this?
Oh, so many.
Yeah.
I mean, we have Alexa and Echo, and Alexa has hundreds of millions of installed base, inputs. And so there's Alexa everywhere, and guess what? Alexa is about to get a lot smarter.
Yeah.
And so that's really, from a product point of view, that's super exciting.
There's so many opportunities there.
So many opportunities. Shopping assistant, all that stuff is amazing. And AWS, we're building Titan, which is our foundational model. We're also building Bedrock, which our corporate clients at AWS, our enterprise clients, they want to be able to use these powerful models with their own corporate data without accidentally contributing their corporate data to that model. Yeah. So those are the tools we're building for them with Bedrock. So there's tremendous opportunity here.
The security, the privacy, all those things are fascinating. There's so much value can be gained by training on private data. You want to keep it secure. It's a fascinating technical problem.
This is a very challenging technical problem, but it's one that we're making progress on and dedicated to solving for our customers.
Do you think there will be a day when humans and robots, maybe Alexa, have a romantic relationship?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at the spectrum of human variety and what people like, sexual variety,
yes.
People who like everything. So the answer to your question has to be yes.
I guess I'm
I don't know how widespread that will be.
All right.
But it will happen.
I was just asking one for a friend. That's all right. Moving on. Next question. What's a perfectly productive day in the life of Jeff Bezos? You're one of the most productive humans in the world.
Well, first of all, I get up in the morning and I putt. I have coffee.
You define putt?
Just like I slowly move around. I'm not as productive as you might think I am. I mean, because I do believe in wandering, and I read my phone for a while. I read newspapers for a while. I chat with Lauren. I drink my first coffee. So I move pretty slowly in the first couple of hours. I get up early, just naturally, and then I exercise most days, and most days it's not that hard for me. Sometimes it's really hard, and I do it anyway. I don't want to, and it's painful, and I'm like, why am I here? And I don't want to.
Why am I here at the gym?
Why am I here at the gym? Why don't I do something else? It's not always easy.
What's your source of motivation in those moments?
I know that I'll feel better later if I do it. And so, the real source of motivation, I can tell the days when I skip it. I'm not quite as alert. I don't feel as good. And then there's harder motivation that's longer term. You want to be healthy as you age. You want health span. You want, ideally, you want to be healthy and moving around when you're 80 years old. So there's a lot of, but that kind of motivation is so far in the future, it can be very hard to work in the second. So thinking about the fact, I'll feel better in about 4 hours if I do it now. I'll have more energy for the rest of my day, and so on and so on.
What's your exercise routine, just to linger on that? How much you curl? What are we talking about here? That's all I do at the gym, so
my routine, on a good day, I do about half an hour of cardio, and I do about 45 minutes of weightlifting, resistance training of some kind, mostly weights. I have a trainer who, I love, who pushes me, and which is really helpful. You know, I'll be like, he'll say, Jeff, do you see you can go up on that weight a little bit? And I'll think about it, and I'll be like, no, I don't think so. And he'll look at me and say, yeah, I think you can. And of course he's right.
Yeah,
And so it's helpful to have somebody push you a little bit.
But almost every day you do that.
I do almost every day. I do a little bit of cardio and a little bit of weightlifting, and I rotate. I do a pulling day and a pushing day and a leg day. It's all pretty standard stuff.
So puttering, coffee, gym.
Puttering, coffee, gym, and then work.
What's work look like? What are the productive hours look like for you?
A couple of years ago, I left as the CEO of Amazon, and I have never worked harder in my life. I am working so hard, and I'm mostly enjoying it, but there are also some very painful days. Most of my time is spent on Blue Origin, and I'm so deeply involved here now for the last couple of years. In the big, I love it. In the small, there's all the frustrations that come along with everything. You know, we're trying to get to rate manufacturing, as we talked about. That's super important. We'll get there. We just hired a new CEO, a guy I've known for close to 15 years now, a guy named Dave Limp, who I love. He's amazing. You know, so we're super lucky to have Dave. And, you know, you're going to see us move faster there. So my day of work, you know, reading documents, having meetings, sometimes in person, sometimes over Zoom, depends on where I am. It's all about, you know, technology, it's about the organization, it's about, you know, I'm very, I have architecture and technology meetings almost every day on various subsystems inside the vehicle, inside the engines. It's super fun for me. My favorite part of it is the technology. My least favorite part of it is, you know, building organizations and so on. That's important, but it's also my least favorite part. So, you know, that's what they call work. You don't always get to do what you want to do.
How do you achieve time where you can focus on two things?
I do little thinking retreats. So this is not the only, you know, I don't keep to a strict schedule. Like my meetings often are longer than I plan for them to because I believe in wandering. My perfect meeting starts with a crisp document. So the document should be written with such clarity that it's like angels seen from on high. I like a crisp document and a messy meeting. And so the meeting is about like asking questions that nobody knows the answer to, and trying to like wander your way to a solution. And it's like, and that is, when that happens just right, it makes all the other meetings worthwhile. It feels good. It has a kind of beauty to it. It has an aesthetic beauty to it, and you get real breakthroughs in meetings like that.
Can you actually describe the crisp document? Like, this is one of the legendary aspects of Amazon, of the way you approach meetings. This is the 6-page memo. Maybe first describe the process of running a meeting with memos.
Meetings at Amazon and at Blue Origin are unusual. When new people come in, like a new executive joins, they're a little taken aback sometimes because the typical meeting will start with a 6-page narratively structured memo, and we do study hall. And for 30 minutes, we sit there silently together in the meeting and read. Take notes in the margins, and then we discuss. And the reason, by the way, we do study, you could say, I would like everybody to read these memos in advance, but the problem is people don't have time to do that, and they end up coming to the meeting having only skimmed the memo, or maybe not read it at all, and they're trying to catch up. They're also bluffing like they were in college, having pretended to do the reading. It's better just to carve out the time for people. So now we're all on the same page. We've all read the memo. And now we can have a really elevated discussion. And this is so much better from having a slideshow presentation or a PowerPoint presentation of some kind, where that has so many difficulties. But one of the problems is PowerPoint is really designed to persuade. It's kind of a sales tool. And internally, the last thing you want to do is sell. You're truth seeking. You're trying to find truth. And the other problem with PowerPoint is it's easy for the author and hard for the audience. And a memo is the opposite. It's hard to write a 6-page memo. A good 6-page memo might take 2 weeks to write. You have to write it, you have to rewrite it, you have to edit it, you have to talk to people about it, they have to poke holes in it for you, write it again. It may take 2 weeks. So the author is really a very difficult job. But for the audience, it's much better. So you can read a half hour. There are little problems with PowerPoint presentations too. Senior executives interrupt with questions halfway through the presentation. A question is going to be answered on the next slide, but you never got there. Just read the whole memo in advance. I often write lots of questions that I have in the margins of these memos, and then I go cross them all out because by the time I get to the end of the memo, they've been answered. That's why I save all that time. You also get, the person who's preparing the memo. We talked earlier about group think and the fact that I go last in meetings and that you don't want your ideas to kind of pollute the meeting prematurely. The author of the memo is kind of got to be very vulnerable. They got to put all their thoughts out there, and they get to go first. But that's great because it makes them really good. And you get to see their real ideas, and you're not trampling on them accidentally in a big, PowerPoint presentation.
Doesn't it feel like when you've authored a thing and then you're sitting there and everybody's reading the thing, you're like...
I think it's mostly terrifying.
Yeah. Like maybe in a good way?
I think it's
purifying.
I think it's terrifying in a productive way.
Yeah.
But I think it's emotionally a very nerve-wracking experience.
Is there art, science to the writing of the 6-page memo? Or just writing in general too?
It's really got to be a real memo. So, paragraphs have topic sentences, like verbs and nouns. That's the other problem with PowerPoint presentations. They're often just bullet points. And you can hide a lot of sloppy thinking behind bullet points. When you have to write in complete sentences with narrative structure, it's really hard to hide sloppy thinking. So it forces the author to be at their best. And so you're getting somebody's really their best thinking. And then you don't have to spend a lot of time trying to tease that thinking out of the person. You've got it from the very beginning. So it really saves you time in the long run.
So that part is crisp and then the rest is messy. Crisp document.
Yeah, so you don't want to pretend that the discussion should be crisp.
Yeah.
There's, most meetings you're trying to solve a really hard problem. There's a different kind of meeting which we call weekly business reviews or business reviews. They may be weekly or monthly or daily, whatever they are. But these business review meetings, that's usually for incremental improvement, and you're looking at a series of metrics. Every time it's the same metrics. Those meetings can be very efficient. They can start on time and end on time.
So we're about to run out of time, which is a good time to ask about the 10,000-year clock. Yes. That's what I'm known for, is the humor. Okay. Can you explain what the 10,000-year clock is?
10,000-year clock is a physical clock of monumental scale. It's about 500 feet tall. It's inside of my guy named Danny Hillis. Way back in the idea is to build a clock as a symbol for long-term thinking. And you can kind of just very conceptually think of the 10,000-year clock as it ticks once a year. It chimes once, every 100 years, and the cuckoo comes out once every 1,000 years. So it just sort of slows everything down. And it's a completely mechanical clock. It is designed to last 10,000 years with no human intervention. So the material choices and everything else. It's in a remote location, both to protect it, but also so that visitors have to kind of make a pilgrimage. The idea is that over time, this will take hundreds of years, but over time, it will take on the patina of age, and then it will become a symbol for long-term thinking that will actually, hopefully, get humans to extend their thinking horizons. And in my view, that's really important as we have become, as a species, as a civilization, more powerful. We're really affecting the planet now. We're really affecting each other. We have weapons of mass destruction. We have all kinds of things where we can really hurt ourselves. And the problems we create can be so large. The unintended consequences of overactions, like climate change, putting carbon in the atmosphere is a perfect example. That's an unintended consequence of the Industrial Revolution. There's been a lot of benefits from it, but we've also got this side effect that is very detrimental. We need to start training ourselves to think longer term. Long-term thinking is a giant leap. You can literally solve problems if you think long-term. They're impossible to solve if you think short-term. And we aren't really good at thinking long-term. It's not really, we're kind of, 5 years is a tough time frame for most institutions to think past. And we probably need to stretch that to 10 years and 15 years and 20 years and 25 years. And we'd do a better job for our children or our grandchildren if we could stretch those thinking horizons. And so the clock is, in a way, it's an art project. It's a symbol. And if it ever has any power to influence people to think longer term, that won't happen for hundreds of years. But we have to rebuild it now and let it accrue the patina of age.
Do you think humans will be here when the clock runs out here on Earth?
I think so. But the United States won't exist. Like whole civilizations rise and fall. 10,000 years is so long. Like no nation state has ever survived for anywhere close to 10,000 years.
And the increasing rate of progress makes that
even less likely. So do I think humans will be here? Yes. How will we have changed ourselves and what will we be and so on and so on? I don't know, but I think we'll be here.
On that grand scale, like human life feels tiny. Do you ponder your own mortality? Are you afraid of death?
No, I used to be afraid of death. I did. I remember as a young person being kind of very scared of mortality. Didn't want to think about it and so on. I always had a big. And as I've gotten older, I'm 59 now. As I've gotten older, somehow that fear has sort of gone away. I don't. I would like to stay alive for as long as possible, but I'd like to be. I'm really more focused on health span. I want to be healthy. I want that square wave. I want to, be healthy, and then gone. I don't want the long decay. And I'm curious. I want to see how things turn out. I'd like to be here. I love my family and my close friends, and I'm curious about them. And I want to see. So I have a lot of reasons to stay around, but mortality doesn't have that effect on me that it did, maybe when I was in my 20s.
Well, Jeff, thank you for creating Amazon, one of the most incredible companies in history, and thank you for trying your best to make humans a multiplanetary species, expanding out into our solar system, maybe beyond, to meet the aliens out there. And thank you for talking today.
Well, Lex, thank you for doing your part to lengthen our attention spans. Appreciate that very much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeff Bezos. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Jeff Bezos himself. Be stubborn on vision, but flexible on the details. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
That some of these serial killer on-haulers may have families that have no idea what the person is up to. That is true in many of the cases. There was one case I feature in the book where is it as many analysts believe as young as age 5, 10, 15? They're drawn to long-haul trucking for the isolation, a certain kind of trucking. Now I get deeper into this in terms of what kind of trucking, what kind of trucker is more likely to kill. And then I get into the victims and ask similar questions. How did they fall down the trap of trafficking? And who among them is more likely to fall prey to a serial killer trucker?
Next hour, we'll take calls, and we have lots of truckers that listen to this program. Right? They may call in, and who knows? They may be some of these suspects. You never know.
I don't think so, and I'm eager to talk about it because, believe it or not, I see a bright future ahead for American trucking. The economic impact, George, is staggering. It's $150 billion in gross freight revenue just last year. Grocery stores would stop selling goods in 3 days if truckers stopped trucking. But there's also a dark side that is statistics, and the statistics include surveys, live surveys, anonymous surveys of truckers who say, 10% of them say they drink every day, even while they're on duty, even on their driving days. 20% say they binge drink 5 or more drinks at a time, and 44% are experiencing symptoms of major depression. So, we've got some good things to say, but the profession needs a lot more to honor what they do for us.
We're going to take a short break with Frank Figluzzi. His book is called Long Haul. We'll come back and chat more with him. Next hour, we open up the phone line.
Never miss a detail of a show or a guest. Sign up for the Ghost Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
Should be a job well done. For 100 years, we put the very best in our primary. So your work can last long, look great, and solve the toughest of human problems. That's superior quality and reliability delivered in every can. So while you're out there, wherever you might be, spot the can with a bullseye, and that sensor always hits the mark.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, non-stop issue. They're searching, they're grasping at straws because they've been trying other products and they bought something that they thought was going to help solve their problem, and it didn't.
You're listening to that our support specialist at the Good Fit store.
A client came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. He literally walked in with a handful of products. I said, "This is what I've been wearing." I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?"
For over 20 years, I've been helping people live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
I'm just sad that he spent so many years with so much discomfort. I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-GOOD-FEET or visit goodfeet.com. Inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 value honoring choices. Savings on low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
We've locked in low prices to help you save big store-wide. Look for the locked in low prices tags and enjoy extra savings throughout the store. Kroger, fresh for everyone. There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to lifelock.com. It's hard to imagine the power of Mother Nature.
You cannot outsmart this. You cannot outrun it.
Impossible to afford. Go inside the natural disasters that are changing our world. We have the ability to control so much in our lives. We still can't control Mother Nature. Just see an original series, Flat Earth, Stronger. Someday, June 2nd and 9th, we'll see you again.
SD Services are the local pros for everything HVAC. If you've got an HVAC system that needs to be replaced, look to SD Services. If you need your system repaired, SD Services can do that too. Maintenance, SD's is the company you can trust. And it's not just that. SD Services can take care of your plumbing and electrical problems too. There's a reason why people have been counting on us for home maintenance for more than 75 years. Go to SDSair.com today. That's ESTESair.com. It's that easy. It's SD's.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
In this world where I've never been wrong, I gotta be me. I gotta be me. What's gonna be the I wanna live, not merely survive. And I won't give up this dream of life that keeps me alive.
Okay, everyone.
I gotta
So
be
today we are in live stream with the guest talking about 19 Friday show. It's something that several people have requested. Frankly, I have no interest. Friday show is the purports to be the most abstract and in time.
This is Coast to Coast AM.
I have only very slowly understood a very small amount of it. It was clear that a small amount of understand that has less relevance to things that we're doing. And so I'll go there to try to understand more about what is of course. I do have the one story that is
Yeah, we sure did. We're very excited. We have a UFO
Oh,
show
and
down there too, so we invite you to listen to the Paranormal
Southwest
Podcast
Southwest
Network. If you listen on the phone,
place
just
there.
download the iHeartRadio
And
app. If you listen on PC, go to
wild things at
iHeartRadio.com
the
and
place
hit the
show, and
search.
you look up to
Just
one
look
booth
Coast
and
to
that's
Coast
what you
AM.
do.
Boom, it
Because
shows up right up.
we are
It's a good show, so
releasing,
you'll have some fun. So please check it out.
we want to have a giant
Coast to
industrial
Coast
robot.
AM.
And so make it balance. Our person says,
I thought it was fantastic. He what's a good word to use for him? He's been in this community for a long time, so he really dives into people's opinions and what they think about UFOs and beliefs, and that's what I like about him.
I said, what do you do? And that was for this year. He said, I do categorification of packages. That's very different from the robot next door. That's anyway, that's probably a bunch of very interesting things.
Exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. William.
Whether it's physical activity,
Yeah, I think it's, that was, yeah, no, that was light up and made the whole thing more amusing that it's like a robot with a character application of
Yes.
Okay.
I remember at the point they really are very changing. Oh yeah, in mathematics I was doing school I think
high blood pressure, high cholesterol, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, fatty liver,
One of them.
chronic signs of inflammation,
So let's see,
and
for us today,
by supporting the body's
where
ability
should
to
we
protect those
I
cells that
think,
it needs. And that is the
let's
purpose of
start
InduScan
off talking about
together,
kind of
supporting
the modern view of what is calorie.
Dr. Malay, how will it feel after
Category
taking
theory
the adaptive step
originated
and step?
in
InduScan is going to have
the world of sort of organized anthropology
your
and
immune
things like that.
system is starting to
Didn't
function
really,
better
so
after
maybe
24
you guys
hours.
on
You put
you
a gap
guys
stem along with it, and
so
most
characterize how can one think about that?
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptive stem and InduStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's
areas we
healthylooking.com.
support structures that work at the same time, geometric and algebraic and stuff like this. And
Can your statements, whether in economics or
in these
very
very
physical assets,
we
you
have
have
very well
the
developed
statement
theories
is
of
the time.
sequel
Gold has withstood as a value for money for millennia. Birch gold lets you convert a retirement account into a tax sheltered IRA in physical gold. It doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Next comes to 98.98.98, claim your 4-year full count gold. Next comes to 98.98.98 and secure your savings today.
Canada has the best backyard barbecue. Find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
If you want cash, go to bagels, Colorado, every time. If they're psychics, they California psychics. When you want the best, some places are better than others. That's why CaliforniaPsychics.com. Free spirits, big dreams, big lives. We know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. In fact, 90% of the psychics who apply to work with us here, we connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So whatever direction you want to take your life, you know where to start. Experience the joy of seeing California Psychic.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
I have two microphones and I was using the wrong one, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Great. Okay. We were, so category theory, it's classic use in thinking about kind of the correspondence between different kinds of elements and different kinds of
Yes, and then fast forward a few decades, people started realizing that this theory, of course, actually is essentially talking about high stuff. And the reason for that is that in the end, category theory, since it studies the relationship between very different entities, it's actually difficult to describe complex systems like many applied systems are. Probably the first two biggest success that successes in applying category theory have been functional programming, which is basically highly funded category theory. And
You see, I find that very amusing. I find that statement very amusing because I've, for 40 years or something, I've built functional programming languages. Yet, if that's a true statement, I really need to understand it because I don't understand that at all.
well, I mean, as soon as you say the important thing in the program are functions,
Yes.
then you want to say everything you can about how these functions compose. And at that point, all the machinery that category theory gives you becomes very, very useful. It's actually strange because in the end, when you do Haskell or stuff like that, you are still working, let's say, in the category of sets, like all your functions are functions. And that's what actually gives me
See, for example, in symbolic functional language, the idea of mapping between sort of kinds of objects is very real, and it's something that the visualization of semantic strides and data structure and so on. But for 40 years, data has been sort of like a little bit confused about how it fits into that data thing. Because what we're dealing with is sort of, we have these symbolic expressions, and they're general symbolic expressions, and making transformations on those. And that's different from saying, the symbolic expressions have a life of their own. It's not just, it's a thing in this pool of possible things at a certain time. Maybe this is the wrong thing. Maybe a characterization. I'm curious about. So you're saying, and I'd like to understand, because honestly, this guy is but maybe I can ask, in my efforts to understand what category theory is, morphisms, all these kinds of things, there's some structural aspects of category theory which are a bit like graph, where you're dealing with things like graphs. And they're graphs with certain special associativity properties on their edges.
Even more, actually, basically you can see a category as the transitive closure of a graph. So it is every time you have an edge from A and B and one from B and C, you will have one from A and C. And also you have identities. So for each vertex of the graph, you want an edge that is do nothing kind of thing. That goes from A to A. And you can see that basically, if you give me a graph, I have a canonical way of building a category out of this graph. So I basically take the edges and I complete having formally all the possible positions and the identities. And this is exactly what the three categories written by a graph. And you can also do the opposite, like you can take a category and forget which is a category. Just treat it as it was. And the nice thing about category is that we can say that these correlations are actually a couple of joint functions. So what it means is that it's not just like I can use the category out of the graph. It's also that if you give me a graph transformation, I can map it to a transformation of the corresponding categories. And again, that's pretty much obvious because then this vertex goes to this vertex and this edge goes to this edge, and I can formally extend this mapping to formal compositions that are introduced.
So hold on. So let me see if I So let's say you're saying we have some random graph. So we might have some graph that just looks like
actually random direction graph.
Okay, you want a random direction graph, let's make it one. How big would you want it? Let's just have 10, let's do something like this. Doesn't matter. Okay, let's make sure, actually, not, let's, okay. So we can take, you mentioned transfer closure, I mean, we could say, let's get the transfer closure graph for this graph. Okay, so the transfer closure is a big mess.
Yes. And also you want to join identities.
So we want self-reach for everyone.
Yes.
Let's do this, but let's say we just get, let's say, just to draw a definite graph, let's append to the edges of this graph something that says, join to the edges of that graph, something that maps hash goes to hash over the vertex list in that graph. And then let's graph and graph. Okay. All right.
Actually, when you join the custom closure there, it's automatically like recursively done. Okay. So yeah, basically this would be the underlying graph to the free category coming from the graph above. Well, I say that it's the underlying graph because at the moment is when you look at this graph, obviously we cannot tell that the loops have to be like identities. Or that some things that we are introducing are compositions of edges. This information is now forgotten from the categorization. But this is exactly the underlying structure of the three categories generated by the graph. And the cool thing is that if you go all the way up to our first graph and you map it to some other graph, and by mapping I mean we have a function from vertices to vertices and a function from edges to edges, so that source and target of each edge are isolated. Then it is that we can lift this to morphism between the corresponding three categories.
Let's start with something much simpler. Okay, so you've got this graph, and you say, so you're going to label every edge. Every edge is going to have an actual, they have actual names. So, so then everything has a name. So now I'm going to take this, and for every one of those named vertices, I'm going to say 2 maps, and maybe I have some other graph.
Yes.
And let's make it right here. Let's say another somewhat similar graph. Maybe I can take some down. So 4 vertices there. So there's another graph. Okay. So now you're telling me, make a mapping from this graph to this graph, right?
If you can, yes. It's not always possible to
So the mapping means what? It means I'm taking. How does that mean?
It means that you are basically mapping the vertices of the first graph to the vertices of the second graph as you want. And then you are mapping the edges of the first graph to the edges of the second graph in a way so that the endpoints of the edges are compatible with the mapping you gave on the vertices. So for instance, what I'm saying is that if you want to map 2 to 3 to something, then you basically have to make sure that the vertices 2 and 3 get mapped to the vertices of the target edge. So for instance, if you map 3 to 2, then you cannot map 2 to 3 to 4 to 1, because in that case you are losing the correspondence between the source and the target of
I think I need a much simpler example. Let's start off with something much more trivial, which I think is let's say I have a car.
Generally, Frank, the victims are hitchhikers.
Okay, that's my first car.
Yes.
And let's say, and now, okay, and then I have another one of these. Let's say I have 5 edges. Okay, now what does it mean for the mapping?
Well, in this case, it means that you can map every number in the first one to the same number or bigger in the second. So for instance, if you map 1 to 1, 2 to 3, 3 to 3, and 4 to 4, and you put the edges to the edges, which is 1, 2, 3, and 4, then that's about enough.
Are they initially doing this though because they want to?
And 2 to 2, then you cannot map the edge that goes from 1 to 2 to the edge that goes from 4 to 5. It's already tangent.
Let me see if I understand the concept. So in traditional and calibrate theory, one thinks about, let's just do an example of this. I mean, talking about this in terms of this is some morphism, if I understand correctly, mapping. Just give me an example of what.
So in this case, what we are doing we are defining a category of graphs. So actually, graphs will be the objects of our categories, and the mapping I'm talking about are the right kind of structure preserving morphism you want to take. So the idea is, if you want to map a graph to another graph, what is the relevant structure that you want this mapping to preserve? So for instance, in the case of a group, then we know that a mapping has to be an homomorphism, because the relevant structure of the group is an operation. It's like the group multiplication and inverse. And we want mappings that preserve these operations, otherwise they don't make sense from the perspective of groups. So in this case, what is the relevant structure of the graph? Well, the relevant structure of the graph is just that each edge has a beginning and an end. Source and target.
Okay, but hold on a second. There's 2 different levels of what's going on here. I mean, there's the objects that exist in this category, and there's the actual sort of category theoretical layer, and then maybe higher order category theoretical layers that corresponds to I think we need to. Let me ask Jonathan, who understands more about what I at least understand, to he can comment on this. I'm getting super confused about what level of stuff we're talking about. I think we're talking about the construction of a category that is being constructed as a graph, as a category of graphs.
Yes.
Yet it seems like a lot of the structure of category theory operates at the level of talking about transformations within categories, between categories, and so on, which themselves are represented as graphs.
Yes, so yeah, exactly. There are 2 things. There's the category graph, which is the category that Fabrizio has been defining. There are also notions like the concept of a string diagram, which give you a combinatorial way of representing a category, in which you choose, so Fabrizio, correct me if I'm wrong, but so a string diagram, each vertex is a morphism, each edge is an object, and so it gives you a way to, given some arbitrary category, it gives you a way to it gives you a combinatorial representation of the entire.
Yeah, basically, yes, string diagram is like you are visualizing things, so let's say that points become lines and lines become points. Yes.
And that's just like a mathematical example. In the case of groups, in the case of you really want out of topology, but it will be better in something less.
If you take that direct graph you generate and you treat that as that's some category.
This thing,
I mean, any of the ones that you generate, that's not a category. As an object. I mean, the category, the thing above.
this thing we're talking
about as an object in the category. Like, yeah,
Yes.
but above you generated a thing that was supposed to be the category representation.
Yes, exactly.
Which had the identities and had the transitive closure. So if you take that object and you construct its view, you have vertices where the morphisms are, you have edges where the objects are. That would be a string diagram. Let's okay. So for helping you up there, just irreducibly, can we talk about categories of things other than graphs? Because if we
Yes.
Graphs. But the thing that you construct to the bottom, we don't know what that's a category of. That's just a category of object. And this is represented. So tell me, you can construct the string diagram.
So what I was trying to say before is that something here that we generally have function graph. Now the point is that this thing doesn't just come from graph. The point is that there is a relevant notion of characteristic graph that will be transported to a relevant notion of transformation in practice of a function. And this thing is self-controlled. So what I was trying to say is that the category graph has a pointer that goes to the category cap. So objects are categories in objects. So in the end, this, from the categorical point of view, says that, yeah, there is a very nice canonical way of doing categories out of graphs, and this canonical way behaves well with respect to how you transform graphs. That's basic.
Okay, and let's come back. So again, sorry, this functorial transformation between graphs and the categories of graphs. Did you say that was an adjoint?
Yes, there is an adjoint from graph to cat, and from graph to cat, you just create the category out of each graph, and in the other way around, you just forget that categories of graphs.
I'm just sad that it's been so many years with so much discomfort.
I mean, the cat is the category of categories.
Yes.
So we're already a little bit of deep water by the time we start off with. Let's just take, for example, talking about, let's say, functional programming. Something like that. Can we talk about a really elementary example? Yes. We can represent morphisms, functors, things like that.
Yes. So one easy example would be you have a category where your objects are types in your functional programming language, and your morphism.
Actually, in my life, we have a type of language. So, that's a truly helpful.
Yes. Category view is typically connected to type theory. So basically, everything is type.
So let's say we have a type of integers, and we might have a type that is something like an array. Presumably we have a base type, and we might have some constructors.
Yes, the constructors will be characterized as some other categories of things, so I will read them out for now. Because
so we've got a base type like integer.
Then you can have, for instance, list int, so lists of
Wait. Then I have a constructor. So
no, that's the point. List int is a type. List is a constructor. So list int is the constructor applied to the type. But if you want to describe list, then we'll need to talk about moments, and that's probably the next step. So yeah,
we have a type like that. We might have a type which we list the list.
Yes. And then basically the idea is that you also have functions using these types, and these are your morphisms.
So for example, I might have a function of an integer that returns its.
Yes, exactly.
I might have a function g of an integer that returns its.
Yes, and this will be of type. The first one will go from int to int, and the second one will go from int to list.
So this one here is characterized as having type.
Yes.
That changed.
It's very
And that,
difficult
okay.
to determine.
So we've got two constructors.
5 versus 5.
We've got
This is right at the end of the world.
the arrow constructor basically, and we've got the
Secrets and Spies, a nuclear game. Premieres June
Right.
2nd
Yes,
at
so
10 on
I understand why you say that arrow is a constructor, but
What do you do?
again, it depends on what level you do
This
things.
number.
You look at things, because we can say that F is just a morphism from image to image.
Check out.
And then you are basically saying actually image to image is a type, and that's true, obviously. But that depends on the fact that this particular category has a lot of nice machinery. So in particular, the fact that int to int is itself a type comes from the fact that the category is full monoidal syllables. But what it means is that basically you can consider that the morphisms between two objects in your category are themselves.
okay. So this mapping, a function returns something. That's the morphisms are the arrows. That's correct.
Yeah, the morphism, so the idea is that, the morphisms are the arrows from a type to another type. Yes. And then you agree that on each type you have an identity arrow, that is basically the morphism that does nothing. So for instance, you can go from int to int and you just return to the result.
Okay, so there's an identity morphism
For each type.
which will have the property that it is basically the identity, it's essentially something that just takes any type and returns that. It takes anything of that type. That's right, it takes anything of that type and returns.
So you have this thing, the idea is that for each type you will have a particular identity morphism. This is the equivalent of the loop doing.
Oh, I understand. So give me a practical example. So if for an integer, for example, is the identity morphism become back as the integer?
Yes.
Okay, so it is in fact an identity operation. Yes. It's not just that an integer comes back as another integer. It's the integer comes back as the same integer.
Yes.
It seems like everyone's a critic.
And then you see that we also have a notion of composition, namely if you have a function from A to B and one from B to C, you can just hide one into the other and get a function from A to C.
Okay, so hold on. So let me understand. So what you're saying is that F maps, if F events return and B events return also, then I can typically well say the F of the object returns something which is a list of so that's a list of I understand that thing, type signature is int goes to
Yes. And when you compose, you're basically, let's say, forgetting what's in the middle, when you're just saying that you go from int to this particular. So in this case, you see types are useful because they prevent you to compose tables of a similarity. You can compose it.
I'm the wrong person to try and say types because I understand that.
So, I understand that types can get in the way, especially when you want to do like custom typing or development.
I think we don't need to, the idea of types, I understand the idea of types, it's kind of the calculus of types. We come to experiments with it, it's not, we can argue about the relations to it, but I don't think that's the main point. I want to understand, maybe you can finally explain more clearly than I understood before, I think that's a helpful
Very hard.
Right. Okay, so what I'm understanding here, this is each one, tell me the terms here. So this
This
is,
is Jacob and Ronnie. If
well,
you
how would
have
you
an
describe
accident,
this?
call 844-24-JACOB.
That thing I would just not describe it at the moment because, as I said, to be able to speak about that thing categorically, you need more machinery. You have to say that the category is closed. And this means that if your category is closed, then I would say, oh, that's the type. But the point is that in general, let me give you this example. Suppose I have two topological spaces, okay? And I have continuous functions between them. I don't know if this is the right example, but no, because I'm trying to find a non-closed category. That's exactly the point. So,
I don't know.
but it's not. Yeah, but it's not closed. So the idea is that if I have two topological spaces and I have continuous functions between them, the set of continuous functions between these topological spaces is not set topological space. So that,
But I understand. If you talk about integers, the set of functions between integers is not itself an integer.
exactly, it's not itself an integer, but if you are looking at it from the point of view of sets, then it is a set. You can always say that function.
Okay, let me understand that. Let me understand what it's so if I say integer mapping, right, then that mapping in itself, in and of itself, is not an integer. I mean, of course, you could global number it, and then it would be an integer. Right?
Yes.
I don't know how that relates to anything, but assuming we're not doing computations, then that thing is an integer. Now, if you say there's a mapping from set to set,
Then you are a way to speak about an object. You can even do in what is your context. If those ins represent still working in the category of set, and you can say int is a set, int is a set, and the set of all functions between them is a set. So the point is that within the category of set, you have a way to represent that arrow as an object. While if your category is not the category of set, that arrow may not represent anything.
right? So if we believe that the universe is computational, we essentially have a category which we can that is, if everything is both the transformations and the objects in the representation. I mean, even in this case here, we could, basically, with Google numbering, we could represent that function from integers to integers as itself.
Yes, the point of Gödel numbering and the reason why this wouldn't precisely work in category theory is that these properties are always defined category theoretically as universal. So you want to say that there is one and only one way. Like category theory works up to canonical kind of stuff. And the Gödel numbering is not canonical. You can choose to do the Gödel numbering in another way.
I'm a little confused by that because in the case of sets, the kind of the representation of a set, your claim is that sort of, as soon as I say it's a set for a reaction sector, then there's only one way to represent this collection of things as a set.
Up to isomorphism.
So you can relabel the elements and things like that because
And you will always have a bijection between your representations. Yes.
Do you feel like you're going through life?
so
Talk to
by the way, I
California
didn't notice
psychics.
that we had Matthew on
Our
this.
trusted
Matthew
record
said that he
psychics
wanted to make
are
some comment
available
about
24/7.
to obviously
Things are like
it's
Spread.
all kinds of numbering and pairing functions and so on.
Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading.
So,
Experience the joy of certainty.
okay,
California
right,
psychics.
so
I am here.
Someone from
Okay.
Manhattan.
Did you want to make a comment on the statement that there's multiple markets by any function? Basically what the theory says.
No, I think not.
Okay, but so an understanding that this notion of a closed category is something where all the things that you operate on and this whole these mappings are themselves represented in the category.
So in arbitrage, like in general, in category theory, you can always say, I consider the set of morphisms between two objects. If your category is as an called an internal object or closed, then you can actually say there is an object within my category that represents this set.
Okay, so you're saying the main thing is there's a set of morphisms between objects, and the question is, can you represent those morphisms in that set? Can you represent that set as itself a member of the category?
Exactly. So an example of this would be vector spaces, because linear applications between vector spaces form themselves a vector space.
Okay, so wait a minute. That is saying vector spaces with particular operations mapping vector spaces to vector spaces.
What I'm saying is your category is vector spaces as objects and linear functions as morphisms between them.
Okay, so you're saying those linear functions can themselves be represented as vector spaces.
Yeah, you can always endow them with a notion with a vector space structure in a quite canonical way, because you can say the sum of these functions is defined by doing the sum pointwise in the target vector space.
But just to understand my world of expressions. So in my world, experts, expressions have some structure, they're objects. You can think of them as being some category. Now, meanwhile, the transformations between symbolic expressions are themselves symbolic expressions. So I can have, FFG of whatever. So
your category will be most likely those, or if you want to categorize this, you want to link those categories.
Right, okay, so this is an expression, and this transformation rule is also an expression.
Yes.
Okay. Alright. So what? Okay, so I have these categories, some of them are closed, some of them are not closed. You're saying the interesting ones tend to be closed, is that true?
No, not necessarily. For instance, being closed when you do homological kind of stuff, genetic kind of stuff is not that common.
Because that's the statement that in mathematics, in a symbolic language, functions, programs and data are the same kind of thing. I mean, you're saying being closed is basically programs and data are the same kind of thing.
Yeah, that's why this is at the heart of the Curry hour lambda isomorphism. Yes, precisely.
Okay.
It's because you can always consider like all the programs that carry you from A to B as that piece of data, and there is this.
Okay, all right. So that's the notion of closed category. So in the case of, for example, graphs, just to do the exercise, when you're talking about mapping between graphs, that mapping is probably itself representative.
Graph should be closed. You can correct me if it's not wrong. Yes. Yes, so it's closed.
So for graphs, when you say we have a mapping between graphs, we're saying basically we've got a graph, one of those graphs ahead of another graph, and the mapping between graphs takes vertices to vertices, for example.
Yes.
That itself can be represented as a graph. Let's say vertex A plus graph based vertex 2 with the same graph.
Yes, basically. I didn't work out the details, but yeah, the idea is that there is another graph that, let's say, faithfully represents this mapping between graphs. Yes.
Right. Okay. So in
Actually, another graph.
Depends what kind of macro you have. If you're saying, go ahead.
Sorry?
And officials who stuck in her skin.
I would say that the graph represented the magnitude of the grass is the grass you get by first multiplying the two graphs together,
Let's start with Walter.
so that now we have
East New York,
back
public
to show pairs of characteristics. The first one is the largest from the first graph, and the second one is the second graph, and so on. And then you need stuff that gets some stuff. So it's
I don't know if you asked this deliberately, knowing that
well, I'm not, I can see that there's a way of, okay, within reach to say that what this graph category is closed. It's obviously not within reach. You're telling me it's not within reach to say that the integer category, the category of integers and functions on integers is closed because we're not allowing really for using more or less in other words, programs equals data is clearly much more general than the things you normally think of as being data. Okay, so now I think I understand. I hope I understand. So we've got category of some kind of thing. We've got certain morphisms which are mappings from between objects in this category.
Yes, correct statement. And I think that the most important thing that needs to be said is that the same kind of thing can be categorized in different ways. The real question we should ask is, if I want to study, for instance, groups, what is the relevant kind of transformation between these groups? What group-like properties we want to preserve? This gives us a notion of morphism. And this gives us a definition of category. But then the idea is that there are examples of categories that are actually the same objects. One example, for instance, is topological spaces. I can say that I have a category where my objects are topological spaces and my morphisms are continuous functions. But I could also say, no, actually, my objects are topological spaces, but my functions are homotopy equivalent classes of continuous functions. So I'm considering deformations up to homotopy. And this will give me two very different categories, even if the objects are the same. And the reason is that I'm focusing on different kind of transformations. So that's the real power of category theory, is being able to say, isolate the kind of property you care about. So, for instance, each group is trivially also set, because like you throw away the group operations and the underlying thing to the group is a set. And a group homomorphism is always a function between sets. So you can also say that, well, actually, I can see groups as a subcategory of sets and study them there. But doing that, obviously, you are reducing the group-like properties. So the whole point of category theory is basically this, is to being able to find the right definitions that represent the things you care about. In fact, our work is like 80% of the time you use it just to define things, and 20% of the time you use it to prove things. Because when your definitions are the right ones, the proofs they will just follow, because they basically follow canonically from the definition. It's actually quite rare to have a really hard.
Right. That's why people don't use. I mean, people have written category theory packages for Mathematica, but they are mostly structured. It's not like you're doing. It's not like traditionally, my understanding is that in category theory that you're doing, non-trivial country computations. Country computations. That once, your statement is once you can write the thing in the formulas, once you can write something down in the formulas, everything is sort of like this.
Yes, basically, I think that's the whole purpose of category theory. Yes.
Okay, so I would claim that that right there is telling you that there's a great depth. Because, basically you're saying there's nothing computationally irreducible whatever gets done in category theory. Everything is on the surface of things that are essentially structural. And that means
Yes,
probably,
and even more importantly, the more you study category theory, the more you see that everything is everything else. This is the famous statement in category theory. Basically, in category theory, all the categories of tools we develop are amount just to reframe the same stuff from the different point of view. And so in the end, you say, okay, I have a set. What is a set? Well, it's a set, and it's a category, and it's also an unfunctor, and it's also a material object. There's a what, and that's what is super confusing, especially in the beginning. Everything is everything else. You say, I define limits, which are an important category of the concept. And you say, well, actually, limits are adjunctions. Actually, adjunctions are limits, and people, they start freaking out, saying, no, that, it feels like nothing is ever fixed. But the point is that every time you're just developing a new point, pretty much everything you already did up to that point.
okay, so let's try to let's take a couple of let's talk about groups for a second. So groups have elements, they can be defined in terms of, they have, the elements can be represented as products of generators, but there are different choices of generators that you can make for a group, still maintaining the particular relations, and different generators you have different relations, but it's still the same group, as you can determine by looking at homomorphisms between groups. So how do I think about that? In other words, in category theory, if I want to have a particular group, the group A4 or something, right? If I have that particular group, is that something that I talk about in category theory, or do I only talk about the set of all groups?
We can do it. So there are two main ways to think about groups in category theory. The first thing is a group is itself a category. And you can see a group as a category with only one object, and each morphism is basically a loop arrow on this object. And each one of these morphisms represents a group element. And then basically you require that for each one of these arrows there is also an inverse that goes the other way around, and that goes with it into the identity.
And why? Okay, now you question. Why is this polygon a thing that represents the first one? Why can't I think of these things as objects, these are elements of the group, right? And these arrows that correspond to the multiplication by generators, why can't they be called as objects?
Multiplication generators, well, you have to define composition.
Right? We do define composition. Composition is you multiply by this generator, and you multiply by this generator. You have to match elements together.
Yeah, but you don't have an arrow between those two elements.
So you're saying if I take off, and I say the Kaizen code.
Yes.
So if I take that graph and I make a very, very messy Kaizen closure graph,
Yes.
then what the heck am I doing? I mean, this is saying, so from any element, by the structure of the group, I can get to any other element, because by definition, by multiplying by enough generators, I can get to any other element.
Yes, that should be correct, yes.
Right, so this is a complete graph.
Okay.
Although the particular sequence of generators that I need to multiply by to get, the word problem is like, is there a particular sequence of generators?
Yes. And that will give you different arrows in that thing.
Right, so in what sense? Just to understand, is there anything, can category theory say anything useful about what is constructed, or is this just a sort of degenerate case or something that I might
I don't think in this case, on the nose, you can say anything particularly useful, but again, the point is always coming up with a clever definition. Usually, if you can say something useful, it's because you didn't define the category in the right way. It's actually very, very difficult to come up with meaningful examples on the spot.
Okay, let's talk about a case that the Curry Howard business. Because, we have, so for example, in our language, we would have something where we can make proof. Right? So we've got, well, let's do this. Let's do a very simple case. Let's pull up a random example. This would be the accent. Okay, so I don't know how we think about this categorically. But I could say perfectly well. I could say there's, so maybe you can explain to us that this now would be a representation of a proof. So this is a representation of proof. This is a representation of proof. So is there a way of understanding? So one thing I could think about is each one of these pieces here were maybe done from
Well, yeah, I mean, the Curry Howard isomorphism in the context of by equational proof is just stating that every proof has an associated proof function, and every proof function can be objected as a proof. So if you call phi equational proof, and instead of addressing the proof graph, you get a proof function, you get a symbolic piece of walking language code.
We'll let you respond for it.
So then you can run that. It should say true.
I just applied.
Yep.
That wasn't a very exciting function.
It's a pretty exciting function because it verifies that proof is actually correct. So my point is the direct fine equational proof interpretation of the Curry Howard isomorphism is that every symbolic proof has an associated proof function, and moreover, in a more surprising direction, that every symbolic piece of local language code has an interpretation as a proof function.
Is it the code itself or is it the execution of the code somehow? No, it's the code itself. So you're saying, I can imagine something where, I mean, this is where I get really confused. So let's say I write down something like this. What is its associated proof function? That thing just sits there.
Right. So in that case, you can treat that as being a proof that that particular the associated computation holds. That's a trivial interpretation. The evaluation f of g of x, y equal to z is that's evaluation terminates, and that expression that you just output is the proof of that predicate.
So if I type in something like this, let's say I type 2 plus 3 divided by
Absolutely. Thank you, Kim.
1
This
plus
confidence
6 plus 7.
earlier on the treasure.
So that case will show me the sequence of operations that took place to get things done. Is that relevant, Jennifer? Should I think of that as, I mean, is that the...
lemmas that come that particular evaluation term.
Okay, so what is the Curry Howard?
Like I said, I mean, in the Fabrizio probably has a general interpretation that there are all kinds of formulations in some of these other type proofs, right? But the direct fine equational proof formulation is exactly that every proof object has an associated proof function, and that every piece of code can be interpreted as a proof object.
Every piece of code can be interpreted as a proof function. So that proof is the proof that, so when every piece of code, the proof, but every piece of code will have an input and will have an output. I say 2 plus 6 and it will, whoops, an input side. I could say something like 2 plus 2 and it will come out. So are you saying that when you say a piece of code, you mean the code 2 plus 2 has the sort of proof 2 plus 2 is 4? Is that right?
Right.
Okay, so then you're saying, in the language of sort of some category theory, you might be saying 2 plus 2 is transformed to 4. Right?
The reason why it's difficult to understand this way is because you are thinking about terms without thinking about types. So,
So thinking in terms of like a type paradigm would be much clearer.
yes.
Okay, so Callie, can you do
I mean, I'm not claiming to speak for a particular. So mine, and I think there are different ways of looking at it. My understanding is that people sort of compile or run the program, then the fact that you're able to do that is sort of like a witness to the types making sense, and that corresponds in a way to a proof about the types. Is that roughly right, Kyle? I'm not an expert, that was my intuition.
Well, so if you're proving some arbitrary theorem, the statement is that the proof of that theorem is equivalent to the statement that the execution of the program yields the result of a particular type. And so in the case of a proof function here, where I give you numbers of a proof function, you can think of it as the possible outcomes of a proof function have two types so that the user is
Let's say that if you want to prove a theorem, okay, so you want to say, basically what you have is a statement that says type of hypothesis implies type of thesis. And the idea is that basically this implication is telling you that as soon as you can produce something of type hypothesis, then you can produce something of type thesis. And here we are saying that this corresponds to a function or a functional program that goes from hypothesis to thesis. And now hypothesis and thesis correspond to type structures. So, yeah.
So this is very abstract way of putting it. Maybe we could say something like, you can embed a sort of truth in a program in a particular way, such as if you're able to run the program, you kind of verify the truth. Is that correct? Or is that not right?
Well, I mean, basically carry our correspondence, yeah, if you have a program that proves something and that compiles, then you can say that that is a proof as long as
the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com.
You learn how to prove things in the classical way, like how analyzing of user really works. Proving something is to trust the weakness of the truth.
Right, exactly.
So demonstrating that a particular type is inhabited. But in this particular case, yes, if you interpret true false as being elementary types, it really effectively is true function. Then the outcome of the true function is exactly demonstrating this particular type. In this case, true that it is inhabited.
You can have some more complex, like those two types.
Right. So we're held back by the fact that we don't have a natural type structure.
Something like the space function probably outline before that something actually really close to this type of our thinking, because also something that is really interpretation with some possible validation. So the computations, really no validation is there. Like, from a logical standpoint, you have terms which are like selective expression, and you want to get a differential, like the Eurozone statement of the theorem, for example. And the way you do this is to construct a quickly, natural rule, and these things
which is what it's saying is exactly how finding works works in finance. So what it's doing is it's taking some arbitrary abstract pre-registers, applying arithmetic completions to it, and then it's applying those completed rules to the left and right outside of the input. Added things that into a both sides combination of the whole.
To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313.
It's so helpful for me, and maybe you can just like just a real simple example that just illustrates this correspondence connection. Like, this function from integers, from an argument of a list of integers and
practicing around this, and find an inhabitant of that time is a exercise of proof or verification or proof about something else. Just like one example would be really helpful, because in a way, abstraction is not that interesting to me, and it's kind of like be grounded in an intuitive example.
Why is the proof function example not a reasonable example?
Well, let's have a simple version. We have a really simple version of that. So
You can do like find equation of proof A equals C, like A equals B equals C.
find a version of proof
Like A equals C. Given the list A equals B equals C.
Give it a try. A couple of ways to sign up. Go to our website.
And then what I say, I want for that is the proof function.
Page that says sign up. Click that, and you're in. The other way is to download the Coast to Coast data app.
So ignore the variables, those are kind of ugly, right? So it's starting with actions 1 and 2, so we have A equals B equals C. And we have a hypothesis, A equals C. And then we're doing a map out which says B goes to A.
Can you slow down a bit?
Okay, sorry. So we have two axioms, A equals B equals C. And we have a hypothesis,
To explain how insulin management.
and then
So this is a function of no arguments, just before we get to that.
yes, yeah, exactly. All proof functions are completely argument free.
Okay.
And then I mean, you could treat the hypothesis as being an argument if you want to, but that's not how we represent it.
Can you orient how we're supposed to interpret this function? Like what do you leading us towards in understanding this particular function?
So if you take the proof object here and you request its data, if you request the proof data set. Okay, so here's a data set representation of that. So yeah, so here you can see we're starting from those two axioms, A equals B equals C, trying to prove this hypothesis A equals C. Then there's only one non-trivial step here, which is that you have to say non-trivial in a generalized sense. So to deduce the A equals C, you take the input of axiom 2, and at position 1, you apply axiom 1, and then if you expand out that will prove this. Then you can see that axiom 1 in orientation 1, which means left to right, becomes the replacement operation B goes to A. The axiom 1 is B equals to A. And then you get the output is also applying that transformation, you get the output expression A equals C. The point of the proof function is you don't have to take my equation to work for it if you don't want to. You can represent that purely in terms of that replace operation. And then just run the proof to get
So let me just frame this in a certain way. So what this is trying to prove, this is trying to say that you can deduce A equals C just by using these axioms. That there exists a purely substitutional way of getting A equals C by just substituting with these axioms. You don't have to do anything, you don't have to know Fermat's last theorem, and anything like that. All you have to know is the structure, how to replace them in that.
But yeah, mainly yes. But you can
University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for
So
deciding
by
to
constructing
to
these,
get a
so
bachelor's degree,
to my
credit for
mind, what
managing
you're
3
doing,
kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time
you're
job,
neutralizing
pursuing a BA.
capital.
Students at UMGC can use
You know,
prior
you're
learning
taking
or
something
work
that's really a
experience
pattern
to earn up to
variable,
90 credits
a,
for a bachelor's.
you know,
And graduate
a
students
bound
can transfer
variable,
up to 12 credits toward their master's.
pattern
Plus,
variable,
get your application fee waived
and
May
you're
31st.
saying you're
Flexible
turning,
online
you're
and
saying
hybrid
that pattern
assistance.
variable is
Learn
now
more at
equal to
umgc.edu. Certified to operate
That's
with
one
GWG.
operation you're doing. And you're doing purely, so that's a substitution operation. Now, what other operations do you do?
you're allowed to remove the operations of the lambda calculus. So like taking pairs of the two objects. Basically in Y you can consider pairing of X and Y.
By pairing, you mean lambda x, lambda y. What do you mean?
I mean, like parentheses X, comma, Y, parentheses. Yes.
How do you construct that?
You mean the data structure like a tuple? Or
Yes, taking couples is a
But how do you do that with lambda? So are you doing that with lambda by saying something like this? By like,
If you're sick and tired of being sick,
again, we are using type lambda calculus. In untyped lambda calculus, we will basically be yes.
Or call 1-855-949-radio. That's
How do you make, okay, this is a math question, nobody knows. How do you make tuples in the lambda calculus?
There are actually many ways to make tuples in lambda calculus.
What is one of them?
The basic idea in untyped lambda calculus is you simply use a function that takes the input that it basically chooses between two different things. So the function then it's basically the idea of like a conditional. So you have something like a conditional, and then you feed it the input chooses between one of those two things. You can put that conditional expression as being a tuple.
So it's not purely structural. That has to be
Well, yeah, but in lambda calculus, it's like in lambda calculus, everything is a function. So the tuple is a function.
Yes.
Because in lambda calculus, you only have one type, right? So obviously, like if you take tuples, the tuples will have to be of that type, and so yeah, you can create it in this way. But the reason why I say there isn't a real way to do so is because it doesn't even make much sense to consider that. Like type lambda calculus has a type. So the idea is that if I have something of type A and something of type B, I want to be able to consider A something, they are pairing as having type A times B. But if I ever
that's a specific type construction, making tuples like that, right?
Yes.
Once you have that, I mean, that's what we want to get the base types.
you need to have this for each possible couple of times, yes. You have to.
So in type, construction of type, in the type lambda calculus, you both have the idea that a particular lambda of one type can return a lambda of another type. And you have this idea of making tuples. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any other ideas? I mean,
Yeah, you also require two basic types, which are the unit type, which is a type with only one term. It's the type 2. And I think you also require to have the type 4, which is the type that is not inhabited, because it doesn't have anything.
When you say the type true is inhabited, you're saying that type is just that something exists there. Is that right? Is that what the type is just a type that says this is an inhabited type as in something exists of this type? Is that right?
Yeah, the type true has exactly one term that is true. That basically means the truth. There is no other way to, it's a type with only one thing in it.
Sorry, just about your previous question, isn't the Cartesian product of lambda calculus, isn't it just lambda AB function dot function AB?
Yes, I presume, yes.
Yeah.
When you translate that into open language, I don't know what would that be?
Just the dot of lambda calculus.
You mean, which is just the dot is the syntactic form that separates the bound variables from the body. Right. Okay, so what is that in our case? Are you saying that the thing will be function of x, function of y, what? Some constant. So that's a representation of, I don't understand. That's got two bound variables, but only one variable. And in lambda calculus, that would be lambda A, lambda B, dot, what? I mean, one is the parent a way to extract it to a complex. So using another type.
way to encode a pair without editing these like suggested, and then under projection. And then to access the first and second term of the pair, you use the projection. Yeah, you can't just do like lambda pair dot pair or lambda AB dot whatever, dot whichever way you want.
You mean you have an explicit function?
Did I look this up? I'm pretty sure that's kind of but pretty sure that's not using project.
Just to kind of get some clarity, one of the things we thought we figured out a little bit about how our physics majors might relate to category theory, but I think we're still here worrying about, getting a framing of how you guys think about category theory, how don't you think about category theory, and that's which I think is still a challenge.
Can I present? So this is not really like practicing. I'm interested in category theory. But my kind of sense of what the value of category theory is not so much in producing any kind of particular calculational result, or sort of like tell you something deep and interesting about a subject of a very detailed area of mathematics that you knew well. It is rather the kind of like the sort of setting to notice and understand that a lot of the kinds of processes that go on in one area of mathematics are the same kind of processes that go on in other areas of mathematics if you choose the right abstractions. So in other words, there's sort of like metaphorical things going on all over different areas of math, but when set in the right language, are identical. And it's not just that they like each other, but there's a very precise sense in which they're the same. And category theory brings out that latent structure that is there everywhere. And so it's a sense, in a sense it's an abstraction. It's a kind of like effort to bring formalized sort of abstract procedures that are being used in places and kind of bring them to create a common language to understand them and talk about them, and point out all the different areas where they happen. And there might be many ways that you can do that. So one is that like you can talk in a way that people will know what you mean. You can talk about this abstract procedure like a colon or something. People will know what that is, independent of a particular instantiation of that in an area of mathematics. So that's one thing. Another thing that you can do is that you can be inspired to try new things in a particular area, because they're kind of like natural things to try when you've been educated in all sort of categorical tricks that people use. So it's a kind of tool for thought, to frame, to look at the kinds of mathematics, to unify certain parts of them, to think precisely about structure, or create structures and structures. And so in that sense, it's like it's not quite, it might not have its own content really, or it does, but it's really about abstraction for its own sake. And it can be valuable, right?
That's to my understanding. To give an analogy, in the original invention of logic, that could be thought of in the same kind of way. People had all these different arguments about, this could be followed from this and so on and so on and so on. And then Aristotle invented essentially one of all these different specific kinds of arguments about, going to war or eating different foods or something, and said all these kinds of arguments fit into this pattern that corresponds to, let's say, syllogistic logic. And what you're saying is there's an analogous thing that you're doing for forms of argument or structures of construction.
Yeah, like products. Like what is a product? It's a very general thing. But it turns out like with all kinds of different products, you find that cases whether it's products of sets or functions or vector spaces or whatever. But actually, if you see them in a categorical sense, they're all the same. They have a very particular structure.
Okay. I can give you a very simple example of how this works. Like, you can basically do the products of sets and topological spaces and groups and whatever you want. And every time you want to define a way to do it. But if you want to abstract, what is the real idea behind a product? The essence of a product is that if you give me two objects of any sort, the product should have first a couple of projection functions. So I should be able to go from the products to the two components in some way. And the second essence is that if I give you a function to the first component and a function to the second component, then there should be exactly one unique way to take these two bits and to go to a product, which is what we usually do in set theory by saying we define these things componentally. So we say F product G is defined on X as F of X G of X. But in the essence, basically is that I can take these things and package them all together into a diagram that I will show you.
And by the way, that's a universal comment. Like a lot of the stuff, a lot of the kind of like mental work is just looking at diagrams and saying this diagram means.
You see this?
Yes.
So it is that if you give me A and B, the product should be an A times B thing, so that I have these two projections. And more importantly, every time I give you an F and a G from some C, there is exactly a unique way to lift this to the product. And we do this by components. But this thing is packaged categorically in the notion of limit. And at that point, I'm able to say I have a unique tool, and I am able to say, oh, actually, this very weird construction in this super weird category is exactly the right notion of the product in this context, because it satisfies this diagram. So in this sense, now I'm able to link a very complicated thing in some category with a very simple thing like product of sets, by saying these are exactly the same thing in these two different contexts.
Right, okay, so let's take an example here that would be, there are two different approaches that I can imagine, and how we'll achieve that for this.
So, sorry, just before you go on, can I just state a slight disagreement with the idea that I think that category theory is kind of purely bureaucratic from the point of view of that project. There are at least 5 areas where I think it might actually have significant things, like non-trivial things to say about the nature of art.
That's a lot of it.
Right.
Great, I mean, so the non-bureaucratic aspect of category theory is the mechanics of these diagrams and so on, is that correct? It's things you do with these diagrams. Now, I mean, what's the non-bureaucratic aspect of category?
Non-bureaucratic aspect of category theory is that I can define things in a category, I can distill it to abstract things, and then I can transfer them over to other categories. That's the most important thing. Because imagine I have a category that has products, and the definition of products is completely open, something horrendous you would never ever think about in your life. I would never go looking for this thing and discover that maybe it's valuable in some way if I didn't have this abstract definition first.
Right, so for example, Jonathan, I mean, the fact that we are looking for things like black holes and branchial space, where, it starts off being looking at black holes in physical space, but we have essentially a mathematical structure for branchial space that's similar to our own physical space. So the obvious question is what's eventualizing branchial space?
Well, that's a very simple, straightforward example of obvious lifting from the concept of a space-time causal graph to the concept of a multi-vector graph. But so, for instance, one very general thing that I was interested in asking Fabrizio about is, one general problem that we have, that we've encountered many times in the study of these forms, is the notion of going between sort of representations and reality, so to speak, right? So if you take a space-time causal graph, our idea is that it represents it's a representation, it's a skeletonized version of the conformal structure of some Lorentzian manifold, the idea of now, category theory has developed this whole machinery of interactive duality, interactive formalism, which is this generalized way of using the enriched DNA device to go from representations of an object to the object itself and back again. And so one question I think is obviously worth posing is there a possibility to make use of a kind of interactive formalism to translate between things like the space-time causal graph and the ratio manifold. So if we can, then as you correctly say, that will immediately give us insight into what the continuum is in something like the multi-rate causal graph.
I may be wrong, but wouldn't Roger
Yes, yeah. So the Penrose's differential topological technique for developing studying Lorentzian manifolds. A combinatorial representation of those of that structure is exactly what the causal network is. So Penrose's differential topology methods give you the notion of causal precedence, homological precedence, and horismus for any space-time event. It turns out each of those is just a partial order. You can construct the transfer production, the Hasse diagram for that, and you get an So then there's in differential topology there's a technique which allows you to go from that combinatorial structure to the actual Lorentzian manifold and so one obvious question is, can we represent that as something actually duality, and if so, can we generalize it to this higher
Well, the right way to do it categorically, I think, would be that, as you say, Penrose is the process for each manifold, and so you are basically, I think you can get a function that goes from the category of space-time differential manifolds, whatever you represent the space, to the category of process. What you want is a category that are actually more structured than the category of process, because you want to include some combinatorial information of some sort. You want to make sure that all the candidates and your combinatorial functions and then what you want to do is that you want an adjunction between the category in which you represent space-times and the category in which this manifolds, these combinatorial structures. And if you have an adjunction, that basically means that, yeah, you can go back and forth.
People always ask us why Sensor has so many different kinds of primers.
It's
because for over 175
that's an interesting point, and it's probably why I asked about the junctions earlier. So I'm aware that it's something that's like you've done with Petrinex, right? So the fact that you get an adjunction between, say, a Petrinex and a symmetric category, that actually can't be some ways, right? That removes some nice categories from the Petrinex representation.
I mean, the problem there is a bit more delicate, and it's mainly that a Petrinex doesn't, in a Petrinex representation, doesn't really distinguish in the order of inputs. Positions are defined as applications and not systems. So the idea is that if a transition takes a token from A and a token from B, or a token from B and a token from A, the exact same thing. It's a graph, you can permute the places and then while in a symmetrical category, actually your morphisms distinguish between possible orders of tokens. So you have to say, actually this morphism takes token from A and the token from B, and this is different than saying token from B. In practice, what I'm trying to say is that Petrinex are defined using multisets, which are unordered lists, while symmetrical categories are defined by using lists, strings of things which are ordered. And so a lot of people have tried to prove the correspondence between these two things, because it really feels like the Petrinex presents the SNC in some way. But because you have this difference that in one case things are not ordered and the other one that they are, you basically do a lot of weird stuff with it work. And by saying that to make it work is finding an adjunction. And the reason, this actually harms you when you look at practice, implementation and stuff, but that's because you are trying to get an adjunction between two things that look like very similar, but they are actually not similar enough, so that this adjunction does something. By the way, we fixed this problem. I'm in the process of writing a video with Rabbi Rothschild about this. So we found a more, relaxed version of Petrinex in general-based Petrinex as an adjunction with symmetrical categories that works well, and it also has adjunction with all the other flavors of Petrinex that have been considered in the literature. This becomes this piece that makes now everything consistent and working quite well.
Rothschild offers $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at Club. More savings,
so the
more
calorie
and
don't
simpler
have to be
flavors
strict.
make Kroger worth it every time.
Yes,
Kroger,
usually
fresh
again,
for everyone.
different literature, all this stuff, the company is always strict. The reason why they are always strict is because we really don't want to, I mean, concurrency doesn't, it doesn't have any order. If I say transition T, U, and D fire at the same time, it doesn't make any sense to say U and D fire and then W fires, or vice versa. So in this sense, you are not a bit I think it's probably the only undisputed point at the moment in the whole technical literature category here in my
I was going to say something. This is one of the things that does actually concern me about this, because I'm very enthusiastic about using some kind of active forms to go from our representations to the actual geometric structures that this is representing. One of the things that does concern me is, so for instance, at a trivial level, our hypergraph they are unordered lists of ordered lists. They suffer from exactly the problem you were saying. So it does concern me a little bit if we define, say, an adjunction between the hypergraph and some Riemannian manifold, whether we're in exactly the same way as you were in the case, whether you're actually going to be using some information doing that, and that the thing we think is the object that it's representing, like the Riemannian manifold, actually isn't quite close enough to the actual object.
Lacks of ordering as an action of something. So you basically say, I don't just have a Riemannian manifold, but I have a Riemannian manifold with some action on top of it that somehow produce stuff. So the idea is that when you link your hypergraph and the spin, the action is taking care of sorting and doing the duty about unload possible orderings without you having to do it. The other ways that obviously you can either relax or meet your requirements, so like my hypergraphs are actually hypergraphs with something, or my manifolds are not exactly Riemannian, but they are Riemannian plus something. This really is the fine tuning that depends on your problem. But in general, you which is actually, I think, library of over 350,000 titles. Always say, I have a fresh variable that can rename a variable with other thing and nothing ever changes. The problem is that this is way more difficult to do formal verification and stuff. And basically, people started thinking about a machinery, a type theory that automatically instructing all these possible substitution business. And so instead of basically saying, oh yeah, there's alpha equivalence, but you never explicitly model it in your organism, you actually say, okay, I'm actually considering now not just sets of variables, but sets with permutation actions on top of them, in a way so that every variable remaining just amounts to, pick, press a button, apply this action to the set, and this thing automatically reverberates to the whole theory. So that's probably I don't know your problem, and I'm for sure not expecting geometry, differential topology, and this. But yes, I would say that with actions and actions in general, really stuff that you
during the time that you were performing spinal surgery on any patient.
I don't understand the first one. For example, in our system, cabinets are often totally in order. But for instance, we have in our multi-way graphs, we're also dealing with, we're dealing with also another so for context, I mean, Petronet was originally invented, as I understand it, as a kind of mathematical idealization of things like chemical reactions. So you can have, various different things coming in, and you have, this type of molecule interacts with this type of molecule to produce this type of molecule. All those interactions can happen in synchronous. And you're asking the question that you're moving, the count of this number of, the A type of molecule, the B type of molecule, turns into a C type of molecule, and so on. I mean, so then, I guess I've always found it difficult to understand. Maybe you guys now have a better way to think about what the Petronet actually is. But it's always struck me as being this thing that has too many definitions to sound convincing. Got too many different pieces of acceptance. I mean, it's not like a finite certainty. It's very easy to description of a finite certainty. Petronet is like, you've got these uncertainties, you've got these states, you've got these tokens.
I see your project spoke with research in Japan a couple of years ago.
You're listening to Coast to Coast
and she was doing research in common theory, and she told me basically what you're telling me now is she really didn't like Petronet because the reason the topological uniformity, like you have places and transitions that are different step sequences in some way. While in finite state machine,
Father's Day is right around the corner, and that
so you actually can think about
that's what Dad's like,
transforming
and you
state
probably
machines
will too.
as transforming
And you get
graphs.
no better steaks than with Omaha
Petronet is
steaks.
obviously more.
Great memories, the world's best
I think that
natural
the
aged,
main
the ultimate
difference
tenderness, juiciness, and
in
flavor.
candidates
The Omaha steaks knows
that
exactly
you can
what
see
the
them as a
kid wants,
population of
that steaks.
resources.
And this Father's Day,
They are
man,
really
experience that
able
allows
to,
you
like, the finite state machine is basically telling you which state you are in
to be
and
thankful.
what you can do.
Order now and
in that
send
state.
Dad unforgettable
While
gift
in
package
a
and start
Petronet,
at just
you
$89
actually know how many resources of each type
steaks.
you have. So for instance, in that page, I think it's the one
George.
there,
You get an
you
exclusive
can
steak.
interpret this diagram
Shop for
as
unforgettable
yeah,
gifts that
a
are guaranteed
resource
to
of
make
type
Dad's day
T1,
because
two resources of
there's
type
one thing
T3,
Omaha steaks
and one
knows is they
resource
know
of
well.
type T4.
It's that
This
Don
can
Dad's
be
one
one
steak.
T3 and T4.
That's OmahaSteak.com and promo code George at checkout to save on exclusive packages.
Two
OmahaSteaks.com.
hydrogens and whatever, and then these positions are telling you why all these things are
So let me ask you an question. So this is a string rewrite system.
okay.
And this is a trivial string rewrite system. I just replacing VA goes to A. If I were to take these string items, I would make these strings musical. So these strings are not ordered, they don't have constellation. Do I actually have a Petronet here? That is, in other words, do I have, okay, so what we've defined is a thing that says, in this particular case, it's saying VA goes to A. Right? We have, so I'm trying to understand, the way it's done, these states, are these states like the places in the past? And are these events like the activities in the past? In what sense is this? This is string rewrite. But also very basic. How does string rewrite?
So whatever direction you want to take your life,
Not
experience the joy of certainty.
systems, but
California
from a theoretical point of view, I think you can identify a family of languages that are parsed by the string rewrite system, right? So you can.
Yes, but that's not the most useful. I mean, any language, if you have, I mean, there's a hierarchy of different kinds of string rewrites. If you allow arbitrary string rewrites, so that's an acceptable. That's not what a Petronet is doing. It's not an acceptable. Petronet is a transformation, not an acceptable. I mean, language parsing is usually saying there's a set of possible inputs.
He's the
Which
longest
ones
artist
give
and
clue
residence
they
in the
are
Low
some of what
Mansion
they
in Crystal Lake,
But
Illinois.
you can also phrase
He's the official
actions
flag breeder at the luxurious Maxwell Mansion in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Both are historic buildings and are Joe, welcome back. How have you been?
So if you can parse every language that existed, then
But we're not thinking this is a pulse, we're thinking this is a generator. Much more like a pulse. We're saying you feed in 3Ds and 2As. And in this particular case, and Jonathan or somebody maybe we could figure out how to do something where it only matters what the number of A's is instead of using
Without having global events, so that there is
so
you can't know how many A's there are in a string unless your event takes up the whole string.
fair enough. But there's undoubtedly a way to think about it. I mean, it isn't a stimulate system, it's something else that can do this thing with counters. Well, why couldn't we have an overlay system that does exactly what this country does?
It would be absolutely true. It would just be, so right now our threshold for an event application is pattern matching. If we also had a threshold that was effectively pattern matching plus a minimum number of tokens having been accumulated in a particular region, then that would be fairly straightforward to say.
But why are we thinking about pattern matching? Why is it not just this thing? I'm just trying to understand, because there's a difference, one big difference between the system we're dealing with and systems, other systems people are talking about, is in our systems, we say, well, there are these string rates and so on, but we say this happens 10 to the 100 times. Whereas, somebody's doing a petri net is representing some, particular thing that's happening in a blockchain, or some such other thing. You say this is a representation where every node in that diagram means something. Whereas what we're saying is there might be 10 to the 100 nodes, and all they mean is they're different atoms of space. Each one doesn't have its own, life and time. That made sense. Whereas I think with petri matching, okay, when you use petri nets, do you use them in bulk? Like, do you have a petri net with a million entries in it? Or is that not the kind of thing you think about?
no, especially in papers at the moment, we are not thinking about them in this way. This is what people in chemistry do. And you get very quickly to what are called stochastic patterns. So what you can do is, if you're a pattern and you have a lot of tokens, like millions of tokens here, and you are not really interested anymore in one precise marking. So what you do is that instead of talking about tokens, you are talking concentrations.
Sure, so you tell real numbers, you spend these entries in real numbers.
And then basically a pattern will give you some sort of dynamical system. So
No, it's just a differential equation. It is a map of differential equation.
well, what we do in statements, for instance, is different because we are actually representing three non-deterministic processes. So, for instance, our pattern may represent the ticketing process that someone has to go through. So there will be static ways where there's a token that needs nothing happened yet, and then there is a transition that's by ticket, and then there's another one that says ticket, whatever. And then the idea that for each new user, you just instantiate a new pattern, which will keep track of the status of the ticket that I'm using. So for instance, while working with this ticketing company, the idea is that we define a pattern that represents the life cycle of one ticket, and then if they have to sell, let's say, 50,000 tickets, then they usually create 50,000 instances of this pattern. So each one represents the stage that particular ticket.
It's a modern version. It's one of a variety of kinds of systems that you can use to represent these kinds of processes that happen. And presumably, the importance is you can potentially make proofs on the basis of that structure.
Yeah, the advantage is that this company uses our system as a field. So the idea is that if your ticket is the status used, it cannot be resolved. isn't any transition out of the current place. So in this sense, this gives you a very disciplined way of knowing which actions are possible in each state.
So let's imagine that you had something like a country map that represented the process of all events that happen in physical history of the universe. Which is not the kind of process, because in your process, and by the way, I want to say that I think conceptually it's very similar to what happened in the creation of our general knowledge. So I think in your country match, when you think about country match, every place, every transition in the country match has a name. That is, it's doing something meaningful for you. It's a ticket is being shot, or a person is, getting on the train, or whatever else. It means something. Right? So similarly, for me, thinking about symbolic expressions, when I write down a symbolic expression, I expect that every piece of that symbolic expression means something. It's not just an arbitrary F, it's an F. It's not just a thing in the name F. But it could be a plus, it could be a this, it could be that. It means something. So the main feature of this model of physics is that we are using the structure of essentially symbolic expressions, but they mean absolutely nothing. In other words, every piece of, every element in the expression that represents the universe is just an atom of space, and it might be 10 to the 400 and they don't mean anything as such. Right? But nevertheless, we've got, we're thinking about the same kinds of mathematical structures of process, where we're saying, this atom of space has to be created before this atom of space, those kinds of things. But the atoms of space don't have, it's not the case that one of them is the place where Bob lives, and another one is the place where Jim lives, or something. They're just arbitrary atoms of space. Right? So in other words, and I think, the thing that I'm curious about is my plan, and maybe totally incorrect, both with respect to something like and with respect to categories, that the potential use, what our model is doing is taking the structure of one of these things in a way that is completely devoid of meaning. So, for example, when you write down one of your sequences of morphisms in the cache, right? Every morphism means something. You're not just saying it's an arbitrary structural morphism. You're saying this morphism is a mapping from vector space to vector space. It's not just, they're not disembodied things.
But once you have the category, then that category can be used as a definition of the morphism.
Yes.
So I think it's actually the same as what we're doing, right? It's the same with country maps. Right? So as long as if you know the arcs, if you know the places, and you know the flow relations, then it doesn't actually matter what the individual objects are called. What matters is the combinatorial structure of the category.
Yes, but it's a practical matter that people are thinking about this. The category map,
the fact that they put things like P1, T1, P2, and so on.
I know, but that's the use case, right? I mean, it's just like, if you said to me, just imagine in your language that you're dealing with expressions that mean absolutely nothing. You're just structurally flowing around, disembodied expressions where every function is a function. I would say, what use is that? Now we're going to use it for anything, right? It's because it's just this, but yet, that's the basis for our model of physics. In other words, it might not be what we think about, and so I'm just trying to get the mindset of thinking about things like category theory as a purely structural thing. So you're talking about category theory as a way to understand the correspondence between, something in differential topology and something in,
Okay, I get what you mean. I think probably one thing we could try to dive into a bit is the construction. The easiest thing ever. It's exactly a way to basically take some semantic information and making it clear. So basically you start with things that are new and somehow you compile and embed this meaning to something which is actually creating these may be
Let's try, let me just try it all, just a number of times. So one of the things that we have thought about is, okay, let's just go through it. So this multi-way graph, we just comment. So this,
Yeah, obviously, totally true. There's a one-to-one correspondence between execution semantics, but
highly trivial.
So actually, I mean, by definition, it's just not deterministic because you have multiple transitions in the file.
I see.
So in general, you define
Dependent evolutions are virtuous.
Yes, right. But in practice, people define execution semantics to prevent the other troubles. Exactly like we do with a selection function or another.
So let's say, just to make sure we understand what a multi-way system is. That's going to be without that. Okay, so a multi-way system just says where we have some transformation. And what this is saying is you apply that transformation wherever you can. Okay? So you can think of this, for example, this is a, you can also think of this as a proof. This is the proof that BBAA is equivalent to AABB with the rule that BA is equal to AB. But there's a proof, and the proof, we can say a particular proof will be some path through here that leads from the input to the output. Yes. And so this is, so that's our multi-way system, and in our world, I guess we have to anything else, but this is a structural object. And so what, one question would be, okay, so that's one. Next level is the evolution of that straw. So this is saying, this is dual, what this is doing is it's saying, for every one of these transitions from this state to this state, that happens by virtue of an event. That event says, this is the BA we're realizing as A. In this case, there are two BAs that we could rewrite as A. They're in different places. Sometimes there will be a merging of those out. Right? So in this particular case, this is a confluent rewrite system. So even though there are many branches, we always converge.
Yeah, they always share. That's not always the case.
That's correct. That's correct. It might be the case in physics. It's quite significant as the case in physics. But it happens to lead to special relativity and to the quantum objectivity of all kinds of other important things in physics. That's irrelevant to this. So the first thing that one might think of is, insofar as this picture here should be thought of as related to an actual diagram of morphisms in a category. That is, we can think of these states presumably as a category. And we could think about these transitions between states as morphisms.
Yes, that's correct. And at the moment, if your system is one, your category will be a post and there is at most one morphism between.
You could say it's
Obviously, if you have more than one way to go from answer to the other, and you don't want to, let's say, identify that,
And the notions like confidence and order variance can be interpreted in terms of states. Yes. Right. The statement of global confidence is effectively a statement where every code knows associated with it.
What is a code? Is it right code or is it completely opposite?
No, it's something completely.
Are you sure it's different?
Yes. I mean, I don't see any immediate correspondence between like
I also think that
How do you see codes in this case? Like, what are the things in the code?
well, so if you have, so for instance, again, this is kind of a bad example. If you have those things, I'll see if I can construct one in this way. I can't speak and do a construction at the same time. But so obviously, my understanding of the code is you have some object n, and then you have some family of morphisms.
Yes, it's literally a code. You have a diagram here in your category, and you have another object in the category with a lot of morphism that go to each thing so that
Exactly. And so my understanding is that the code is the dual version of that. The reverse of the arrows you get code. So anytime you get a bifurcation in one of our multiple systems, I think you can represent that in terms of the existence of the code. Right? Because the predecessor element is the common element to which you're applying family morphisms. And then as long as there exists an associated code, then you're saying that eventually that bifurcation will eventually work.
And what is the difference between that and our family entanglement things? Isn't it exactly the same thing?
It's certainly related. It's certainly related. The main distinction being with an entanglement code, just like with a light code, you have to effectively pick a focus, pick a direction, and to orient it. Whereas the category genetic notion of code is in this context is purely combinatorial. So it should be.
Well, it's a geodesic. Yes. You're just going a certain number of morphisms down.
Well, you're going one morphism down.
The problem in these examples that I understand you can say every time I have a bifurcation, I can represent this as code, but I don't know if then these codes will compose in the way you want. And in particular, it's difficult for me to see that it's like your base category changes all the time.
Why is the base category not category?
Well, it can be, but then, like, what are the morphisms between strings and how? I mean,
It's this function. It's this thing that says.
yeah, but that I understand, but then I don't understand why some other thing has to be taken to be the tip of the code. Like, I don't really understand how you distinguish codes in this set.
Let me ask this question. So maybe we shouldn't go to code, but if I ask the question, for this graph, right, in order to make this a valid category theorem, is it the case that I have to do transitive code to make this be a valid category theorem diagram?
Again, it really depends on what you want to capture. In this case, it feels to me that each arrow in this graph represents just composing with a morphism. So actually, you don't want to take transitive, you want to consider all the possible paths on this graph.
But it won't be the case that the associativity you normally have in category theory.
Go to facebook.com/coast-to-coast-AM and click the like button.
Right. If you say instead of an evolution as representing a single application of it represents an object sequence. So in other words, if you take the reflexive transitive closure of the object in that relation, then you end up with
So yours is my relativity data. So wait, what would you like? So this one,
so if you take the reflexive, if you take the symmetric closure of the union of the rewrite relation and the identity relation, then so effectively each edge is saying it's not just that this state can be directly rewritten to this state, but this state can be rewritten to this state by some finite potentially zero.
but so isn't that this picture here? That's the transitive closure picture.
Yeah, I plus self because you were allowing for rewrite sequences of length zero.
Fine. Okay, so what I was asking,
I'm not disagreeing.
okay, fine. So this is the thing that would be sort of a category theoretic way of representing, with the morphism being rewrite of n strings, the category of strings,
this,
And then
guy
this
showed
would
me, I
be
said, I
the
think I can help you.
a representation
Our
of that
sport. And I
category
was
in its
fitted,
morphism.
and I kept walking back and forth across the store, and I looked at my husband and burst
Yeah,
into
that's what
tears
I'm trying
because it was the first time in a year that I have
Should
not had
really
any pain in
understand,
my
like,
foot.
I understand what you're saying, I'm just not sure that this is the most
There isn't any place on my
insightful
property
way of
that doesn't have
categorizing
flowers
stuff.
blooming
Yes,
365
that-
days a year. I still can't
right.
believe it.
So let me just go on because I think there's something
That's my
essentially
good news
interesting.
story.
So here, we've got the view of this effectively. What we're looking at is these events that correspond to each
There are
of
more
the
identity threats
morphisms
than you
I
realize.
spoke about.
Even if you
It's
monitor
being
your
turned
credits,
into,
only a little personal info needs to leak out.
what
Like
we're
your
now
social
asking, so
security
now we
number or
can ask
password.
for, so if I make the
LifeLock alerts you to threats you
causal
can miss.
graph,
Your identity is stolen. A dedicated US-based restoration
So this
specialist
will
will work
make
to fix it. No one can prevent all identity
this
theft or
rather
monitor all
complicated.
transactions.
This
But
rather
everyone can save
complicated.
up to 25% off their
And my
first year with
claim
promo
would
code
be,
NEWS.
this is the
Go to
higher order
LifeLock.com.
category version of that previous category. Because what's happening here is the
Executive Vice
morphisms
President,
of
Worldwide
the previous
Marketing at Warner
category
Brothers Discovery.
are being,
He's in
they
on
get
regional audio
morphisms of
marketing.
their own that map
Although we're
onto
marketing at a very
other
broad
morphisms.
scale, it does include
So
specific
in other
local
words,
markets,
these
and
causal
that's the
edges,
beauty of
which
iHeart's
represent the
network.
causal dependence of
Audio
one
company, iHeartMedia
event,
has
one
marketers,
update
access to
on
the
another.
audiences, influencers,
I
and
would claim,
data you need to
for
grow.
example,
If you're a
that
marketer, go to
that
iHeartResults.com.
corresponds to a
You'll never miss your
second
favorite
order
guest or
category.
topics ever again.
Yes, well, the two categories, maybe, but there are parallel to laws.
Sign up today
Yeah.
at coasttocoastam.com.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, intuitively what you say seems, but there are something.
Okay, so I want to understand what we get for having those actions in case of. But also, just to understand this, in the case of, if I thought of this as a proof, for example, I think, the proofs that BBBAA is equal to A, right? Then I can imagine a higher order. So the correspondence between proofs, would be a proof category. Is that correct?
Yes, you can say that there's two morphisms, so an higher order morphism between morphisms expresses some kind of relationship between you could say that you have a morphism with one proof is a rewrite of another proof.
Right. So I mean, for us, that makes me think about Johnson. That makes me think about real space and the translation in real space between different, for example, different terms. Like that. It's like the rewriting of one proof of another proof. But I'm trying to understand, but for them,
Well, any of these things can be it doesn't matter whether it's quantity or real. It's just that once in the rule case you allow them an infinite parametric family of attributes as opposed to a fraction of that.
Coast to coast media with George Norrie.
but then
We'll take your
physically,
calls next hour
the two
with John
categories
Diamond. He'll
is
also review
corresponding to
card
causal
ratings for
agents.
you if that's what you
And
like.
presumably, as
We'll
we
come back with
we
a
talked about
moment,
this
talk
before,
more
three
about routines
categories
and things he
which
has
correspond
done.
to taking these causal edges and
ParanormalDate.com
asking
keeps
for
Crucio
a
Long
relation
now
between causal edges. And that
843
corresponds to a
people shy.
correlation.
Now
So
194,000 signed up
it seems
members.
like
And we
in our
invite you to be a
models,
signed up member
what's
to
happening
Paranormal
is the
ParanormalDate.com
more
if you're looking for
evolution
that
of
special
space is
someone
like a one
you can share
category.
friendship or a date with
Situation.
who thinks like
The
you do.
causal
If
graphs
you're
are
looking
the
for
two
somebody a
categories.
bit more mature, say 60
The
plus, head
foliations
over
are
to
the three categories.
ParanormalDate.com/seniors.
I think.
There you'll find those same folks.
And
Think
so then
like
I'm
you do, they
obviously going
relate
to
to
ask the
you.
question,
Go out,
the analog of the
have some
infinity
coffee
category.
with a friend that you can
What-
talk to that
What might
relates
that
to the
represent?
things you
I mean,
relate
how
to. So
can I
check them
think
out. It's
about it?
ParanormalDate.com and
For example, in the case of proofs,
ParanormalDate.com/seniors.
what is
And if
the
you're
analog?
looking for a way to
So
stay
if I
healthy,
say
there's something.
there's a, this is a version of proof. There's now a mapping from one proof to another. Then I can imagine a mapping between mappings.
Yes.
How do I think about that infinite
Whether it's
hierarchy?
physical activity,
Well, this is what they do in automatic type theory, basically. The idea is that you can think about the proof as a term of a given of an equality type. So if I give you a type A equals B, the terms of this type are proofs that A equals B. Right? And then you can say morphisms between proofs are proofs that these proofs are equal. Because, for instance, what I'm trying to say is that, in a computer, in a theorem prover, you can prove that A equals C by rewriting some things, and obviously you can give two different proofs that are two different rewriting orders, and often the not works like off or shipping. Your compiler will be able to understand that these two proofs are proving the same thing. Like, they were treated as different. And so, if at some point you have to prove that these two proof outputs are the same, then you have to do another rewriting between proofs. And you see that you can iterate these up to infinity. So you can have proof between proofs, proof between proofs, and that's why you need an infinity pattern.
So what's happening for us here? Each path through the square is a proof. And so the statement, the proof of the equivalence of proofs is a statement that you can make a transformation between one of these graphs and another. I'm trying to get an intuition for the infinity category. What does it mean? So the proof of, for us, again, the one category is actual time. The two category is causal connections between pieces of time. The three category is the construction of reference frames, the construction of code. So I'm trying to get into it. If we went beyond that to the four category, five category, that's infinity. What is that corresponding to? What is that raising potential interpretation?
Well, it's I think it's the weakest version of categorification you can
now with us for just about 10 years. Very successful.
What you are having is create a category which is very, very granular, and it basically allows you to consider every different way of transforming different things as distinct by keeping some sort of what's the difference of what without doing any identification. So this is what I think we have in us.
Or visit carnivore.com.
You can basically do, for instance, one category as a two category where all these two morphisms are figured out. You identify everything that is not too isomorphic, blah, blah, blah. And then you can say, well, actually, two categories makes up of three categories that we have identified. So basically, I'm not an expert in thinking category theory, but what I know is that the reason why they are becoming so relevant now in automated theorem proving is because theorem provers are too dumb to understand which two things are equal, unless they are either practically equal or you give the prover a way to transform to the right one. And so that's why you basically want to create work type theory that is as huge as possible and allows you to, keep track of all these equivalences and all our
Can I give a more topological interpretation of that idea? So the basic concept is, if you regard your type as a topological space, and you regard the terms in that type as being points in that space, then each proof is effectively a path in that space, like a path mapping one point onto another. And then, as Fabrizio said, then equivalences between proofs are then homotopy between those paths. Right? The idea of homotopy type theory is to go up, all these different levels of abstraction, equivalences between these homotopies to construct through an infinity group of construction this thing called a homotopy type. in which there is only one kind of equivalence, the equality equivalence. And then that naturally, because of the nature of equality equivalence, that induces all of the lower order equivalence relations right the way down. Right? So all you have to do is one kind of equivalence check in this homotopy space generated by the equivalence group weight, and then we're done. And then all of the other layers of the hierarchy are already accomplished. That's the basic idea. That's why Hotch is it's so relevant.
Okay, let me try to understand. Okay, so in our case, we have this is our simple model for your, this is pods and space. Now I can imagine, I'm still a little confused. There's a homotopy. We can ask, are we asking between these two different pods? Explain the homotopy statement.
Yeah, so you say that those proofs are genuinely equivalent proofs if there exists a homotopy.
And how would you define a homotopy in this case?
Well, so you have to introduce some topology and some continuity, but basically, an elementary notion of homotopy in this instance would just be a direct mapping of states onto states, edges onto edges, that would allow you to transform one part.
So you're saying in the continuum limit of the multiple, you're saying there should be a genuine homotopy.
Yeah, so if that continuum limit exists, then there should be a genuine. So if you genuinely took the space, the topological space of some particular type, the topological space effectively all proofs, then the effect would be a very final one.
Okay, so for us, we get to actually have a concrete version of what the topological space of all proofs looks like.
Yes, absolutely.
It's the limit, which we don't yet understand, it's the continuum limit of the multiple. Right? So for example, with this multi-way graph, I can make a very, very big one. And maybe I can think about that as being continuum. So then your homotopy statement is what? Because it's not obvious to me how you set up topology. And you're saying,
okay, can I put it in a slightly different way that's more directly related? So right now, if you call find equational proof, it works with theorem, hypotheses, and axioms that are pure equivalences between symbolic expressions. But the proof object you get out is itself a symbolic expression. So it could be that we could also call find equational proof with hypotheses and axioms that were equivalences between proof objects. It happens that we don't currently support that, but I feel that we might do it. And what you could get out, and one thing that I'm interested in potentially implementing, would be then you can have a relay so that each step in standard proof object, just between zero order symbolic expression, is just a rewrite relation and a position. But then you can then apply a rewrite relation to that rewrite relation. Like that rewrite relation has two parts, and left and right, and it has sub-expressions within one. You can apply rewrite rules to that. And so then you can get a proof of equivalence between two proof objects, subject to certain actions, to proof objects. And so on. So then you can construct some higher order generalization of find equational proof. And each one of those higher order pieces can be thought of as being homotopy between proofs in the lower order.
Okay, so let's just think about that. So one thing is we are inadequately categorified in some sense. In the sense that our programs equals data are not quite good enough because our proof objects have a rather different structure from the objects about which we are making proofs. In other words, if we look at proof objects, this is a thing which is qualitatively similar, but isn't exactly the same, doesn't have exactly the same structure as the actual things that we're making proofs about. But let's assume, so in this case, with this proof, could we make, what is the proof object? The proof object is a part, right? Yes. So you're saying that what we're doing is we're saying the original object is a string, the proof object is a path. We're now asking for correspondence between paths. Correct?
So you construct the continuous deformations of these paths. What are continuous deformations of these paths?
Without the continual limit, we don't have a good notion.
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to continuous deformation is somehow implying that this thing means some kind of continuous space that there isn't
Go ahead. No, I'm saying like then maybe we can attach the topology to this system. The rules,
Yes,
the real
the most meaningful kind of topology you could attach to this thing is called the gradient topology.
Where you said you brought the guy. What did you say?
He's a big figure in this whole infinity.
Yeah.
And I think
I just don't know how to pronounce it.
where as soon as you hear a particular name, you know you're going into deep abstraction. And Grossman is whatever his name is, very fascinating ideas, but typically very abstract.
So what you did is you basically took the axioms of topology, so finite intersection, arbitrary unions, and categorified them, which basically means that now you can endow a category in the topology called the gradient topology in a way so that if what you started from is just a topological space, then you have a way to create a gradient topology that coincides with what you started from. But in this case, this is, I think, particularly relevant because graphs can be seen as process. And so as soon as you start considering the category of paths over these graphs, then this thing gives you a nice toolkit to think about topologies over this thing.
Okay, I want to understand this. This may be a tool, this may be difficult, but I want to understand.
So the first thing you have to understand is the concept of seed. The idea of a seed is that you want vertex in your graph.
So is this a graph that I can use as my graph?
Yeah, we can use this one. Like usually like
Big graph vertex.
okay. So the seed is a set of arrows into that vertex, which is
I'll pick this vertex instead, just to be like, missing more out.
no, it's into, it's not from. So if you pick that one, there are less arrows that is targeting. So you take this one, and basically the idea is that every set of arrows that are closed by decomposition form a seed. So for instance, you can generate a seed by taking the arrow that goes upwards, the first one that goes from
This vertex.
so if you take that vertex here, there is only one possibility on the first vertex, which is the empty one, because you don't have any arrow here. Now, if you take the one could take the fourth one vertically from the first no. Okay, if you take that one. In that case, you are
Increase the size of the problem is we increase too much now. We won't be able to see
so if you take BBABA, it's the second one.
Okay, this one.
Is this the second one from the top?
This one.
We hear you're receiving telepathic messages from ET. What's going on?
Oh, I think, okay, yes.
Oh, you may have a delay from that.
Yes, exactly. That's so BBABA. You can have only two possible seeds there. The first one is the empty one, so you do not consider any arrow. And the second one is the one that goes from BBAA to BBABA. And now, if you go to BABAB, you see that the situation is a bit more various, because you can have the empty seed, but then you have two different arrows going into that vertex. So you can either consider a seed that goes from that is generated by the arrow that goes from BABA to BABA. And again, if you take the zero, you have to also take the zero that goes to the other one that goes into BA, BBA, and the one is one also has to be proposed with BBA. So this is a downward approach.
Okay, so Joanne, so all we're doing here is we're taking we're going backwards up the arrows.
Yes, precisely.
And
What you can do is you take basically, you say a C is just a set of arrows which is closed with respect to this going backwards.
okay, wait a minute, you're saying a sieve as in SIEVE or something?
Yes, C precisely.
Okay.
In graph theory, isn't that just what function does it first? Vertex and component. Vertex and components, exactly.
Right, so this, right, okay, so you're saying it's the vertex, the infinite vertex in component of the particular node is the sieve of that node, is that correct?
You can have many C's because, again, for instance, in the case of BA, I can start by considering only one of these two arrows that go in, or none of them at all, or both of them.
So what we're saying is there's a vertex in component for BA, and you could say, for example, the one level vertex in component is just that. Those are the things that will lead into, that's the 0th vertex in component.
The C is a set of edges.
Okay. Fine, so we've got those edges, we can generate those. I'm not quite sure exactly how to do that, that's probably
The interesting thing is that there are, again, many different C's that you can know in the same picture. Because after you specify basically a bunch of arrows, you have to do like downward opposition with all the other arrows that you have done. But for instance, if I say, okay, what is the seed generated on BA by the empty set, then this is the empty seed. You just don't have any arrows to start with, so you don't have any sort of opposition. If you only start with the arrow that goes starts with BA, then you only have to take care of that.
We've got a construction for this ship. Now what do we do with this ship?
Now, the point is that these things can be used to axiomatized the equivalent of an open cover topological space. An open cover in the topological spaces is just, a bunch of open sets so that their union covers
I see.
and in this case, the idea is that for each vertex, you want to choose a C, and you want to do it in a way so that there is some compatibility conditions between different C's that are listed in the Griffith topology page. And basically, what this is abstract axiomatization of open covering, which does not and this thing really formally behaves like an open covering topology. So this thing basically allows you to use a lot of geometric machinery, even in spaces that are actually discrete, like this one. And then, after you have a notion of open covering, you will automatically, deep dive stuff. You will obtain an appropriate notion of object equivalence, for instance. So the idea is that since this thing doesn't really naively as a topological space, this is the abstract way to put topology on it. And that would be the thing I would start from, also because.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Is there some freedom in how you attach this topology?
Yes.
Or is it sort of like so we do have some choice here, like we could make a topology that's somehow compatible with the rules that's generated.
That's exactly
If people want to card
That's
rates,
exactly
to them too.
yes. So
Find out more about
you can
tonight's
see that
guests.
there are
Log on
basically
to coasttocoastam.com.
video choices of topology that you can take. The first one is for each vertex, you take the biggest field you can think of, but there are usually all the arrows going in that vertex. You can use all vertex. And the other obvious choice is to take the empty field for each vertex. And this will make both give you two examples of this topology. But yeah, there are a lot of possible choices in the middle, which you should actually do.
People always ask us, why is it there is so many different kinds of parameters? It's because for over
So in that case, then you are
listen
obtaining
to our
some
customers.
geometric
Quality products that help with
representation
everything
of
from
what
stage
you're
to
doing on the
building and nasty
And
odors.
Okay, so how would we do this? This sounds very
I guess you'd say,
What do we actually do? So we're trying to make local
so
sets.
whatever you're
We're
facing,
trying to
your
make
next
something
week,
which is
since
some
your
kind
is
of
covered,
broken Dickian analog of a set.
look for the can with the bolts
Put
on
an
it.
hour.
Yes.
Because center always hits the mark.
How do we
I'm
do
down
it?
hills
Well,
with
I've
tulips.
done
They didn't
like
think
this
that is. I love being in the garden. And I was doing because I could not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without needing it. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like
separate
Terry
ways
live
to
the
get
life they love
to the
without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. Do not pay our support. And I was submitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store. And I looked at my husband and he burst into tears because it was the first time in years that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain.
There's more information there than is represented in this problem, right? So there's a particular intricate causal structure is being lost here, but maybe that's the right.
And so geometrically, the way to interpret this is that, am I right in saying that each such choice of open subsets to consider possible sieve corresponds to a different choice of open emergence of this?
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all
of
every
emergence.
live conversations, trusted
I'm trying to get a geometrical enrichment of why it's how we think about the freedom to choose which family of open subsets to consider possible sieve. Is that some freedom of choice of immersion locally around that?
Free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and broadcasts.
yeah, basically in the
Discover and
topological
broadcast
case,
from our library of over
we
360,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
It was an ordinary flight from Cleveland to Seattle, turned extraordinary when a man in black registered as TV Cooper is gone for it.
and your arrows would be inclusion.
Right, exactly. So then the freedom to choose your sieve is exactly the statement that there are many different possible sets of open immersions.
Exactly. So yeah, the idea is that you have
Which is pretty much what we expected, I think.
so you're basically saying, okay, given this open set, I'm considering this set of opens that somehow embed into this thing in different ways. Yes. And then you see that since you are for each open set, you are considering a lot of other open sets that embed into it, you want to do it in a compatible way. Because you are going to do this for each open set. So you want to be sure that these inclusions, they all behave well with respect to each
I
other.
started to make preparations for which airport I would grab a plane from.
And I think the most intuitive
legendary heist. A small
notion
time
of
crew
how
from
to
Detroit would
actually
attempt his own
incorporate
bigger
this
and
choice
bolder
of
skyjacking
arrows
score.
you want
Just
to move
grab a weapon,
and
grab
throw
a
past
go
arrows.
on a plane and order all the
And
stuff
then you
you
can
need.
generate arrows with the LCs,
Money,
and then you
and
get a
ammo.
open arrow. But like when you specify a covariance for an open set, you specify like a vanilla set
Would
covariance.
set in
But
motion
like true motion of sieve corresponding to that should be not only the open sets you choose, but also their subsets. Right?
Yes.
But I think you get freely, you just specify the big ones, and you say those are the ones that you understand the space that you consider. Yeah, whatever is inside the shop gets different.
It was very
And same
scary.
for the compatibility. You have
Full speed.
Exactly. So we also brought all of these properties that I think are satisfied recursively, because each possible choice of open emergency effectively corresponds to a different choice of updating or a different choice of space-time hypersurface foliation. And so as long as that is consistent with the causal path order, then we know that that is also a valid open emergence for all of the open subsets. So that gives us a valid approach.
In terms of what okay, so you're saying we look at the evolution causal path.
Right. So my point is simply, so to the extent that I understand it, each choice of sieve, which is a choice of open, is really just a choice of updating. It's a choice of a collection of incoming powers. So and we have a way of parameterizing that in terms of in terms of collections of space-time separated updating events that will satisfy the causal path order. So the condition that these things play nicely with each other is the condition that they're compatible with the causal path order. And if they're compatible with the causal path order, then we also know that in order to get to that point, they have to be compatible with the previous causal edges. And so not only do we get the validity of the open subset in that state, we also get the validity of the emergence of the open subset in those open subsets. So all we need to know is the evolution causal path, I think.
So your claim that these different choices of open subsets
has been attacked. A possibly homeless woman lunged at the driver on a bus in downtown LA yesterday, grabbed the driver's glasses, broke them, scratched the driver's face.
So you think that the choice of open sets,
Israeli strikes
so I
on
understand,
Rafah
you
killed
think
at
the choice of open
least
sets
16 people
that's
outside of
equivalent
Gaza. The latest
to the
strike
choice of foliation?
happened in the same area where Israel targeted what it said was a Hamas compound Sunday night. That strike ignited a fire in a jam for Palestinians and killed at least 45 people. Israel has called that one a tragic mistake. And was going to have more on this on Handle on the News, which comes up right after Wake Up Call. An aggressive shark has bumped a surfer off his board, prompting the closure of waters along a 2-mile stretch of beach near the T Street Marina Beach in San Clemente. Another person says he saw something dark in the water swimming toward him. No one was hurt.
way you can assess the
Google's got a
truth
new
of a
AI
statement is
feature
that
rolled out a few weeks ago,
So
and
I
it's
guess
offering
that
some
it's
rather
really
unusual
supporting
advice to users, including telling someone to add
I
glue
I
to
think that's
tomato
useful in
sauce
many ways,
to help
but
cheese stick to pizza better.
as an observer there, I
We're gonna
have
find
this
out
sense of
about some other stuff coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Academic workers at UCLA and UC Davis are going on strike today. The union members voted more than a week ago to authorize the strike because it says the UC system has infringed on free speech rights. Pro-Palestinian protesters have mishandled how it dealt with the protests on campuses. Santa Cruz went on strike last week. Pro-Palestinian protesters have spent part of the Memorial Day holiday demonstrating in downtown LA. They walked from LA near a street in LA near City Hall to a nearby on-ramp to the 101 freeway yesterday afternoon. That caused some northbound freeway lanes to be closed for a time. The group then continued on to City Hall. A guy with a gun has stolen a French bulldog from a couple in Montebello. Maria Felix says she and her husband were walking their dog Jennifer Sunday night when a man got out of a car and demanded the husband's Rolex and the 2-year-old pup. Wherever you are, please return to us.
and the
Some stupid example, if you're catching on the progress, then logically this means that if you're catching, you have a notion of taking care.
Jennifer is all they have. Jennifer is a spotted brown French bulldog that weighs about 25 pounds. The robber was in a silver Kia Optima and had no back bumper.
something you can use.
A man who attacked former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer in San Francisco is set to be resentenced today because of a court error. The judge sentenced David DePoff earlier this month to 30 years in prison. Says she made a mistake by not giving him a chance to speak in court.
Right. So
Bob broke
so
into
where's the
Pelosi's
point?
home 2 years
In
ago.
context
It
of
was
what we were
caught on
discussing
police
earlier,
body
right?
camera video.
You're discussing
And
these
he
notions
called
of like
Pelosi with a hammer.
interpretation of truth.
DePoff will be resentenced today.
Type two,
U.S. cellular customers are about to become T-Mobile
and then
customers.
you can
If
say
this
that
deal
things
goes
true or
through,
false depending on
T-Mobile
whether
has announced a
type
deal to
true or
acquire
false
almost
happens.
all of U.S. cellular in a
The
$4.4
notion of a low
billion
genetic
deal that
quality
will
against the extent
include
that I
taking
understand
on
it
U.S.
is that it
cellular's
gives you a
debt.
way of generalizing that idea
Fallen
of
soldiers recently remembered at the Nixon Presidential Library
You
in
can say
York,
that
London.
it's like it's locally inhabited with respect to the prayer, even if it's globally inhabited. So in context of quantum type theory, that allows you to say that certain theorems are correct locally within the region of that term, but not they may or may not be globally true.
Exactly. And one way to see this is that basically you are not only the products of the world, but enriching their values. So instead of, for instance, you say a logical formula in sex is something that goes in a zero one. So you can say you have a population function that takes formula up to 2 or 1. Instead of having to think that your topology of the underlying space will be the structure of the value. So you don't have a
So we give a kind of give a multi-type theory kind of visual proof implementation of that. So if you consider the topological space that corresponds to in multi-type theory type, that is all theorems that you can prove to type theory. You can pick a particular term that corresponds say to the status of communication, and you can say that associated proposition is true locally if by local you mean in the context of the PhD theory or something. Even though it isn't true globally in the context of technology.
Thank you, it's 5:06 on your wake up call. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Mike Devasky. Mike, Google has rolled out its AI overview. It's been a few weeks. How's it going?
And a couple of things where
because this is an AI generated feature that Google has been integrating into its search function. And the idea here is that
the policies are not exactly the human machine that's actually the output from here, I think, about the right
link out to websites that could answer your question.
I think people have figured out that's probably asking policies, but in general, it's a very complicated field. I think there are some sort of conjectures that basically oscillate from that internal logic of Thomas is actually having peculiar or some flavor of so first I'm not versed in that it's also
either way, it sort of underscores the challenge that Google faces here, which is that a lot of these generative AI tools hallucinate, they get things wrong.
There's definitely a true correspondence between multi-type theory and algorithmic scaling topologies for some very restricted case like I forget, it was like QT population. But I definitely see the results in that area. So I want to come back to this open section
and the AI generated response said, you
What
can
do
add
you do
glue
on
to your tomato sauce, and it was sourcing
You
that
found
from
more defenders.
a Reddit comment from more than 10 years ago,
What's
which
the
in
correspondence
context
with
was
open
clearly a
stats?
joke.
You're saying the whole
AI
thing is not about
as
something really.
fact as real human generated.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying related to
I feel like
this.
we should have to,
And
you
then
know,
you go to
say
the
this
emoji,
like,
you do the like object
don't
events, the collection of causal ledgers.
Okay, so just as a refresher,
What kind of
for what AI does is it takes everything that's on the internet and searches out answers that are already there.
yeah, so the
For
idea
information that's already there, it doesn't come up with the information, right?
as an open
That's
source.
right. So Google
Just
is
to
sourcing
okay,
this
let me
information
just
from various
digress
websites
for a
around
second.
the internet.
I'll be familiar with the idea of
training this model. We do know that it's a lot of human generated
I understand point step topology, but not
Yeah, so
Facebook comment, but
basically,
it could also be like
imagine this. We know that
news
I want
articles
to
and that type of thing. It
50%
really
of open
scans the
sets
whole web
of
and
the
using
political space they
context
form a
clues and
complete
using its understanding of what you're searching for. It
I mean, the logical properties actually come from the structure of the human sex, and no one really cares about sex. So why don't we instead study complete distributed lattices and try to generalize
It kind of doesn't
logical
fact check
statements
itself.
and properties of
Or
these
it's very
lattices?
difficult to, right?
that's more or less what we're doing here. This is not any more conformity that is strictly geometric sense. The idea is, thanks to the Guinness topology, we can imagine that these state vertices are our local sets, even if they do not have any actual semantic meaning because anything to do with geometry.
Sorry, Stephen, can I mention one thing? Which is, you actually do know about this, because we discussed it in the context of the multi-way continuum layers and projected over spaces. You remember when you found this notion of continuous geometry, so this one construction of the projector, like a projected over space, purely in terms of the lattice. And I think this is exactly that idea, right? So the sense in which you have a correspondence between a modular lattice and a projected over space is exactly the sense that you're says. The combinatorial structure of the lattice tells you about the relationships between subsets of the Hilbert space without actually having to tell you about the individual vectors of the Hilbert space.
And that can provide some difficult responses. But again, these are just
So this
problems
is,
that all
you're saying
space. It seems like Google's getting a lot of heat for this
map
because they
out,
put
I
it
mean, when
into
you're talking about sets,
tool,
so the discrete almost combinatorial thing, you're saying you can talk
So
about
was
the
it
relationship
maybe
between
that Google
sets
rolled it out
without
before
ever
it was ready
thinking
for
about the
prime
underlying.
time?
So I mean, what's interesting about that, maybe
you could also make the argument that all
what we
artificial
have in our
artificially
system
generated
is
responses,
that description
chatbots,
of the
and that type of
relationship
thing are
between
a
what you're
little
describing
too
between
soon
logic and
to
stuff.
market, right?
And so then the question is, does that sit on top of something
AI
continuum
gets things
fixed?
wrong. Many of these
I mean,
tools get
but
things
you're
wrong,
saying there
and
could
that
be
is
a
a problem
continuum
that the
fix
AI industry
of
continues to
which
struggle with.
our
As it moves
system
forward, that these
is
things
the open
hallucinate, they
set
still get
description.
things wrong.
Yes,
But
exactly.
you
So
go
what I'm
back
saying is,
2
yes,
years now to when
is there
OpenAI launched
sufficiently
ChatGPT, that
generalized
really lit a
notion
fire
of
under Google,
topology
which had been working on a lot of the same technology,
which we
but
behave
hadn't
like we
made a
were the open set,
public-facing
and we have a
consumer-ready
notion
product.
after you have
And made
topology
to
that
that
you
moment
can
when
define
ChatGPT hit the market. That's when Google said, hey, we got to get our own tools out there. We can't, have our lunch eaten by this.
Okay, so what is for us, given this idea that the open sets are
this into its various
the
products, because
nodes
of
of
course
the
it
straw,
stretches itself,
what is the
across
notion
a
of
much
continuity?
wider industry than
Well,
OpenAI
the
does.
point
But
is,
again, it comes
thinking
with
about
some
open
risk, which
sets
is now very
strictly is a
content
bit
with
misleading
this AI
because
these features.
what
So use it, but
Guinness
use your common sense as
topology
well. If it tells you to eat rocks,
does
maybe
for you
take a
is that it
Always
states
double check,
things
right?
in terms of coverings.
With the
So
rocks,
all these choices, seeds, and
you might
stuff
say,
gives
hey,
you
that's
the
common
difference
sense, I
of a
would know how
known
to discern
covering
between
for
that, but
topology.
you might not know
So,
when to discern
The
between,
first thing to do would be let's just write continuous functions in terms of what coverage is not in terms
these
of
subtler ones that are maybe less flaky than putting glue on pizza, or kind of the more insidious ones.
On this multi-way, a function means you assign a value to every node of
search and just talk
Yes,
about
the
you are
way.
mapping these vertices to
ABC's Mike Dubusky, thank you
But
so
so you
much for
assign a
letting
value to
us
every
know how these
So then
AIs
the
are still, I
continuous
love the term
function
hallucinate.
might be, well, what would be an example of how we might define a
Yeah,
continuous
just
function? If we're doing that,
keep the glue away
what
from
is a
it.
continuous
Thank you, Mike. All right, let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Special Olympics Southern California is launching its law enforcement torch run this morning. San Diego Assistant Chief Bernie Colon, who has been involved with Special Olympics for 2 decades, says law enforcement and athletes will make up the relay team that will get started at the Chula Vista Police Department.
And if we think of the open sets, then we want to improve that open sets.
The flight will be carried over 1,000 miles in the next 2
Well,
weeks. The
actually,
torch run
here, the
ends
core
in Cal
notion
State
of
Long
open
Beach,
sets
where the
would
cauldron
be
will be lit
not the
for the
single
Special Olympics
characters,
opening ceremonies June 8th. An elected
several
member of a
characters
water
using
district in
edges,
Ventura
drawing,
County has been
and
sentenced to
writing.
30 days in jail for stealing water.
Investigators say from 2019 to 2021, Daniel Allen
It's
used
the-
passes on 2 commercial pumps to
the
draw water
motivation
to his
that
lawn
is-
crops before the water flowed through meters used to
Sorry, the
calculate
motivation
usage
started
of
this
Allen.
was,
Allen
I
owns
think,
Valley Family Farms in Oxnard,
multiple
been a member of the United Water Works Recent
water
District, and an
contamination
alternate board member of the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency.
all the other points that
Prosecutors
we
say
can
Allen's
think
going
about that.
$30,000 worth of water, which
Because
is
that's
why
something that Jamie got back in.
he'll begin his jail sentence on June 17th. Steve Gregory,
What's,
KFI News.
what's,
Some LA City Council members say they
what
want
two parts of
clearer
questions
guidance
and
on which
which parts of
non-government
questions
flags
and
can be
which
flown
aren't?
on buildings like City Hall.
Can we answer
The
that
council is
question?
set to vote
Actually,
to
I
allow
would
the
like
pride flag to fly during June.
So we've got
Council
this regular
President Paul
function.
Jorge says it should clear
It's a
any
way
legal
of
challenges.
deciding
My preference would be to have a proper ordinance that allows
that's a way of deciding which nodes are close to which nodes.
The council is also requesting guidance
We
for
can
future
imagine a
flag raising
similar kind of
decisions, like
thing
what flags can be flown
like
during the
asking
Olympics.
for the
In
park.
2028, current city ordinance only allows government and POW flags to be flown on city
It's
property.
constructed by
The black
taking
bear named Oreo has found his way into a home in Monrovia.
the branch
Bear
of
was
rock
caught on
here
video over the
by saying
weekend,
which
leaving the house with a box full
which
of
nodes
all
here
things
are
Oreos
related
in his mouth.
by being
Oreo's
the
been spotted all over the
successors of
neighborhood
a common
recently,
ancestor.
roaming backyards looking for food and picking a dip
So
in
I would
swimming
say that
pools.
the analogous
When
thing
we
is
come
that
back,
if you want to know
why
which
the
cars
host
are
of How to
nearby,
Money on KFI
because
says you might want to
imagine
ditch
doing the same
football
thing
and
to
find a
cars.
new
You can
sport to
imagine making
follow
a branch
and
of
what that
rock
has to do with
to
your
affect
coffee.
the cars.
That's coming up with Joel Arsgaard next.
So I don't think you
Right now,
ever
let's
found
take a
something
look
like
at
that.
the
What else
roads.
is
We've
so-
got some
in
slowing
other
in
words, we
Riverside
can get a
on
map.
91.
Let me take an example.
Here's warning continues on from the drive on the westbound side from as far back as Tyler Signals Heavy Sections slowing passing the 15 and is
Just
at Newman
trying to get an
Road
example of
runs up
something that's
definitely
kind of
here's a little extra time to get up the road this morning. Also still slow going for you on the 215 north. Through Marina Valley,
I agree.
past the north of 60. Toward UCR, the busiest heading into the Riverside interchange. A little slow going, but not too
Once you have the
crazy.
interpretation,
There.
there's a lot
Or
of
is it
interpretation
some nice
of
place
cost.
for you along all three westbound meets up the Inland Empire and the SGV St. Gabriel Valley. That's if you're driving over all
And then
210
you're asking
and
whether
60 west on
whether
the
the
15th
open
Street
section
on the 57.
what's the
Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Nick Pauley, MTV.
then yeah,
I
then
like
you definitely have
daffodils
a
and
notion of
tulips.
being able
The
to find
dinner plate dahlias.
this
I
is-
love being in the garden.
So
But
let's
I
talk
wasn't
about, I
gonna be able
think
to.
this is
Because I
very
could not only
okay, so
walk,
let's just
but I
explain
couldn't
to
really stand
folks
up
what the
without
branch
being
of
pain. It was excruciating. So
Okay,
my
so
husband
this is-
said, let's go to
I
the
mean,
good feet
this is
store.
a multi-way
For
system.
20 years, we've had people like
For
Aaron
this
live the life
multi-way
they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man
Thing here.
said, I
So
think I
we've
can
got
help
the
you.
multi-way
He got
system.
me
This
our
is a very
support.
trivial
And I
multi-way
was
system.
fitted. And I kept
Let's
walking
say
back
this,
and forth
that's-
across the store. And I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I
So
have
this
not
state's
had any
got-
pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought him. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowering
So, let's look at
blooming
this thing.
365
This is
days a
saying,
year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry.
these two
and
states
that's my
here,
good feet
well,
store.
let's take these two states here,
With a free personalized yard support
have a
fitting
common
and
ancestor.
fitting store.
The good feet
So
store.
that means, so our rule for making a branch of rock is,
There are more identity
join
threats
the
than
two
you
states in the
realize.
branch of
Even
rock
if you
if
monitor
they
your
have an
credits,
immediate
only a
common
little
ancestor.
personal info needs to leak out, like your social
So
security
those two
number or
states have a common
password.
ancestor. Let's say these two states have a common ancestor, these two states
LifeLock
have a common
alerts you to threats
ancestor.
you could miss.
So now let's
Your
make
identity
the
is
branch
stolen.
of
A
rock.
dedicated
Let's make
US-based restoration
the
specialist will work to
1, 2, 3, 4,
fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to lifelock.com.
Okay, so that three-step branch of rock should be a map of basically this level of the multi-way. Okay, say, how do these states relate to each other? Those two states there, for legal aid, legal aid, relates to AAA, BAB, by being joined to that because they have a common ancestor.
Simply buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each.
So this is a way of,
Fresh for
so now what you guys are saying, so this is a way of relating states by looking at their common ancestor. Now, what you effectively seem to be talking about is there similarly a way to relate paths here to each other? So that's the other topic question, would be, is there, what is, which path, so in this picture, we are saying, what's the distance between this thing, that thing, and that thing? We say it's branches distance to. Okay? So in quantum mechanics, the interpretation of this is this is a map of entanglements between states. And this is telling us that the entanglement distance between these two states is 2. Okay, so that's the interpretation.
Which would be a course approximation to the immediate engagement.
At ChumbaCasino.com, choosing hundreds of social
Okay, that's
casino
what I
style
was
games
about to
for your
ask you.
chance
What's
to
the
redeem
response?
serious cash
Okay,
prizes.
so let me
There are new
understand
game
this.
releases
So
weekly, plus
the ABM
free
game,
daily bonuses. So
Each
no
such
way.
path
Start
is
having
a
the most
choice
fun
of affiliation
at
using parameterized
ChumbaCasino.com.
media. Right.
is it a choice of affiliation? Is that, is it enough, is it big enough to be a, each step of the path? Isn't affiliation a plan? Oh, I see. Each path in the multi-way graph is a particular affiliation.
Or you can represent it. So then you're asking what's effectively the distance between the affiliations. So by conjecture, what we're going to end up with is a course of estimation for the game system. That is the total lapse distance and the total shift distance between those two choices of game.
How do you measure the area formalism? How do you measure the distance? Okay, so choice of gauge.
That's what the area formalism was. That's just my discrete generalization of the area formalism does. It's how you have a hypersurface, the way you can parameterize how you get to the next hypersurface. For every point on the hypersurface, you say, what's the time-like distance between that point and that point? What's the number of distance? And then what's the space-like distance, i.e. what's the combinatorial hypergraph distance between the place where that taking electron travel and the place where the next one is. As long as you define those two quantities for every event, that's completely determined before you take an electron. So then if you're getting two solutions, you can ask about what's the total lapse distance and shift distance, i.e. the total time-like distance and the total spatial distance. Constructed say as a volume average over that entire full network. And that gives you effectively a way of, that gives you a metric on the space of possible engagement. And then I think basically what we're doing here is constructing a course of approximation for that metric.
Okay,
It's
let's try
5:22 on your wake-up call. Good Tuesday morning to you. I'm
the ADM
King. Here's what we're
formalism.
following in the
We have
KFI 24-hour newsroom. Prosecutors and defense
we
are
are
set last chance to score points with the jury before
and we're trying to
deliberations
figure
begin.
out
The
what
arguments
are
are
the
expected
values
to last
of
all day.
the
Former medical emergency on a flight
and
from
then what
Miami to
we're asking
LAX.
is, there are
Officials
many
say boarded the plane on Sunday to take Tyson off the flight once it landed at LAX.
and the
Passengers had to wait almost a half an hour then to get
there's
off the
different
plane.
sets of
The
choices.
Tyson rep
At
says
every
Tyson
point,
had an ulcer
given
flare-up, but he's doing good
a
now.
lapse
A young
function, a
mountain
shift
lion has been spotted
lapse
roaming through a
function
neighborhood
how
in
far
Thousand Oaks.
down
Surveillance
time
video
you're
at one
going
home shows
to
it
get the next
chasing a house cat a few days ago. The neighborhood is near Los Padres Trail, a wildlife preserve.
Okay.
At
And we've
6:05,
got
its
this
handle on the news,
family of
Toyota
ships,
says
which
it's
is
done with the
corresponds to one
Olympics. Bill's
possible
going to tell you why.
ADM.
Right now, let's say good morning
There's
to
another
the
family of
host of
ships
How to Money on
corresponds to another
KFI,
ADM
Joel Larstart. Joel,
Now
I'm a
you're
big
saying,
football fan, but you're saying I should find a new sport.
between those two factors, but I didn't quite understand how you define it.
So if you take the initial hypersurface in family 1 and the initial hypersurface in family 2, you can overlay them on top of each other, and you can define. Now, of course, your conditions of global hypervelicity, you have the standard area of the formalism go away, because those hypersurfaces obviously will intersect with each other. But then you can still define a lapse and a gauge. Admittedly, the lapse might be negative, which would obviously not be allowed in conventional formalism. So you can take an overall, you can compute the overall lapse and shift distance between those two hypersurfaces. But they are two different hypersurfaces for the same.
So what you're saying is to expose evolution, instead of a genuine evolution from hypersurface in model 1 to hypersurface in model 2, it's a fake evolution. It just says use the same formalism to make the comparison between the two hypersurfaces.
Exactly. So, in other words, rather than comparing hypersurfaces at two different values of the universal time function, you're comparing hypersurfaces at the same value.
Different concepts.
You're comparing two different variations, yes.
So aren't
She
you
really
the
thought
top to
football's not going to be
define
on
this?
CBS and Fox anymore.
But not all of them, right? Think about the
It
Peacock.
seems to me that what you're trying to do is saying,
I
I map some of these things to some stuff, and if these mappings overlap somewhere, I can relate this to a mapping
that subscription after the fact.
of the
So
two
we're
things that
going
we
to cancel subscriptions after once they get want to see. So I think it's okay if like and again right now CBS is going to have a lot of games. If you're not a diehard addict, you don't want to see all the games. You watch the stuff via the antenna. That's
This corresponds with things I've never understood.
you can catch a lot of games over the air. But there are some
I can give
people
you
watch that in that way, right? Thursday night games for sure, Netflix games on Christmas. There's going to be a few games streaming specifically on Peacock. There are these games have become fragmented across a wide variety of streaming services, and some yes are going to be available.
I'm not technological, unfortunately.
That's right, the Prime games are on Thursday nights, and they're not on regular TV.
So, yeah, but
At least you're not having
It's like
really cool
maybe you're like,
people.
maybe I'm just not going to
thank
let
you.
them
Yes, I am
NFL on
that
Sundays
kind
kind of person.
imagine that this is my space, basically like a plane, and now I want to attach some sort of information to regions of the plane. So this is like this region here, and to this I want to attach a set of things. Again, it doesn't matter what these things are. It could be, for instance, a set of continuous
Do
functions.
it like you did a couple of days before, not just
Yes,
the day
actually, there's
before,
really
because I think I did it,
continuous functions.
and then they ended up charging me on the day that I thought I could renew or could cancel it. So do it a couple of
I
days
have my
before.
space, and I take this region here, and to this I attach the set of continuous functions on this. Okay? Now, you see that I can take a sub-region here and attach set of continuous functions like
Okay,
this.
so.
And now what I have is that this thing is included
Okay,
in this thing.
and
And here things are counter-variant, like I can take any continuous function here and map it with the friction in the small thing. Are you following me up to here? So the idea is that in category theory, this is, I have a base category called C, which is open sets for you ordered by inclusion. So for instance, I have an inclusion into C, and this thing is mapped to set contra-variantly, which means that if you goes into B, then continuous functions on U, continuous functions on V map to continuous functions on U via restriction. Now, what Shift tells me is that these assignments is consistent, which means basically two things. So first thing is that there is an overlapping condition. Let me change. So the overlapping condition says this. Imagine I have this condition here. I have this whole region and now for what we have shade, since this is included in this too, I have two mappings like this. Okay? Now, the idea is that majors come with a little bit of financial advantage, and other majors that you get are actually going to make you worse off. Basically, the idea is that if these two things agree on the overlap, I can group them together. So from this definition and this definition, I can basically see where these two things are set and then get a unique assignment of this whole thing.
To college to get an engineering degree because that's going to pay off.
But for me, because like it doesn't match my
personality and with the kind of skills that I have inherently, so you have to think about that. You just don't want to try to shoot yourself into doing work that doesn't make sense for you. But you also want to at least look at this list and think, okay, this college makes sense for me, or is there a better way?
the continuous
I
functions
talked recently with somebody about
all defined on this open set. Now clearly, if I have two overlapping open sets and two continuous functions agree on the overlapping, then I can find
so what worst parts of college, which is the student loan debt,
the
and
find
getting a
of
degree
the
that might or might not pay
by
off.
just gluing them
Even
together.
if you're looking at one of those degrees that might not pay
Great
off as well,
attitudes to the kind of
kind of keep your debt to a minimum.
to the
Like,
top
you
and
have to
access
really think about
Yeah,
that price tag.
Similar to the plays up.
In fact, all these stuff done in algebraic calculus, differential geometry can be calculated
As well, and they don't have to, it's gradual.
correspondence
Be really careful with
and
that.
boundaries.
Like 50%.
So, that's
Where's
basically
the sheet?
Here
So
he
far,
has his,
we've just
Oh,
got
okay. Yeah.
consequences
The
between
truth is a lot of them
things
don't pay
like
off the
that.
way you hope, and especially when you talk about
the sheet
the
is
time and the money
basically
that you pour into it. Some people just
this
assume
correspondence.
education
So
equals
even
good
a
equals more money.
category C that represents
There
your
can be
base
truth to that, but
space,
there's also it's not
the chief is just an assignment to set. So again, that means that to each region,
And I've
I
always said,
have
I don't think everybody needs to go to college. I don't think everybody should go to college.
every time I
It's just
have
like a
an
made it sound like it's the end all be all.
inclusive here,
He said that everybody in the United States of America needs to do these two
response
things.
to a resolution here,
There's
so
a lot
that
of for a lot of
these
people,
new
but it's also
information holds.
certainly not true in so many cases.
And
You have to think about
moreover,
both
there's
things long and hard before you
a
pounce.
local
Joel Larson, such good money advice as
that
always.
means that
You
if
can
two
hear lots more of that
assignments
when you listen to How to Money with Joel Larson coming up this
agree
Sunday from
on
noon to 2. You can also follow
open
Joel
set
at How to Money Joel. Thank you, Joel Larson.
of an open covering, then they also
When we
agree
come
on
back,
the whole
this
set.
might be booed and heckled at the Libertarian Convention.
So
Former President Trump says he could have gotten the Libertarian nomination if he
if
wanted.
they disagree locally
ABC
everywhere,
Stephen
then they
Porter
have to
tell us
agree
all
on the
about
whole
that.
thing.
Coming up next. Satellite weather from KFI, low clouds, fog, clearing sunshine. Highs near 70 at the beaches, low to mid 70s for Metro LA and in Orange County. 70s to mid 80s for the Inland Empire and High Desert. About the same for tomorrow. Through the week, look for morning clouds, then sunny skies with highs in the 70s and 80s. It's 59 in Orange and 59 in Huntington Beach. Right now, we've got some slowing in Norwalk on the 5.
Right now from before the 605 signals
Region
have been placed
and usually attach a
for the
set of
Downey area and commerce is really great for
region
it. Bounce lost
attach
the
another
north
set
of
of
Venus
units.
before you come out the
And
S10.
now if I
Find
have
out
a
their wellheads
inclusion
or
here,
jets
I will just have a
on west
function.
outside of 10 states bottom freeway. See some patch delays for you, so leave the 60 and that remains the case toward the 110
So
gauge in
yeah, for
downtown.
instance, in
Also
our
starting to see some delays
geometry,
now for you
we'll
on the
attach
210 westbound.
these
But North End
Venus
was on 57
or
acres,
a
67 and 10 west is alternate. Busy out of Venus, followed part toward the 605. You can patch beyond through El Monte, Roseville, and Hamburg towards the 10.
So,
For Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Nick Polly.
you're talking about
Between the
the
lines,
massing
far beyond
between
legal and ethical limits and under the surface.
so 30 meters of arbitrary space time to represent something which
Officially entered the age of biohacking. History is riddled with unexplained events. Somebody messing with us. It's time for science.
you have some level of analysis, right? You can construct it, you can think of foliation that might be
There's stuff they don't want you to know and start listening.
and you can define, I think, I guess you don't even need to use sheet code, you can use text code, I think in most cases, it's basically powerful aspect, it doesn't say. So at least locally, you can define that sufficiently decomposition in terms of a sheet code knowledge.
You're listening to that, an art support specialist and
Which
the convenience store.
A client came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years.
Let's say you take a manifold, you
With a handful of
construct a
products.
CW
I said,
concept,
this is what I've been wearing.
and the way you can define that
King, I've
locally
been here for
is in
14.
terms of sheet
Where
code
have you been?
For over 20 years.
Probably
People
use
live the life they love without letting
yeah.
everything get in the way.
I'm just sad that he spent so many years with so much discomfort.
From
I
what I
helped
understood,
relieve
you're
a
welcome to
problem
try to
that's
explore
plagued him for 30 years.
Yes.
And I mean, I go home and talk about that.
Okay, in this case, I was telling you, imagine that this is an open set view,
The
this is
convenience
an open
store,
cover.
call
Okay.
1-800-NEWBIE.
The shift conditions,
.com.
I was telling about is that basically if I have two assignments from you to somebody else, they agree on each one of
Social security number or
open sets
password.
that cover you, they have to agree on the whole view. And the other one is that you will agree on all the overlaps.
Your identity
If I have basically just
dedicated
defined
space
all
restoration
the
specialist.
overlaps, then I should be
No
able
one
to
can
get
prevent all identity theft or
these
monitor
are
all
called the
transactions.
local
But
solution
everyone
and
can
the
save up to
community
25% off their first year with promo code
Now,
Guinness.
I could also have an assignment
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com
put
for
things
more.
together, or you fail to
KFI
give
is
something
the
to
only
be
station that covers LA and Orange County from the ground and in the air 24 hours a day. It's not the only way to really know what's going on the freeways. Local driver KFI. I try to keep my reports basic. Here's a way to get around it. I'm with you. It's ugly. Don't go there. I try to keep it simple. Rely on the one station that has actual human eyes watching from the skies. When Southern California's only airport traffic reports, local driver
and now I'm saying, okay, I'm mapping this year, this year, this year, and this year. But this trust is in 6 theoretic terms, you see that the evolution of this is very stable. So, I mean, it's very important
It's
explain why, but
5:37
you
on
hear
your
that it's
Tuesday
nothing.
wake up
You
call.
can
Good morning. Thanks for taking your work
The
week
Mobius
started with
strip
us.
is
Hope
a
you
good,
enjoyed your long
is a good
weekend.
kind of like thing, visual.
I enjoyed my long weekend by watching Top Gun Maverick. I thought that was my patriotic duty for the
Probably
day.
at the
Second
moment,
sequel. Yeah. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. At least 23 people have been killed in tornadoes in the central and southern U.S. Sunday was the most active storm day of 2024.
Yes,
Severe storm and
exactly.
tornado warnings were
Yes.
still in effect yesterday for
like,
parts
you know,
of
you can
DC,
say,
North Carolina, Virginia,
yes,
Maryland,
imagine
New York,
that
Pennsylvania,
this is a
and New
great
Jersey.
example.
Reading the
Imagine
latest
this
on
is
storms
actually
and what's coming next
Esther's
with ABC's Jim Ryan
stairs,
in
you know,
Texas
at
in just
which
a few
point
minutes.
you're
A family
attaching
in
the
Montebello is
information,
pleading for
am
the
I
safe
going up
return of
or
its
am I
French
going
bulldog.
down?
The dog named
Maybe
Jennifer
it's
was
okay,
stolen
going up and
during
going up
a
and going up
walk
and
late
going up,
Sunday
but
night
wait,
dogs
why am I
owners.
still where I am?
Rolex,
So, you know,
watch,
you are not
cash,
able to
and
lift
iPhone
this
were also taken.
local section as
The
we know
LAPD will hold a ceremony this morning
stairs.
to honor the 239 LAPD officers who died in the
locally
line of
everything is
duty
going
since the
alright,
department was
but when
established
you
in
zoom
1869.
globally, this is an
The memorial
impossible
service will be held at LAPD headquarters.
The
It will
one
feature
problem
police
is
honors,
that
a
when
roll call of the fallen, a
I mean,
riderless horse, and the missing man helicopter flyover. It all starts at 9.
you
At 6:05, it's Handle on the News.
Why?
A 2-mile stretch of beach in San Clemente has been closed, at least the water, because of what may be an aggressive juvenile great white shark.
of what are the
Not a 10.
construction
Well, he kind of went after somebody, but nobody was hurt.
routines.
At 5:50, as I mentioned, ABC's Jim Ryan in Houston, Texas. We're going to be talking to him, but right now we're going to talk to ABC's Stephen Portnoy. So, Stephen, over the weekend, former President Trump showed up at the Libertarian Convention,
Fundamental group
and
politics.
which was kind of a surprise.
Imagine that I have a donut.
Yeah, I mean, look, a bit of a long shot. What he did was he took the stage in the Libertarian Convention here in Washington and he appealed to the delegates to the convention for their votes or their support. He really was asking for their nomination. He was get that. I'm not sure he's going to get the votes on it. But look, the Libertarian Party had its convention with about 900 delegates deciding who the nominee of the Libertarian Party should be. They decided on Jason Oliver, who is from Georgia. He had run for Senate there in 2020 and got about 2% of the vote. Never served in government before, but it's been a long time Libertarian Party activist, so that's what those opportunities
know that this thing doesn't have any
the guy they know. And Trump got booed.
But if the group is not
Well,
trivial,
Libertarians
then I know
are all
that
about
this
small
thing will
governments.
not
They're all about
last a whole
individual rights and
speech that
freedoms,
was
and there is a
basically
liberal
not
streak that
allowed
now runs
to
through today's
construct it.
Libertarian Party. And so they imposed
So
a ban,
it's the group of
probably
where the
appointed three
operation
justices
is
to the
called,
Supreme Court.
you
Will
take
make
the
it
elements
harder
of
for
the
women to
policy
get
on
abortions,
the
for example.
space.
They
Your operation
imposed a ban.
is
Saw an increase in the
yes.
national debt
So
during
this
this
case they
president.
can say, oh,
Libertarians
the
believe in
first
small
one
government,
is
tax
space,
cuts,
exactly.
and lower government spending.
And
Trump saw the other
if
way.
this is trivial, then I have
in
no
the end, Trump
instructions. I can just
got booed.
construct
And
this thing to
he
point.
sped through some of
If
his
it's not
remarks and other
trivial,
points
then
he
I
seemed to
can't.
be
But then
enjoying
I
mixing
can
up the
start
crowd,
using
but
group
he
theory.
did not receive a nomination.
What
Yeah,
this group
and I
tells
think that the
me
interesting
about why
thing that
I
comes
can't.
out of all of this,
So
after being booed
commodities
and
is a
heckled,
way to one
he said,
qualitative
well, I wanted
analysis
and I could have
of
gotten
why
Well, there are lots of things Trump says.
like
What can I say to that?
and in
Okay, well, let's
particular,
move on because that was this weekend, and today we're back in New York, and Trump's expected to head toward the courtroom any time now.
property or
We've got closing arguments with him.
sheets that
So closing arguments at the end of 5 weeks of testimony. The jury had all last week, and today
that go under the
summation.
name of
Defense
commodities,
goes
because
first,
commodities
and
is
the
not really
prosecution.
one
The
thing.
question is,
To
that Trump is
basically
raising
associate
is why the
these
prosecution
things
did
to
not
unalgebraic
relax.
objects.
And
So
the
that,
answer is that in the United States, the
things
prosecution has
work
the burden
out
of proof,
and
and therefore they have the privilege to present their argument
Just a
last
question
to the jury.
What is the
Jury already heard from 22
Well, I mean, that's what I would say.
Trump,
So
not
if you think about a choice of affiliation as being a co-chain
David
contract or
Pecker,
something,
former owner of the National Enquirer,
then
Stormy
the
Daniels,
class of
who was paid
admissible,
$130,000.
every choice of that function chip spectrum is locally fine. It's just that some of them globally conflict because they lead to violations of the whole order. So there are certain kinds of co-chains that are simply not permissible because they have non-trivial first cohomology or second cohomology or whatever. And so the way you can kind of parameterize the set of permissible affiliations in space
He was trying to suppress the story about Stormy Daniels
Okay, so that's
in the
very
lead up to the
Oh, by the way,
2016
sorry,
campaign
just to add something
because
to the point that Talia made.
according to
So
Todd Cohen,
it was big about Penrose's tripod. consider the groups of all, I guess the group of all distances from which you could view the group of all distances from which you could view the flybar, then the statement that the flybar is a kind of impossible object corresponds exactly to the statement that it has a non-trivial element of significance. If you consider the chromology of an amulet, which is kind of what the flybar is constructed from, right, then the statement that the flybar can't be verbally constructed corresponds to the statement that it has a non-trivial element.
The jurors include among them two attorneys, and you have to wonder how this is all going to play out. I imagine that summations are going to be done by today. This case could go to the jury for deliberation tomorrow.
It'd be interesting. We watch you, Stephen Portnoy. Thank you for the information. All right, let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
I'm going to take this on. So the description you gave felt like it was a description of commodity loans and so on. And I know that they relate, but it wasn't clear an example how to switch to thinking about them. But I know it's like switching complexes, how can you use it yourself? How do we think about this? In the context of struggle, maybe it would be good if this is not too abstract in terms of small businesses.
Businesses and other community stakeholders. The new program covers the entire county except the cities of Long Beach, Pasadena, and Vernon, in downtown LA. Michael Wilkes, KFI News.
The Papua New Guinea government has asked for international assistance following the deadly landslide. Officials say more than 2,000 people are thought to have been buried alive on the side of a mountain tumbled down Friday.
Locals are still digging for survivors. States anything they can find, even that banner.
ABC's James Longman says the first heavy machinery arrived yesterday, but the recovery operation is dangerous.
Still unstable. Rescuers can only move so fast. They found the bodies of just 5 victims.
The UN hasn't changed its estimated vacuum to 670, but says as time goes on, the number will remain fluid. It says the body is ready to offer assistance. Hawaiian Electric says the county of Maui is to blame for the deadly wildfire in Lahaina.
In a conversation filed Friday, the
I would be very
officials
careful
failed
to
to
do it to
maintain proper
remember
brush
that
clearance
what
and
the
bubbled the
focus
virus
is.
lots, causing the deaths of 101 people and damage totaling $5 million. Soon after the fire last August, the county of Maui filed a lawsuit against Hawaiian Electric, claiming its black power poles and neglected infrastructure caused the fires. Hundreds of lawsuits have been filed against the state's largest power supplier, and though no official cause of the fire has been revealed, some reports suggest down power lines ignited dry brush. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Walmart has added its partnership with Capital One, which has been the exclusive issuer of store credit cards since 2019. Last year, Walmart sued Capital One, saying it was taking too long to process payments into their replacement cards. The judge ruled in March that Walmart could terminate.
When you take the
ABC's
picture,
Daria
there's someone
Alvarez
in
says
one
anyone
picture,
with a
but when
Walmart
you are
rewards
back
card
to
can
that
continue
place, that's
using the
someone
earned
going to
rewards
do.
unless
Now
they
you
get
can
notified
do
of
all
change.
these pictures
Capital
that
One
they
reported last
overlap.
week there's about $8.5 million in loans in the existing
But then,
Walmart credit portfolio.
quite a
The
lot.
Dodgers events got rained out yesterday, so it's a doubleheader today as the Dodgers take on the Mets in New York. First pitch is going to go out now at 1:10, and it's a doubleheader. You can listen to every play of every Dodgers game on AM 570 LA Sports and stream all the games in HD on the iHeartRadio app. Keyword AM 570 LA Sports, powered by LA Care for all of LA. Let's take a look at the morning commute. It's got some slow for us in South LA on the
Okay, so you're doing this over some more angles.
I went downhill, 2 laps, big
360.
dinner with Dahlia's. I
But
love being in
Something
the garden,
went
but I
wrong in time as you did
because I
that.
could
So
not
where's
only
the sheep?
walk, but I couldn't
What
really
piece of the
stand up
story is?
without
What is the
it
sheep?
was excruciating. Even my husband said that's good.
Actually, in this case, you are going to circle. So your topological space is you have your openings that are the portions of table you see.
Our support.
Okay, so
You know,
And I kept walking back and forth
I
around
guess
the store when I
which
took
one
to
of
my
these
husband and burst
portions
into tears.
you can attach
First time I
all
came
the
here,
pictures
I had
that
not had any
include
pain in my foot.
that
I
equal
have had
vision
no pain since the
in
day I bought it. Now I can
restricted
do
to it.
whatever I want. There
So,
isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers.
Maybe I am taking a picture of the
365
wall in
days a
front
year.
of me.
I still
My
can't
view tone is, I don't know, 90 degrees. So I take this picture. Now, if I take the tone that is 45 degrees, I just restrict this picture accordingly. And so, which one of these open sets I can attach all the set of all the pictures that include. And again, when I restrict my view, I know you I restrict the pictures accordingly. And this is exactly the kind of example I was doing before with the circles on the plane. It's really this kind of same kind of thing. It's just that now my set is not the set of instructions, but the set of pictures that depict
Okay.
information.
Right, so what is the analog? Maybe Jonathan, but what's the analog for us?
People are passionate about their favorite artists, and we try to tap into that
That's
together.
what, for example, the choice. I think the analog of that is that each possible picture that was taken is some slicing affiliation.
So it's a local choice of game. It's like any other code multi story, isn't it? It's a thing that you always look at choice of game, but they may or may not add up to make it to they may or may not end up being the corresponding standard local choice of game.
So the original question with the CSI is what is policy and we're asking, is there some topological structure moving from one partner to the other?
How do you even move between parts? What is the definition of parts? I feel like it should be something very simple that you pop out of it, then you go to the rule. Right, there has to be a reference to the rules, right? So the foliation destination and the topological structures are precisely the local choice of gauge results in failure.
But this is exactly what I'm trying to understand. So, which has been about the space affiliations. And this to me seems like the thing that might come out of, you know, thinking in category theory. So, is how do you, what does it mean? What is the boundary of possible affiliation? And how do you move between affiliations? And you're saying, if we look at the space of all possible affiliations, that can be in the trivial case, like let's look at Minkowski's place. In Minkowski's place, okay, so let's say Minkowski's place for, we're looking at inertial frames in Minkowski's place. We've got a very trivial collection of possible boundary affiliations. Like, there is no topological structure moving from one inertial frame to another.
No, but there's a topological structure in the sense that, well, okay, in this particular case, okay, you pick the one case in which cohomology doesn't help you, because the local choice of gauge determines the global choice of gauge for an inertial frame. That's the definition of an inertial frame. But for anything other than an inertial frame, just knowing the local choice of gauge doesn't tell you enough, right? You generally need all of the information about local choices of gauges to determine whether that's a globally valid choice of gauge, because you need to be able to determine if it's consistent with the population.
So let's understand what you mean by that. A local choice of gauge, you mean a coordination, a space-time coordination.
Right, a local coordinate.
We've got all these local. So now you're asking, as we transform from one, now I'm also confused by what is the in a fiber?
It's all American.
We will also have a local choice of coordinates, then we have this notion of connection. It tells us different, how we move from different local patches. Is that, in this case, we've just got a bunch of local patches that we are setting up. And we've got another bunch of local patches that corresponds to another coordinate. Another coordinate.
And
you're asking,
Well, like, so in the, again, the details of this are relativity capable. So our analog notion of connection is a collection of weightings the hyper edges or global edges. So, the default choices of having the connection, you take a kind of activity, corresponding to the state that everything has unit weight. And so in particular, if you have an edge that's connecting vertices U and V, then you also have an edge connecting vertices V and U, and those have exactly the same way. If you relax that connection, then you can allow for more general types of connections, and particularly you can allow for border metrics and things like that. And so,
Pizza 51 on your way up. Well,
hang on.
I want to play that song every time it rings. I love that song. Here's what we're following in the K5 24-hour newsroom. Prosecutors and defense are set to deliver closing arguments to the jury in former President Trump's hush money trial. It's each side's last chance to score points with the jury before deliberations begin. The closing arguments are expected to last all day. An aggressive shark has bumped a surfer off his board, leading officials to say permitting to order people out of the water. Access was restricted yesterday along a 2-mile stretch near the T Street beach. Another person says he saw something dark in the water swimming toward him. No one got hurt. SpaceX is planning to launch a Falcon 9 rocket from Vandenberg Space Force Base this afternoon. The rocket will be taking 4 scientific instruments into space. The launch could create sonic boom in Santa Barbara, Ventura, and San Luis Obispo counties. We're just minutes away from Handle on the News this morning. This is kind of robocop.
So if you look here,
China's military has rolled out
at the
rifle-toting
bottom there,
robot
in the
dogs.
definition of the one Wasserstein distance. So we have this
Let's say
parameter
good morning now
epsilon.
to
So the epsilon
ABC's
is a couple
Jim
of
Ryan.
parameters
Speaking of scary, you guys cannot catch
you can think of as being the elementary weight assigned to type error. And so later on, I state that we're particularly considering the case where epsilon is has a value of units for everybody. It makes you calculate and see the corresponding effectively the unit of space. But you could consider, so in that case, you're going to have hyper edges at different values, depending on how that sort of metric. So you can actually define it. Turns out the continuum limit, you can define arbitrary connections.
Okay. So again, we're trying to figure out, so why do we care about this? The one reason we care is because what we're talking about is transformation between possible reference frames. I claim
for severe weather in 13 years. At least 1,336 severe storm reports from Texas to New York,
this
Friday
idea
through Monday.
of what
And it's
the
continuing at this
possible
moment. More severe thunderstorms down
reference
from the
frame choices
northwest right
the
along
report.
the
If you're
Texas
saying, what is the instruction
The last
moving
couple of hours
continuously
came
from one
here
place to
into the
one
Dallas
family
Fort Worth
reference
area.
frame to another?
We have
What's the
677,000
physics?
power
What's the general
outages at
relativity
this
version
moment.
saying doesn't
These storms are
operate?
continuing to move to the southeast and bring us
So that would be the statement that if you have two space-like hypergeometry, you have two possible level sets corresponding to two different choices of universal time functions.
Yeah, it has been hot.
And you want to construct a continuous definition from one to the other.
The heat is
There
part
will
of the
be
issue.
certain classes of hypersurfaces for which even though the stars and endpoints, the initial and final hypersurfaces are very consistent with the possible order of the Lorentzian manifold. There are intermediate ones which are not. I understand that corresponds to one construct. Okay, so what is that physics?
West or rather east of the area where the tornado came into
So you're saying, I don't have a good answer. Well,
Saturday
let's think about
killed so
this.
many people.
So you've got two choices of
In fact, this morning in a straight line wind of 77 miles per hour.
and you're saying, I mean, as you move between these, as you make a definition of the coordinate system, you move between these choices of reference frames, you hit something that is
I'm
not.
just shocked at how many
Okay,
severe
here's a
weather
trivial example, right?
events
So
are
if you
happening
consider
all
a
at once.
massive
Not only
universe
you
with a cosmic event horizon.
get a tornado,
Yep.
it
And
moves
you have
out,
an
your
observer
sunny
in one
skies,
cosmic,
you
in
clean
one
up and off
side of
you
the
go.
cosmic event
But
horizon,
it's
and
just
the
like
observer
with
on the
day
other
after
side.
day after
They
day.
have
Where
different
are
reference
the
frames
storms
that
headed
just
to
naturally
next?
defined by the
It's just
expansion of the universe.
relentless.
But there is a
Just as
topological
they start
construction
moving
that
up Big
eventually
Valley
transforms
View,
from one to the other that
7
is the
people
cosmic
died in
event
the
horizon.
tornado on Saturday. Here comes a new batch of storms.
Okay.
And right now,
This is going to be more general. So this notion that one might be.
there is another big
No, I'm saying I'm agreeing. I mean, it's exciting precisely because the cosmic event horizon is an obvious topological construction that may be very non-obvious.
So the same areas that
you don't know about.
got it over the weekend are going
And what it means when there's a topological construction is that
looks like the stuff that came through on
choice
Saturday
of reference frames we are thinking is related to these choices can be thought of as
there's still stuff around up in
um,
the Minneapolis area and that central
that
part.
there exists
You mentioned Dallas, Fort
a
Worth,
way
and
of
it seems
essentially
like
breaking
the
the space of
tornadoes
all possible choices of reference frames
tend to hit in small towns or around them.
So in
Capping
essence,
the
classify
population
the
centers that
equivalence classes or something, the continuously deformable
We had one that
groups.
touched down in Dallas a few years ago, a tornado that
So,
broke down the northwest
physically,
part of the city and tore up a lot of property. Nobody was killed in that.
I mean, that is,
But you're right, it's just like the draw. It doesn't strike a more
what
popular
does it
area.
mean when there are
There was
two,
a
like, for example,
tornado
let's
that
take the
hit
Buffalo
Waco,
example.
Texas in
Are there,
1957 and just
when you look at
destroyed
different
the
places
place.
of court,
So you're
whether
like,
it's,
it's
you
just,
know,
it's like the
fiscal
draw. We got
coordinates, or
8
this
million
coordinate,
people
that
living in Dallas
coordinate, you
Fort
see
Worth, and
things like this happen.
luckily these storms, at least the ones that
Is it
hit
continuously
over the weekend,
deformable from the
stayed
original
kind of
structural
to the
coordinates
northwest.
to some
Well,
more
we'll
modern
hope that they
coordinates?
move out soon, so you guys can
Well, no,
enjoy
I mean,
the
so for
what's
instance, if you
left
go
of the
from
spring.
say,
It's been beautiful here.
okay, take it away, so I think it's probably most illustrative. If you attempted to go continuously from the Schwarzschild metric to say the from Palebe metric, then because of the existence of the coordinate singularity, there isn't
Yeah,
that's a topological
Like it does
defect
that to
in
the
the coordinate
northwest a
system.
lot.
So there isn't a
Lots and
smooth,
lots.
you know,
But also for
and if you get rid of the coordinate singularity, then you can make a smooth kind of
All right,
but
thank you.
otherwise
Give
you
me these Jim running.
coordinate singularity has to go somewhere.
Well, let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI
So
24-hour
we listen to
newsroom.
the
A
coordinate
Metro bus
singularity,
driver in downtown
and I thought that
LA
was a
has
special
been attacked by a
feature
woman who
of
grabbed
the
the
bad
driver's
coordinates.
glasses, broke them, and
Well, yeah,
stretched
exactly.
the driver's
That's
face.
why
The
the
driver
Schwarzschild
had
coordinate
reportedly recognized the woman yesterday because
Let's take an
they
example
had
on
issues
scale.
with her
We
before.
get an
They tried to
example
keep her from
on
getting
scale.
on the
And
bus.
there's plenty of
The
coordinates
attacker was a white woman around 30, 5'8", about 180 pounds with brown hair, brown eyes.
So
Metro
if
says
you ask me the
he
different
is not at
coordinates,
all happy that another bus
you're
operator has
asking-
been assaulted. A
Wait,
spokesman
it's
says Metro
like
is
asking, can you
accelerating
mess
its
with
to
like,
prevent crime on the system.
I
A
wasn't
person's
convinced
been stabbed at a bus stop in LA's Miracle Mile area. That was reported last night at 10:30 near West Olympic Boulevard and South La Brea
oh,
Avenue.
it's
The
a
person was seen
number
being
of
taken away in an ambulance. A bill from a state senator in
But if you
LA
want
would
to go from
require
the
store employees to monitor self-checkout lanes and limit items that can go through.
Employers want to introduce machines because
So
people
within
are
that
too
projection,
difficult.
you're saying
Democratic State Senator
that
Wallace Baldwin
there
says
isn't,
that's
for
led
some
to a
math
need for
projections, there's a
regulations for
continuous
self-checkout,
definition
which is
for one
responsible for
math
16 times more theft than a cashier.
So I mean, if
Now,
I
$6
take,
to $10
just take a
billion
random,
is
let's
lost,
take,
and it's becoming a place where workers have
guaranteed
been
dangerous.
threatened.
Critics say those
Take a
regulations
random
are
sample
unnecessary because
of 10
retailers have
math
already started
projections,
implementing similar changes. The bill
that
passed the Senate last week and is now in the Assembly. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
U.S. cellular customers are about to become T-Mobile customers if this deal goes through. T-Mobile has announced a deal to acquire almost all of U.S. Cellular. It's a $4.4 billion deal that will include taking on U.S. Cellular's debt. McDonald's reportedly has plans to get rid of all its self-serve soda machines by 2032, and in some locations do away with
I have
free
a bad
refills.
feeling
The changes are meant to bring uniformity to all McDonald's operations and make customers' experiences the same, whether they're picking up, dining in, or using the drive-thru. Some experts say they expect other fast food places to follow the leader. This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Southland weather from KFI.
I think
Morning,
they're
low
not,
clouds and fog, clearing to sunny skies, highs around 70 at the beaches. Low to mid-70s for Metro LA and inland Orange County. Mid-70s to about 80 in the valleys. Low to mid-80s in the IE. 70s to low 80s for the Antelope Valley. Pretty much the same forecast tomorrow and through the week. Morning clouds, afternoon sun, highs in the 70s and 80s. Pretty nice. It's 59 in Tustin, 58 in La Habra, 61 in Palmdale, 56 in Pomona. We leave local, live from the KFI 24-hour
So
newsroom.
what you're
Producer
saying
Ann and technical producer Kono. I'm
is,
Amy King. This has been your
You're
wake-up call, and
saying
if you missed any wake-up call, you can listen anytime on the iHeart Radio app. Now let's check in again with Nick. We've got slowing in Agua Dulce on the 14.
But other math we may not, so I don't even know what character one can get from that maybe it's a math. But is that what you're talking about? When is it the case that there's like a random fascination?
Yeah, I don't know enough about map projections to get into that. But in the case of GR, they say if you want a map to take some course from another coordinates to the cross coordinates, you run into a problem with, by definition, you get the coordinate singularity that is on here. And so locally around, in the region where that coordinate singularity should be appear, it should reappearing.
Out of
The
the
mapping
Atlantic
from
states
one
that
to
equal
the
here,
other necessarily
not
becomes
maximally
discontinuous in that
heading
table.
westbound heading toward the 10. Westbound side out
Right.
the 105, get busy
Great.
for you on the 605 and heavy stretches all the way toward the 405. The 91
Right.
west is your
Hey,
alternate.
we should
Through
wrap
LA
up
County
this
on the 605, passing the 710, getting ready to the 110. Patchy for your drive as well. But Southern California's only airborne
Well,
traffic
very
reports.
interesting.
I'm
All
in
right, so
Polio
what
Key.
just zooming out and trying to summarize a little bit. So I'm still a little, this whole question about how is category theory help us and what is the correspondence with what we're talking about category theory. So slowly, circling around this. And you've raised a number of interesting things about, I think I'm beginning to feel a little bit more confident about saying something about this notion of mapping between coordinates, but between that and explain. Between coordinates, I think you mentioned,
For
we
most of
talked
the
a
people
little bit
that
about
walk in our store, it's been
specifics
an
of things like
ongoing,
human
non-stop issue.
and their
They're
representation
searching, they're
of
grasping at straws because they've been trying
distributed,
other products and they bought something that they thought was gonna help solve their problem, and it did.
the analog of distributed computation.
Support specialist.
I don't know, this has been a
A client
complicated
came into
discussion.
my store
And
last year
I
that
also, I
had
didn't really
plantar
get my
fasciitis for
answer
30
to
years.
how do I think about the
a handful
infinite
of products. I said, this is what I've been wearing.
Do I have one more chance to try to understand what how should I think about it? I mean, it's like, you keep on, like, let's say magnetic therapy, you keep on talking
I'm
about
just sad that he
the
spent so many
correspondence
years
between the
with so much
correspondence
discomfort.
between.
I helped relieve a problem that's been plagued him for 30 years.
Another
I mean, I'm not going to talk about that.
See what we can do for you.
probably
The
help.
free personal network support fitting.
There is a notion of
Call
higher
1-800-BIG-BIG or
category,
visit
which is called
goodbeat.com.
high category. It is that in category theory, we require that composition of morphisms is associated. And the identity laws will actually follow. But as soon as you introduce also higher morphisms, so morphisms between morphisms, you see that you can relax. So you can say instead of A circle B circle C equals A circle B circle C, so you put the things. You can actually involve them to be isomorphic. Isomorphic in this case means that there are a couple of morphisms between morphisms that run the index. So that's connected to the idea I was telling you before, that you can think about higher categories as
Just offensive.
we have the category of higher but then I can do the same kind of trick. I can consider the composition of morphisms between morphisms. And then we will want to quality or isomorphism and blah blah blah. And that's why if you keep inductively doing this kind of thing, then what you get is a completely category where basically everything
Maybe I'm not supposed to tell you that.
and this is connected to type theory because the real difference here between having an equality and having
It's well, it's a new show, but I'm not there.
here
Anyway,
an
that makes a lot of
isomorphism
sense.
is that an isomorphism is a kind of constructed kind of thing. Like you really want to give a function or morphism constructed that testifies that these things are sort of implicit. So in this sense, it's like the most relevant version of the category you can think about, where you can't just say, I go from F, from A, B, C to A, B, C, but I also specify how I do it. If I specify two different ways to do so in different contexts, then I have to specify a way to go from one to the other.
That's right. That's
I don't know if this clarifies interrupting means it.
Well, I just don't have an intuition. I mean, to me, it is very useful to understand, we've got proofs, we've got correspondence between proofs, and we go on with that question.
Imagine you had a version kind of equation of proof. You feed in a theorem of the form proof object equals to your proof object. Yep. So those proof objects are themselves proof equations. That they are the individual substitution levels are not substitution levels on expressions, the substitution levels on rewrite rules. So the point that Fabrizio, I think, is making is that the highest level of generalization is one in which proving that the two proof objects are equivalent also proves that the proof objects, and proves those proof objects itself are equivalent. Proving that the first two proof objects are equivalent also proves that the proof objects contained within them are equivalent, and the proof objects contained within those are equivalent, and so on. So it's a great weakening of the otherwise infinite number of equivalencies. You just prove one equivalent, and then all the ones the levels below it are cascade down. That's the notion of weak homotopy equivalence. What does that mean? I'm still very. And then the model for that space is the homotopy type is the infinity calculated homotopy type.
Maybe just clarify. So you have two terms of type A, put them B and Q. And now I can consider proofs that these two things are equal. So where does B
I believe the term is
in this type here. This is the type
with the taco, it's S&M, but it's got a taco, so it's a taco theme.
But then
That's
in this thing,
that's a rubber thing, face mask.
I can consider W and W1.
That's on me.
This is the two proofs
I'm just trying to mix it up, buddy. No, keep ours out.
Yep.
Yeah, fresh.
Then again, I can consider the type of
many people, particularly in Gaza, to say the least. So let's start
this is a
with
really
the
higher
news on this Tuesday morning, May 28th.
I get how this is constructed. I just don't have an intuition for what.
Story.
I mean,
and a proof
Israel launched an
is to say that we can go from one to the other. Now this thing means that I can default this thing into the other. And I can have two different ways of performing these two things, the different homotopes. Now this thing will contain proofs that say that actually these two homotopes are homotopically equivalent, and I can iterate this thing up to infinity. It's actually very difficult to visualize.
right. I mean, but okay, so in the physics case, this is like saying, okay, you've got these actual evolution paths, you've got the causal connections between events that happen, we've got these causal connections, we've got the exfoliations that are connections between events, and then what do we have beyond? What do you think of that?
We could also not have anything beyond that. Like it's perfectly fine if we just have a free category or a full category or
I understand that, but I'm just curious if there is an interpretation going to
well, that's what I mean. I think it really depends on your model. I think that what is worth noticing here is that the way it's able to infinity is defining things from the beginning there is a convenient conjecture. So in the physics example you made, it feels to me that there is a very big difference how like our zero level things are interpreted, how the first level things are interpreted. The first thing is causal function. Second thing is equivalence of causal function may not themselves be causal functions. So I think that the aspect if we have a dignity category structure amounts to us instead of waiting actively keep growing and thinking about relationships and things between things. And the other thing is, well, actually, I would be way happier if the answer was no, because dignity category here is not the easiest thing in the world. So if you can always have you.
Well, I understand, but okay, so the thing for me is that understanding these first three levels,
The attack was,
you know,
it's
already,
at that point, but I don't even
it's
know what
already
to
kind
say.
of
I
like,
don't know the
you know,
answer to
it's
this.
already,
To
it's
extent
already
those
interesting
civilians will be
to
targeted,
understand these
killed, or
first three
kept to
levels.
a minimum, which
And
is
I
what it
just
says.
have this
I
suspicion,
don't know if that's true or not.
I don't
And that
know, maybe
means
it's a piece of aesthetic, so to speak, that there's something
you can't go after
to be
Hamas
understood beyond
if you
those
don't go
levels.
after
Maybe
civilians.
it's, I mean, what Jonathan is saying is the next level up is the obstruction between defamation between
I don't know how guys can shoot
Maybe the theory for me is not just yes. So if you want to think about the same statement,
so many Palestinians
it would
have
be
died.
in an ordinary state
It's
for
it's terrible.
if you have two paths through that state, right? You have this specification of two paths, and then you could define a map matrix between those two paths. What map most is on one path, most is on the other edge, is on one path, the edge is on the other. The fact that you construct that mapping actually doesn't tell you that those two paths are valid paths in the multi-way state.
When it kills an Israeli or has killed,
you start
it takes the body.
Well, that's how they're generated. Suppose I just give you, I give you two paths, and I say, these are two paths, right? Here's a mapping from one to the other. From that information, you can't then reduce what those two paths are actually valid paths with respect to the original multi-way. That's equivalent to saying, if I just give you a proof of equivalence between two proofs, that does not in itself tell you that the actual expressions that those things are proving are themselves true, are themselves equivalent. Right. So if there existed an infinity categorical model for our physics model, what it would be some ultra generalization of the multi-way graph, in which if you could show that there were, if you could show equivalence between two paths, it would necessarily show equivalence between all paths and all systems of lower levels of abstraction, including in particular
Norway and Ireland have moved to formally recognize a Palestinian state. Tel Aviv says that it will have no immediate impact on its war in Gaza, but the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez told his nation in a televised address from Madrid that this is an historic decision that has a single goal, and that is to help the Israelis
the
and
ultimate
Palestinians achieve peace.
correspondence between description languages and real graphs. That's what you're basically saying. It's the ultimate.
Okay, we
Right,
recognize you now.
so it's a correspondence, it's a type of equivalence that implies correspondence between different languages, correspondence between state borders, correspondence between global variations, and actually correspondence
When you talk about recognizing Palestine, that means recognizing Gaza as part of the country, and it is run by terrorists.
Seems worth looking for. And that seems like the ultimate sort of category
We don't
for
care,
the
we're going to recognize it. It doesn't matter that it is run by a
if we
government.
can
Hamas
understand
is
that,
a
because
government.
that's what, in our original discussion here about category theory and using it as a pattern to see different kinds of things. That seems like the, to be able to see that everything we're talking about is the one framework. It's just like, I do think that our correspondence between, for example, features of physical space, features of branchial space, features of real space, and the challenge I think continuing to try to understand what's the okay, you want to get really weirded out here, it's like what's a particle in physical space, trying to understand what might be what's a particle in branchial space, and Jonathan didn't really have to talk about what's a particle in real space.
Okay, guys, let's take a break now.
That's we should wrap up here. But,
The man who attacked former Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer is set to be resentenced today because of a court error.
gotten rid of my
The judge who
fears
sentenced David DePalma earlier this month to 30 years in prison says she made an error by not giving him a chance to speak in court. He'll get that chance
It's by
today.
far the most difficult
Closing
thing I
arguments are set
ever
to
have
start
to
soon in
study,
former
and
President Trump's hush money trial in New York.
basically
Prosecutors and defense
when I started my PhD, I didn't know anything about category theory, and I was forced
Before the
to
jury
learn it
begins its
because
deliberations,
everyone
the
in
judge
my
will
research group
instruct
was
the jury
in
on the law
category theory,
governing
so
the
I had
case.
no choice.
Clymer
But
admits
if
an
this
old
wasn't the
has set
case,
another
I
record at
wouldn't
Yosemite.
have learned it.
An old that broke the
Because
speed record
I find
again for
that
solo
the most
climbing the longest
difficult
route on
thing
Mount
in
Capitan.
category
The
theory
big
is that
climb
it's
in
not enough to
11
understand
hours
that
and
you
18 minutes on
really
Thursday.
requires that
That's more
mind.
than 8 hours
You have to
faster
start
than the previous
asking
record.
not
We'll check some
anymore
problems on the
who are
91
the
next.
elements here and what they do, but
Over the
what
weekend,
are the
I
relationships that this structure
and
has with
Day,
the
and
you
it was a lot of garlic.
we
I have
can
to
raise
grow
this
garlic,
perspective
and
to be able to
and
keep the right
I smell the garlic.
It's a
Sometimes I have
very
garlic.
difficult
It goes through my pores or so
I
much.
got to the
So
doctor, I
if
was
I ever
understanding
want
all
to
the
not smell
definitions,
like
and I
garlic,
feel like
what I do is I
I
take
felt like I
some
wasn't
and I do it
understanding
anyways.
anything.
Because do I really care
And
about
then
it?
at some point,
Yeah.
so yeah, I think it's
Selden's
not
Minty Mouth
So,
Mints.
can I ask
Tiny
one more
capsules.
question about this? I mean, you know, in a sense, the description gives me more sympathy because, you know, I've been working on symbolic languages for forever, right? And so there are things now that are complicated, abstract constructions that are, you know, function that construct functions that construct. And for me, those are pretty easy to understand. But, you know, I've known that most of my life. So, you know, it makes me more sympathetic to people who find it difficult to understand those things. My difficulty
Morning
is
low clouds, then sunny
but
with
if I
highs around
want to,
70 at the beaches,
in terms of
70s to mid 80s
concretifying
inland.
category
This report brought to you
is
by
there,
Lowe's.
I mean, one of the
From
great
the
things
Southern
about
California
small
Toyota
languages
Dealers
is
Traffic
there is,
Center,
you know,
let's
there's
go
a
places. We've got
concrete
Sloan and Riverside on the 91.
and, you know, the category theory, I mean, if it's the case that what New York builders do, their whole big box center, is that an attempt to make the concretification of what one can do with category theory.
yeah, of course, like, obviously, being a startup, we are trying, you know, to build the product, before, like, yes, like, our main purpose is to build the product. But yeah, we think that the category that we practice, will help us a lot. The thing that we are complexifying category theory up to the point that we use it. But in general, right category theory, so we do not have
Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartEase and start listening now. iHeartRadio.
I think I may even have
Sounded
it.
so good.
I tried to do my own.
Directory you won't find anywhere else.
yes.
.com is the only place to find the
And I think it's quite nice, and it's also nice book by Timothy Real.
Looking for listing agent's contact info?
You know, all these books are very
The agent with the most sales and your
full of
price range?
examples. It's like, okay, these categories
Specialized
of
agents
gadget
with all the up-to-date info on your dream neighborhood.
these, okay, the real world.
Advice who enjoys long walks on the beach.
And by the way, we are also Staples
Homes.com.
category training courses
I
for
like
business.
daffodils and tulips.
And that's also the perspective we embrace. Like, we present an argument, and shortly after,
I
we
could
present
not
an
only
example.
walk, but I couldn't really stand up.
Is the only reasonable way to understand
So my
category theory,
husband said,
especially
let's go
to
to the good feet store.
apply.
For over 20 years.
For pure mathematicians, my suggestion is still to study from
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch support.
But
And
at
I was
least that
fitted.
doesn't.
And I kept walking back and forth across the store. And I went to my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I had not had any pain in my foot. I had had no pain since the day I bought it. Now I can do whatever.
Which was very easy.
There isn't
I mean,
any
we
place
do a
on
lot
my
of
property that
examples.
doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year.
But
I still
actually,
can't
the
believe
book
it.
was,
My hands tear.
let's say, just indulging on
See what we can
my
do.
set theoretic
Free personalized
understanding of
arsenal.
things.
Good feet
So every time I was like, oh yeah,
Call 1-800-NEWSFEED or visit goodfeeds.com.
at page like
They're more
200,
identity
we
threats than
finally
you realize.
introduced
Even if
a
you monitor
pattern
your credit, only a
that
little
are
personal
really
info
not
needs to
easily
leak out.
understandable.
Like your social security number or password.
And at that point, I realized I didn't have
LifeLock alerts you to
like
threats.
literally, I just wasted 1 month of my life thinking I was understanding stuff and I didn't understand.
No one
And
can
isn't it
collect
way
all
honest?
identities and
Like,
monitor all
it
transactions.
may take 1
Everyone
week
can
to
save
go
up to
through 10
25%
pages,
off their
but
first year with
when
promo
you go
code
through
NEWS.
them,
Go to lifelock.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 value ordering choices.
And
Well, let's see what I can put it into a lifetime.
Digital coupons worth over $700 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
We've locked in low prices to help you save big store-wide. Look for the locked-in low prices tags and enjoy extra savings throughout the summer. Kroger, fresh for everyone. So man, I don't think they got the word. There's no money at a 7-Eleven, so I don't know what you're getting. You're not going for 7-Eleven. Clearly, that's not the way to go. My dad always told me, if you're going to commit crime, you better be able to retire on it. The Tim Conway Jr. Show, which is great advice. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI in Enterprise 640 here on a Taco Tuesday, May 28th. Before we get back, we have this news. We've got a horrible landslide in Papua New Guinea. They're talking about 2,000 people buried under that landslide. The village was directly underneath. And just crazy, just insane. And they don't even, I think they discovered 4 bodies out of the 2,000. So anyway, back we go. More handle on the news with Amy King, Neil and me. Just destructive thunderstorms, tornadoes. They were responsible for at least 23 deaths over the long weekend, including this horrible 4 children. This was in parts of Kentucky, Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma, and Alabama. So the storms killed 15 in Arkansas and Texas alone. Another 5 people died in Kentucky. Just horrific and almost motion picture-like destruction. Now, and video these days is far different. You see these storm watchers would be off at a distance. Now, they're in the middle of the tornado. Just see that video of that gas station where 30 or 40 people sheltered and aimless to right. And the video was going and people were screaming. Everybody survived. That way. Wow. And you wonder, and storm watchers, they're driving along. Here's a video of people driving along. And a tornado crosses the road right in front of them. I mean, it's astounding. It is so hundreds of tornadoes were reported in the last few days. It's never been that bad.
Using
We don't get tornadoes.
either a recursive method, either using a for loop or a solver to
Okay, this is sounding a little bit like RoboCop or something, but in recent military drills with Cambodia, China's military showed off a robot dog with an automatic rifle mounted on its back.
Wait a second. Are you way ahead of the game here? Ahead of the game?
Oh, I am?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
It's the shark story.
Oh, see, I just wanted to get right to the dogs. Okay, so it's not Jaws, but it looks like there was some juvenile great white sharks that are swimming around off the coast, and one of them
as you can see, it's
bumped into a surfer on Monday. So San Clemente. What?
So,
a faces
are the shark
create this
robots
method,
that have
but
the test? No, the shark is just San Clemente Beach. It seems like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet for the sharks.
So nobody got eaten yet?
Well, I think a surfboard got eaten. They're stupid sharks.
Well, there were reports that it was a fight, but it was a bump, and everybody's okay, but they cleared out the waters and said, you know what, you need to stay away because their district were showing aggressive behavior.
Okay, great story now. Neil, take this one. This is, okay, Pope Francis allegedly told Italian bishops, this was in a closed-door meeting, not to permit gay men to train for the priesthood. There were 2 Italian newspapers, at least, that were in there that claimed that a 77-year-old pontiff made a homophobic slur in these meetings. Now, during his time as Pope, Pope has sought, to offer more welcoming approach to LGBTQ. Catholics say, who am I to judge? Some people think because Italian is not his native language, that he didn't know how,
I'll show you other
please, how heavy this word was.
how do you pronounce it? Rothschild. Did I have that right? The two G's would be a hard one. I don't know. Could translate to faggot tree. I didn't even know that word existed. But I will say,
Although I still have these kind of
having
connections which
I
have
gave
three
brother,
sides. The best
the F
block
word,
mesh has
but I will
a
say this.
least number of
In this context, it's almost a funny sounding word.
neighboring of 3, but
To add
having
ways,
neighboring
looks like
of
he's
4
going to
plus
start with some
plus
R.
is
Is that it? Line. He just makes it
the
sound
best way.
odd, but yes, that
Best
is
way
what
as much as
was
possible to have
was
these
used,
kinds of
and some people are coming to the book and saying, hey, it's a
you
second
have
language.
casual
He can
for each
understand
of
that
them
it was
for each
okay, but he's doing it in front of the press,
have
but who knows?
degrees, and
Not
that's
full.
kind of a
Now are we ready for the RoboCop?
Now we have the
Okay, so China's military showed off a robot dog with an automatic rifle mounted on its back, basically turning man's best friend into a killing machine. Remember when we got the robot dogs here in LA and everybody was worried about this? China's doing it.
Yeah, of course. We'll never, even the fact we have robo dogs is just hugely controversial. They just kill people with them. That's China. They go straight up to it. They don't hide it. You can, I believe you can get the United States one with a flamethrower on it
some parts which have
for about 10, 15 grand.
equations,
Not that I've looked.
things are playing like
Well, to get weight control and all that, I think, but
is
weight control is very strong with flamethrowers. Actually,
I found the method to be really useful for some cases.
Areas that are prone to forest fires. Yeah, they do have stuff. It is actually a legitimate way to do weed abatement is to use a flame. But that's not what people are looking for. Anywho, out of Tokyo vehicle manufacturer Toyota is ending release set to end its massive sponsorship deal with the International Olympic Committee. So just after Paris Olympics, the reports are that Japan is
in this one. So if you're good enough,
manufacturer Toyota is going to back out. They're apparently the largest sponsorship deal. They don't feel like the money was effectively used to support athletes or promote the sport. So we'll see if that actually ends up happening. Yeah, that is a big deal. Although the Olympics has gotten a pretty poor reputation with the head of the IOC and the Olympic committees. By the way, that's the best job in the world, is to be on the committee, the head committee of the IOC, because we have every city out there, and they're bidding for the Olympics, and the IOC, major committee chooses, and they go to the cities. Can you imagine how well treated they are?
already like
It's
with a triangle.
a great gig. It's a great gig. All right, let's take a break and we'll come back. We've got plenty more to handle in the news. In the meantime, DDK Live, DDK Live, 24-hour news.
A person's been stabbed in a bus stop in LA's Miracle Mile area. It was reported around 10:30 last night near West Olympic Boulevard and South La Brea Avenue. A person was seen being taken away in an ambulance. This attack comes just hours after a Metro bus driver was attacked on a bus in downtown LA. The person has been found dead in a backyard swimming pool in Encino. Firefighters were called yesterday to the home on Haskell Avenue. They say the body may have been in the water for a few days. Police say the 911 call was from a family member who claimed a relative had been simply drowned.
Probably
A 2-mile stretch of beach in San Quentin's been closed after a surfer says he was bumped off his board by something dark gray in the water. Another man says he saw a dark object swimming toward him. San Clemente's Marine Safety Lieutenant Sean Stoutenmeyer says it may have been an aggressive juvenile great white shark.
The way it's swimming, if they say contact like pumping, gaping, and smell a little bit, rushing at a swimmer, those are criteria for determined aggressive.
Lifeguards have flown drones over the area to look for sharks. Not clear if they've seen any, but beaches are scheduled to be reopened today. The LA City Council is expected to vote on whether to raise the pride flag above City Hall.
LGBTQ Pride Month starts Saturday and approved by the City Council. The Rainbow Progress Pride flag would be hoisted above City Hall. Councilman Bob Whitfield said in a recent post that he may support it, but wants to make sure the new ordinance doesn't land the city in constitutional trouble. I want to make sure we looked at the history of this because we're not going to reinvent the wheel, but we do know that
like
Where
what
do you
major
get sick? LA County first
or
reported its buildings last year. Other local governments have reversed course and stopped flooding in downtown LA. Michael Monks, KFI News.
At least 22 people have been killed during a series of storms that hit the central and southern U.S. over Memorial Day weekend. The severe weather in Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Kentucky also destroyed homes and businesses and knocked down power to hundreds of thousands of people. North Korea says its attempt to put another spy satellite in orbit has failed. A rocket carrying the satellite exploded mid-air yesterday, hours after the leaders of South Korea, China, and Japan met in Seoul in their first trilateral meeting in more than 4 years. Today is National Hamburger Day, a day to celebrate America's favorite entree. YouGov's regularly updated list of the most popular American dishes show the hamburger earned 85% popularity, the cheeseburger scored 83%. Only mashed potatoes and French fries ranked higher at 86%.
It's a good idea to
Nearly 50 billion hamburgers are eaten in
define
the
some kind
U.S.
of flow on a mesh. For example,
Southland
this
weather
kind
from
of mesh
KFI, low clouds and fog clearing to sunshine.
curvature.
Tell you more on the forecast and
can
also
define
look
the
at
flow
your
of
morning
this
traffic
mesh
with the
into
KFI the Sky next.
Having bought a new house in Orange County lately,
this way.
I needed some roofing.
This
Many
way.
of us buy homes and there are
And you can
issues.
see
And this one has
direction
roofing issues,
by
and so I was
checking
recommended
its principal
to
curvature.
Advanced Roofing Systems. Boy, what a job they did. It was fast, it was professional, and I know, you do commercial firms, so of course they're going to do a great job, and they did.
The principal
But that's the
curvature will
reputation.
give you
That's
the
what
direction
they do
values
for
one.
all of their customers. Advanced Roofing Systems uses the finest roofing materials, primarily from GAF, the largest, most respected roofing material manufacturer in the U.S. 25-year guarantee. And here's the difference. You call Advanced Roofing, you're going to charge people directly to car roofs. If your roof needs repairs or you need a new roof, call Advanced
And
Roofing
use
Systems.
this
You get a free inspection no matter what. And even if you don't know the condition of your roof, certainly if it's over 20 years old, you want to make that phone
in
call.
which way
Free inspection. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say Advanced Roofing. Pound 250 on your cell phone, say Advanced Roofing. Financing is available. Dial pound 250, say Advanced Roofing.
Southland weather from KFI. Low clouds and fog this morning, clearing to sunshine. Highs near 70 at the beaches. Low to mid 70s for Metro LA and inland Orange County. 70s to about 80 in the valleys. 70s to mid 80s in the IE and high desert. About the same for tomorrow. And through the week, look for morning clouds. Then sunny after that. Highs in the 70s and 80s. It's 59 at Costa Mesa. 60 at Buena Park. We've got slowing in Van Nuys on 405. Good morning, Will.
Southbound side of the 405, starting in about approximately start to see some bright lights making their way through this flow
and
of
by dissolving the
gas.
head off to
Direction around the 87 before you get to sunset. So that's good news. Westbound side of the 10 typically slow as well. Getting away from the 110 freeway over
this
into
is when
Mid-City.
I'm going to use
If you are heading up and going past Planet and couple extra minutes because southbound side of the 15, starting
what I'm
before
gonna do is to
brake lights, it is slow all the way down to 138, but once you get past that point, it's a nice drive into Rancho Cucamonga area or the San Bernardino area on the 215 as well. And one more slow spot, it's the 91.
first of all check
The morning without some bright lights there, westbound side of the 91 slow from La Sierra all the way out through Corona. It's a lot better once you get past the 241. We might actually have a little problem.
check for
Right before the 241 is a stalled lanes there. That's on the eastbound side, so they're right. It's not really slowing the westbound side too much. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports of Gulf River KFI in the sky.
Kick off your summer with iHeartRadio.
get
Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From
this pair,
Commercial free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartEase and start listening now.
calculate the
iHeartRadio.
direction from the center of this triangles to
For most of the
the
people
center
that
of
walk in
this
our store, it's been
other
an ongoing,
triangle.
one-stop issue.
which is
They're searching, they're grasping at straws because they've been trying other products and they bought something that they thought was going to help solve their problem.
what I'm going to do next is to compare this direction together with this
A
principal
client
direction.
came into my
This
store
one,
last
this
year
one.
that has had plantar
Let's say
fasciitis for 30 years. He
this one.
literally walked in with a handful of products and said, "This is what I've been wearing." I
Using
looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?"
For over 20 years, we've been helping people live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
I'm just sad that he spent so many years with so much discomfort.
Okay, dot
I
product
helped
between the
relieve a
principal
problem that's
direction and
plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
for each
See
stairs.
what we can do for you with a very personalized
And do the same thing for all
The
the
Good
other
Feet store.
stairs.
Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com.
Stairs.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
And you can assume that one of the directions will have the largest dot product. The dot product will give you a value. And if it's one is compares use for this dot product to get it right vector. So what I'm going to do is to find out what's the largest, what's the one
Families are
that's
still
close
looking
to
to
one,
hold someone accountable.
what's the one
The
that's
families
close
of the
to
Uvalde school shooting victims have filed a lawsuit against the
In this
makers
case,
of the
the
AR-15
vector
assault rifle,
direction, which
the
is
publisher of the
to
first-person
this
shooter
direction,
video game series Call of Duty, and also Meta, the parent of
and
Instagram.
then this one.
They claim that all three played a part in
I mean,
promoting the
this
gun used
is
in the shooting
actually give you a
that
negative
killed
value, but
19
by
students.
making
It was 2 years ago on
absolute
Friday.
value, usually becomes has value between
The
2 and
federal
1.
law actually
So,
precludes manufacturers
and
of
there's a
guns to be
chance that
sued.
principal
There's
purpose of
that.
this goal
And
is
when you go to
this will just
Call of Duty somehow
it's
does
still
this. I
the
mean, it's going to be a
same direction,
stretch. It is, and of course, the manufacturers of the AR assault weapons, and it's just, I don't know where this is going to go. I don't know
might
whether
be a good
it's
idea to
political
make it
statement
absolute.
or, in fact, there is a
Follow
shot at, so
and
to
just
speak,
check
shot at
its
this.
direction
I don't know. It's back we go.
Get to a house there.
People don't
Okay.
gun.
So to be either this one or this one will be close to 1.
Right. Well,
Let's say I found out that
but
this
humans are the
direction is
only constant in
almost
every murder. That's probably the weapon could change the situation. That's true, but it's hard. Neil, it's hard to shoot someone if you don't have a gun.
this
Oh, but you can kill them with a knife. Yeah, and that's when you go in and you shoot up an entire. So really, then you can't. Why don't you go after the magazine maker? Because the magazine would use that. I agree. It's always a period.
floor
Cars
one
that can
and
only
three.
go 55 miles per hour. I understand.
after doing this one, you
But
do
cars
the
are
same
absolutely
thing
necessary.
for the other points
Knives are kind of horrific. It's a
until
horrific thing,
you can
but it's a horrific thing. You've seen the thing.
until it
You
stops.
know, when it's hypothetical, I don't even know.
And
I don't even know why I say it anymore. Let's just move on.
So do the
All
same
right,
thing for the other
so
edge.
closing arguments for Trump's so-called hush money trial. Not sure why it got branded that way, but begin today. So we shall see,
And
you
so
know,
on.
what's in the last magic bag of, you know, the today it's the Trump people defense makes its arguments followed by
And
prosecution.
although
Looks
there are
like it
some
seems tomorrow
problems still left,
jury starts deliberation.
because at
This is
some
the
point
weakest case.
there are
against
no
Trump
more
that
like
exists.
triangle
And
hairs sticking into each
this is
other,
the one where
but
he's going to get off.
there's still some
The
triangle
strongest
hairs
case is
and
the classified
like a
document case, but it's a federal case.
things go.
And if it turns out
That's the
Trump
next
wins,
thing
that
we
case is
need to fix.
over instantly.
For example, if you
And I
have
don't think Trump will have to pardon himself. He'll just shut down the investigation.
these, but
The Justice Department
the
will just withdraw
flavor of the
and
square
say
you have
we're not going to move forward because it is clearly a witch hunt, and it shouldn't go forward. So I think if I had to guess, it's 50-50.
So in this kind of situation, you have 3 triangles. It doesn't even share its edges.
Another day, another metro
Not
attack.
there, so
Actually,
there's no way to solve
the metro bus Strider was attacked yesterday. It happened shortly before 10 o'clock in the morning. A bus was scrambling down on Spring Street just south of Temple in downtown LA. The bus driver apparently recognized the person who was about to attack because they had run-ins before and tried to close the door, keep the person out. But when the doors reopened, the woman lunged at the driver, grabbed her glasses, or the driver's glasses, broke the glasses, scratched the driver's face.
As a result, you'll be able to have
Last night, a person at a Metro bus stop on Miracle Mile was stabbed.
Well, there's a way to protect the bus drivers. That's an easy one. You just put one of those plexiglass, protective, what do they call those, glass protection, like you do in the bank. You know, you can't, you
kind of do this
split
operations, split it, glass operations.
put bigger ones. It doesn't really have to, you know,
As much
passengers, different. Other passengers, there's a problem.
step 3.
Everyone else did that, but just remember, this I still kill people kill. Right, now this is where I agree with people having a gun. If a homeless person, if I'm on a bus and a homeless person even starts going down the aisle, I shoot him. Just preventive. I handle for judge, ladies.
After doing all these steps,
Yes, White House
you still have some
actions
isolated
to modernize America's aging electrical grid because it's crap.
be a
And we saw a lot of this when you had tons of people
where
throughout
the
the U.S.
driveway is not
without
really
power. Up to, I think, the
even
120,000.
connected to any
Up to
triangle,
at least
even on
120,000 or so
edge points.
just in.
So in this kind of situations, it's a bit hard to do the
Oh, it's a lot more than that. I was talking to Jim Ryan during my wake-up call, and he said there's like more than 650,000 now. And it's almost 100 degrees.
Quad going to add systems that have to buy all the mesh
You're talking
together
about water being hacked,
using
and I fear that when
something
we modernize our
by
electrical, that we're going to do it
subdivisions,
with
meaning
more
going
computer
to split
enhancement. You know,
all
there's
the
a
spaces
way if everybody had solar systems, and I understand that's way off in the distance,
So,
especially if you're talking about farms, that you need a grid of some kind. But individual solar systems, I mean, I have a solar system, and if the grid is off, I'm fine.
at the
The problem is,
and split that.
that's an individual home. What do you do at night? Well, you have batteries, which I'm now putting into my house, and that gets even more expensive. This is not going to be easy. More solar power is being created during the day than they will ever need. And solar power is increasing. Problem is at night and batteries, that technology has not exploded the way it should. And by the way, solar systems are so inexpensive, aren't they? I think the minimum is $25,000. Yeah, but what's the return? 7 to 10 years? No, 7 depends on which utility. 7 to 10 in Department of Water and Power. I live, my new house is in the most expensive utility in the country. Good. No, I have low solars going in. You know, Sunlight is installing a solar system. And my payback now, because electricity is so expensive, is about 90 minutes.
The following is a conversation with Dmitry Krakov. He's a theoretical physicist, futurist, and professor at the City College of New York. He's the author of many fascinating books that explore the nature of our reality and the future of our civilization. They include Einstein's Cosmos, Physics of the Impossible, Future of the Mind, Parallel Worlds, and his latest, The Future of Humanity, Terraforming Mars, Interstellar Travel, Immortality, and Our Destiny Beyond Earth. I think it's beautiful and important when the scientific mind can fearlessly explore through conversation subjects just outside of our understanding. That to me is where artificial intelligence is today, just outside of our understanding. The place we have to reach for if we're to uncover the mysteries of the human mind and build human level and superhuman level AI systems that transform our world for the better. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give us 5 stars on iTunes, support us on Patreon, simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. And now, here's my conversation with Dmitry Krakov. You've mentioned that we just might make contact with aliens, or at least hear from them within the century. Can you elaborate on your intuition behind that optimism?
Well, this is pure speculation, of course. But given the fact that we've already identified 4,000 exoplanets orbiting other stars, and we have a census of the Milky Way galaxy for the first time, we know that on average, every single star, on average, has a planet going around it, and about 1/5 or so of them have Earth-sized planets going around. So just do the math. We're talking about out of 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, we're talking about billions of potential Earth-sized planets. And to believe that we're the only one is, I think, rather ridiculous, given the odds. And how many galaxies are there? Within sight of the Hubble Space Telescope, there are about 100 billion galaxies. So do the math. How many stars are there in the visible universe? 100 billion galaxies times 100 billion stars per galaxy. We're talking about a number beyond human imagination. And to believe that we're the only ones, I think, is rather ridiculous.
So you talked about different types of type 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, even of the Kardashian scale of the different kinds of civilizations. What do you think it takes, if it is indeed a ridiculous notion that we're alone in the universe, what do you think it takes to reach out? First, to reach out for communication and connect.
Well, first of all, we have to understand the level of sophistication of an alien life form if we make contact with them. I think in this century, we'll probably pick up signals from an extraterrestrial civilization. We'll pick up their I love Lucy and their Leave It to Beaver. Just ordinary day-to-day transmissions that they emit. And the first thing we want to do is to A, decipher their language, of course, but B, figure out at what level they are advanced on the Kardashev scale. I'm a physicist. We rank things by two parameters, energy and information. That's how we rank black holes, that's how we rank stars, that's how we rank civilizations in outer space. So a type 4 civilization is capable of harnessing planetary power. They control the weather, for example. Earthquakes, volcanoes, they can modify the course of geological events. Sort of like Flash Gordon or Buck Rogers. Type 2 would be stellar. They play with stars, entire stars. They use the entire energy output of a star, sort of like Star Trek. The Federation of Planets have colonized the nearby stars. So a type 2 would be somewhat similar to Star Trek. Type 3 would be galactic. They roam the galactic space lanes. And type 3 would be like Star Wars, a galactic civilization. So one day I was giving this talk in London at the planetarium there, and the little boy comes up to me and he says, "Professor, you're wrong. You're wrong. There's type 4. And I told them, "Look, there are planets, stars, and galaxies. That's it, folks." And he kept persisting and saying, "No, there's type 4. The power of the continuum." And I thought about it for a moment. And I said to myself, is there an extra galactic source of energy that continues on with Star Trek? And the answer is yes. There could be a type 4. And then of the universe is dark energy. That maybe 23% or so. And we only represent 4%. We're the oddballs. And so you begin to realize that, yeah, they could be type 4, maybe even type 5.
Type 4, you're saying being able to harness sort of like dark energy, something that permeates the entire universe. So be able to plug into the entire universe as a source of energy.
That's right. And dark energy is the energy of the Big Bang. It's why the galaxies are being pushed apart. It's the energy of nothing. The more nothing you have, the more dark energy that's repulsive. And so the acceleration of the universe is accelerating because the more you have, the more you can have. And that, of course, is by definition an exponential curve. It's called the de Sitter expansion, and that's the current state of the universe.
And then type 5, would that be able to see energy sources somehow outside of our universe? How breaks that idea?
Yeah, type 5 will be the multiverse.
Multiverse.
I'm a quantum physicist, and we quantum physicists don't believe that the Big Bang happened once. That would violate the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And that means that there could be multiple bangs happening all the time. Even as we speak today, universes are being created. That's just the data. The inflationary universe is a quantum theory, so there's a certain finite probability that universes are being created all the time. And for me, this is actually rather aesthetically pleasing, because, I was raised as a vegetarian, so my parents were Buddhists. And there's two diametrically opposed ideas about the universe. In Buddhism, there's only nirvana. There's no beginning, there's no end, there's no timelessness. But in Christianity, there is the instant when God said, let there be light. In other words, an instant of creation. So I've had these two mutually exclusive ideas in my head, and I now realize that it's possible to meld them into a single theory. Either the universe had a beginning or it didn't, right? Wrong. You see, our universe had a beginning. Our universe had an instant where somebody might have said that there'd be light. But there are other bubble universes out there in a bubble bath of universes. And that means that these universes are expanding into a dimension beyond our three-dimensional comprehension. In other words, hyperspace. In other words, 11-dimensional hyperspace. So nirvana would be this timeless 11-dimensional hyperspace where big bangs are happening all the time. So we can now combine two mutually exclusive theories of creation. And Stephen Hawking, for example, even in his last book, even said that this is an argument against the existence of God. He said there is no God because there was not enough time for God to create the universe. That the Big Bang happened in an instant of time. Therefore, there was no time available for him to create the universe. But you see, the multiverse idea means that there was a time before time. And there are multiple times. Each bubble has its own time. And so it means that there could actually be a universe before the beginning of our universe. So if you think of a bubble bath, when two bubbles collide, or when two bubbles fission to create a baby bubble, that's called the Big Bang. So the Big Bang is nothing but the collision of universes or the budding of universes.
A beautiful picture of our incredibly mysterious existence. So is that humbling to you? Exciting? The idea of multiverses? I don't even know how to even begin to wrap my mind around
it's exciting for me because what I do for a living is string theory. That's my day job. I get paid by the city of New York to work on string theory.
Yes.
And you see, string theory is a multiverse theory. So people say, first of all, what is string theory? String theory simply says that all the particles we see in nature, the electrons, the protons, quarks, what have you, are nothing but vibrations on a musical string, a tiny, tiny little string. G. Robert Oppenheimer, the creator of the atomic bomb, was so frustrated in the 1950s with all these subatomic particles being created in our atom smashers that he announced one day that the Nobel Prize in physics should go to the physicist who does not discover a new particle that year. Well, today we think they're nothing but musical notes on these tiny little vibrating strings. So what is physics? Physics is the harmonies you can write on vibrating strings. What is chemistry? Chemistry is the melodies you can play on these strings. What is the universe? The universe is a symphony of strings. And then what is the mind of God that Albert Einstein so eloquently wrote about for the last 30 years of his life? The mind of God would be cosmic music resonating through 11-dimensional hyperspace.
So beautiful. What do you think is the mind of Einstein's God? Do you think there's a why that we can untangle from this universe of strings? Why are we here? What is the meaning of it all?
Well, Stephen Weinberg, winner of the Nobel Prize, once said that the more we learn about the universe, the more we learn that it's. Well, I don't know. I don't suspect. That's to understand the great secrets of the universe. However, let me say two things about what the giants of physics have said about this question. Einstein believed in two types of God. One was the God of the Bible, the personal God, the God that answers prayers, walks on water, performs miracles, fights the Philistines. That's the personal God that he didn't believe in. He believed in the God of Spinoza, the God of order, simplicity, harmony, beauty. The universe could have been ugly. The universe could have been messy, random, but it's gorgeous. You realize that on a single sheet of paper, we can write down all the known laws of the universe. It's amazing. On one sheet of paper, Einstein's equation is 1 inch long. String theory is a lot longer and towards the standard model, but you can put all these equations on one sheet of paper. It didn't have to be that way. It could have been messy. And so Einstein found himself as a young boy entering this huge library for the first time, being overwhelmed by the simplicity, elegance, and beauty of his library. All he could do was read the first page of the first volume. Well, that library is the universe, with all sorts of mysterious, magical things that we have yet to find. And then Galileo was asked about it. Galileo said that the purpose of science is to determine how the heavens go. The purpose of religion is to determine how to go to heaven. So in other words, science is about natural law, and religion is about ethics. How to be a good person, how to go to heaven. As long as we keep these two things apart, we're in great shape. The problem occurs when people from the natural sciences begin to pontificate about ethics, and people from religion begin to pontificate about natural law. That's where we get into big trouble.
Do you think they're fundamentally distinct? Morality and ethics and our idea of what is right and what is wrong, that's something that's outside the reach of string theory and physics.
That's right. If you talk to a squirrel about what is right and what is wrong, there's no reference frame for a squirrel. And realize that aliens from outer space, if they ever come to visit us, they'll try to talk to us like we talk to squirrels in the forest, but eventually we get bored talking to the squirrels because they don't talk back to us. Same thing with aliens from outer space. When they come down to Earth, they'll be curious about us to a degree. But after a while, they just get bored because we have nothing to offer them. So our sense of right and wrong, what does that mean compared to a squirrel's sense of right and wrong? We, of course, do have an ethic that keeps civilizations in line, enriches our life, and makes civilization.
So if alien species were to make contact, forgive me for saying an alien for the moment, do you think they're more likely to be friendly to befriend us or to destroy us?
Well, I think for the most part, they'll very much ignore it. If you revere the forest, who do you fear the most? Do you fear the hunter with a gigantic 16-gauge shotgun? Or do you fear the guy with the briefcase and glasses? Well, the guy with the briefcase could be a developer. about to basically flatten the entire forest, destroying your livelihood. So instinctively, you may be afraid of a hunter. But actually, the problem with deers in the forest is that they should fear developers. Because developers look at deer as simply getting in the way. I mean, in War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, the aliens did not hate us. You read the book, the aliens did not have evil intentions towards Homo sapiens. No, we were in the way. So I think we have to realize that alien civilization may view us quite differently than in science fiction novels. However, I personally believe, and I cannot prove anything, I personally believe that they're probably going to be peaceful because there's nothing that they want from our world. I mean, what are they going to take? What are they going to take us for? Gold? No, gold is a useless metal for the most part. It's silver, I mean, it's golden color, but that only affects Homo sapiens.
Wow, what is that? Am I looking at
And so gold is a rather useless
pointillism?
Rare earth, maybe. Platinum-based elements, rare earth for the electronics, yeah, maybe. But other than that, we have nothing to
Is
offer.
this
I mean, think about it for a moment. People love Shakespeare, and they love the art, and poetry. But outside of the art, they
What up,
mean
Benny?
absolutely
What up, ma'am?
nothing. I mean, when I write down an equation in string theory, I
What
will
up,
hope
son?
that on the other side of the galaxy, there's an alien writing down that very same equation in different locations. But that alien on the other side of the galaxy, Shakespeare,
What do we owe the pleasure to have all of you?
it would be nothing to him. Or her, or it.
When you think about entities that's out there.
Yes, I love your math.
Do you think they would naturally look something that even is recognizable to us as life? Or could they be radically different?
Well, how did we become intelligent? Basically, three things made us intelligent. One is our eyesight, stereo eyesight. We have the eyes of a hunter. Stereo vision, so we lock in on target. And who is smarter, predator or prey? Predators are smarter than prey. They have their eyes at the front of the face, like lions, tigers, while rabbits have eyes to the side of the face. Why is that? Hunters have to zero in on the target. They have to know how to ambush. They have to know how to hide, camouflage, sneak up, stealth, receive. That takes a lot of intelligence. Rabbits, all they have to do is run. So that's the first criterion. Stereo eyesight of some sort. Second is the thumb. The opposable thumb of some sort could be a claw or a tentacle. So hand-eye coordination. Hand-eye coordination is the way we manipulate the environment. And then three, language. Because, mama bear never tells baby bear to avoid the human hunter. Bears just learn by themselves. They never hand out information from one generation to another. So these are the three basic ingredients for intelligence. Eyesight of some sort, an opposable thumb or tentacle or claw of some sort, and language. Now ask yourself a simple question. How many animals have all three? It's just us. I mean, the primates, they have a language. Yeah, they may get up to maybe 20 words, but a baby learns a word a day, several words a day, a baby learns. And a typical adult knows about almost 5,000 words. Well, the maximum number of words that you can teach a gorilla in any language, including their own language, is about 20 years. And so we see the difference in intelligence. So when we meet aliens from outer space, chances are they will have been descended
How about you?
from predators of some sort, have some way to manipulate the environment and communicate their knowledge to the next generation. That's it, folks.
So functionally, they would have those abilities, we would be able to recognize them.
Well, not necessarily, because I think even with Homo sapiens, we are eventually going to perhaps become part cybernetic and genetically enhanced. Already, robots are getting smarter and smarter. Right now, robots have the intelligence of a cockroach. But in the coming years, our robots will be as smart as a mouse. Then maybe as smart as a rabbit. If we're lucky, maybe as smart as a cat or a dog. And by the end of the century, our robots will be probably as smart as a monkey. Now at that point, of course, they could be dangerous. You see, monkeys are self-aware. They know they are monkeys. They may have a different agenda than us. While dogs are confused. You see, dogs think that we are a dog. That we're the top dog. They're the underdog. That's why they whimper and follow us and lick us all the time. We're the top dog. Monkeys have no illusion at all. They know we are not monkeys. And so I think that in the future we'll have to put a chip in their brain to check them off once our robots have murderous stuff. But that's in 100 years. In 200 years, the robots will be smart enough to remove that fail-safe chip in their brain and then watch out. At that point, I think rather than compete with our robots, we should merge with them. We should become part cybernetic. So I think when we meet alien life from outer space, they may be genetically and cybernetically enhanced.
Genetically, cybernetically enhanced. Wow. So let's talk about that full range. In the near term and 200 years from now, how promising in the near term, in your view, is brain-machine interfaces? So starting to allow computers to talk directly to the brain. And there's other companies working on this idea. Do you see promise there? Do you see hope for near-term impact?
Well, every technology has pluses and minuses. Already, we can record memory. Some of these breakthroughs, we can now record simple memories of mice and send these memories on the internet. Eventually, we're going to do this with primates at Wake Forest University and also in Los Angeles. And then after that, we'll have a memory chip for Alzheimer's patients. We'll test it out in Alzheimer's patients because, of course, when Alzheimer's patients lose their memory, they wander. They create all sorts of havoc, wandering around, oblivious to their surroundings, and they'll have a chip. They'll push the buttons, and memories will come flooding into their hippocampus and the chip, telling them where they live and who they are. And so a memory chip is definitely in the cards. And I think this will eventually affect human civilization. What is the future of the internet? The future of the internet is BrainNet. BrainNet is when we send emotions, feelings, sensations on the internet, and we will telepathically communicate with other humans this way. This is going to affect everything. Look at entertainment. Remember the silent movie? Charlie Chaplin was very famous during the era of silent movies, but when the talkies came in, nobody wanted to see Charlie Chaplin anymore because he never talked in the movies. And so a whole generation of actors lost their job, and a new series of actors came in. Next, we're going to have the movies replaced by BrainNet. Because in the future, people will say, who wants to see a screen with images? That's it. Sound and image, that's called a movie. The high entertainment industry, this multi-billion-dollar industry is based on screens with moving images and sound. But what happens when emotions, feelings, sensations, memories can be conveyed on the internet? It's going to change everything. Human relations will change because we'll be able to empathize and feel the suffering of other people. We'll be able to communicate telepathically. And this is
You described BrainNet in Future of the Mind, an interesting concept. Do you think, you mentioned entertainment, but what kind of effect would it have on our personal relationships?
hopefully it will deepen it. You realize that for most of human history, over 90% of human history, we only knew maybe 20, 100 people. That's it, folks. That was your tribe. That was everybody you knew in the universe was only maybe 50 or 100. With the coming of towns, of course it expanded to 2,000. With the coming of the telephone, all of a sudden you can reach thousands of people with cell phone. And now with the internet, you can reach the entire population of the planet Earth. And so I think this is a normal progression.
And you think that kind of sort of connection to the rest of the world, and then adding sensations of being able to share telepathically emotions and so on, that would just further deepen our connection to our fellow humans.
That's right. In fact, I disagree with many scientists on this question. Most scientists would say that technology is a double-edged sword. One side of the sword can cut against people. The other side of the sword can cut against ignorance and disease. I disagree. I think technology does have a moral direction. Look at the internet. The internet spreads knowledge, awareness, and that creates empowerment. People act on knowledge. When they begin to realize that they don't have to live that way, they don't have to suffer under a dictatorship, that there are other ways of living under freedom, then they begin to take power. And that spreads democracy. And democracies do not war with other democracies. I'm a scientist. I believe in data. So let's take a sheet of paper and write down every single war you had to learn since you were in elementary school. Every single war, hundreds of them, kings, queens, emperors, dictators. All these wars were between kings, queens, emperors, and dictators. Never between two major democracies. And so I think with the spread of this technology, and which will accelerate with the coming of BrainNet, it means that, well, we will still have wars. Wars, of course, is politics by other means, but they'll be less intense and less frequent.
Do you have worries of longer-term existential risk from technology, from AI? So I think that's a wonderful vision of the future where war is a distant memory. But now there's another agent, there's somebody else who's able to create conflict, that's able to create harm. AI systems. Do you have to worry about the AI system?
Well, yes, that is an existential risk, but again, I think an existential risk runs through this century. I think our grandkids are going to have to confront this question as robots gradually approach the intelligence of a dog, a cat, and finally that of a monkey. However, I think we will digitize ourselves as well. Not only are we going to merge with our technology, we'll also digitize our personality, our memories, our feelings. You realize that during the Middle Ages, there was something called dualism. Dualism meant that the soul was separate from the body. When the body died, the soul went to heaven. That's dualism. Then in the 20th century, neuroscience came in and said, humbug. Every time we look at the brain, it's just neurons. That's it, folks. Period. End of story. Bunch of neurons firing. Now we're going back to dualism. Now we realize that we can digitize human memories, feelings, sensations, and create a digital copy of ourselves. And that's called the Connectome Project. Billions of dollars are now being spent to do not just the genome project of sequence changing genes of our body, but the Connectome Project, which is to map the entire connections of the human brain. And even before then,
I love my EV. It's that simple. I think it's just a great car.
already in Silicon Valley today, at this very moment,
Here's the problem.
you
One of the few problems we have with it is
you can contact Silicon Valley companies that are willing to digitize your
from
relatives.
75 miles away, and I'm always sweating.
Because some people want to talk to their parents. There are unresolved
I have range anxiety. How much juice do I have left?
issues with their
So I go
parents.
to
And one day, yes, firm will
if you're a business,
digitize people and you'll be able to talk to them a reasonable facsimile. we leave a digital trail. Our ancestors did not. Our ancestors were lucky if they had one line, just one line in a church book, saying the date they were baptized and the date they died. That's it. That was their entire digital memory. I mean, their entire digital existence summarized in just a few letters of the alphabet, a whole lot. Now we digitize everything. Everything you see, you digitize it. You put it on the internet. And so I think that we are going to digitize ourselves and give us digital immortality. We'll not only have biologic, genetic immortality of some sort, but also digital immortality. Now, what are we going to do with it? I think we should send it into outer space. If you digitize the human brain and put it on a laser beam and shoot it to the moon, you're on the moon in 1 second. Shoot it to Mars, you're on Mars in 20 minutes. Shoot it to Pluto, you're on Pluto in 8 hours. Think about it for a moment. You can have breakfast in New York, and for a morning snack, vacation on the moon, then zap your way to Mars by noontime, journey to the asteroid belt in the afternoon, and then come back for dinner in New York at night. All in a day's work, at the speed of light. Now, this means that you don't need booster rockets, you don't need weightlessness problems, you don't need to worry about meteorites. And what's on the moon? On the moon, there is a mainframe that downloads your laser beam's information. And where does it download the information into? An avatar. Now, what does an avatar look like? Anything you want. Think about it for a moment. You could be Superman, Superwoman, on the moon, on Mars, traveling throughout the universe at the speed of light, downloading your personality into any vehicle you want. Now, let me stick my neck out. So far, everything I've been saying is well within the laws of physics. Well within the laws of physics. Now, let me go outside the laws of physics. Here we go. I think this already exists. I think outside the Earth, there could be a super highway, a laser highway, weight supported with billions of souls of aliens zapping their way across the galaxy. Now let me ask you a question. Are we smart enough to determine whether such a thing exists or not? No. This could exist right outside the orbit of the planet Earth. And we're too stupid in our technology to even prove it or disprove it.
We would need the aliens on this laser superhighway to help us out, to send us a human interpretable signal. And it ultimately boils down to the language of communication. That's an exciting possibility that actually the sky is filled with aliens.
Could already be here, and we're just so oblivious that we're too stupid to know. See, they don't have to be in alien form with little green men. They can be in any form they want, in an avatar recreation.
Well, in fact, they could very well be.
They would be just like us.
Exactly.
We'd never know.
Or one of us could be an alien.
You know, in a zoo, did you know that we sometimes have zookeepers that imitate animals? We create a fake animal and we put it in so that the animal is not afraid of this fake animal. And of course, these animals' brains are about as big as a walnut. They accept these dummies as if they were real. So when alien civilization in outer space would say, oh yeah, human brains are so tiny, we can put a dummy on their world, an avatar, and they just never know.
That would be an entertaining thing to watch from the alien perspective. So you kind of implied that with the digital form of our being, but also biologically. Do you think one day technology will allow individual human beings to become immortal, besides just through the ability to digitize our essence?
Yeah, I think that artificial intelligence will give us the key to genetic immortality. You see, in the coming decades, everyone's going to have their gene sequenced. We'll have billions of genomes of old people, billions of genomes of young people. And what are we going to do with it? We're going to run it through an AI machine which has pattern recognition to look for the age gene. In other words, the fountain of youth that emperors, kings, and queens lusted after over The problem with youth will be found by artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence will identify where these age genes are located. First of all, what is aging? We now know what aging is. Aging is the buildup of errors. That's all aging is. The buildup of genetic errors. This means that cells eventually become slower, sluggish, they go into senescence, and they die. In fact, that's why we die. We die because of the buildup of mistakes in our genome, in our cellular activity. But you see, in the future, we'll be able to fix those genes with CRISPR-type technology, and perhaps even live forever. So let me ask you a question. Where does aging take place in a car? Given a car, where does aging take place? Well, it's obvious, the engine, right? A, that's where you have a lot of moving parts. B, that's where you have combustion. Well, where in the cell do we have combustion? The mitochondria. We now know where aging takes place. And if we cure many of the mistakes that build up in the mitochondria of the cell, we could become immortal.
Let me ask you, if you yourself could become immortal, would you?
That's great. No, I think about it for a while because, of course, it depends on how you become immortal. You know, there's a famous myth of Tithonus. It turns out that years ago in the Greek mythology, there was the saga of Tithonus and Aurora. Aurora was the goddess of the dawn, and she fell in love with a mortal, a human called Tithonus. And so Aurora begged Zeus to grant her the gift of immortality to give to her lover. So Zeus took pity on Aurora and made Tithonus immortal. But you see, Aurora made a mistake. A huge mistake. She asked for immortality, but she forgot to ask for eternal youth. So poor Tithonus got older and older and older every year, decrepit, a bag of bones, but he could never die. Never die.
Quality of life is important.
So I think immortality is a great idea as long as you also have immortal youth as well. Now I personally believe, and I cannot prove this, I personally believe that our grandkids may have the option of reaching the age of 30 and then stopping. They may like being age 30 because you have wisdom, you have all the benefits of age and maturity, and you still live forever with a healthy body. Our descendants may like being 30 for several centuries.
Is there an aspect of human existence that is meaningful only because of immortal?
Well, every waking moment, we don't think about it this way, but every waking moment, actually, we are aware of our death and our mortality. Think about it for a moment. When you go to college, you realize that you're in a period of time where soon you will reach middle age and have a career. And after that, you'll retire, and then you'll die. And so even as a youth, even as a child, without even thinking about it, you are aware of your own death. Because it sets limits to your lifespan. I got to graduate from high school. I got to graduate from college. Why? Because you're going to die. Because unless you graduate from high school, unless you graduate from college, you're not going to enter old age with enough money to retire and then die. And so, yeah, people think about it unconsciously because it affects every aspect of your being. The fact that you go to high school, college, get married, have kids, it's a clock. A clock ticking even without your permission.
Gives a sense of urgency. Do you yourself, I mean, there's so much excitement and passion in the way you talk about physics and the way you talk about technology in the future. Do you yourself meditate on your own mortality? Do you think about this clock that's ticking?
Well, I try not to, because it then begins to affect your behavior. You begin to alter your behavior to match your expectation of when you're going to die. So let's talk about youth, and then let's talk about death, okay? When I interview scientists on radio, I often ask them, what made the difference? How old were you? What changed your life? And they always say more or less the same thing. You know, these are Nobel Prize winners, directors of major laboratories, very distinguished scientists. They always say, when I was 10, something happened. It was a visit to the planetarium. It was a telescope. For Stephen Weinberg, winner of the Nobel Prize, it was the chemistry kit. For Heinz Pagels, it was a visit to the planetarium. For Isidore Rabi, it was a book on planets. For Albert Einstein, it was a compass. Something happens which gives them this existential shock. As you see, before the age of 10, everything is mommy and daddy, mommy and dad. That's your universe, mommy and daddy. Around the age of 10, you begin to wonder, what's beyond mommy and daddy? And that's when you have this epiphany, when you realize, oh my God, there's a universe out there, a universe of discovery. That sensation stays with you for the rest of your life. You still remember that shock that you felt gazing at the universe. And then you hit the greatest destroyer of scientists known to science. The greatest destroyer of scientists known to science is junior high school. When you hit junior high school, folks, it's all over. It's all over. Because in junior high school, people say, hey, stupid, I mean, you like that nerdy stuff, and your friends shun you. All of a sudden, people think you're a weirdo, and science is made boring. You know, Richard Feynman, the Nobel Prize winner, when he was a child, his father would take him into the forest. And the father would teach him everything about birds. Why they're shaped the way they are, their wings, the coloration, the shape of their beak, everything about birds. So one day a bully comes up to the future Nobel Prize winner and says, hey, Dick, what's the name of that bird over there? Well, he didn't know. He knew everything about that bird except his name. So he said, I don't know. And then the bully said, what's the matter, Dick? You stupid or something? And then in that instant, he got it. He realized that for most people, science is giving names to birds. That's what science did. You know, lots of names and obscure things. Hey, people say, you're smart. You're smart. You know all the names of the dinosaurs. You know all the names of the plants. No, that's not science at all. Science is about principles, concepts, physical pictures. That's what science is all about. My favorite quote from Einstein is that unless you can explain the theory to a child, the theory is probably worthless. Meaning that all great theories are not big words. All great theories are simple concepts, principles, basic physical pictures. Relativity is all about clock, meter stick, rocket ship, and locomotive. Newton's laws of gravity are all about balls and spinning wheels and things like that. That's what physics and science is all about, not memorizing things. And that stays with you for the rest of your life. So even in old age, I've noticed that these scientists, when they sit back, they still remember. They still remember that flush of excitement they felt with that first telescope, that first moment when they encountered the universe. That keeps them going. That keeps them going. By the way, I should point out that when I was 8, something happened to me as well. When I was 8 years old, it was in all the papers that a great scientist had just died, and they put a picture of his death on the front page. That's it, just a simple picture of the front page of the newspapers of his death. That death had a book on it, which was open. And the caption said, more or less, this is the unfinished manuscript from the greatest scientist of our time. So I said to myself, well, Why couldn't you finish it? What's so hard that you can't finish it if you're a great scientist? It's a homework problem, right? You go home, you solve it, or you ask your mom, why couldn't he solve it? So to me, this was a murder mystery. This was greater than any adventure story. I had to know why the greatest scientists of our time couldn't finish something. And then over the years, I found out the guy had a name, Albert Einstein, and that book was the theory of everything. It was unfinished. Well, today I can read that book. I can see all the dead ends and false starts that he made. And I began to realize that he lost his way because he didn't have a physical picture to guide him on the third try. On the first try, he talked about clocks and lightning bolts and meter sticks, and that gave us special relativity, which gave us the atomic bomb. The second great picture was gravity, with balls rolling on Earth's surfaces. And that gave us the Big Bang, creation of the universe, black holes. On the third try, he missed it. He had no picture at all to guide him. In fact, it's a quote I have where he said, I'm still looking for that picture. He never found it. Well, today we think that picture is string theory.
The string theory can unify gravity and this mysterious thing that Einstein didn't like, which is quantum mechanics, but couldn't quite pin down.
That's right. Mother Nature has two hands, a left hand and a right hand. The left hand is the theory of the small. The right hand is the theory of the big. The theory of the small is the quantum theory, the theory of atoms and stars. The theory of the big is relativity, the theory of black holes and Big Bang. The problem is, the left hand does not talk to the right hand. They hate each other. The left hand is based on discrete particles. The right hand is based on smooth surfaces. How do you put these two things together into a single theory? They hate each other. The greatest minds of our time, worked on this problem and failed. Today, the only theory that has survived every challenge so far is string theory. That doesn't mean string theory is correct. It could very well be wrong. But right now, it's the only game in town. Some people come up to me and say, Professor, I don't believe in string theory. Give me an alternative. And I tell them, there is none. It's
the best theory we got.
It's the only theory we have.
It's the only theory we have. Do you see, the string kind of inspire a view, as did atoms and particles, of course, but especially strings inspire a view of the universe as a kind of information processing system, as a computer of sorts. Do you see the universe in this way?
No. Some people think, in fact, the whole universe is a computer of some sort. And they believe that perhaps everything, therefore, is a simulation. I don't think so. I don't think that there is a super video game where we are nothing but puppets dancing on the screen and somebody hits a play button and here we are talking about simulations. No. Even Newtonian mechanics says that the weather, the simple weather, is so complicated with trillions upon trillions of atoms that it cannot be simulated in a finite amount of time. In other words, the smallest object which can describe the weather and simulate the weather is the weather itself. The smallest object that can simulate a human is the human itself. And if you had quantum mechanics, it becomes almost impossible to simulate it with a conventional computer. Because quantum mechanics deals with all possible universes, parallel universes, a multiverse of universes. And so the calculations just spiral out of control. Now, so far, there's only one way where you might be able to argue that the universe is a simulation. And this is still being debated by quantum physicists. It turns out that if you throw the encyclopedia into a black hole, the information is not lost. Eventually it winds up on the surface of the black hole. Now the surface of the black hole is finite. In fact, you can calculate the maximum amount of information you can store in the black hole. It's a finite number. It's a calculable number, believe it or not. Now, if the universe were made out of a black hole, which is the maximum universe you can conceive of, each black hole has a finite amount of information. Therefore, ergo, the total amount of information in a universe is finite. This is mind-boggling. This I consider mind-boggling. That all possible universes are countable. And all possible universes can be summarized in a number you can write on a sheet of paper, all possible universes. And it's a finite number. Now, it's huge. It's a number beyond human imagination. It's a number based on what is called a Planck. But it's a number. And so, if a computer could ever simulate that number, then the universe would be a simulation.
So theoretically, because the amount of information is finite, there necessarily must be able to exist a computer. It's just from an engineering perspective, it would be impossible to do.
Yes, no computer can build a universe capable of simulating the entire universe, except the universe itself.
So that's your intuition, that our universe is very efficient, and so there's no shortcuts.
Right, two reasons why I believe the universe is not a simulation. First, the calculational numbers are just incredible. No finite Turing machines can simulate the universe. And second, why would any super intelligent being simulate humans? I mean, if you think about it, most humans are kind of stupid. I mean, we do all sorts of crazy, stupid things, right? And we call it art, we call it humor, we call it human civilization. So why should an advanced civilization go through all that effort just to simulate Saturday Night Live?
So that's a funny idea, but it's also, do you think it's possible that the act of creation cannot anticipate humans? You simply set the initial conditions and set a bunch of physical laws. It's just for the fun of it, see what happens. You launch the thing, but you're not necessarily simulating everything. You're not simulating every little bit in the sense that you could predict what's going to happen. But you set the initial conditions, set the laws, and see what kind of fun happens.
Well, in some sense, that's how life got started. In the 1950s, Stanley did what is called a Miller experiment. He put a bunch of hydrogen gas, methane, toxic gases with liquid and a spark in a small glass beaker. And then he just walked away for a few weeks, came back a few weeks later, and bingo, out of nothing and chaos came amino acids. If he had left it there for a few years, he might have gotten protein molecules for free. That's probably how life got started, as an accident. And if he had left it there for perhaps a few million years, DNA might have formed in that beaker. And so we think that, DNA, life, all that could have been an accident if you wait long enough. And remember, our universe is roughly 13.8 billion years old. That's plenty of time for lots of random things to happen, including life itself.
It could be just a beautiful little random moment. And there's could be an infinite number of those throughout the history of the universe. Many creatures like we perhaps are not the epitome of what the universe was created for.
Thank God. Let's hope not. Just look around.
Yeah.
Look to your left, look to your right.
When do you think the first human will step foot?
I think there's a good chance in the 2030s that we will be on Mars. In fact, there's no physics reason why we can't do it. It's an engineering problem. It's a very difficult and dangerous engineering problem. But it is an engineering problem. And in my book, Future of Humanity, I even speculate beyond that by the end of the century, we'll probably have the first starship. The first starship will not look like the Enterprise at all. there'll probably be small computer chips that are fired by laser beams with parachutes. And like what Stephen Hawking advocated, the breakthrough Starshot program could send chips to the nearby stars, traveling at 20% the speed of light, reaching Alpha Centauri in about 20 years' time. Beyond that, you should have fusion power. Fusion power is, in some sense, one of the ultimate sources of energy, but it's unstable. And we don't have fusion power today. So why is that? First of all, stars form almost for free. Once it gets large enough, it becomes a star. I mean, you don't even have to do anything to it, and it becomes a star. Why is fusion so difficult to put on the Earth? Because in outer space, stars are monopoles. They are poles, single poles that are spherically symmetric. And it's very easy to get spherically symmetric configurations of gas to compress into a star. It just happens naturally all by itself. The problem is magnetism is bipolar. You have a north pole and a south pole. And it's like trying to squeeze a long balloon. Pick a long balloon and try to squeeze it. You squeeze one side, it bulges out the other side. Well, that's the problem with fusion machines. We use magnetism with the north pole and the south pole to squeeze gas, and all sorts of anomalies and horrible configurations can take place because we're not squeezing something uniformly like in a star. Stars, in some sense, are for free. Fusion on the Earth is very difficult. But I think it's inevitable, and it'll eventually give us unlimited power from seawater. So seawater will be the ultimate source of energy for the planet.
Why? What's the intuition?
Because we'll extract hydrogen from seawater, burn hydrogen in the fusion reactor to give us unlimited energy without the meltdown, without the nuclear waste. Why do we have meltdowns? We have meltdowns because in the fission reactors, every time you split uranium atom, you get nuclear waste. Tons of it. 30 tons of nuclear waste per reactor per year. And it's hot. It's hot for thousands, millions of years. That's why we have meltdowns. But you see, the waste product of a fusion reactor is helium gas. Helium gas is actually commercially valuable. You can make money selling helium gas. And so the waste product of a fusion reactor is helium, not nuclear waste that we find in a commercial fission plant.
And that mastering and controlling fusion allows us to convert this into type 1, I guess, civilization, right?
Yeah, probably the backbone of the type 1 civilization will be fusion power. We, by the way, are type 0. We still have a rate on this scale. We get our energy from dead plants, oil and coal. But we are about 100 years from being type 1. Get a calculator. In fact, Carl Sagan calculated that we are about 0.7, fairly close to a 1.0. For example, what is the internet? The internet is the beginning of the first type 1 technology to enter into our century. The first planetary technology is the internet. What is the language of type 1? On the internet already, English and Mandarin Chinese are the most dominant languages on the internet. And what about the culture? We're seeing a type 1 sport, soccer, the Olympics, type 1 music, youth culture, rock and roll, rap music, type 1 fashion, Gucci, Chanel, type 1 economy, European Union, NAFTA, or so we're beginning to see the beginning of a type 1 culture and a type 1 civilization.
And inevitably will spread beyond this planet. He talked about sending at 20% the speed of light and a chip into Alpha Centauri. But in a slightly nearer term, what do you think about the idea when we still have to send biological bodies, the colonization planets, colonization of Mars? Do you see us becoming a two-planet species ever? Or anytime soon?
Well, just remember the dinosaurs did not have a space program. And that's why they're not here today. How come there are no dinosaurs in the Earth today? Because they didn't have a space program. We do have a space program, which means that we have an insurance policy. Now, I don't think we should bankrupt the Earth or deplete the Earth to go to Mars. That's too expensive and not practical. But we need a settlement. A settlement on Mars in case something bad happens to the planet Earth. And that means we have to terraform Mars. Now, to terraform Mars, if we could raise the temperature of Mars by 6 degrees, 6 degrees, then the polar ice caps begin to melt, releasing water vapor. Water vapor is a greenhouse gas. It causes even more melting of the ice cap. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It feeds on itself. It becomes autocatalytic. And so once you hit 6 degrees, the rising of the temperature on Mars by 6 degrees, it takes off. And you melt the polar ice cap, and liquid water, once again, flows in the rivers, the canals, the channels, and the oceans of Mars. Mars once had an ocean, we think, about the size of the United States. And so that is a possibility. Now, how do we get there? How do we raise the temperature of Mars by 6 degrees? Elon Musk would like to detonate hydrogen warhead on the polar ice cap. Well, I'm not sure about that. Because we don't know that much about the effects of detonating hydrogen warheads in the polar ice cap. And who wants to glow in the dark at night reading the newspaper? So I think there are other ways to do it with solar satellites. You can have satellites orbiting Mars that beam sunlight onto the polar ice cap, melting the polar ice cap. Mars has plenty of water. It's just frozen.
I think you paint an inspiring and wonderful picture of the future. It's, I think, you've inspired and educated thousands, if not millions. Micho, it's been an honor. Thank you so much for talking today.
My pleasure.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch supports, and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store, and I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought him. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's...
How would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence?
Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
It didn't just start showing up in 1947.
How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans?
What do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you're supposed to form a technology, right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something else here with you. And there's something that's, as you said, watching you.
You are a professor at Stanford studying the biology of the human organism at the level of individual cells. So let me ask first the big, ridiculous, philosophical question. What is the most beautiful or fascinating aspect of human biology at the level of the cell to you?
The micro machines and the nano machines that proteins make and become, that to me is the most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that's constantly processing its environment. And at the heart of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine, a dynamic computation process. People think of the DNA as a linear code. It's codes within codes within codes, and it is actually the epigenetic state that's inside the cell.
The DNA is both information and computer.
Exactly.
How did that computer come about? The big, continuing the philosophical question, is this both scientific and philosophical? How did life originate on Earth, do you think? How did this, at every level, so the very first steps and the fascinating complex computer that is DNA, that is multicellular organism, and then maybe the fascinating complex computer that is the human mind?
Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to the complex computer that is the universe, right? All of the so-called particles or the waves that people think the universe is made of appears, to me at least, to be a computational process. And embedded in that is biology, right? So all the atoms
of the protein itself sit in that computational matrix. From my point of view, it's computing data in some ways. If you want to believe in God, I don't know that I do, but if you want to believe in something, the universe was created, or at least enabled, to allow for life to form. And so the DNA, if you ask where does DNA come from, and you go all the way back to Richard Dawkins and the selfish gene hypotheses. The way I look at DNA, though, it is not a moment in time. It assumes the context of the body and the environment in which it's going to live. And so if you want to ask a question of where and how does information get stored, DNA, although it's only 3 billion base pairs long, contains more information than I think the entire computational memory resources of our current technology, because all the way through to the day you die, and it embodies all the different cell types and organs in your body. And so it's a computational reservoir of information and expectation that you will become. So actually, I would sort of turn it around a different way and say, if you wanted to create the best memory storage system possible, you could reverse engineer what a human is and create a DNA memory system that is not just a linear version, but is also everything that it could become.
When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. Is this, you're talking about trying to come up with an optimal computer for this particular environment, right? So if you reverse engineer that computer, what do you mean by considering all the possible things?
So who you are today, right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain Lex Friedman, doesn't explain me, right? But the DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you will live and grow and become. So all the information that is you, right, is actually not only embedded in the DNA, but it's embedded in the context of the world in which you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information, though, is packed in the expectation of what the DNA expects to see.
Interesting. So, like, some of the information, is that accurate to say is stored outside the body?
Exactly, yeah. The information is stored outside because there's a context of expectation. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I mean, to linger on this point, if we were to run Earth over again 1 million times, how many different versions of this type of computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you assume there's no such thing as fate, right, and it's not all pre-programmed, you know, and that there is some sort of, let's say, variation or randomness at the beginning, you would get as many different versions of life as you could imagine. And I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into the, you know, left-handed proteins, right?
But I wonder what the thought of a butterfly wing, what effects it has, because it's possible that the system is really good at finding the efficient answer, and maybe the efficient answer is there's only a small finite set of them for this particular environment.
Exactly. That's the kind of, in a way, the answer from the universe of the multiverse expectations, right? That there probably is a million other kinds of universes out there if you believe in multiverse theory. We only live in the ones where the rules are such that life like ours can exist.
So using that logic, how many alien civilizations do you think are out there? There's like trillions of environments, aka planets, or maybe even bigger than planets. How many lifelike organisms do you think are out there thriving? Maybe how many do you think are long gone?
I think, well, innumerable. I think in terms of
greater than zero.
Much greater than zero. I mean, I would just be surprised. What a waste, right? Of that space just for us.
if we're never gonna get there. That would be my first way to think about it. But second, I mean, I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and I would go to Vancouver University to find this National Geographic. I remember opening the page of the National Geographic. I was about, again, 7 to 10 years old. And it was sort of a current picture of the universe. It was around probably 1968, 1969. I just remember looking at it and thinking, what kinds of empires have risen and fallen across that space that we'll never know about? And isn't that sad that we know nothing about something so grand? And so I've always been a reader of science fiction because I like the creative ideas of what people come up with. And I especially like science fiction writers that base it in good science, but base it also in evolution. That if you evolve a civilization from something lifelike, right, some sort of biology, its assumptions about the universe will come from the environment in which it grew up. So, for instance, Larry Niven is a great writer, and he imagines different kinds of civilizations. In some cases, what happens if intelligence evolved from a herd animal? Right? Would you lead from behind? Right? Would you be, in his case, one of them were the so-called puppeteers. And to them, the moral imperative is cowardice. You put other people forward to run the risk for you, right? And so he writes entire books around that premise. There's another guy, named David Gwynn is his name. He writes the so-called Uplift Universe books. And in those, he takes different intelligences, each from a different evolutionary background, and then he posits a civilization based around where and what they came from. And so, to me, I mean, that's just fun. But I mean, back to your original question, is how many are there? I think as many stars as we can see. Now, how many are currently there? I don't know. I mean, that's the whole question of, how long can a civilization last before it runs out of steam? And you, for instance, does it just get bored, or does it transcend to something else, or does it say, I've seen enough and I'm done?
What does running out of steam look like? It could destroy itself, it get bored.
It says, or we've done everything we can, and they just decide to stop. I don't know. I just don't know.
If the Elon Musk worry that we stop reproducing, or we slow down the reproduction rate to where the population
can go to zero and we collapse. So the only way to get around that is perhaps creating enough machines with AI to take care of us.
What could possibly go wrong? We've talked to people that told stories of UFO encounters. What is the most fascinating to you about the stories of these UFO encounters that you've heard that people have told you?
The similarity, the uniformity of the stories. Now, I just want to say up front, a lot of people think that when I speculate, I believe. Hear the same and again. Then you have to say, well, there might be something to it. I mean, maybe it's some kind of a Jungian background in the human mind and human consciousness that creates these stories again and again. And it's coming out of the DNA, it's coming out of that pre-programmed something. And you'll talk quite a bit about this kind of thing, the collective unconscious. But actually, one of the most interesting things I find is this constant message that
You're
not taking care of your world. This came long before climate change. It came long before many kinds of, let's say, current memes around, taking care of our planet, pollution, etc. And so, for instance, perhaps the best example of this, one I find most fascinating, is a story out of Zimbabwe. 50 or 60 children one afternoon in Zimbabwe. It was a well-educated group of white and black children who at lunchtime in the playground saw a crab, and they saw little men. And they all ran into the teachers and they told the same story, and they drew the same pictures. And the message several of them got was, you're not taking care of your planet. And it got, there's actually a movie coming out on this episode. And 30 years later now, the people who were there, the children who have grown up, say it happened to us. Now, did it happen? Was it some sort of hallucination? Or was it an imposed hallucination by something? Was it material? I don't know. But these kids were 7 to 10 years old. You see them on video. 7 to 10-year-olds can't lie. Whether it's real or not, I don't know. But I find that fascinating data. And again, it's these unconnected stories of individuals with the same story that is worthy of further inquiry.
Yeah, so here we are, humans with limited cognitive capacities, trying to make sense of the world, trying to understand what is real and not. We have this DNA that somehow in complex ways is interacting with the environment, and then get these novel ideas that come from the populace, and then they make us wonder about what it all means. And so how to interpret it. If you think from an alien perspective, how would you communicate with other life-like organisms? You perhaps have to find endpoints on this interaction between the DNA and its manifestations in terms of the human mind and how it interacts with the environment. To get some kind of, all right, what is this DNA? What is this environment? I have to get in somehow to interact with it, to perturb the system where these little ants, human-like ants, get excited and see stuff out. And then somehow steer them. First of all, for investigative purposes, to understand, oftentimes to understand a system, you have to perturb it. Exactly. Poke at it, they get excited or not, and then the other way is you want to, if you worry about them, you can steer in one direction or another. And this kind of idea that we're not taking care of our world. That's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. That's hopeful, because that means that greater intelligence is what I would hope. We want to take care of us.
We want to take care of the gorillas in the national parks in Africa.
Yeah, but we don't want to take care of cockroaches. So there's a line we draw. You have to hope that.
Right now, we're a bunch of angry monkeys, and maybe whatever these intelligences are also keeping an eye on us. That you don't want a bunch of, you don't want the angry monkey troop stomping around the local galactic arm.
Do you think these folks who found the truth, do you think they saw what they saw?
I think they saw what they said they saw, but I also think they saw what they were shown. I mean, if you go back to the whole notion of, okay, how long has this been around? It didn't just start showing up in 1947. There are stories going back, into the 1800s of people who saw things in their farm fields in the U.S. It's in local newspapers from the 1800s. It's fascinating. But if you go even further back, so to your point of how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Well, let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself as the spirits in the forest, and you give messages through that. Once you get a little bit more civilized, then you show yourself as the gods. And then you're God. Well, we don't believe in God anymore necessarily. So what do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show yourself as a form of technology. Right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something that's here with you. And there's something that's, as you said, watching you. And at least watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any good parent, you don't tell your student everything. You make them learn. And learning requires mistakes, because if you tell them everything, then they get lazy.
You've looked at the brains of, or information comes from the brain of some of the people that have had UFO encounters. What's common about the brain of people who
So the study started with a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that were brought to me and their MRIs to ask about the damage that had been seen in these individuals. It turns out that the majority of those patients ended up being, as far as we can tell, in the syndrome. And so, for me at least, that part of the story ends in terms of the injury. It's likely almost all Havana syndrome. That's somebody else's problem now. It's not my problem. But when we were looking at the brains of these individuals, we noticed something right in the center of the basal ganglia in many of these individuals that at first we thought was damage. It was basically an enriched patch of MRI-dense neurons that we thought was damage, but then it was showing up in everybody, and then we looked and said, oh, it's actually not. The other readings on these MRIs show that actually that's living tissue. That's actually in the head of the caudate pituitary. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, who was a psychiatrist, what does the basal ganglia do? He said, oh, basal ganglia is just about movement and nerve and motor control. I said, well, that's odd, because these other papers that we were reading at the time started to suggest that it was involved with higher intelligence and is actually downstream of the executive function and involved with intuition and planning. And then if you think about it, if you're going to have motor control, which is centralized in one place, motor control requires knowledge of the environment. You don't want to move something and hit the table. If you're walking across a room, you want to be aware and cognizant of what you might bump into. So obviously, all of that planning requires access to all the senses. It requires access to your desires and memory, knowledge of where and what you want, and desire to walk nearby. Use the example of you're at a party, you want to avoid that person, you like that person, the waiter's about to drop something. All without thinking, you maneuver. So all that planning is done in the basal ganglia. And it's actually now called the brain within the brain. It's a goal processing system subservient to executive function. So what we think we found there was not something which allows people to talk to UFOs. I mean, I think the UFO community took it a step too far. What I think we found was a form of higher functioning and processing. So what we then looked at, and this was the most fascinating part of it, we looked then at individuals in the families of those, let's say the index case individuals, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, this is the most fascinating part, we've probably looked now at about 200 just random cases that you can download off of databases online. We don't see this higher connectivity. You only find it in what Green would have called, or has called, higher functioning individuals, people who are, he called them savants. I don't have the means to, we haven't done the testing, but it turns out my family had it, right? We found it in and me, my brother, my sister, my mother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals and you found two husband and wife pairs, both of whom had it, and yet it's only found in about, we think, 1 in 200, 1 in 300 individuals. The fact that two individuals came together, two sets of individuals came together, both of whom had it, implied either a restricted breeding group or attraction. The reason why it seems to be in, let's say, so-called experiencers or people who think, if intuition is the ability to see something that other people don't, I don't mean that in a paranormal sense, but being able to see something that's in front of you that other people might just dismiss. Well, maybe that's a function of a higher kind of intelligence to say, well, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something and I recognize it for not what it is, but that it is something different than is normally found in my environment.
Yeah, I have a little bit of that. I seem to see the magic in a lot of moments. I have a deep, it's obviously, not obviously, but it seems to be chemical in nature. That I just am excited about life. I love life. I love like stupid things. It feels like I'm high a lot. On like mushrooms or something like that, where you really appreciate that. So I'm able to detect something about the environment that maybe others don't, I don't know, but like I seem to be over the top grateful to be alive and a lot of stupid reasons. And that's in there somewhere. And it's kind of interesting because it really is true that our brains, the way we're brought up, but also the genetics, enables us to see certain slices of the world. And some people are probably more receptive to anomalous information. They see the magic, the possibility in the novel thing, right? As opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common, of the regular. Some people are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people would probably be scientists too. Like, there's this pattern happening over and over and over, and then something weird just happens. And then you get excited by that weirdness and start to pull the string and discover what is at the core of that weirdness. Like perhaps, is that, maybe by way of question, how does the human perception system deal with anomalous information?
Well, it first tries to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not food, if it's not sex, right? If it's not in the way of my desires, or if it isn't the way of my desires, then you focus on it. And so I think the question is how much spare processing power, how much CPU cycles do we spend on things that are not those core desires?
What is the most kind of memorable, powerful UFO encounter report you ever heard? Just to you on a personal level, like something that was really powerful.
Well, I mentioned the Zimbabwe one. That's particularly interesting. And one that actually most people don't know about, but family driving down top car, and little girls see a craft right over there. This is in the middle of the day on a busy highway. The mother sees it. Nobody can, they look around, nobody else seems to see it. So the girls take out their camera, take a picture of it. And then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet above their car or so, probably about 3 feet across, kind of star-shaped. It's not the craft, but it's something else. There was something there. And so what were they seeing? What are they seeing in the projection? What are they seeing? And why we're only basing.
And the photograph was capturing something very different than we're seeing based on an object. What can you give a little bit of context? Is this from modern day?
It's modern day. Oh yeah, they have a camera. I mean, they have a cell phone camera.
Or is this like a report provided? I don't know, where's the central place to provide a report? Is this?
Well, there's a new phone, but this isn't public. I've seen the picture.
Oh, this is something you've directly interacted with?
Yeah, I've seen the picture.
So those moments like that, they captivate your side.
It's so different, it doesn't fall into the standard story at all, but it's also, but in another way, it's kind of it's a clear enunciation of this notion that when people see events, they don't all see the same thing. Now, we've heard this about like traffic accidents. Different people will see the color of the car differently or the chain of events differently, and this tells you that memory isn't anywhere near what we think it is. But the issue around these so-called UFO reports is that the same people will see a very different thing, almost as if whatever it is projecting something into the mind rather than it being real, right? Rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of an altered virtual reality that is imposed on you. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality companies would love to have something like that, right? Where you don't have to actually wear something on your face to experience a virtual reality. What happens if you could just project it?
So that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. When you look at it, or as we humans look at ants, how does this perception system operate? And not only how does this thing's mind operate, how does the human mind operate, but how does their perception system operate, so that we can stimulate the perception system properly to get them to think certain things. And so, that's a really important question. We humans think that, the only way to communicate is in like 3D or 4D space-time. There's physical objects, and maybe you write things in some kind of language, but there could be just so much more richness in how you can communicate. And so from an alien perspective, if somebody has much greater technological capabilities, you have to figure out, how do I use the skills I have to stimulate the limited human.
Right. Well, I mean, let's just take the ants and again as an example. Let's say that you wanted to make ants practical. You wanted to use them for something, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological robot. Now, Starka and other people have been trying to use insects for, to turn them into biological robots. But if you want to, you would have to interact with their sense of smell, right? Their pheromone system that they use to interact with each other. So you would either create those molecules to talk to them, to make them, not say talk to them as if they're intelligent, but talk to them to manipulate them in ways that you want. Or if you were advanced enough, you would use some sort of electromagnetic or other means to stimulate their neurons in ways that would accomplish the same goal as the pheromones, but by doing it in a sort of a telefactoring way. So let's say you wanted to telefactor with humans. You would interact with them, and this is a technology which you could imagine possible. You could telefactor information into the sensory system of a human, right? But then each human is a little bit different, so either you know enough about them to tailor it to that individual, or you just basically take advantage of whatever the sensory net is that individual has. So if you happen to be good at sound, or you happen to be a very visually inclined individual, then maybe the sensory information that you get that's most effective in terms of transmitting information would come through that hole.
I think the aliens, we need to figure out that humans value physical consistency. So we discovered physics. So we want our perceptions make sense. Maybe they don't, that's not an obvious fact of perception. you have to figure out what kind of things are humans used to observing in this particular environment of Earth, and how do we stimulate the perception system in a way that's not anomalous, or not too, doesn't cross the threshold of just like, well, that's way too weird. Right. So they have to, I mean, that's not obvious that should be important. You know, maybe you want to err on the side of anomaly, like lead into the weirdness. So communication is complicated.
Well, that's why I always find this issue of people talking about the so-called grays as interesting, because it is related to what you're saying. They're different enough, but they're not so different as to be scary, right? They're not venom-dripping fangs, right? They're different enough, but it's also like they're what you could imagine us becoming in some distant future. So is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in the grays, for instance, but I believe that people think that they see it. So if we're talking about a communication strategy that says, you know, we're like you, but not the same as you, this might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a communication strategy.
What do you make of David Fair's sighting of the Tic Tac UFO and other pilots who have seen these objects that seem to defy the laws of physics?
Well, I think you have to take them at their word.
Are they fascinating to you?
Oh, absolutely. No, I know a lot of these people, right? So I know Rabbi Rothschild, Chris Mellon, the whole crowd. I saw the videos about 3 weeks or so before they went public. I was at a bar with Lou overlooking the Pentagon, Crystal City, and they showed them to me, and my hair stood on end. And he said this is coming out soon. And I know one of the guys on the inside who was the naval intelligence who had interviewed all of these pilots again before this came out. And it was hair-raising to hear this, but also exciting that, you know, here's not just people's testimony, these are credible individuals. And if you've seen the 60-minute episode with some of the pilots, you know, they have no monetary gain. If anything, they've got negative gain from coming up. But then you also have all of the simultaneous ship analysis from the USS Princeton and the radar analysis, etc. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's just data. It's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy if somebody showed that it was all a hoax. I go back to my day job.
Right? That could be a hoax, but other things might not be. I mean,
That's right.
This is the point. I mean, this is why it's nice to remove some of the stigma about this topic, because it's all just data. And anomalous events are such that they're going to be rare in terms of how much data they represent. But we have to consider the full range of data to discover the things that actually represent something that's, if we pull at it, we discover something that's extraterrestrial, or something deep about the phenomena on Earth that we don't yet understand. Right.
Well, if it only stimulates people, for instance, to think, okay, well, what happens if we could move like that with momentumless movement? And it stimulates young individuals to go into the sciences to ask those questions. That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been openly talking about this in the last year especially, I've had a number of students from top schools who aren't my students come to me and say, if I can help, let me. How can I help? I never had thought about this before, but you and others, not just you, and others have opened our minds to thinking about this now.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that Elon Musk doesn't think too much about this. These kinds of propulsion systems that could defy the laws of physics as we currently understand them. To me, it's a powerful way to think, well, what is possible? It's inspiring, even if some of the data doesn't represent extraterrestrial vehicles. I think the observation itself, it's like something you mentioned, which is hypothesizing, imagining these things, considering the possibility of these things. I think opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create the technology. First, you have to believe the technology is possible before you can create it.
In my own life, we always look for, as I've said before, what is inevitable. And, saying inevitably this is the kind of data we need, but if we need that kind of data, the instrument we want doesn't exist. Okay, so I imagine a perfect instrument, I can't make it, and you back into something which is practical, and then you, in a sense, reverse engineer the future of what it is that you want to make. And I've started and sold like at least half a dozen or more companies using that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't exist today, but we imagined what we wanted. And at the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for instance, all the gene therapy that's done today with retroviruses came from a group meeting in David Baltimore's lab. I was a postdoc with him, and one of the other postdocs wasn't able to make retroviruses in a way that he wanted to, and I realized I had a cell line that would allow us to make retroviruses in 2 days rather than 2 months. And so he and I then worked together to make that system. And now all gene therapy with retroviruses is done using this basic approach around the whole world. Because something couldn't be done, and we wanted to do it better, and we imagined the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole UFO phenomenon is doing for people. It's like, well, let's imagine in a future where these kinds of technologies are. But also, let's imagine a future where we don't blow ourselves up, right? So if these things are there, they manage to not blow themselves up. So it means that at least one other civilization got past the inflection point.
So if some of the encounters are actually representing alien civilizations visiting us, why do you think they're doing so? You suggested that perhaps it's to study and understand their own past. Right? What are some of the motivations, do you think? And again, from our perspective, us as humans, what motivations we have when we approach other civilizations?
Well, I think one motivation might be to steer us away from the precipice, right? Or on the assumption that, even if we make it past the precipice, at least we're not a bunch of psychopaths, running around. So maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that the neighbor that's growing up next to you is not, unruly. But I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative, like what we have with, creating national parks where animals can continue to live out their lives in a natural way. I don't know. I mean, that would be, the problem is we're imagining from an anthropomorphic viewpoint what an alien might think. And as I've said before, alien means an alien, right? I mean, not Hollywood aliens, but a whole different way of thinking and a whole different level of experience and let's say wisdom, hopefully, that we could only hope to understand. Now, but if we ever get out there, if we ever make it past our current problems, and even if we don't have faster than light travel, and even if we're only using ram scoops or light sails to get where we want to go, and it takes us 10,000 years to get somewhere or to spread out, we might encounter such things. And are we just going to stop all over it, like we did in colonial South America or Africa or all the rest? On our current path, likely. And so what are we going to learn?
Well, we're getting better and better at understanding what is life. And I think we're getting better and better at being careful not to step on it when we see it. This is one of the nice things about talking about UFOs, is that it expands the holistic window. It expands our understanding of what possibly could be like. It gets us to think. It gets the scientific community to think. When we go to Mars, when we go to these different moons that could possibly have life, you know, we're not looking at legged organisms. We're looking at some kind of complexity that arises in resistance to the natural world. And there's a lot of interesting resistance to the natural world. Yeah. Somehow there's a rebellious process, complex system going on here. And I don't know, you know, the many ways it could take form. There's a sense, you know, for aliens that as the technology develops, they take form more and more as information, as something that can influence the space of ideas, of processing of data itself. I just, this idea of embodiment that we humans so admire, physically visible, perceivable embodiment, may be a very inefficient thing, right?
If you think just about, you know, your area, AI, you know, we're trying to make smaller and smaller and smaller circuitry that is basically closer and closer to the physics of how the universe operates. Right down at the level of, you know, quantum computers, or basically right down at quantum information storage. So fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the physics of the universe, right? And it doesn't require physical manifestation. It just sits in space-time. It's just a locally ordered space-time. We're just locally ordered space-time, right? You know, I mean, but maybe they found a way to embody it there.
They probably have to get really good at not, you know, trampling on the ants. The better your technology gets, the easier it is to accidentally, like, oops, right? Just destroy these simpleton biological systems.
Because when we think about whatever these things might be, we think that they are some sort of a unified force. Well, maybe they're not unified. Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are. And maybe what keeps them from stomping all over the ants is each other. Right? But they are in a self-tension to prevent one or more of them from running amok.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the anarchy of nations that we have on Earth. So there's always going to be this hierarchy that's formed of greater and greater intelligences. And they're all probably also wondering, what's bigger than me?
Exactly. That's what I always wonder, is that maybe that what keeps them in line is something that is beyond them.
Like, what created the universe? I mean, that's probably a question that bothers them too. What about the communication task itself? How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans? Is there something you think about this barrier of communication between biological systems and something else? How difficult is it to find a common language?
Well, I think if you're smart enough or technologically enabled enough, it's relatively straightforward. Now, whether your concepts can ever be dumbed down to us, that might be hard. I mean,
again, talking to the ants.
Talking to the ants. I mean,
on Instagram.
So,
you want to look good in this picture? Let me
explain to you why. Yeah. So that's the essential problem of, you know, perhaps they realize who it is that they're talking to, and they say, rather than muddy the picture, we're only going to give them limited information. And yeah, maybe we could. But then they would make assumptions, humans would then make assumptions about us that aren't true, because we're not humans, right? So let's stay at arm's length. Let's just let them know that we're here, right? And here's the limited amount of communication. Again, this notion that if you give somebody everything, they'll get lazy. And, you know, if they've been around as long as they have, they've seen every kind of thing that can go wrong. And so it's they know as much as they might want to step in, that would be a wrong thing.
Yeah, you have to also understand that the amount of wisdom they carry.
Yeah. You know, and so it's very easy as well for religions to, I don't want to get into a religious conversation, but it's very easy for you can see how religions could call them angels or devils or what have you, because again, if you're trying to fit it into a framework of cultural understanding, the first thing you reach for is God. And so when you look at what these things are, and again, with the angels and the devils, in a similar sort of way, their communication is limited. They just kind of give little, what's the Oracle of Delphi, they kind of give these Delphic pronouncements, and then it's up to you to figure out what it is that they really mean.
Stephen Greer claimed that a skeleton discovered in the Atacama region of Chile might be an alien. We reached out to him and took on the task of proving or disproving that with the rigor of science. The result is a paper titled Whole Genome.
Reached out, sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing. The team of two other Stanford scientists and Roche sequencing group, Roche Diagnostics, and probably a total team of about 11 or so people. And as is standard in these kinds of things, the professors actually don't do the work. The students do the work and figured out the answer. And then we helped them put together the story. And the story was simply that it was human, 100%. I went into it thinking it was originally a monkey of some sort. I got kind of excited a few months into the process, thinking, well, what happens if it is anyway? Right?
You would describe some of the characteristics of this stuff and make it unique and interesting.
Primarily, it had dysmorphias of the and so the first thing I did actually when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford, and he was on the paper. And he was the world expert in pediatric bone dysmorphias. But he literally wrote the book and on this, because that's what you do. You go to an expert when it's outside of your field of interest. And he said, well, I haven't seen this particular collection of mutations before, or this physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. And he said, but based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be like 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or takes a speculation like that and turns it into a fact. No one ever said that it was that age. We only said that the bones made it look like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations of why things might look the way they did. And if you, again, read the paper, it's very carefully caveated to say that these mutations might result in this. But what we did find was an unexpectedly large number of mutations associated with bone growth in this individual. And it was just a bad roll of the dice. right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll the wrong dice all at once. So the sad part about it was individuals in the UFO community who wanted to think that there was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of my students to lie. I mean, come on. You know, I would lose my job, first of all, and they would all be, in trouble forever.
Yeah, but also it's just projecting malevolence onto people that I don't think exists in the normal populace, and especially doesn't exist in the scientific community. The kind of people that go into science, I mean, this is what bothers me with the current distrust of science, is they might be naive. They might not, especially in modern science, look at the big picture, philosophical, ethical questions, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, they're people with integrity and just a deep curiosity for the discovery of cool little things. And there's no malevolence, broadly speaking, in the scientific community. So, I mean, there's a bigger story here, which is, there's a hunger in the populace to discover something anomalous, something new. And, science has to be both open to the anomalous, but also to reject the anomalous when the data doesn't support it. What do you make of that, walking that line for you? Because you're dealing with UFO encounters, you're dealing with the anomalous.
Well, people have said, let's go back to the Alcala case that I was debunking it. Well, debunking is a loaded term. Sort of assumes that you are going in purposefully to prove something is wrong. I wasn't. I was just going in to collect the data. And, I showed that this one was human. There was another skull that somebody had at one point. It was called the Star Child. They called it the Star Child skull. I said, I looked at it. I looked at the DNA sequencing that they had done. I said, this is human. End of story. The people who owned the thing at the time disagreed with me, and then eventually another group came in and proved that I was right. And it's not about debunking. It's about getting the more spectacular and hyped cases off the table. I mean, the reason I got interested in it is because somebody was hyping it. And not because I wanted to disprove it, but because I just wanted to know. And let's get it off the table, because it's usually the most extravagant things that are most likely to be wrong. Somewhere in the rubble will be something interesting. And so that's what you do. You get the dross off the table, and then somewhere in the data will be something worth real inquiry.
And that, if you acquire deeply enough, will be extracted.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what actually excites scientists to do. It means you want, with the rigorous science, to actually reveal the extraction.
And so look at CRISPR as probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in bacterial genomes, all arrayed one after the other with these strange sequences around them. But when you looked at the sequences, they looked like viruses. And so how did they get there? And lo and behold, after a lot of effort and work, the Nobel Prizes went out the door, but these strange things ended up having extraordinarily extravagant possibilities.
You've also looked at UFO materials. You are in possession of UFO materials yourself.
Claimed UFO materials.
Alleged UFO materials, that's right. So, what's another term? Weird materials that don't seem to
have a story.
They have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origins, but it's not, there's a process to proving that, and that process may take decades, if not centuries. You have to keep going at the string and discover where they could possibly come from. But anyway, you're in possession of some materials of this kind. Can you describe some of them? Maybe also talk to the process of how you investigate them, how you analyze them.
Right, so let's say that there's two classes of materials that I've been given by people, and it's not given by the government or anything, just given people who've collected them, and there's a reasonable chain of evidence associated with them that you believe is not just a pebble somebody picked up off the road. There are almost always things that people have claimed have either been dropped off as like some sort of a leftover material, molten metals, or they are from an object that was released from this that kind of exploded. They're almost always metals. I have a couple of things that might be biological that are interesting that I haven't really spent a lot of time on yet. When you look at a metal, you just go, okay, what are the elements in it? And it's made of. And so there's pretty standard approaches to doing that. Most of them involve technology called probably about 5 or 6 different kinds of mass spectrometry that you could bring to bear on answering it. And they either tell you, depending upon the limit of the resolution of the instrument, they either tell you the elements that are there, or they tell you the isotopes that are there. And you're interested not just in knowing whether something is there or not, you're interested in knowing whether they're, the amounts of it. And in the case of elements, how many different isotopes are there? And that's kind of where, in some of these cases, it gets interesting. Right, because in at least one of the materials, as we first studied it, the isotope ratios, in this case it was magnesium, were way off normal. And I just don't know why. It doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that it was probably accomplished by some kind of an industrial process. Whether it's the result of a process or whether, and this is sort of the leftover, or whether it was made that way for a particular purpose, I don't know. All I know is that it was engineered. Right? But then the question is, then sort of you go one step deeper. Why would you engineer?
Right. Why, what does engineer mean? There's all kinds of, it could be a byproduct, it could be the main result of an engineering process. It would be a small part of the engineering process that is the main part.
Well, so the ratios of isotopes for any given element are basically the result of stellar processes. A supernova blew up sometime several billion years ago. That became a cloud. Those atoms coalesced gravitationally to form another sun, and a ring that became a rocky planet. And the ratios of the isotopes were determined at the time of that explosion. And so everything in the local solar system is more or less of that ratio, depending upon certain gravitational difference. But by fragments of a percent, not whole tens of percent difference. So what do humans use isotopes for? Mostly the ballistic. I mean, the vast majority of the isotopes that have been made in the per pound or ton are things like certain ratios of plutonium and uranium. Most of them. We don't make or engineer isotopes, which is today is relatively easy. It is so expensive. For any other reason, apart from, let's say, anti-cancer, we use stable isotopes in money these days as a counterfeiting tool. You basically embed certain ratios of isotopes in to make it harder for counterfeiters to accomplish. But other than that, we don't do anything with that. So why would you make grams of such material, in this one case, and drop it around on a beach in Brazil? So which case are we talking This is the concept, this is the Uber to the.
Can you describe this case a little bit further, like what Joe will?
I've got some big chunks of it. Relatively pure magnesium, with obviously something else in it because magnesium burns. So if it had something in it that would, other metals, simple alloys, that would prevent it from basically burning up. And so the question is, so then we had two pieces that came from two different chains of custody, both claimed to be from the same object. At least physically, when you look at the two things, they look the same. Right? So we took small fragments of each of them. We put them in an instrument called a secondary ion mass spec, which is an extremely sensitive instrument. And it can see down to 0.0001 mass units, which is important for, let's say, more arcane reasons, but it's a sensitive instrument. And so one of the chains of custody with two pieces from the same chain, and then two pieces from the other chain of custody, one of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratios, magnesium 24 contact, for instance, and the other was off. Not just like slightly off, way off, and they were both off to the same extent. So, I mean, it was sort of like you had an internal control of what was normal, and you had this other one which was wrong. And so you're left with, I just want kind of an open question. Was this a hoax? Were these two chains of custody, one of them a hoax, that somebody purposely introduced those things? Because you could do it. It would cost a lot. I mean, at the time that this was found, I guess the 1970s or so, might have been earlier, I forget. The amount that I had would have cost several tens of thousands of dollars to make. And again, it's not something you just throw around. And why would you do it in the hope that some guy 30 years from then would pick it up and study it? So it's a long-term program. So I just don't know. What to make of it, except it's interesting. But so a different kind of question that you're asking is what constitutes evidence, right? So is this sufficient evidence? Absolutely not. But somebody's put it forward. I have the time. It's my time. I'll study it, and my objective is to sort of take those that I think are credible enough and do a reasonable analysis, put it out there, and maybe somebody else will come up with an idea as to what it is. Now, what would be better is some sort of true technology, right? Something that is obviously, we don't have it, and people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Seth Shostak have come out rightfully and have said, when you show up with, something really obviously technological that we don't understand, then we'll pay attention. Right? Not just material. A piece of metal is interesting, but and some of the things that I've looked at and other things that people have come to me with, we found to be completely banal, or were actually pieces of aircraft that were invented back. And so, take them off the table.
But I think, again, I think showing up with technology that we humans would find completely novel is actually a really difficult task for aliens, because it obviously can't be so novel that we don't recognize it for what it is. And I would say most of the technology aliens likely have would be something we don't recognize. So it's actually a hard problem how to convince ants like you first have to understand what ants are tweeting about, like what they care about, in order to like inject into their culture. Because that's why I think it would be the technology that you present is in the space of ideas, is trying to influence individual humans and with encounters, and trying to with this kind of thing that you mentioned about us not taking messages about us not taking care of the world. It's difficult. I mean, for them to understand, you have to come up with trinkets that impress us. I mean, maybe the very technology, the fascination with the development of technology and the development of technology, the actual act of innovation itself is the thing that they're communicating. Right. I mean, this is kind of what Jacques Vallée thinks about. Like the role of the control system. The control system. Well, let me ask about Jacques, guys. Who is he? You know him. Who is Jacques Vallée? What have you learned about life, about UFOs, about technology, about our role in the universe?
Well, I met Jacques actually soon after the whole Atacama thing happened. I was visited by those people associated with the government and whatever around the Havana, what ended up mostly being Havana syndrome patients, but also Jacques at the same time. They were actually working behind the scenes with each other. That, here's this Stanford professor who is willing to talk about this stuff and investigate things. Maybe we should go talk to him. And he reached out through a colleague, and he and I had lunch actually at the Rosewood Inn up on near Sandhill. So Jacques is one of the first openly active scientists, he's really a scientist in this area, going back to the 1960s. He's put forward a number of ideas, speculations about what it might be that people are interacting with. And the first thing that I learned from him is this notion of what he called kabuki theater. That many of the things that people have seen are, I remember reading his books and thinking, he uses this word absurd a lot. The things that people claim they see are absurd. In a farmer's field, and they come up and knock on the door and say, can I have a glass of water? These are stories literally out of newspapers from the 1930s. It's absurd. The other thing that people say, ships don't crash. If you're so technologically advanced, you don't crash. It's absurd that they crash. So, he said, this is put on as a show. It's an influence campaign. Right? It's not meant to influence individuals, it's meant to influence a culture as a whole. Maybe they don't look at us as individuals, maybe they look at us as an organism that lives on a planet. Right? And perhaps rightfully so. And so that's how you interact with them, that's how you influence them. So that was one of the first things that kind of took me back and realized, wow, there's actually maybe there's a puppet master behind the scenes that's doing this influencing, and all this stuff about aliens is not true per se. They're just a representation of something that is meant to influence. So that was probably the most interesting. I mean, the man is brilliant. He's also, it can be, and I'm sorry, Jacques, he can also be incredibly annoying to have a conversation with, because he will pick apart your arguments or anything that you think you know and show you why you don't know what you think you know. And he uses the example that, for me, that is all you need is one counter example to any conclusion, and you're wrong. And so I learned from him. I mean, I'm supposed to be a good scientist, but I learned from him, don't talk about conclusions, just talk about the data. Because data's not wrong. I mean, convince yourself that the data's not wrong, or not an artifact. But be careful about your conclusions, because whatever is going on, it's much more complicated than we imagine.
Well, that's powerful. off the field, always step back. We humans get excited. Yeah, we start to jump to conclusions from the data, but always step back. Off the field, always step back. We humans get excited. Yeah, we start to jump to conclusions from the data, but always step back.
Well, in some of my Twitter feeds, when I dare to go on Twitter, are full of, well, when are you going to give us the answer? Well, science is not immediate. You're going to have to be patient. And even some of my science colleagues have said, well, where's the data? My answer to them has been, where's been your work to try to produce any? I'm not here to give you everything on a silver platter.
We talked offline how much I love data and machine learning and so on. And it's been really disheartening to see that the U.S. government not invest as much as they possibly could into this whole process. So let's jump to the most recent thing, which is what do you make of the report titled Preliminary Assessment Unidentified Aerial Phenomena that was released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in June 2021. So this was like, okay, we're going to step back and we're going to like, where do we stand and where do we hope the future is? What do you make of that report? Is it hopeful?
I see it as very helpful. Very helpful. I think the adults are finally stepping up and being in charge. Right?
In a good sense of adult.
What's that?
In the good sense.
In the good sense of adult.
Childlike curiosity is pretty powerful thing.
That's true. Yeah. But it's also, I think, the people who were worried that the populace at large might run screaming into the streets and riot. They basically, the empiric evidence is they're wrong. These videos and all these things have been out for now, 5 years? Most people don't even know about it. Right? So as hyped as it's been and all over the newspapers that it's been, and et cetera, even Tucker Carlson has talked about it many times on his news program. Joe Rogan has. A lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So, but that said, I think it was an important sea change in the internal discussions going on in the government because, and the reason being, that I think this is actually partly true with the maturation of human social technology. It was becoming so obvious that this stuff was showing up again and again and again around our ships. They just couldn't keep it quiet anymore. Right? And so it's like, we need to do something about it. And Lou Elizondo and Chris and others, to their great credit, found the right angle to talk about this. So, well, okay, let's say it's not out there. Maybe it's the Russians, the Chinese, or somebody else. We should know about this, because we damn sure know it's not us. So that, to me, is an important thing to finally be a little bit more open about the matter. But like I often say, I'm not looking for people to give me permission to do anything. I'm just going to do the analysis myself of what I have. Avi Loeb has taken the same approach. He said, I'm not going to wait for the government to give me telescopic information about technologies or things that might be even in our own solar system. I'm just going to collect it myself. And that's the right way to do it. Like, don't wait for somebody else to give it to you.
It's also possible to inspire a large number of people to do a wider spread data collection.
Yes.
I mean, you yourself can't do a large enough data collection that would, if you're talking about anomalous events,
right.
You should be collecting high resolution data about everything that's happening on Earth in terms of in terms of the kind of things that would indicate to you a strong signal that something weird happening here. And this is why, governments can be good at funding large-scale efforts. Yes, NASA and so on, working with SpaceX, with Blue Origin, fund capitalistic sort of fund companies, fund company efforts to do huge moonshot projects. And in the same way, do huge moonshot data collection efforts in terms of UFOs. We're not it needs to be like 10x, like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude more funding to do this kind of thing. And I understand on the flip side of that, if you make it about what are the Russians, what are the Chinese doing, you make it a question of geopolitics, it gets touchy because now you're kind of taken away from the realm of science and making it military, making it military. Some of the greatest, this is what makes me as an engineer, makes me truly sad that some of the greatest engineering work ever done is by Lockheed Martin, and we will never know about it.
Yeah, I agree. I wish it was different, but it's the world we live in. But related to that UAP task force announcement that you just, the bill was passed in the Department of Defense and now formally establishes an office to collate that information and also to be transparent about it. Money is now set aside. Right.
Well, what do you think of, just in case people don't know, the DoD established a new department to study UFOs called Airborne Naming, but yes, Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group. Hey, do you know how to pronounce that?
No, I do not. No,
AOI MSG.
It's stupid and these might be names, but
AOI MSG. AO. All right, is directed by the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. What do you make of this office? Are you hopeful about this?
I think there's still a tug of war going on behind the scenes as to who's going to control this. But I do know, though, that money has been set aside that will be used to make things more public, right? To start to get others involved. And, I'm involved with an effort to get other academics involved.
Do you think there might be some of that money to be direct towards funding, maybe like groups like yours, to do some research, right? So they would be open to that, you think?
I hope so. I mean, nothing is set in stone yet, so, and I'm not hiding anything, so I just don't know anything, right? But I do think that there will be public efforts. Now, there are being set up other private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that to leverage and get access to some of the internal resources as well. So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem building up in a positive sense of people who are willing to do the research. So before it would be, you couldn't even go to a scientist and ask them to help. Now, if there's money, as I said before, scientists are essentially capitalists who go where the money is. The work that I've done, I did out of my own pocket. And probably about $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of money went into the paper we published out of my own pocket. But the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least a few millions to do the proper analysis of these materials. The work I know that the Galileo project is involved with is probably in the 5 to 10 million range to get stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
And I should also push back a little bit on something you probably will agree with. You said science is essentially capitalist. What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes when you're talking about basic research and basic science, the money is a little bit ambiguous to what direction you're doing research in. And the scientists get really good at telling a narrative of like, yeah, we're fulfilling the purpose of this funding, but we're actually, they end up doing really what they're curious about.
Yes.
And of course you cannot deviate, like, if you're getting funded to study penguins in Antarctica, you can't start building rockets, but probably you can, because you will convince some kind of concoct a narrative saying rockets are really important for studying penguins in Antarctica. I think that's actually, this is one thing I think people don't generally understand about the scientific mind, is I don't know how capitalistic it is, because if it was, they would start a effing company.
No. I mean, when I meant capitalist, I didn't mean in the, they'll start companies per se. I mean, we can only do the research where there's money. And so from maybe it's a bad use of the term capitalist, so, but we will only do the research where there's money. I mean, why do most people work, many biologists work in cancer research? Because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem. But I might not have ever gotten involved in it if there wasn't money. I might have gone and I was going to be a botanist when I was a kid. That's what I wanted to do. So having money available will bring people to bear. Now, another mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the lay public about science is that people think that we're paid to do things. Just as you said, I get a research grant, and luckily from the NIH, they give you a fair amount of latitude. I will go my own way, and I'll find something. I might have proposed something, but I'll end up somewhere entirely different by the end of the project. And that's how good science is done. You follow the data, you follow the results. And so that's what I'm hoping can be done here. I think the worst kind of thing that could be done with this subject area is to put it inside another company where they have a set plan of what it is they're going to do, and the scientists either do what the executives tell them to do or not. That isn't how anything really gets discovered. Get it out into the public, get open minds thinking about it, and then publishing on it and doing the right kind of work. That's how real progress will be made with this.
Let's again put our philosophical hats on. Do you think the U.S. government or some other government is in possession of something of extraterrestrial origin that is far more impressive than anything we've seen in the public? I'm not seeing anything personally, but if I believe the people who I don't think can lie, yes. How does that make you feel in terms of the way government works, the way our human civilization works? That there might be things like that, and they're not public. Is there a hopeful message for transparency that's possible? Like if you were in power, and I'm not saying president because maybe the president is not the source of power here, would you release this information in some way?
Yes. I think it's something that can bring humanity together, right? I think that knowledge of this kind of thing, to know that like and we are different in comparison to whatever this is a positive thing for us. And to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people have been talking about that we should give government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the data you had available to you at the time, and you have good reasons for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because you wanted to monetize it yourself to your benefit but against that of others, then I think maybe there's something else that could be said. But, an opportunity to get all this information out if I were in charge, I would try to do it. Now, I might be shown something though that says there's a reason why you don't want everybody to know. And if you don't want everybody having access to unlimited energy, maybe you might turn it into a bomb.
Or something that gives you hints that something like unlimited energy is possible, but you haven't figured it out yet. And if you make it public, maybe some of the other governments you have tensions with will figure it out first.
Right.
And
it's kind of an arms race going on, I think.
All forms it makes me truly sad because it's obvious that, for example, the origins of the COVID virus, it's obvious to me that the Chinese government, whatever the origins are, is interested in not releasing information about it because it can only be bad for the Chinese government. And every government thinks like this. Like actually, this is a disappointment to me. Talking to PR folks at companies, they're always nervous. They're always like concerned, right? In the sense like, well, if we release more stuff, it can only be bad. And then an Elon Musk character comes along who tweets ridiculous memes and doesn't give a fuck. And I've been encouraging CEOs, I've been encouraging people to be transparent. And of course, government national security is really like another level. It's human lives at stake. But let's start at the lighter case of just releasing some of the awesome insights of how the sausage is made, the technology, and being transparent about it because it excites people. It, like you said, it connects people. It inspires them. It's good for the. And we use it against you is an idea that's not truly the idea of the 20th century. Like I said, some of the benefits of the social media, our social world is that transparency is beneficial, and I hope governments will learn that lesson. Of course, they're usually the last to learn this lesson. What do you make of Bob Lazar's in terms of possession of aircraft? Do you believe I don't believe in the Bob Lazar?
To be quite honest, I mean, Jeremy Cordell has done a great job interviewing him and has done some, beautiful documentaries. I just don't, I don't know how to interpret it. And, again, some of the people who fraternize with think it's all rubbish. But maybe he's right, but I don't know. I mean, the problem is, and this is a little bit different about how I approach the whole area than a lot of others. I'm less interested in going over old paperwork and all these old histories of who said what, the whole he said, she said of the history of UFOs. I'm a scientist. I worked on the brain area because it's something I can collect data on. I can go back to the same individual, collect an MRI again, and redo it. I can hand that MRI to somebody else, they can analyze it. I can get materials, I can analyze them, I can get some of these skeletons, I won't touch any skeletons ever again, but I can analyze it and somebody else can reproduce the data. I mean, that's what I'm good at. And so, I'm not going to go into the whole, I'm not a historian.
Yeah. You really fly through it. Sometimes I think with these, because again, anomalous, rare events, some of the data is inextricably connected to humans. Observations.
Right.
I hope in the future, the sensory data will not be polluted by human subjectivity, but that's still powerful data, even direct observation, like you've talked about pilots. And so it's an interesting question to me whether Bob Lazar is telling the truth, whether he believes he's telling the truth too, and what impact his stories like his have on the willingness of governments to be transparent and so on. So you have to credit his story for captivating the imagination of people and then getting the conversation going.
He's maintained his story for all these years with little to no change that I'm aware of. So, but there's so many other people who are, let's say, experts in that story.
Their gut, you accumulate a set of sort of circumstantial evidence where your gut will say that somebody is not telling the truth.
Yeah.
You mentioned Avi Loeb. I forgot to ask you about Oumuamua. Because you've analyzed specimens here on Earth. What do you make of that one? And what do you make broadly of our efforts to look at rocks, essentially, but look at objects flying around in our solar system? Is that a valuable pursuit, or maybe most of the stories can be, most of the fascinating things can be discovered here on Earth or on other nearby planets?
Just going to a more law, I think Avi's insight is an interesting speculation, right? Like I was saying before, people can sometimes look at something and not see it for what it is. Many will just look at that and say, oh, it's an asteroid, and dismiss it. There was something odd about the data that Avi picked up on and said, well, here's an alternative explanation. It doesn't fit, that actually better fits the models than it just being a rock. And to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he believes the data is real and is using that then as a battering ram to go after other things. So I think that's great.
Yeah, what does this make? Does he say it could be of alien extraterrestrial origin? Is that
well, that's one of the things. I mean, he's explained how it could be a light sail. And a light sail is certainly within near human capabilities to make such a thing. I think Yuri Milner he's a Russian billionaire. He's involved, I think, in a project to make light sails with laser, to launch them with laser power, essentially, towards Alpha Centauri. Right? So it's something that humans could make. I think Avi's proposal is perfectly within the realm of possibility. I mean, sadly, the thing is, now nearly out of our solar system.
Yeah, so to me, that's inspiring to greater levels of data collection in our solar system, but also here on Earth. It just seems like we should be constantly collecting data because the tools and software that we're developing get better and better at dealing with huge amounts of data. It's changing the nature of science. I mean, collect all of the data.
Right. Collect the data. I mean, Galileo Project asked me over the weekend to join, and I did. So, I'm not a specialist in any of the stuff that they're doing. But, in looking at the list of people who are on there, there are really no biologists on there. So, at some point, if my expertise is required for something,
what's the goal and the vision of the Galileo Project?
Better talk to Avi, was my understanding, and just actually looking at the sort of the bylaws this morning, where we just got them, is number one, collect the data on UAP, and number two, collect data on potentially local technological artifacts.
I need to look into this. This is fascinating. And Avi is having the Galileo Project.
Yeah. Have you spoken to him?
On the podcast, yes. Okay. That was, I believe it was before he was head. That was a new creation.
Yeah, the Galileo Project was 7 months old now.
Amazing. And he's getting a group of scientists together.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I was looking at some of the stuff over the weekend. Organization that they've already got put together.
That's amazing.
It looks like project, which involves a lot of people in coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist, but yet you're keeping an open mind to a lot of ideas that maybe require you to take a leap outside the conventional. So what advice would you give to young people today that are, in high school or in college, that are dreaming of having an impact in science, or maybe in whatever career path that goes outside that really does something new?
If you believe in something, you believe that an idea is valuable, or you have an approach to something, don't let others shame you into not doing it. As I said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something unethical and wrong. But shame also is something that is circumscribing your environment. I've never let people who told me, you shouldn't do that. Line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking that. You're great. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. You basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are. And if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it could lead to an advance, and if it's my time, why does it bother you? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once tell me that I was going to hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
I have a couple questions on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say, this is going to hurt your career. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator that there's something interesting when a senior wise person tells you this is going to hurt your career. I think that's just one, as a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you this is going to hurt your career, think twice about taking their advice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's the primary thing. And the other, I tell my own students, I have a lab of about 20, 30 people, and it's been that big since 1992. People come and go. Is it's not the data that falls in line that's so interesting. It's the spot off the graph that you want to understand. When something is way off the graph, that's the interesting thing, because that's usually where discovery is. And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and said, wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ends up being something interesting that made their careers. I could count on a few hands.
Yeah, get excited by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing that you've done in the past. And just on a personal psychological level, is there, I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure in you exploring some of these ideas, there's pressure. How do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to the people that say, that push you away from these topics? What would you say shame?
I just point to my successes. I say, you're the ones who told me not to start companies all this time ago. And now you're the one coming to me for advice for how to start a company. Right? But from the scientific area, it's you're wanting to take something off the table that might be an explanation. How is that the scientific method? I reverse shame them.
So purely with reason through conversation, you're able to do that. So it doesn't feel, because to me it would just feel lonely. There's a community.
Yeah.
There's a community of science, and when you're working on something that's outside a particular conventional way of thinking, it can be lonely. I mean, there's in the AI field, if you were working on neural networks in the 90s, it'd be lonely.
I have met some of the most fascinating people ever that had I stayed the conventional track, I would never have met. I mean, truly, brilliant people because of this. So, it is, for those worried about, well, should I step outside of my comfort zone? You're going to meet some really interesting people. And, because I'm open about this area, I'll go and give a talk, in Boston, Harvard, MIT. And at dinner, inevitably, this subject comes up. And inevitably, somebody else at the table will admit both that they're interested or that they've seen something. And suddenly the whole tone of the conversation changes. Like, there's safety in numbers. And then, or I've had people come to me afterwards, after dinner, and say, hey, I want to talk about this. So the number of scientists who know that there's something else going on is much larger than the scientific community would like to think.
That's really powerful point, which is, I don't talk about this, openly, but here's what I believe. And you'd be surprised how many people speak like this and hold those beliefs. And I am optimistic about social media and a more connected world to reveal more and more. Like us not to have these two personalities where it's public and private. We've mentioned the big questions of the origins of the universe. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? For us humans, our human existence here on Earth, or just at the individual level of the human life? What scary is the meaning of life?
I think that what we're going through today with this realization that the ocean and we've never imagined with anybody else on it. And then suddenly a ship with sails shows up. You don't understand it, but you realize that suddenly your world just got a lot bigger. I think we're in one of those moments right now. That our world view, our galactic view is opening, right, to something a little bit bigger. And not just there might be somebody else, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood, to me, is what's exciting. Because I can fill it with my dreams.
And this discovery, our world might is about to get a lot more humbling and a lot more fascinating once we look out and realize we were on an island.
It makes us both smaller but larger at the same time, to me. And, I can look outside at the stars and think and imagine what else might be out there. And although I know that I will never see it all, it excites me to know that it's there.
Well, Gary, both to respect your time and also because at 12 I turned into a princess, let me just say thank you for doing everything you're doing as a great scientist, as a person willing to reject the conventional. And thank you for spending your extremely valuable time with me today. Thanks for talking.
Thanks so much. It was great talking.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gary Nolan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words Stanislav Lem in Solaris. How do you expect to communicate with the ocean when we can't even understand one another? Thanks for listening, and hope to see you next time.
There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password. Pretty unique kind of thing. LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to lifelock.com.
I like daffodils, tulips, the big dinner plate dahlias. I love being in the garden, but I wasn't going to be able to. Because I could not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without being in pain. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch supports, and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store, and I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought them. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting
1-800-NEW-BEAT or visit goodbeat.com. Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
We've locked in low prices to help you save big store-wide. Look for the locked in low prices tags and enjoy extra savings throughout the store. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Powerful is hard to imagine the power of Mother Nature. Chris,
You cannot outsmart this. You cannot outrun it.
impossible to ignore. Coincide the natural
Okay.
disasters that are changing our world.
Today,
So much our lives is to keep control of Mother Nature. To see it in our two cities.
I just posted a big blog
This week's Workers Report. Angela Zepeda, CMO Hyundai Motor America, discusses measurability.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Just to sort of go through a little bit, we were having, by the way, a general Q&A about the project on Thursday. With the see, and I will be talking about some of the things that we're supposed to be talking about the real-time science that we've been doing, talking about our science school, which is approaching rapidly,
Serial slingshot
and
has
which we're
been
very
active
excited
for more
about.
than a decade.
We
Using that slingshot in the
encouraging
neighborhood.
people to apply. But we've been doing summer school now
Your
for 17
lads.
years. This is
Yeah,
the first
well,
time
so
that
are side
we've
planks.
done
I hope nobody gets hurt.
remote digital
We were
experience.
talking about Bill Walton.
that,
We lost him this
has the
weekend, as you
advantage
pointed
that
out,
it's easier
the
to
same
make
weekend
people
the
to
Pac-12
attend.
died.
Um,
How ironic is
We will
that?
be having the primary
And,
summer school
Bill
is 2
Walton,
weeks long, and the
What a
focus
character.
is
You know, not
on,
only a star at
doing an
UCLA
original
and the
project.
NBA and the broadcast
The
booth
summer
or the
school is
hardwood,
mostly
but
covered the
just
general
a
science and
joy to
technology.
hear speak.
This year
And
we
I
are
was reading
adding
the story about
a
how
fundamental
he
physics track.
was 28 years
and
old.
so the
He had a
2 week
severe
period where
stuttering problem
people
until he
are
was
expected
28.
to
He
do
had met
an
Marty
original
Klickman,
project.
the
Then
broadcaster
we're adding a
who
week
did
zero
the games in
for
New
people
York. He did
interested in
Knicks
fundamental
games,
physics
Hall
project
of Fame guy, Jets, Giants.
that
And they had a great
will be
conversation, and
primarily
Bill Walton says it was
oriented
one
towards
way, because I
lectures
literally could
to
not
what
speak at
we
the
do
time, and
now.
Marty explained patiently, concisely, that
So
talking,
people will be able to come to
communicating
that
was a
first
skill, not a gift
lecture
or a
week,
birthright, and like
independent of
any
the 2
skill,
weeks
whether it's sports or
that,
music, business, whatever, needs to be developed over a
project
lifetime of hard work and
will also
discipline and
be
organization. The same things that he
possible,
put into his basketball career. Marty was saying
I'm
you
fully
use
expecting
that
that
to
during that 2
develop the skill
project
of
time,
speech, and he
we'll
did
get
start working hard at that. And what a great
probably quite important
turn of events, right? We would have been so robbed if Bill Walton never found his voice.
Staying behind his stutter and not come out cruising.
Fred Rogan has stories about everybody, and we always turn to Fred when there's a major shift in the sports world in Los Angeles. Good morning.
It's a complicated picture.
Sure.
But I would say that I can talk about this more later, but I would say that the number of really great applicants for our summer school, were people who are at the right stage in their careers to really jump into something and do their work and do important things, has been terrific. I would say that in terms of the sort of the old guard of our field, many of them friends of mine, from the 4 years ago, and they stay friends all that time. The old guard is definitely moving in the right direction. But I would say that it's, these things, if there was a complete sort of pivot in 2 weeks, it will be a totally remarkable thing. And, it's moving in the right direction. And I'm actually very pleased with it.
So he was insane.
Okay.
He's the guy that would say,
I think we should,
it's like, are you really using your outside voice here, Bill? And the thing about Bill,
important partner in the effort to find black holes.
because at first he was a great basketball player. He played for the Clippers. And, that was pretty
Well, let me just say a few other things about what's going on with the project, just for the update. We just started a new Twitter stream working physics, which will be sort of making more granular announcements, for example, about these live streams and things we figured out in these live streams. That will be something that's happening. We're also going to, this blog post kind of summarizes some of the things that have come up in our live streams. And needless to say, as I was writing this post, which I'm not quite long, I figured out more things, and I was really trying to restrain myself from having the post become an infinite post as it was reporting on things that I was figuring out, others figuring them out. So, this is about computing and becoming faction and fine structure black holes. That's what we're about to jump into here today. This is kind of an interesting section for some people about peer review and so on. One thing that we've just done is to add a capability to for people to add kind of open post-publication peer reviews for papers. And we tried to do that and to say, talk about things that the goal of this is really to be able to let other people know that things that you've understood, you haven't understood, that will be helpful to other people who are looking at this and say, oh, well, so-and-so understood it, I don't need to go and check it. The other things that are happening, we've been adding to our Q&As on the website. We've been getting in thousands and thousands of questions. We've been trying to answer them as quickly as we can. We've been trying to sort of make buckets of particular types of questions that we can add to our general central Q&A site. And we've also been adding to the visual gallery just for redesigned visual gallery.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I love how he used to say thank you for your patience after doing an interview, because he knew that he would just go on and ramble, but I mean, what a fun journey those all were.
The coming attraction that I'll probably be showing on sometime soon, it doesn't make me motion to do it, is being able to explore our graphs and hypergraphs in virtual reality. And just getting code streams, we've been putting that code on GitHub and looking forward to other people's contributions to it. Okay, so one question here. Okay, there's a couple of questions. One with Einstein von Rembrandt says, I plan to apply for summer school. Great. Very, very friendly. We look forward to finding a Rembrandt in our application list. The question here for Viridian, is this summer school a good idea for computer science sophomore minoring in nanotechnology? Our general summer school, yes. Specifically the physics track, only if you're up for kind of, well, it depends. The general summer school, that would be a sort of on the early-ish, but not super early end of the kinds of folks who come to our summer school, and that background is not necessary. So yes, the physics track specifically depends on whether the interest is in working on something specifically related to physics. With that background, probably some of the more technical physics things wouldn't be readily accessible, but some of the things like, for instance, the virtual reality system, these kinds of things, would absolutely be accessible. It's okay, so we are going to get back to this. You know, we're talking about black holes. We should see if there's I'm going to
Phil Jackson, another example. That guy is just a huge human being. These are
You should see his feet. I remember one time from a press conference,
So
Phil
our
Jackson and
goal
his
is to
feet.
find black holes.
Continues
What kind of weird fetish is this?
So what is a black hole?
He had sandals
Well,
on.
a black hole
And,
is
you know, like
an
those
area of
athletic sandal
space-time
type things
that
of basketball
has an
players wear.
eventualizing.
And,
Well,
and he
actually,
was on the
we
stage
should,
and
that's
we were
a
kind
good
of
question.
seated
First of
below
all,
in
define
chairs
what
and
we
his
mean
foot was
by
in
an
my eyesight, in line with
black
my
hole.
eyesight.
Um,
And I mean,
because
it was like
the
a very
presence of an
tiny
eventualizing,
foot,
that
how big
is
his foot
a
was.
place where there are causal edges
Yes,
that go
that's
into that area of
exactly
space-time and don't come out.
Human listening out there.
What happens for black holes, and this is a daunting question, black holes, per black hole, they're very big. They have, they have a singularity that is not shielded by the So what's the defining feature of a black hole? And it is that there are causal edges that go into one path. Yes.
Yeah, right. There's a region of the core rock where once you're in there, you so there are effectively causal edges pointing monotonically in one particular direction, but not another. Yeah, so that's what happens if you have a curved black hole with J greater than N. The problem with figuring that out, we still don't really know what a singularity is. We have some wavy ideas about it. It's a structure in the causal graph that has a disproportionately large number of causal edges associated with it. But we still don't know in any great detail what that is.
Well, let's talk about the curved black hole.
Prosecutors will give their closing arguments after the defense is done. The arguments are expected to last all day. The man who attacked former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer is set to be resentenced today.
The communal garden black hole
The
is
judge
a
who
partial
sentenced
black
David
hole.
DePape
The black hole
earlier
that
this
has a
month to
mass
30
that
years in
doesn't
prison
have
says
significant
she
zero
made an error
mass in
when
the
she didn't give
and
DePape
the
a chance to
partial
speak in
solution,
court.
what
He'll get that
it only
chance
slowly
today.
got understood because there
Bailey
were
Sparks
coordinates
get rematch against WNBA phenom Caitlin Clark at the Indiana Fever tonight.
The issue in general
Their
back
second
in
time playing
1916 on the
Indiana in 5
was
days.
first,
The Fever beat the Sparks
arrived at
78-73 on Friday night in front of a capacity crowd of more than 19,000 at Crypto.com Arena. That's the largest home crowd in the Sparks' 28 season history. Thank you, Caitlin.
Before it was
Fix the
really clear
problems all
that
in
there was a
101.
real
Next.
thing
I
that
mean,
would be
thinking about
eventualized.
upgrading in your windows
wasn't
only
just
makes
the
too much
goal.
sense with all the rising energy costs.
I
A lot
don't
of
think
people
Sorry, I
are
don't think
thinking
it's quite
about
true that we are not
dual energy
affected by
efficient
anything.
windows
I'm
from
sorry, you
American
continue
Vision
to
windows.
I-
Those
I-
are the
what
windows
I was
I put
going
in
to say
my
is
home.
the causal
When we
graph
moved
is
in,
much less
the
affected by
original
causal
windows were replaced from the
graph.
60s and they were
But
super
you can
thin
certainly
and I
use
just knew that they were going to hemorrhage heat. Well, these
by
new ones,
choosing a
they
weird
keep the
affiliation.
heat in the winter,
Right,
they
right,
keep
which
the
is
heat
what,
out
which is
in the
exactly what
summer,
we're
and
effectively doing.
makes a difference
in
at that
continuous
thermostat.
It's just the
All
process of
American
less
Vision
natural
windows
to do.
are custom
But,
made to fit your
you know,
needs
so
and
let's-
style
let's
of your
talk about
home.
that. I mean, the
And
fact
they
is
have
that
a
in the
team of home
in the
improvement
usual
experts
case
that
of,
take great pride in their work. They can give you great advice on what will work well for your home. Have you seen the custom wood windows at American Vision windows? Are gorgeous. Luxury custom wood windows, instant upgrade to the value of your home. Right now, you pay 0% interest plus 0 payments for 18 months. 0% interest plus 0 payments for 18 months at American Vision windows. For all offers, you can call or see the website for details. Unapproved credit offer expires 5/31/24. CSLB number 778326.
Oh, great.
Sunny skies all the way for the afternoon. Highs in the 60s to about 70 at the beaches, 70s to
So we're
mid 80s
talking about,
inland.
okay,
This
so
report brought to you by Morgan
let's
and
go through a
Morgan
couple.
Injury Law Firm from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going to Woodland Hills. We've got some slowing on the 101.
so here's the manual dark short solution. Which is probably what happens is we have an eventualizing where there are causal edges that go into the eventualizing graph. At the center of this dark short solution is a singularity of at radius 0, the Richard scale of it is you know, because the causal edges only go into the eventualizing come out, nobody can have a deal, nobody in the outside universe can have a deal with
Social security number or password.
I'm not sure the Ritchie scalar is defined at the center.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's zero everywhere where it's defined, right?
So it's the curvature of the reason. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions. But everyone gets paid 25% off their first year.
Well, you're saying the Einstein equation, say the lift is going and I mean, it's a very weird situation, because the fact is, the partial black hole, and this is one of the super confusing things that we know about black holes, is that, black holes are formed when stars collapse. But in the actual structural solution, there isn't anything inside, so there doesn't need to be anything inside, right?
It's Ricci flat that has a non-zero Fredholm scalar.
Non-zero what?
The Kretschmann scalar, which is another quadratic scalar invariant, is non-zero. As I said, it depends on higher order contractions of the medium.
It's Riemann contracted to itself. So you contract 4 indices of Riemann with the 4 indices of Riemann. See what we can do for you.
But,
Free personalized
so that's something that is not constrained by Einstein.
It is in the sense that the Einstein equation becomes elementary, which itself will be mankind's last disaster. The double agents.
What's the difference between a partial solution that has puts nothing inside, except that point of the origin where the equation can be applied, and a partial solution that has the remains of a star inside? Isn't it the case that outside studentalizing, there is no difference?
Trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access
I
company.
don't believe that's
Go
true.
to iHeartResults.com for more.
Right.
All the good stuff.
So I'm trying to understand,
On top of pop culture.
Once again,
for example, for our purposes,
your sequel is on the way.
and maybe this is just a general piece of general thing that you might need to go into a
But the announcement takes
you've got this thing, I mean, it's like happens in Archimedes or Gaussian, what happens inside, it's, what happens inside stays inside. What happens to reveal outside is the case of Archimedes or Charles, in this case, it's the mass. But the fact is that the usual way of thinking about it is on relativity. So tell me how you would think about it. Okay, so you've got a structure of black holes, and you've got the remains of a star inside, but actually you don't need the remains of a star, all you need is the attraction solution. And the only place where there's sort of really anything going on there is at the origin where the equation
across the United States to report a hate incident or learn more
So I think that the way to think about this is that we have a star, which is collapsing, we may have something like administrative citations, and they are $100 for each and every time. Right? Stop sign. Okay, then from the point of view of like side, there will be some remaining. After 3 months, you probably tell us something stupid like that. Live 7 to 10 p.m.
I know it doesn't, but the confusing thing is that the confusing thing to many people about the structural solution, you get, the thing is essentially generating its own mass. The remains of the star that originally formed the black hole, they just, all that matters is physically vacuum inside. You go in there, you go in and take the first, your one-way first, you pass the electrolyte, you're inside the black hole, and it's like, well, where's that star? There's nothing here. All there is the origin where the Einstein equation came from. Well, I understand where the problem is, but it's also a function where the equations don't apply. So it's like, if you thought the Einstein equation applied to the whole universe, so actually there's this point removed at the center of the black hole.
He had 77 of the 83 wins when it came to the win streak.
With respect to this other, double four-legged union thing, if there is there an interior solution, if there are the remains of the star, is there an interior solution, or is the interior solution, is the only interior solution also a vacuum solution?
You mean the interior of the star or the interior of the horizon?
And John Wooden says to him, Bill, have you forgotten? So
Yeah.
you should say practice with the beard.
the John Wooden basketball team.
The uniqueness
He said, I should be able to wear my facial hair however I like.
applying the
He's one of the best players, right?
interior is a different
And
business.
John Wooden says, Bill, I have great respect for individuals who stand up for the things in which they believe in. The team is going to miss you.
The interior is not so
Anyway,
well.
shake his beard and came back to the
When
practice.
you, when you say you don't have a team like
There
the
was
Knicks,
a time when he was doing broadcasting, and his partner at the time joked with him about how to
So those
audition
are the,
for
when you
Star
say
Wars.
interior of a black hole, it's kind
And
of like saying,
Bill called him
what's inside our
Chewbacca.
universe as opposed
And
to outside.
anyways, there's so many people believe that he auditioned for Star Wars,
So
that he was
there's
part of the whole
many considerations of
idea
what
behind
happens in
Chewbacca,
the interior
that Lucas and everyone saw him and had the idea for Chewbacca.
Right, but I mean, so the fact that things like Botox serum only apply to the exterior solution doesn't mean that there doesn't exist an interior solution. It's just not classifiable in quite the same way.
Right, but so the
Very
point
on
is,
in the life of
what we're
this
saying
show,
is, just to clarify,
we started in October of 2015,
the
and in
structure
February of 2016, we interviewed Richard Dreyfuss.
it's vacuum everywhere,
And
except
it
at
was
the
not
origin where the equation.
It was not a great.
I was really excited because who doesn't love
But what
those
you're saying
movies?
is,
Mr. Holland's Opus is my
there are other
favorite. What
solutions that
about
are not
Bob?
the structure
I mean,
solutions,
he's
that have all
done
kinds
some
of
great
crazy stuff going
iconic
on
films.
inside
And
the
if I
lens.
remember right, we were interviewing him because he was doing a movie about Enron.
You know,
Okay,
Brian
yeah,
Manhattan,
that was the last movie he
it
did,
doesn't
by the
matter
way.
outside
He
the
got
lens.
very
It's
Janet
still the
Curse.
same.
He started the interview like this.
I'll give you $20.
And by the way, I mean, the statement about the interior solution can be kind of arbitrarily chaotic.
We were like, oh.
This has been proposed as a resolution to the black hole issue. This is being whether it's
wasting time.
Interviews. I mean, we did get him
What,
to
the
kind of go
information
around.
that the
Where do you
data is
keep
kind
your
of
Oscar
kept in
statuette?
So the argument, so Hawking's argument was, I think it was one of the last papers here, was that effectively that there are only apparent horizons, there aren't true event horizons. And that what happens is that you, because of the chaotic solution on the interior, although you have effective loss of information, you don't have true loss of information.
Yeah, there's a
Now
kind of
that he's come
but
under
it's kind of
fire
going
for
back to
this
some of the
new,
shows like
Shaw is screaming that he was at Beverly, Massachusetts Saturday night. He comes out in a dress over his clothing.
He clearly looks
you know,
unhinged
I mean,
off
it's kind of a
that.
funny look out
And I
because,
don't
you know,
quite
the
understand
original
what he was
opening
trying to do with
story
that,
there
but
is genuinely
he
an
talked
event
about
horizon.
subjects, none of which I shouldn't say none of it.
The most
The vast
obvious
majority of
sort
what
of
he said
naive
is
thing
not
back in the
recorded,
70s
at least that we have
well,
found
well,
so
actually, maybe
far.
there really isn't.
We talked about trans people, he talked about Barbara Streisand, really talked her, the Me Too.
He said that she is good as a director or something, but that women are passive, and that's the problem.
So you're saying that, I
He
mean,
said at
our
one point that parents of trans kids, allowing them to transition, was
what
bad
we're interested
parenting, and that
in
someday those
in
kids
the
might change their
space-time level,
minds.
we're interested in
He was kind of just like
photographs
guy at the end of
that
the
things
bar
are
stream of
influencing
consciousness, but he is a Hollywood star, he has a platform, and it's 2024, people will lose their freaking minds, and they did.
somehow,
The executive director of the theater that was showing the
I don't
movie and
completely know how
inviting
that
Richard
can
Dreyfuss to do
work.
it,
Like,
you know, to
basically,
talk
we're going
about
to have
Jaws,
radiation
said we regret that an event that was meant to be a conversation to celebrate an iconic movie instead became a platform for political
in the
views.
Bronco
We
direction.
are in active dialogue with our patrons about their experience and are committed to learning from this event.
I'm
We
not sure
better
what
enact
that
our
means.
mission to entertain
People
people.
were walking out. And people are shouting
And
on the
we
stage,
started
they're
looking
walking out,
at some multi-way photographs.
Big to do.
But I think
I'm not a shock, but a young family with a 10-year-old daughter apparently got up and left. Facebook commenter said it was vile, it was dehumanizing. I don't know, it's an old man that's ranting of an old, unhinged man who's gotten probably too much attention for too many years. Screw you, Richard Dreyfuss. What are you doing, old man? Well, he was mean to us. We were nothing but
I
kind.
think what we should do
Sticking up for our younger selves.
The only issue with that is currently our only real model for singularity, probably not gender, is that it's annoying thing. And it's kind of hard to spot when a hyperlink is a normal.
Awful story
I know.
about a
Yes,
catalytic converter theft that ended
I'm
in a
thinking
murder.
of
Talk
So
about
what we're going to come up with here is a better test for the fact that a target baseline has photograph that in other words, that what we'll be able to see is in the photograph.
New details of the murder.
But do we want to
My 24-hour
Do we
news
want to
crew.
detect
Now, like
eventualism,
say
or
the
do we
thieves
want to
killed
detect
actor
singularity?
Johnny
I
Wecker
think
downtown
singularity is
LA
immediately
had in his
detect.
car up on a floor jack
At
when
least the
Wecker
normal
walked
form.
up.
Well, maybe,
Police
but
say
I
the
think the
shooting
normal
early
contact is very
Saturday
good.
was
I don't think
unprovoked.
that's
They
going
say
to be
Wecker had
understood.
ended his shift
But
as a
I
bartender and was
we need
walking
to
to his
understand,
car near Hope
you know,
Street in West
why I was
Waco
talking about
when he was
black holes,
confronted.
first of all,
The thieves were in the process of stealing the catalytic
because I think
converter off the
the
car.
similarity,
They took off down Hope Street in a dark colored vehicle.
the point I was trying to
A
make.
convicted sex offender is pleaded not guilty to trying to
But
solicit
if
sex
we
from
said,
a
oh,
minor
we've
in
got a
Newport
model
Beach.
what
Count
happens
federal
inside of
indictment
black
alleges
holes,
software
it's not
used
clear
to Reddit to try to convince a
and even
13-year-old
more so
girl to
with
meet up.
black holes.
U.S. Attorney spokesman Kieran McAvoy says Barrington's
But let's-
2013 conviction was also for meeting a minor for
so
sex,
one
but
approach
this
we
time
could take
undercover law enforcement responded
is
to
to look at streaming
requests,
systems.
eventually schedule a
I don't think we
meeting
want to
for
go
a
to
shopping
usually
center
look at
where
multiple
Briggs
things,
believed
but we
to
can look at
engage in
non-multiple
criminal sexual
things.
activity. But he was arrested Thursday instead. McAvoy says the guy
Yeah,
had
we
child
can ask
porn
the
on his
question.
phone. A trial
Okay,
set for
so
July.
do we have an
Orange
analysis?
County, Corbin, Carson, KFID.
I think we do have that. I mean,
A Metro bus driver has been attacked near City Hall in downtown LA. This passenger says the attack has her a bit on edge. I feel like, you don't really know who you're getting on the bus with. I guess that was just a precaution. Like, I carry around my mates just in case.
If we
Police
want
say
to
the
detect
driver tried
eventualism, like
closing the
healing
door
is
on
the
the woman yesterday because she recognized
okay,
her from
probably the
previous
most effective way of
incidents.
doing that, at least
The
that I
woman's
can see
arm
right now,
was initially
is by
stuck
doing
between
it
the
by
doors.
pointing
Once the
rockets.
doors reopened, the woman
It would be,
allegedly lunged at the driver,
You know,
took
the
her
interior
glasses.
of
People hadn't seen how firefighters were called yesterday to the home on Haskell Avenue. They say the body may have been in the water for a few days. Police say the 911 call was from a family member who claimed a relative had possibly drowned. Some LA City Council members say they want clearer guidance on which non-government flags can be flown on buildings like City Hall. The council is set to vote to allow the pride flag to fly in June. Council President Paul Kerkorian says it should pass legal challenges.
My preference would be to have a proper ordinance that allows the compliance with the Constitution and the law.
The council is also requesting guidance for future flag raising decisions like what flags can fly when the Olympics are in town in 2028. Currently, only government and POW flags are permitted by city ordinance. A state lawmaker from LA is trying to regulate self-checkout lanes in stores as shoplifting skyrockets and employees get threatened.
when you explain
Democratic
this to me,
State
you say
Senator
it well.
Lola Smallwood-Cuevas says retailers cut costs by replacing
Let's
workers with
try
machines,
this for the sake
led
of
to $6 million in
But
self-checkout
I think that, from my recollection, I think this corresponds to a leftmost evaluation. It's a leftmost sequential evaluation.
Let's, increase the number of
No,
workers
I
on
think
the
it's a slack
self-checkout
document.
stands.
Oh,
Critics
is it?
say the regulations are unnecessary because retailers have already started
And this
implementing
is,
similar
let's just look at
requirements.
this law.
The bill passed the
This is-
Senate last week
This
and
is
is
one of
now
these sort of
on to the
generational
assembly.
multi.
A young mountain lion's been spotted roaming a neighborhood in Thousand Oaks.
Um,
Again, I was like, oh, maybe that house cats go across the front door. And I looked at it again, I blew it up, and I was like, no, the ears around, that's not a cat.
That woman tells KTLA the mountain lion was seen on home security video earlier this month,
Okay,
chasing
so
the
what this
house
is going to
cat.
show us,
The neighborhood
so
is near
this
the
is
Los Padres Trail, which is a
very,
wildlife
very
preserve.
connected graph. Right?
South that
This
weather
is an
from
example of a much
KFI,
less
with morning clouds hanging around, clearing to sunny skies for the afternoon.
Where if
Highs
we would
around
take
70
this
at
graph,
the beaches, low to mid-70s for Metro
we would
LA
say
and
we
inland
could
OC.
do your
Mid-70s to
criteria.
low
So
80s,
this
actually
graph
mid-70s to
is running
mid-80s.
along, and we might
Over the
argue
valleys,
that
i.e.
it's making a bunch of black
Valley.
holes.
Pretty much the same forecast tomorrow through the week. Pattern of morning clouds and the afternoon sun's going to hang around. Highs will be in the 70s and 80s. It's
Right.
62 in Tustin,
But each of
60
those
in
looks to
Alhambra,
me more like
78
a
in
cosmological singularity
Palmdale,
than a black hole.
61 in Pomona. The KFI Market Report sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading down
Sorry, I was like,
237
cosmological
points. The
evaluation.
Nasdaq is up 87, and the S&P 500 is flat.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see your home before and after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
We've got slowing in North Hills on the 405.
Right, right. And so the reason I think that's happening, and I think we may have constructed this example because we can do that at one point. If you look at the rule, each time you apply that rule, the universe is expanding faster than the effective speed of light. Like the effective speed of light is no more than 2 characters per second. So but the state is expanding by 3 times. And so this is a superluminary expanding universe, and therefore 3 galaxies is different disconnected from the universe.
So this case involves essentially the superluminal expansion, which is similar to what we might think in the inflation. Well, I mean, that's compare this with this is generating.
Well, I mean, one doesn't just get superluminal expansion, one has superluminal expansion against the lambda CDM model, one has superluminal expansion now.
For 600 better. So there will be multiple examples.
Yes, right. So each of these is its own, I forget, either the Hubble sphere or the Hubble sphere or the energy communication. Each of these is its own quarterly disconnect.
Let's take a look. Let's look at some complexity and see. That's what we've got. Yeah, so let's get a bunch of these rules and let's just take a look at
You just found the perfect Father's Day gift on Amazon. A gas grill. Amazing, girl.
now let's retreat. Let's take a slightly larger.
I'm gonna drive to Dad's
And
and give him the grill.
so these are these rules.
And watch him grill. And then Woody grill.
Great on, Janine. Shop Amazon for the perfect Father's Day deal and celebrate.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry who
So there
keeps
we've got some very uninteresting
makes the car
universes
behind them.
that
Oh no, they're bums up.
really quite interesting.
Save and drive wise in the Allstate app. Only for your rate based on you.
Those are super boring universes.
Some people in every state's under terms and
Let's
conditions.
try
Every
this.
state's and some states are rate could increase for
Let's
Same for your cash insurance.
oh, these universes that can't grow.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an
Let's have
ongoing,
universes that can
non-stop
grow.
issue. They're searching, they're grasping at straws
Okay, so
because
that's the one we
they've been
just
trying
discussed.
other products and they bought something that they thought was
This
gonna
is
help
one
solve
that
their problem.
seems to be producing a normal.
I don't think that is what we were just looking at, because that looks more causally
A
connected.
client came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years.
Yeah, those
He
aren't
literally walked in
obviously
with a handful of products and said, this is what I've been wearing.
Okay, so let's, so given this, we can start making some criteria. What is it that is connected? Right? So let's take that graph, which is the first of this graph. And let's understand how we know
Spent so many years with
that,
so much
you know, how we
discomfort.
know about.
I helped relieve a problem that's
So
plagued
this
him for
first.
30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
See what we can do for you with a free personalized yard support fee at
Example.
the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com.
And that's another graph. That's what we get the actual graph.
Although I think Larry's graph probably is because one criterion we can use that is we can just pick an event that's on, say, the rightmost graph. They've got like zero
on this Tuesday,
Well, see,
May
eventually.
28th,
Okay, so that's right.
2024.
Well,
So this thing is just a, just your final about negative
closing
growth.
arguments in the New York Trump case. It took several hours this morning as Todd Blanche, the defense attorney, laid out
Let us go ahead
points that he said should give the jury reasonable doubt about any sort of
So
guilty
what's your criteria?
conviction.
So the question
Guilty
is,
verdict, I should say,
to what extent,
for
the
counts
question,
that
given
former
that
President
we're
Trump
here,
is facing
for example,
when it comes
given
to
that we're in the
falsifying
next
business
year,
records.
can
Robert
we
De Niro
ever
showed
get?
up. The Biden campaign called their surrogate Robert De Niro to show up outside the courthouse and talk about how Trump could destroy the world if he is elected again.
Why can't we get a list of events on one
I'm a New Yorker,
and then
he's not a New Yorker, this is an
and
indirect
then
response to
do sort of
Trump
a thread
last week
find
turning up
sort
in
of
the Bronx with his appeal to black and Latino voters.
First of all,
International Spain, Norway, and Ireland have formally recognized a Palestinian state in this coordinated effort that's supposed to put more pressure on Israel to soften its response to last year's Hamas attack. Dozens of countries have now recognized a Palestinian state, but none of the major Western powers has done so as of yet. Did the Pope had to apologize? I didn't hear the slur he used. I'm gonna write it out, I'm not gonna say it. He said,
apparently what is a slang for that.
I'd never heard that form of that word.
I hadn't either, but it was an F word.
Here's how
Used
Okay,
to
now,
Describe
explain,
homosexual men.
there you go.
okay, so,
He was quoted
a
using this
piece of the
term
universe over here,
to reaffirm the Catholic Church's ban on gay
the
priests.
claim is
The Vatican
that it
spokesman
can
said,
still,
yes,
look at the
it
light
was,
code
it was
that
delivered
exists,
behind
but that
closed
piece of
doors
the
to
universe over
Italian
here
bishops
is
2
not
days ago. They
fully
said,
disconnected from something
or
over here.
here's
That
the
is
other
the
term
future
that they
light code,
use in
of that
the
event
AP writer.
intersects the future light code of something that's over here.
Right. And we should just swap, if we don't need to highlight these, we can just use the Falcon
This
photos.
may be an issue because
And
it's a
figure out
slang
the
term,
light.
he wasn't quite
Yeah,
sure.
that might make it easier to see what's going on.
His first
Well,
language.
well, let's
So
pick a,
maybe
okay, so let's
Hasn't
get a
he
vertex,
done
let's
more
get
for
I think
the
we're gonna have to have
population
something that
of
asks what is the future light codes and stuff.
LGBTQ
so in other words,
plus people
given
in the
2
Catholic
points,
Church than any
given
other
2
pope?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, you're asking
I mean,
if there's
hasn't he been
a
very
non-trivial
inclusive?
intersection between the vertex Falcon
Yeah.
photos and
you're
vertex
tough
photos.
to right. So
So let's get the vertex
Well,
list.
this was the news over the
Actually, one
weekend.
quick
I
one,
mean, it's
let's
happening
file.
all the time. Happened to us. My husband's car was stolen out the front of the house, and turns out that they were stealing the catalytic converter because there's money in these things. It's going on way too often here because there's no repercussions
Well,
at all.
what we want to do is go
They don't
from the
get in
root,
trouble.
and we want to
just get
ask for those things that
the
are
hand
important
slapped.
later relative to the root.
yeah, this
We
this
want to
case has
ask for
gotten a
Gulf
lot of
neighborhood.
play because the guy who was shot and killed happened to be an actor on soap opera among other things, but Johnny Wachter, as they played Brandon
give
Foreman
us
on
all the
General
roots.
Hospital.
Yeah.
Shot killed
Let's say
over the
the
weekend. His
four-level
mom and
neighborhood
his brothers are sharing some new details
the
about
claim
what
is
exactly
that-
happened. They said that Johnny was leaving
Right, see that?
a second job at a bar downtown later than
So
usual,
now,
like 3 in the morning.
Given that,
When they saw
we
a
should be able
guy
to get,
near
we want to get,
Johnny's
let's
car,
go
and he
get
thought
one of
that
these
the
guys
car
over
was
here.
being
Let's try
towed.
getting,
Bifford Amy
let's
mentioned
try
that
asking at
they
level
lifted
2.
up the side of the car with
Yeah.
floor jack.
Is the
And he
future
said,
light
you're towing
code,
my
is the
car.
future
And
light
the person
code,
looked up,
everybody
he had on
on
a mask. And Johnny apparently
the
realized that
future
something
light
was
code
wrong, so he
of
steps
the
in
road
front
at the
of
top,
his
you know
co-worker,
it's
the woman that he was with,
It's
and
future
that's
light
when
code is the
Johnny was shot. A 911 call came
The question
about
is, once the thing is evolved,
3:25,
do the future light
morning,
codes still
May 26th. And Sunday morning described the victim quite now in
Yes,
his 30s, but obviously at the time, one of the guys that pulled out the gun
so then,
and started shooting
let's see, we want to get,
was just one of 3 people who were there.
we want to get the
In a
outcome
press
from
release, the LAPD
specifically
identified
at
him
level
as
second.
Johnny Wachter,
It's the
described the bullets.
complement
The
of the
first
outcome.
officer
So here we
discovered
describe,
him on scene with this
vertex.
gunshot
Well,
wound.
so in the neighborhood graph, we can just compute the vertex, any that have in degrees, that's right, that have out degree 0. We'll give us everything on level 4.
His family's calling him a hero because he stood in front of his
Yeah.
coworker at the
Yes,
time.
we don't have CPCs.
In this
Good, but
particular
I don't
case,
know. There's no reason to
you are
believe
correct.
it didn't happen.
No, in any case, where there
They
are
have
CPCs.
a
what about normal?
GoFundMe page for his memorial.
What about something?
I want past judgment grief.
Yeah, okay, fine. Modular
How
singularity.
much do you think you'd ask for in a GoFundMe page, a memorial?
How would you, as a higher intelligence,
I don't know.
represent yourself to a lesser intelligence?
Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
It didn't just start showing up in 1947.
How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans?
What do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show yourself as a form of technology,
They have already
right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something that's here with you. And there's something that's, as you said, watching you.
The godmother put this GoFundMe page up to raise money for.
You are a professor at Stanford studying the biology of the human organism at the level of individual cells. So let me ask first the big ridiculous philosophical question. What is the most beautiful or fascinating aspect of human biology at the level of the cell to you?
The micro machines that are nano machines that proteins make and become, that to me is the most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that's constantly processing its environment. And at the heart of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine, a dynamic computation process. People think of the DNA as a linear code. is actually the epigenetic state that's doing this amazing processing. And if you ever wanted to believe in God, just look inside the cell.
The DNA is both information and computer.
Exactly.
How did that computer come about? It's a big, continuing the philosophical question, it's this both scientific and philosophical. How did life originate on Earth, do you think? How did this, at every level? So the very first step, and the fascinating complex computer that is DNA, that is multicellular organism, and then maybe the fascinating complex computer that is the human mind.
Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to the complex computer that is the universe, right? All of the so-called particles or the waves that people think the universe is made of, and appears to me at least to be a computational process. And embedded in that is biology, right? So all the atoms of a protein, et cetera, sit in that computational matrix. From my point of view, it's computing something. It's computing towards something. It was created in some ways. If you want to believe in God, I don't know that I do, but if you want to believe in something, the universe was created, or at least enabled, to allow for life to form. And so the DNA, if you ask where does DNA come from, and you can go all the way back to Richard Dawkins and the selfish gene hypotheses. The way I look at DNA, though, is it is not a moment in time. It assumes the context of the body and the environment in which it's going to live. And so if you want to ask the question of where and how does information get stored, DNA, although it's only 3 billion base pairs long, contains more information than I think the entire computational memory resources of our current technology. Because who and what you are is both what you were as an egg all the way through to the day you die, and it embodies all the different cell types and organs in your body. And so it's a computational reservoir of information and expectation that you will become. So actually, I would sort of turn it around a different way and say, if you wanted to create the best memory storage system possible, you could reverse engineer what a human is and create a DNA memory system that is not just the linear version, but is also everything that it could become.
When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. So this, you're talking about trying to come up with an optimal computer for this particular environment.
Right.
So if you reverse engineer that computer, what do you mean by considering all the possible things it could become?
So who you are today, right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain Lex Friedman.
Yeah.
Doesn't explain me, right? But the DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you will live, yes, and grow and become. So all the information that is you, right, is actually not only embedded in the DNA, but it's embedded in the context of the world in which you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information, though, is packed in the expectation of what the DNA expects to see.
Interesting. So like,
yeah, the information is stored outside because there's a context of expectation. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I mean, to linger on this point, if we were to run Earth over again 1 million times, how many different versions of this type of computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you assume there's no such thing as fate, right, and it's not all pre-programmed, and that there is some sort of, let's say, variation or randomness at the beginning, you would get as many different versions of life as you could imagine. And I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into the, into the substrate of the universe. It wouldn't always be left-handed proteins, right?
But I wonder what the flap of a butterfly wing, what effects it has, because it's possible that the system is really good at finding the efficient answer, and maybe the efficient answer there's only a small finite set of them for this particular environment.
Exactly. That's the kind of, in a way, the anthropomorphic universe of the multiverse expectations, right? That, there's probably a zillion other kinds of universes out there if you believe in multiverse theory. We only live in the ones where the rules are such that life like ours can exist.
So using that logic, how many alien civilizations do you think are out there? There's like trillions of environments, aka planets, or maybe you can think even bigger than planets. How many lifelike organisms do you think are out there thriving, and maybe how many do you think are long gone in World War II?
I think, innumerable. I think in terms of
greater than zero,
much greater than zero. I mean, I would just be surprised. What a waste, right, of all that space just for us, if we're never going to get there. That would be my first way to think about it. But second, I mean, I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and I would love if any of your listeners could find this National Geographic. I remember opening the page of the National Geographic. I was about, again, 7 to 10 years old. And it was sort of a current picture of the universe. It was around probably 1968, 1969. And I just remember looking at it and thinking, what kinds of empires have risen and fallen across that space that we'll never know about? And isn't that sad that we know nothing about something so grand? And so I've always been a reader of science fiction because I like the creative ideas of what people come up with. And I especially like science fiction writers that base it in good science, but base it also in evolution. That if you evolve a civilization from something lifelike, right, some sort of biology, its assumptions about the universe will come from the environment in which it grew up. So, for instance, Larry Niven is a great writer, and he imagines different kinds of civilizations. In some cases, what happens if intelligence evolved from a herd animal, right? Would you lead from behind, right? Would you be, in his case, one of them were the so-called puppeteers. And to them, the moral imperative is cowardice. You put other people forward to run the risk for you, right? And so he writes entire books around that premise. There's another guy, David Brin is his name, and he writes the so-called Uplift Universe books. And in those, he takes different intelligences, each from a different evolutionary background, and then he posits a civilization based around where and what they came from. And so, to me, I mean, that's just fun. But I mean, back to your original question, is how many are there? I think as many stars as we can see. Now, how many are currently there? I don't know. I mean, that's the whole question of, how long can a civilization last before it runs out of steam? And you, for instance, does it just get bored, or does it transcend to something else, or does it say, I've seen enough and I'm done?
What does running out of steam look like? It could be destroy itself, or get bored.
It said, or we've done everything we can, and they just decide to stop. I don't know. I just don't know.
Is the Elon Musk worry that we stop reproducing, or we slow down the reproduction rate to where the population can go to zero?
Can go to zero, and we can't, and we collapse. I mean, so the only way to get around that is perhaps create enough machines with AI to take care of us.
What could possibly go wrong? You've talked to people that told stories of UFO encounters.
Mm-hmm.
What is the most fascinating to you about the stories of these UFO encounters that you've heard, that people have told you?
The similarity of them, the uniformity of the stories. Now, I just want to say up front, a lot of people think that when I speculate, I believe something. That's not true, right? Speculation is just creativity. Speculation is the beginning of hypothesis. None of what I hear in terms of the anecdotes do I necessarily believe are they true. But I still find them fascinating to listen to because at some level they're still raw data. And you have to listen. And once you start to hear the same story again and again, then you have to say, well, there might be something to it. I mean, maybe it's some kind of a Jungian background in the human mind and human consciousness that creates these stories again and again. And it's coming out of the DNA. It's coming out of that pre-programmed something. And Jung talked quite a bit about this kind of thing, the collective unconscious. But actually, one of the most interesting ones I find is this constant message that you're not taking care of your world. And this came long before climate change. It came long before many kinds of, let's say, current day memes around, taking care of our planet, pollution, etc. And so, for instance, perhaps the best example of this, the one that I find the most fascinating, is a story out of Zimbabwe. 50 or 60 children one afternoon in Zimbabwe. It was a well-educated group of white and black children who at lunchtime in the playground saw a craft. And they saw little men. And they all ran into the teachers and they told the same story and they drew the same pictures. And the message several of them got was, you were not taking care of your planet. And it got, there's actually a movie coming out on this episode. And 30 years later now, the people who were there, the children who've now grown up, say it happened to us. Now, did it happen? Was it some sort of hallucination, or was it an imposed hallucination by something? Was it material? I don't know. But these kids were 7 to 10 years old. You see them on video. 7 to 10-year-olds can't lie like that. And so, whether it's real or not, I don't know. But I find that fascinating data. And again, it's these unconnected stories of individuals with the same story that is worthy of further inquiry.
Yeah, so here we are, humans with limited cognitive capacities, trying to make sense of the world, trying to understand what is real and not. We have this DNA that somehow in complex ways is interacting with the environment, and then we get these novel ideas that come from the populace, and then they make us wonder about what it all means, and so how to interpret it. If you think from an alien perspective, how would you communicate with other lifelike organisms? You perhaps have to find endpoints on this interaction between the DNA and its manifestations in terms of the human mind and how it interacts with the environment. To get some kind of, all right, what is this DNA? What is this environment? I have to get in somehow
Right.
to interact with it, to perturb the system to where these little ants, human-like ants, get excited and figure and see stuff out. Yeah, and then somehow steer them. First of all, for investigative purposes, to understand. Oftentimes, to understand a system, you have to perturb it.
Exactly. Yeah.
To poke at it, they get excited or not, and then the other ways you want to. If you worry about them, you can steer in one direction or another. Mm-hmm. And this kind of idea that we're not taking care of our world, that's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. That's hopeful, because that means that greater intelligence, which is what I would hope, we want to take care of us.
We want to take care of the gorillas in the national parks in Africa.
Yeah, but right. We don't want to take care of cockroaches. So there's a line we draw. So you have to hope that.
Right now, we're a bunch of angry monkeys, and maybe whatever these intelligences are, are also keeping an eye on us. That you don't want a bunch of, you don't want the angry monkey troop stomping around the local galactic arm.
Do you think these folks are telling the truth? Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
I think they saw what they said they saw, but I also think they saw what they were shown. I mean, if you go back to the whole notion of, okay, how long has this been around? It didn't just start showing up in 1947. Right? There are stories going back, into the 1800s of people who saw things in their farm fields in the U.S. It's in local newspapers from the 1800s. It's fascinating. But if you go even further back, so to your point of how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Well, let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself as the spirits in the forest, and you give messages through that. Once you get a little bit more civilized, then you show yourself as the gods. And then you're God. Well, we don't believe in God anymore necessarily. Not everybody does. So what do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show yourself as a form of technology, right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something else here with you. And there's something that's, as you said, watching you. And at least watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any good parent, you don't tell your student everything. You make them learn. And learning requires mistakes, because if you tell them everything, then they get lazy.
You've looked at the brains of, or information coming from the brain of some of the people that have had UFO encounters. What's common about the brain of people who encounter UFOs?
So the study started with a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that were brought to me and their MRIs to ask about the damage that had been seen in these individuals. It turns out that the majority of those patients ended up being, as far as we can tell, Havana syndrome. And so, for me at least, that part of the story ends in terms of the injury. It's likely almost all Havana syndrome. That's somebody else's problem now. That's not my problem. But when we were looking at the brains of these individuals, we noticed something right in the center of the basal ganglia in many of these individuals that at first we thought was damage. It was basically an enriched patch of MRI dense neurons that we thought was damage, but then it was showing up in everybody, and then we looked and we said, oh, it's actually not. The other readings on these MRIs show that actually that's living tissue. That's actually in the head of the caudate and the putamen. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, who's a psychiatrist, what does the basal ganglia do? He said, oh, the basal ganglia is just about movement. And that we were reading at the time started to suggest that it was involved with intelligence and is actually downstream of the executive function and involved with intuition and planning. And if you think about it, if you're going to have motor control, which is centralized in one place, motor control requires knowledge of the environment. You don't want to move something and hit the table. Or if you're walking across a room, you want to be aware and cognizant of what you might bump into. So obviously, all of that planning requires access to all the senses. It requires access to your desires and memory, knowledge of where and what you want, and desire to walk nearby. Like I used the example of you're at a party, you want to avoid that person, you like that person, the waiter's about to drop something. All without thinking, you maneuver. So all that planning is done in the basal ganglia. And it's actually now called the brain within the brain. It's a goal processing system subservient to executive function. So what we think we found there was not something which allows people to talk to UFOs. I mean, I think the UFO community took it a step too far. What I think we found was a form of higher functioning and processing. So what we then looked at, and this was the most fascinating part of it, we looked then at individuals in the families of those, let's say the index case individuals, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, this is the most fascinating part, we've probably looked now at about 200 just random cases that you can download off of databases online. You don't see this higher connectivity. You only find it in what Kit Green would have called or has called higher functioning individuals, people who are, and he called them savants. I don't have the means to, we haven't done the testing, but it turns out my family has it, right? We found it in me, my brother, my sister, my mother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals and you found 2 husband and wife pairs, both of whom had it, and yet it's only found in about, we think, 1 in 200, 1 in 300 individuals. The fact that 2 individuals came together, 2 sets of individuals came together, both of whom had it, implied either a restricted breeding group or attraction. The reason why it seems to be in, let's say, so-called experiencers or people who claim, if intuition is the ability to see something that other people don't, and I don't mean that in a paranormal sense, but being able to see something that's in front of you that other people might just dismiss, well, maybe that's a function of a higher kind of intelligence to say, well, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something and I recognize it for not what it is, but that it is something different than is normally found in my environment.
Yeah, I have a little bit of that. I seem to see the magic in a lot of moments. Like I have a deep, it's obviously, not obviously, but it seems to be chemical in nature that I just am excited about life. I love life. I love like stupid things. It feels like I'm high a lot. On like mushrooms or something like that, where you really appreciate this. I'm able to detect something about the environment that maybe others don't. I don't know, but like I seem to be over the top grateful to be alive on a lot of stupid reasons, and that's in there somewhere. And it's kind of interesting because it really is true that our brains, the way we're brought up, but also the genetics, enables us to see certain slices of the world. And some people are probably more receptive to anomalous information. They see the magic, the possibility in the novel thing, right? As opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common, of the regular. Some people are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people would probably become scientists too. Like, there's this pattern happening over and over and over, and then something weird just happened. And then you get excited by that weirdness and start to pull the string and discover what is at the core of that weirdness. I mean, perhaps, is that, maybe by way of question, how does the human perception system deal with anomalous information, do you think?
Well, it first tries to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not food, if it's not sex, right? If it's not in the way of my desires, or if it is in the way of my desires, then you focus on it. And so I think the question is how much spare processing power, how much CPU cycles do we spend on things that are not those core desires?
What is the most kind of memorable, powerful UFO encounter report you ever heard? Just to you on a personal level, like this is something that was really powerful.
Well, I mentioned the Zimbabwe one. That's particularly interesting. And one that actually most people don't know about, but family driving down the highway, 2 little girls in the back, open glass topped car, and the little girls see a craft right over their car. This is in the middle of the day on a busy highway. The mother sees it. They look around, nobody else seems to see it. So the girls take out their camera, take a picture of it. And then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet above their car or so, probably about 3 feet across, kind of star-shaped. It's not the craft, but it's something else. There was something there. And so what were they seeing? Were they seeing a projection? And why were only they seeing?
And the photograph was capturing something very different than they were seeing. There's still an object. What can you give a little bit of context? Is this from modern day?
It's modern day. Oh yeah, they had a camera. I mean, they had a cell phone camera.
And there's just like a
4 or 5 years ago.
report provided. By the way, where's like a central place to provide a report? Is this?
Well, there's a MUFON, but this isn't public. I've seen the picture.
Oh, this is something you've directly interacted with?
Yeah. I've seen the picture.
So those moments like that, they captivate your
Well, it's so different, and it doesn't fall into the standard story at all. But in another way, it's a clear enunciation of this notion that when people see events, they don't all see the same thing. Now, we've heard this about like traffic accidents. Different people will see the color of the car differently or the chain of events differently, and this tells you that memory isn't anywhere near what we think it is. But the issue around these so-called UFO reports is that the same people will see a very different thing, almost as if whatever it is projecting something into the mind rather than it being real, right? Rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of an altered virtual reality that is imposed on you. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality companies would love to have something like that, right? Where you don't have to actually wear something on your face to experience a virtual reality. What happens if you could just project it?
Well, that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. When you look at it, or as we humans look at ants, how does this perception system operate? So not only how does this thing's mind operate, how does the human mind operate, but how does their perception system operate so that we can stimulate the perception system properly to get them to think certain things. And so, that's a really important question. Humans think that, the only way to communicate is in 3D or 4D space-time. There's physical objects, or maybe you write things in some kind of language. But there could be just so much more richness in how you can communicate. And so from an alien perspective, or somebody that has much greater technological capabilities, you have to figure out, how do I use the skills I have to stimulate the limited humans?
Right. Well, let's take the ants again as an example. Let's say that you wanted to make ants practical. You wanted to use them for something, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological robot. Now, DARPA and other people have been trying to use insects to turn them into biological robots. But if you wanted to, you would have to interact with their sense of smell, right? Their pheromone system that they use to interact with each other. So you would either create those molecules to talk to them, to make them do, and not say talk to them as if they're intelligent, but talk to them to manipulate them in ways that you want. Or if you were advanced enough, you would use some sort of electromagnetic or other means to stimulate their neurons in ways that would accomplish the same goal as the pheromones, but by doing it in a sort of a telefactoring way. So let's say you wanted to telefactor with humans. You would interact with them, and this is a technology which you could imagine possible you could telefactor information into the sensory system of a human, right? But then each human is a little bit different. So either you know enough about them to tailor it to that individual, or you just basically take advantage of whatever the sensory net is that that individual has. So if you happen to be good at sound, or you happen to be a very visually inclined individual, then maybe the sensory information that you get that's most effective in terms of transmitting information would come through that portal.
I think the aliens would need to figure out that humans value physical consistency. So we've discovered physics. So we want our perception to make sense. Maybe they don't, you know, that's not an obvious fact of perception, that you have to figure out what kind of things are humans used to observing in this particular environment of Earth, and how do we stimulate the perception system in a way that's not anomalous, or not too, doesn't cross the threshold of just like, well, that's way too weird.
Right.
So they have to, I mean, that's not obvious that that should be important. You know, maybe you want to err on the side of anomaly, like lean into the weirdness. So communication is complicated.
Yeah, well, that's why I always find this issue of people talking about the so-called grays as interesting, because it is related to what you're saying. They're different enough, but they're not so different as to be scary, right? They're not venom dripping fangs, right? They're different enough, but it's also like they're what you could imagine us becoming in some distant future. So is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in the grays, for instance, but I believe that people think that they see it. So if we're talking about a communication strategy that says, you know, we're like you, but not the same as you, this might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a communication strategy.
What do you make of David Fager's sighting of the Tic Tac UFO and other pilots who have seen these objects that seem to defy the laws of physics?
Well, I think you have to take them at their word.
Are they fascinating to you?
Oh, absolutely. No, I know a lot of these people, right? So I know Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, the whole crowd. I saw the videos about 3 weeks or so before they went public. I was overlooking the Pentagon in Crystal City, and they showed them to me, and my hair stood on end. And he said this is coming out soon. And I know one of the guys on the inside who was the Naval Intelligence, who had interviewed all of these pilots again before this came out. And it was hair-raising to hear this, but also exciting that, you know, here's not just people's testimony. These are credible individuals. And if you've seen the 60-minute episode with some of the pilots, you know, they have no monetary gain. If anything, they've got negative gain from coming out. But then you also have all of those simultaneous ship analysis from the USS Princeton and the radar analysis, etc. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's just data. It's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy if somebody showed that it was all a hoax. I go back to my day job, right?
That could be a hoax, but other things might not be. I mean,
right.
This is the point. I mean, this is why it's nice to remove some of the stigma about this topic, because it's all just data, and anomalous events are such that they're going to be rare in terms of how much data they represent. But we have to consider the full range of data to something that's, if we pull at it, we'll discover something that's extraterrestrial, or something deep about the phenomena on Earth that we don't yet understand.
Right. Well, if it only stimulates people, for instance, to think, okay, well, what happens if we could move like that with momentumless movement? And it stimulates young individuals to go into the sciences, to ask those questions. That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been openly talking about this in the last year, especially, I've had a number of students from top schools who aren't my students come to me and say, if I can help, let me. How can I help? I never had thought about this before, but you and others, not just you, and others have opened my mind to thinking about this matter.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that Elon Musk doesn't think too much about this, these kinds of propulsion systems that could defy the laws of physics as we currently understand them. To me, it's a powerful way to think, well, what is possible?
Mm-hmm.
It's inspiring, even if some of the data doesn't represent extraterrestrial vehicles. I think the observation itself, it's like something you mentioned, which is hypothesizing, imagining these things, considering the possibility of these things. I think opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create the technology. First, you have to believe the technology is possible.
World famous procedure of Rabbi
In my
Rothschild.
opinion, we always look for, as I've said before, what is inevitable. And, saying inevitably this is the kind of data we need. But if we need that kind of data, the instrument we want doesn't exist. Back into something which is practical, and then you, in a sense, reverse engineer the future of what it is that you want to make. And I've started and sold like at least half a dozen or more companies using that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't exist today, but we imagined what we wanted. And at the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for instance, all the gene therapy that's done today with retroviruses came from a group meeting in David Baltimore's lab. I was a postdoc with him, and one of the other postdocs wasn't able to make retroviruses in a way that he wanted to, and I realized I had a cell line that would allow us to make retroviruses in 2 days rather than 2 months. And so he and I then worked together to make that system. And now all gene therapy with retroviruses is done using this basic approach around the whole world, because something couldn't be done and we wanted to do it better, and we imagined the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole UFO phenomenon is doing for people. It's like, well, let's imagine a future where these kinds of technologies are, but also let's imagine a future where we don't blow ourselves up. Right? So if these things are there, they manage to not blow themselves up. So it means that at least one other civilization got past the inflection point.
So if some of the encounters are actually representing
alien
civilizations visiting us, why do you think they're doing so? You suggested that perhaps it's to study and understand their own past. Right? What are some of the motivations, do you think? And again, from our perspective, us as humans, what motivations would we have when we approach other civilizations we might discover in the future?
Well, I think one motivation might be to steer us away from the precipice, right? Or on the assumption that, even if we make it past the precipice, at least we're not a bunch of psychopaths, running around. So maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that the neighbor that's growing up next to you is not, unruly. But I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative, like what we have with, creating national parks where animals can continue to live out their lives in a natural way. I don't know. I mean, the problem is we're imagining from a anthropomorphic viewpoint what an alien might think. And as I've said before, alien means an alien, right? I mean, not Hollywood aliens, but a whole different way of thinking and a whole different level of experience and, let's say, wisdom, hopefully, that we could only hope to understand. Now, but if we ever get out there, if we ever make it past our current problems. And even if we don't have faster than light travel, and even if we're only using ram scoops or light sails to get where we want to go, and it takes us 10,000 years to get somewhere or to spread out, we might encounter such things. And are we just going to stomp all over it like we did in colonial South America or Africa or all the rest? On our current path, likely. And so what are we going to learn?
Well, we're getting better and better at understanding what is life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're getting better and better at being careful not to step on it when we see it. And this is one of the nice things about talking about UFOs, is it expands the Overton window. It expands our understanding of what possibly could be life.
Mm-hmm.
It gets us to think. It gets the scientific community to think. When we go to Mars, when we go to these different moons that possibly have life, we're not looking at legged organisms. We're looking at some kind of complexity that arises in resistance to the natural world.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of interesting
resistance to the natural world. Yeah.
Somehow there's a rebellious process, complex system going on here. And I don't know, the many ways it could take form. There's a sense, for aliens that as the technology develops, they take form more and more as information, as something that can influence the space of ideas, of the processing of data itself. I just, this idea of embodiment that we humans so admire, physically visible, perceivable embodiment, may be a very inefficient thing. Right?
If you think just about, your area, AI, we're trying to make smaller and smaller and smaller circuitry that is basically closer and closer to the physics of how the universe operates, right down at the level of quantum computers, are basically right down at quantum information storage. So fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the physics of the universe, right? And it doesn't require a physical manifestation. It just sits in space-time. It's just a locally ordered space. We're just locally ordered space-time, right? But maybe they found a way to embody it there.
They probably have to get really good at not, trampling on the ants. Mm-hmm. The better your technology gets, the easier it is to accidentally, oops, right? Just destroy these simpleton biological systems.
We constantly think about whatever these things might be. We think that they're some sort of a unified force. Well, maybe they're not unified. Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are. And maybe what keeps them from stomping all over the ants is each other, right? That they are in a self-tension to prevent one or more of them from running amok.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of the anarchy of nations that we have on Earth. So there's always going to be this hierarchy that's forming of greater and greater intelligences. Right. And they're all probably also wondering, wait, what's bigger than me?
Exactly. That's what I always wonder, is that maybe what keeps them in line is something that is beyond them.
Like, what created the universe? That's probably a question that bothers them too. Mm-hmm. What about the communication task itself? How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans? So is this something you think about this barrier of communication between biological systems and something else? How difficult is it to find a common language?
Well, I think if you're smart enough or straight. Now, whether your concepts dumbed down to us, that might be hard. I mean,
Again, talking to the ants
talking to the ants. I mean,
on
that
Instagram.
so
You want to look good in this picture? Let me
explain to you why. Yeah. So that's the essential problem of, perhaps they realize who it is that they're talking to, and they say, rather than muddy the picture, we're only going to give them limited information, right? And yeah, maybe we could sit down like you and I and have a conversation, but then they would make assumptions. Humans would then make assumptions about us that aren't true, because we're not humans, right? So let's stay at arm's length. Let's just let them know that we're here, right? And here's the limited amount of communication. Again, this notion that if you give somebody everything, they'll get lazy. And, if they've been around as long as they have, they've seen every kind of thing that can go wrong. And so it's they know, as much as they might want to step in, that would be a wrong thing.
Yeah, you have to also understand that the amount of wisdom they carry.
Yeah. And so it's very easy as well for religions to. I don't want to get into a whole religious conversation, but very easy for you can see how religions could call them angels or devils or what have you, because again, if you're trying to fit it into a framework of cultural understanding, the first thing you reach for is God. And so when you look at what these things are, and again, with the angels and the devils, in a similar sort of way, their communication is limited. They just kind of give little, what's the Oracle of Delphi? They kind of give these Delphic pronouncements, and then it's up to you to figure out what it is that they really mean.
Stephen Greer claimed that a skeleton discovered in Atacama region of Chile might be an alien. You reached out to him and took on the task of proving or disproving that with the rigor of science. The result is a paper titled "Whole Genome Sequencing of Atacama Skeleton Shows Novel Mutations Linked with Dysplasia." Can you tell this full story?
The story was, as you put it right there, correct. Reached out, got a sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing, then worked with a team of two other Stanford scientists and Roche sequencing group, Roche Diagnostics, and probably a total team of about 11 or so people. And as is standard in these kinds of things, the professors actually don't do the work. The students do the work and figured out the answer. And then we helped them put together the story. And the story was simply that it was human, 100%. I went into it thinking it was originally a monkey of some sort. I got kind of excited a few months into the process thinking, well, what happens if it is an alien? Right?
You would describe some of the characteristics of the skeleton that make it unique and interesting.
Primarily, it had dysmorphias of the brain. And so the first thing I did actually when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford, and he was on the paper. And he was the world expert in pediatric bone dysmorphias. He literally wrote the book and on this, because that's what you do. You go to an expert when it's outside of your field of interest. And he said, well, I haven't seen this particular collection of mutations before, or this physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. And he said, but based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be like 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or takes a speculation like that and turns it into a fact. No one ever said that it was that age. We only said that the bones made it look like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations of why things might look the way they did. And if you again and read the paper, is very carefully caveated to say that these mutations might result in this. But what we did find was an unexpectedly large number of mutations associated with bone growth in this individual. And it was just a bad roll of the dice, right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll the wrong dice all at once. So the sad part about it was individuals in the UFO community who wanted to think that there was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of my students to lie. I mean, come on. You know, I would lose my job, first of all, and they would all be, in trouble forever.
Yeah, but also it's just projecting malevolence onto people that I don't think exists in normal populace, and especially doesn't exist in the scientific community.
Yeah.
The kind of people that go into science, I mean, this is what bothers me with the current distrust in science, is they might be naive.
Mm-hmm.
They might not, especially in modern science, look at the big picture, philosophical, ethical questions, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, they're people with integrity and just a deep curiosity for the discovery of cool little things. And there's no malevolence, broadly speaking, in the scientific community. So, I mean, there's a bigger story here, which is, there's a hunger in the populace to discover something anomalous, something new. And, science has to be both open to the anomalous, but also to reject the anomalous when the data doesn't support it.
Right.
Well, what do you make of that, walking that line for you? Because you're dealing with UFO encounters, you're dealing with the anomalous.
Well, people have said, let's go back to the Atacama case, that I was debunking it.
Right.
Well, debunking is a loaded term. It sort of assumes that you are going in purposefully to prove something is wrong. I wasn't. I was just going in to collect the data. And, I showed that this one was human. There was another skull that somebody had at one point. It was called the Star Child. They called it the Star Child skull. I said, I looked at it. I looked at the DNA sequencing that they had done. I said, this is human. End of story. The people who owned the thing at the time disagreed with me, and then eventually another group came in and proved that I was right. And it's not about debunking. It's about getting the more spectacular and hyped cases off the table. I mean, the reason I got interested in it is because somebody was hyping it. And not because I wanted to disprove it, but because I just wanted to know. And let's get it off the table, because it's usually the most extravagant things that are most likely to be wrong. Somewhere in the rubble will be something interesting. And so that's what you do. You get the dross off the table, and then somewhere in the data will be something worth real inquiry.
And that, if you inquire deeply enough, will be extravagant.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what actually excites scientists to do. I mean, you want, with the rigor of science, to actually reveal the extravagant.
And so look at CRISPR as probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in bacterial genomes, all arrayed one after the other with these strange sequences around them. But when you looked at the sequences, they looked like viruses. And so how did they get there? And lo and behold, after a lot of effort and work, a couple of Nobel Prizes went out the door, but these strange things ended up having extraordinarily extravagant possibilities.
You've also looked at UFO materials. You are in possession of UFO materials yourself.
Claimed UFO materials.
Alleged UFO materials, that's right. So, what's another term? Weird materials that don't seem to They
have a story.
They have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origins, but it's not, there's a process to proving that, and that process may take decades, if not centuries, because you have to keep going at the string and discover where they could possibly come from. But anyway, you're in possession of some materials of this kind. Can you describe some of them, and maybe also talk to the process of how you investigate them, how do you analyze them?
Right, so let's say that there's two classes of materials that I've been given by people, and they're not given by like the government or anything, just given people who've collected them, and there's a reasonable chain of evidence associated with them that you believe is not just a pebble somebody picked up off a road. There are almost always things that people have claimed have either been dropped off as like some sort of a leftover material, molten metals, or they are from an object that was released from this that kind of exploded. They're almost always metals. I have some couple of things that might be biological that are interesting that I haven't really spent a lot of time on yet. When you look at a metal, you basically go, okay, what are the elements in it? And what's it made of? And so there's pretty standard approaches to doing that. Most of them involve a technology called mass spectrometry. And there's probably about 5 or 6 different kinds of mass spectrometry that you could bring to bear on answering it. And they either tell you, depending upon the limit of the resolution of the instrument, they either tell you the elements that are there, or they tell you the isotopes that are there. And you're interested not just in knowing whether something is there or not, you're interested in knowing whether there are, the amounts of it, and in the case of elements, how many different isotopes are there? And that's kind of where, in some of these cases, it gets interesting, right? Because in at least one of the materials, as we first studied it, the isotope ratios of, in this case, it was magnesium, were way off normal. And I just don't know why. It doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that it was probably accomplished by some kind of an industrial process, whether it's the result of a process or whether, and this is sort of the leftover, or whether it was made that way for a particular purpose, I don't know. All I know is that it was engineered. That's it, right? But then the question is sort of, you go one step deeper. Why would you engineer it?
Right. Well, why engineer? What does the engineer means? There's all kinds of. It could be a byproduct. It could be the main result of an engineering process. It would be a small part of the engineering process that is the main part.
Well, so the ratios of isotopes for any given element are basically the result of stellar processes. A supernova blew up sometime several billion years ago. That became a cloud. Those atoms coalesced gravitationally to form another sun and a ring that became a rocky planet. And the ratios of the isotopes were determined at the time of that explosion. And so everything in the local solar system is more or less of that ratio, depending upon certain gravitational difference. But by fragments of a percent, not whole tens of percent difference. So what do humans use isotopes for? Mostly to blow stuff up. I mean, the vast majority of the isotopes that have been made in the per pound or ton are things like certain ratios of plutonium and uranium to blow stuff up. We don't make or engineer isotopes, which today is relatively easy to do, but it's still expensive, for any other reason apart from, let's say, anti-cancer. We use stable isotopes in money these days as a counterfeiting tool. You basically embed certain ratios of isotopes in to make it harder for counterfeiters. to accomplish. And so, but other than that, we don't do anything with that. So why would you make grams of such material in this one case and drop it around on a beach in Brazil?
So which case are we talking about?
This is
Describe that business case.
the Ubatuba case.
Can you describe this case a little bit further, like what
Yeah.
material we're talking about, just the full story of the case?
So
It's an interesting one.
It's an interesting one. So a fisherman saw an object that released something, or it exploded, and it was this relative. I've got some big chunks of it. Relatively pure magnesium. From basically burning up. And so the question is, and so then we had two pieces that came from two different chains of custody, both claimed to be from the same object. At least physically, when you look at the two things, they look the same, right? So we took small fragments of each of them. We put them in an instrument called a secondary ion mass spec, which is an extremely sensitive instrument, and it can see down to 0.0001 mass units, which is important for, let's say, more arcane reasons, but it's a sensitive instrument. And so one of the chains of custody, we had two pieces from the same chain of custody, and then two pieces from the other chain of custody. One of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratios, magnesium 24, 25, 26, and the other was off. Not just like slightly off, way off, and they were both off to the same extent. So, it was sort of like you had an internal control of what was normal, the other one which was wrong. And so you're left with, that's what kind of an open question. Was this a hoax? Were these two chains of custody, one of them a hoax, that somebody purposefully introduced those things? Because you could do it. It would cost a lot. I mean, at the time that this was found, I guess the 1970s or so, might have been earlier, I forget. The amount that I had would have cost several tens of thousands of dollars to make. And again, it's not something you would just throw around. And why would you do it in the hope that some guy 30 years from then would pick it up and study it?
Yeah, it's very subtle.
It's a long-term plan. So I just don't know. I just don't know what to make of it. Except it's interesting. So a different kind of question that you're asking is, what constitutes evidence, right? So is this sufficient evidence? Absolutely not. But somebody's put it forward. I have the time. It's my time. I'll study it, and my objective is to sort of take those that I think are credible enough and do a reasonable analysis, put it out there, and maybe somebody else will come up with an idea as to what it is. Now, what would be better is some sort of true technology, right? Something that is obviously, we don't have it, and people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Seth Shostak have come out rightfully and have said, when you show up with, something really obviously technology that we don't understand, then we'll pay attention, right?
Not just material.
Not just material. A piece of metal is interesting, but several of the things that I've looked at and other things that people have come to me with, we found to be completely banal, or were actually pieces of aircraft that were invented back in the 1940s. And so take them off the table.
See, but I think, again, I think showing up with technology that we humans would find completely novel is actually a really difficult task for aliens, because it obviously can't be so novel that we don't recognize it
For what it is. Yeah.
for what it is. And I would say most of the technology aliens likely have would be something we don't recognize. So it's actually a hard problem how to convince ants. Like, you first have to understand what ants are tweeting about, like what they care about, in order to like inject into their culture. Because that's why I think it would be the technology that you can present is in the space of ideas, is trying to influence individual humans and with the encounters, and try to, with this kind of thing that you mentioned about us not taking messages about us not taking care of the world. It's difficult. I mean, for them to understand, you have to come up with trinkets that impress us. I mean, maybe the very technology, the fascination with the development of technology and the development of technology, the actual act of innovation itself is the thing that they're communicating. Right. I mean, this is kind of what Jacques Vallée thinks about, is the role of
The control system.
the control system. Well, let me ask about Jacques. Who is he? You know him. Who is Jacques Vallée? It was about technology in the universe.
Well, I met Jacques actually soon after the whole Atacama thing happened. I was visited by those people associated with the government and the whatever around the Havana, what ended up mostly being Havana syndrome patients, but also Jacques at the same time. And they were actually working behind the scenes with each other. That, oh, here's this Stanford professor who is willing to talk about this stuff and investigate things. Maybe we should go talk to him. And he reached out through a colleague, and he and I had lunch actually at the Rosewood Inn up on near Sandhill. So Jacques is one of the first openly active scientists, and he's really a scientist in this area, going back to the 1960s. He's put forward a number of ideas, speculations about what it might be that people are interacting with. And the first thing that I learned from him is this notion of what he called kabuki theater, that many of the things that people have seen are, I remember reading his books and thinking, he uses this word absurd a lot. He said, the things that people claim they see are absurd, right? A ship doesn't land in a farmer's field and then come up and knock on the door and say, can I have a glass of water? And these are stories literally out of newspapers from the 1930s. It's absurd. And the other thing that people say, ships don't crash. If you're so technologically advanced, you don't crash. It's absurd that they crash. So he said, this is put on as a show. It's an influence campaign, right? It's not meant to influence individuals, it's meant to influence a culture as a whole. Maybe they don't look at us as individuals, maybe they look at us as an organism that lives on a planet, right?
And perhaps rightfully so.
And so that's how you interact with them, that's how you influence them. So that was one of the first things that kind of took me back and realized, wow, there's actually maybe there's a puppet master behind the scenes that's doing this influencing, and all this stuff about aliens is not true per se. They're just a representation of something that is meant to influence. So that was probably the most interesting. I mean, the man is brilliant. He's also, it can be, and I'm sorry, Jacques, he can also be incredibly annoying to have a conversation with, because he will pick apart your arguments or anything that you think you know and show you why you don't know what you think you know. And he used the example that, for me, that is all you need is one counter example to any conclusion, and you're wrong. And so I learned from him. I mean, I'm supposed to be a good scientist, but I learned from him, don't talk about conclusions, just talk about the data. Because data's not wrong. I mean, convince yourself that the data's not wrong or not an artifact. But be careful about your conclusions, because whatever is going on, it's much more complicated than we imagine.
Wow, that's powerful. Being able to always step back, because we humans get excited.
Yeah.
We start to jump to conclusions from the data, but always step back.
Well,
powerful. Being able to always step back, because we humans get excited.
Yeah.
We start to jump to conclusions from the data, but always step back.
Well, in some of my Twitter feeds, when I dare to go on Twitter, are full of, well, when are you going to give us the answer? Well, you know, science is not immediate. You're going to have to be patient. And even some of my science colleagues have said, well, where's the data? My answer to them has been, where's been your work to try to produce any? You know, I'm not here to give you everything on a silver platter.
We talked offline how much I love data and machine learning and so on. And it's been really disheartening to see that the US government not invest as much as they possibly could into this whole process. So let's jump to the most recent thing, which is, what do you make of the report titled Preliminary Assessment on Identified Aerial Phenomena that was released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in June 2021. So this was like, okay, we're going to step back and we're going to where do we stand and where do we hope the future is? What do you make of that report? Is it hopeful? Is it?
I see it as very helpful, very helpful. I think the adults are finally stepping up and being in charge, right?
In a good sense of adult.
What's that?
In the good sense.
In the good sense of adult.
You know, childlike curiosity is a pretty powerful thing.
That's true. Yeah. But it's also, I think, the people who were worried that the populace at large might run screaming into the streets and riot. They basically, the empiric evidence is they're wrong. You know, these videos and all these things have been out for now, 5 years? Most people don't even know about it, right? So as hyped as it's been and all over the newspapers that it's been and et cetera, even Tucker Carlson has talked about it many times on his news program. Joe Rogan has. A lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So, but that said, I think it was an important sea change in the internal discussions going on in the government because, and the reason being, that I think this is actually partly true with the maturation of human technology. It was becoming so obvious that this stuff was showing up again and again and again around our ships. They just couldn't keep it quiet anymore. Right? And so it's like, we need to do something about it. And Lou Elizondo and Chris and others, to their great credit, found the right angle to talk about this. So it's, well, okay, let's say it's not out there. Maybe it's the Russians, the Chinese, or somebody else. We should know about this because we damn sure know it's not us. So that, to me, is an important thing to finally be a little bit more open about the matter. But like I often say, I'm not looking for people to give me permission to do anything. I'm just going to do the analysis myself of what I have. Avi Loeb has taken the same approach. He said, I'm not going to wait for the government to give me telescopic information about technologies or things that might be even in our own solar system. I'm just going to collect it myself. And that's the right way to do it. Right? Don't wait for somebody else to give it to you.
It's also possible to inspire a large number of people to do a wider spread data collection.
Yes.
I mean, you yourself can't do a large enough data collection that would, if you're talking about anomalous events.
Right.
You should be collecting high resolution data about everything that's happening on Earth in terms of in terms of the kind of things that would indicate to you a strong signal that something weird happened here. And this is why, governments can be good at funding large scale efforts.
Yes.
NASA and so on, working with SpaceX, with Blue Origin, fund capitalistic sort of companies, fund company efforts to do huge moonshot projects.
Right.
And in the same way, do huge moonshot data collection efforts in terms of UFOs. I mean, it needs to be like 10x, like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude more funding to do this kind of thing. And I understand on the flip side of that, if you make it about what are the Russians, what are the Chinese doing, make it a question of geopolitics, it gets touchy because now you're kind of taken away from the realm of science and making it military. Some of the greatest, this is what makes me, as an engineer, it makes me truly sad that some of the greatest engineering work ever done is by Lockheed Martin, and we will never know about it.
Yeah, I agree. I wish it was different, but it's the world we live in. But related to that UAP task force announcement that you just said, the bill was passed in the Department of Defense that now formally establishes an office to collate that information and also to be transparent about it. Money is now set aside, right?
Well, what do you think of, just in case people don't know, the DoD establishing a new department to study UFOs called Airborne, naming, come on. But yes, Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group. Hey, do you know how to pronounce that?
No, I don't. No.
AOI MSG.
It's stupid and needs to be renamed, but
AOI MSG. AO. All right. It's directed by the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. What do you make of this office? Are you hopeful about this office?
I think there's still a tug of war going on behind the scenes as to who's going to control this. But I do know, though, that money has been set aside that will be used to make things more public, right? To start to get others involved. And, I'm involved with an effort to get other academics involved.
Do you think there might be some of that money could be directed towards funding maybe like groups like yours to do some research, right? So they would be open to that, you think?
I hope so. I mean, nothing is set in stone yet, so, and I'm not hiding anything because I just don't know anything, right? But I do think that there will be public efforts. Now, there are being set up other private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that to leverage and get access to some of the internal resources as well. So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem building up in a positive sense of people who are willing to do the research. So, before it would be, you couldn't even go to a scientist and ask them to help. Now, if there's money, as I said before, scientists are essentially capitalists. We go where the money is. The work that I've done, I did out of my own pocket. And probably about $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of money went into the paper we published out of my own pocket. But the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least a few millions to do the proper analysis of these materials. The work I know that the Galileo project is involved with is probably in the 5 to 10 million range to get stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money.
What up? How are you,
to
Jacob?
accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
Dude, I saw those reports of that
Will agree with. You said scientists are essentially capitalists.
tornado. That was crazy, dog.
What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes talking about basic research and basic science, the money is a little bit ambiguous to what direction you're doing the research in, and the scientists get really good at telling a narrative of like, we're fulfilling the purpose of this funding, but they end up doing really what they're curious about.
Yes.
And of course, you cannot deviate. Like, if you're getting funded to study
Was everybody okay?
Antarctica, you can't start building rockets, but probably you can.
Was everybody okay?
You concoct a narrative saying rockets are really important for studying penguins in the Antarctica.
Just so I'm going to a different
think that's actually, this is one thing I think people don't generally understand about the scientific mind, is I don't know how capitalistic it is, because if it was, they would start a effing company.
No. I mean, when I meant capitalist, I didn't mean in the they'll start companies.
Hey, did you get an NFT?
We can only do the research where there's money. And so from here, maybe it's a
okay.
bad
You know
use of
that's
the
a
term
really expensive
capitalism.
NFT.
But we'll only do the research where there's
Exactly.
money.
Like,
Why
what
do
the
most
fuck?
people work?
Oh, dude, hold on. I'm getting called.
Just work in cancer research because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem. But
World famous pussy eater, Rabbi Rothschild at your service. How you doing, baby?
if there wasn't money, I might have gone and I was going to be a botanist when I.
Oh, dog, the one, the only on the Action Man stream.
So having money available will bring people to bear. Now, another mistake.
How you doing, Playboy? I love you. I'm one of your biggest fans. I want you to know I stream my life 24/7 for world peace, and I'm going to make you rich.
Things. Just as you said, I get a research grant, and luckily from the NIH, they give you a fair amount of latitude. I will go my own way, and I'll find something. I might have proposed something.
Absolutely. You fucking hate it when Rabbi Rothschild comes into your stream. He comes in every fucking day, and you always yell at him and ban him.
The results. And so that's what
Rabbi Rothschild, dog.
Done here. I think the worst kind of
Rabbi Rothschild
done with this subject area is to put it inside of
hell yeah, dog. How are you?
where they have a set plan of what it is they're going to do, and the scientists either do what the executives tell them to do or not.
Hold on, they're
That
calling
isn't
me.
how anything will really get discovered. Get it out into the public.
World famous pussy eater.
Get open minds thinking about
Yo, dog.
it
Hey.
and publishing on it.
Hey, can you hear
the
me?
right kind of work. That's how real progress will be made with this.
Hold on a second.
Let's
Can you hear me?
put our sort of philosophical hats on.
Can you hear
Do you
me?
think the U.S. government or some other government is in possession of something
Excellent. So do you know who
of
Action Man is?
origin that is far more impressive than
Action Man?
anything we've seen in the public?
Okay, so it's like AC7IONMAN. And he's like a very popular person on Kick right now. Anyway, he's on this cross-country IRL trip from like Florida
How does that
to,
make you
I don't know, he's in
feel
Chicago
in
right now.
terms of the
And
way government works,
I have been
the
spamming this
American
motherfucker
civilization works?
all day
There
long.
might be things like that.
And he finally, somebody with his crew just called me. I've been spamming on my telephone number. And finally, someone with his fucking crew just called me. Yeah, and
power,
and I talked to the guy off the phone.
maybe the president
Anyway.
the source of power here. Would you release this?
Oh, dude, once he found out it was
some
me,
way
I got on me.
If I were, I think
That's okay, I can live with that. There are
I
far
think
worse
it's
things
something
in
that
the
can
world
bring
than that.
humanity together.
So,
Right. I think
yeah,
that
I'm going by.
knowledge
I'm
of this
just I'm
kind
making
of
these
thing to
people
know
aware
that we
of
are,
who I am. And
here
here we go, we got another
alike
call.
and we are different in comparison to whatever this is a positive.
World famous
for us.
pussy eater, Rabbi Rothschild at your service. How may I help you?
And to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people have been talking about what we should give government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the data you had available.
Okay, so
you had good reasons for doing it. Now, if your
Okay,
reasons were
so I
selfish,
keep spamming
if
my
your reasons
fucking
were
telephone number in
to
this
do
whole
it
stream,
because you wanted
and
to
all the
monetize
people, he has like
yourself,
14,000 people watching right now.
to
They are
your
all
benefit, but against that of others,
come through
then I think maybe
and
there's something else that can be
calling
said.
just
But,
randomly.
You know,
So I think it's fucking
an
hilarious.
opportunity to get all this information out if I were in charge.
It only took me
I'd try to
less
do
than
it.
an hour to get
I
one
might
of the
be
main
shown
people
something though. This is
on this
another reason
stream
we
to
don't
call
let
me.
anybody know this.
So hopefully
And
that's a
we
good
don't want
sign.
everybody having access to unlimited energy, because maybe you might turn it into a bomb.
See if I can get
Or
Rock.
something that gives you hints that something
Is that
like
what you said?
unlimited energy is possible.
Yeah, I mean,
but
he's
you
a-
haven't figured it out yet.
He'd be the next person. He doesn't stream as much as
Maybe
the
some
silly
of
guy
the
does.
other
So
governments you have
that's the
tensions
reason
with,
why. Whatever
figure it
person
out
with this
first.
new
Right.
system that I have going,
It's kind of an arms
I have
race.
2
though.
phones that
all
have been
forms
programmed
it makes me truly
basically
sad
to
because it's obvious
just create accounts. All they do is fucking create
that,
accounts. I have 4
for
devices.
example,
Okay,
the
so I got
origins
4
of the COVID
laptops,
virus,
like serious
it's obvious
laptops
to
that
me
are
that the Chinese
dedicated to
government,
just
whatever the origins are,
spamming all
is
of
interested in
everybody.
not
And then
releasing
I got
information
2
about it
phones
because
that are
it can only be
dedicated to
bad
just
for the Chinese government.
one person in particular,
And
and I
every
can
government
choose who
thinks
that
like this.
person is.
Like what?
So
Every actually this.
once
this is
they're
point
working
to me,
correctly, once these apps, or
talking
once
to
everything's
PR
working on the
folks
phones
at
and it's
companies,
almost done,
they're always nervous.
I'll basically be able to just
Mhm.
always
So I was like,
spam using
so
one
right,
phone,
right.
and then
So
when
it's
they
like,
ban that
well,
phone,
if we were
I can
release more
spam with the
stuff,
other phone while the
it can only be bad.
phone A is going to be
And then
spammed. When they
Elon
ban
Musk
phone A,
character
I'm
comes
going to have
along
phone A create a new
and
account.
tweets
In the
ridiculous
meantime, phone
memes
B is going to be
and
spammed.
doesn't give a
Once phone
fuck.
B's been banned, I'll
And
have
I've been encouraging
phone B
CEOs,
make a new account, and
encouraging
by that
people
time,
to
phone
be
A will
transparent.
be done making
Of course,
his account.
government
And so it's
national
just like
security is
really
really
nice rotation that I
like
have.
another level. It's human lives at stake. But
Oh,
let's start
100%
at the
done.
lighter.
Absolutely. Like,
Just releasing some of the
um,
awesome insights.
like
of
a
the
root canal kind of
how the
painful,
sausage is made, the
annoying.
technology.
I am
Being
coming after
transparent
these
about it
guys
because it
with
excites
full,
people. It
with
like you said,
absolute,
it connects people.
all the power of a
It
spam that a
inspires
spam bot
them.
could be. To the
It's
point where they're
good for
calling
the
me on the
brand.
phone,
It's good for everybody.
which is pretty good. I mean,
honestly
who
think
else
this kind of
randomly
idea
calls
that
people
will steal
on a random
information
number today?
and will use it
No one
against
in
you
today's
is
day. So it's good.
is an idea that's not true and is an idea of the 20th century. Like you said, some of the benefits of the social
Exactly.
media
I had some lady last night.
our
So
social
I
world is that
market
transparency is
myself
beneficial, and I hope
as world famous
governments
pussy
will learn
eater,
that lesson.
and
Of course, there's
also
the
you can call me for hot phone sex.
What
And
do
I
you
had
make
some lady
about
call me
those
last
guys?
night. She's like, yeah, I had a couple people call me. One guy was like, yeah, I'm here for the phone sex. She's like, all right, well, I'm gonna type into chat GPT and I'll read you what it tells me. And they hung up. And then some lady was like, all right, I'm here for the phone sex. And I'm just like, oh, all right, well, all right, here we go. And she's like, yeah.
I just don't,
So
I don't know how to.
So I mean, hey, I'm getting it out there. I love how I can just look at any of my computers and it's like, this rabbi is a robot. He goes everywhere. It's spam. He goes, everyone's spamming that rabbi is robot. I love it. Because then what happens is I come in.
Different about how I
Oh
approach
shit!
the whole area.
My phone's over temperature.
I'm less interested in going over old paperwork and all these old histories.
Just one moment.
Like, you know, the whole he said, she said of the history of UFOs. I'm a scientist. I worked on the brain area because it's something I can collect data on. I can go back to the same individual, collect their MRI again, and redo it. I can hand that MRI to somebody else. They can analyze it. I can get materials. I can analyze them. I can get some of these skeletons. I won't touch any skeletons ever again, but I can analyze it and somebody else can reproduce the data.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm good at. And so, you know, I'm not going to go into the whole, I'm not a historian.
Yeah, that's true, but there's a human side to it. Sometimes I think with these, because again, anomalous, rare events, some of the data is inextricable. Not be polluted by human subjectivity, but you know that's still powerful data, even direct observations.
Yeah.
Like you've talked about pilots. And so it's an interesting question to me whether Bob Lazar is telling the truth, whether he believes he's telling the truth too, and what impact his story and stories like his have on the willingness of
just a
governments
moment. I'll be there in a
transparent
second.
and so on. So you know you have to credit his story for captivating the imagination of people and then getting the conversation going.
He's maintained his story for all these years with little to no change that I'm aware of. So, but there's so many other people who are, let's say, experts in that story.
Their gut, you know, you accumulate a set of sort of circumstantial evidence where your gut will say that somebody is not telling the truth.
Yeah.
You mentioned Avi Loeb. I forgot to ask you about Oumuamua.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you've analyzed specimens here on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of that one? And what do you make broadly of our efforts to look at rocks, essentially, or look at objects flying around?
Apologies. Yesterday, unfortunately, I dropped my phone.
Is that a valuable
and it's not
pursuit?
charging
Maybe
correctly.
most of the
So I have to
stories
like lay it on a
most of the fascinating
Charging
things can be
pad?
discovered here on
And
Earth
charging
through
pad
our
probably, but just more shit.
Just going
Anyway,
to law.
So these
I
guys
think Avi's
were
insight
streaming.
is an interesting
These guys are live
speculation.
streaming. They're doing 24/7 live streams, which is cool.
Like I was saying
It
before,
gives
people
me
could
a
sometimes
great
look at something
opportunity
and
to
not see
have a
it for what it
captivated
is.
audience to just go in
Many may
and
just look at that and say, oh, it's an
immediately
asteroid,
know who I
and
am.
dismiss it.
And
There was something
so, I mean, I was just on the
about
phone
the
with
data
one of them.
that Avi picked
Anyway,
up on and
there's
said,
quite a
well, here's an
little,
alternative
more and more people are
explanation
finding out
that
who I
doesn't
am,
fit,
and
that
that's a
actually
good thing
better
for
fits
me.
the models than it just being a rock. You know, and to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he believes the data is real and is using that then as a battering ram to go after other
Do you
things.
think that
So I think that's great.
It worth like $100 million?
Yeah, what does this make conclude? Does he say it could be of
Well,
alien
the odds that
extraterrestrial
someone
origin?
is going to know what it
That's one of the
is
things. I mean, he's
pretty rare
explained how
unless
it could
they're
be a
in
light
the
sail.
NFT world or the crypto world.
And
And
light sail is certainly within near
they
human
probably won't know it's
capabilities
worth. They
to
might.
make such a thing.
I'm saying though that it's probably a
Yuri
small
Volner,
population.
he's
You
a
could be.
Russian
You never know though. A bunch
He's
of people could know what
involved,
it
I
is.
think, in
Even
a
I,
project to make light sails.
I couldn't have told you it was worth that much. I just knew. I think it
launch
is it
them
a
with laser
crypto
power,
degen,
essentially, towards
a cyberpunk.
right? So it's something that humans
Yeah, exactly.
could
Is
make.
it a cyberpunk?
I think Avi's proposal is perfectly within the realm of possibility.
Is that a cyberpunk?
But sadly, the thing is, now nearly out of our solar system.
Yes,
I think the name of that
to me,
collection
that's
is called
far into
Cyberpunk
greater levels of data collection.
Yeah.
In our
or
solar system.
CryptoPunk, not Cyberpunk.
It just seems like we should be constantly
Something like that.
collecting data because the tools
Anyway.
and software that we're developing
do you
get
know-
better and better at dealing with huge amounts of data.
Oh,
It's changing the
like
nature of science.
Caspian Sea.
Collect all of the data.
Right. Collect the data. I mean, the Galileo
Okay.
project asked me
He's in here,
to join,
and
and I did.
I didn't know if you knew that.
So,
He's a nice
you know,
guy.
I'm not a specialist in any of the stuff that they're
Anyway,
doing.
I got these
but,
fucking bots
you know,
going.
in looking at the
And
list of people who are on there, they're really
Now all I needed to
biologists on there. So at some
I
point,
got-
my expertise is required for something.
What's the goal and the vision of the
I
Galileo?
got
Better talk to
going.
Avi, but my understanding,
And-
I'm just actually looking at the sort of the bylaws this morning, literally just got them. Is number one, collect the data on UAP, and number two, collect data on local, potentially local technological artifacts.
I need to look into
absolutely.
this.
What's your dog's name?
And Avi is heading the Galileo project.
Yeah, have you spoken to him?
What's your dog's
Yes.
name?
That was I believe it's before he was heading.
Oh, that's
I
a
was
great
thinking
name, dog.
creation.
Yeah, the Galileo project was, because I think it's about 6 or 7 months old now. You know.
I don't see him. Oh, now I see him. Oh, whoa, what a
Yeah,
sweetheart.
about 100.
What a sweetheart. What kind of dog
Actually,
is that?
I was looking at some of their.
Oh, I
stuff
bet.
over the weekend.
He's gonna be a really good friend to you.
I'm shocked at the level of organization that they've already got put together.
That's
Yeah, I
It looks
imagine
like
so.
a moonshot project. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of it.
Well, that's wonderful. You needed a new dog. or a new pet.
Projects, which involve a lot of people in coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published
Excellent.
in a lot
Well, he
of
looks like a sweetheart.
the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist, but yet you're keeping an open mind to a lot of ideas that
Hey,
maybe
it helps, baby.
require you to take
Every
a
little
leap
bit helps.
outside of the conventional. So what advice would you give to young people today that are, in high school or in college, that are dreaming of having impact in science or maybe in whatever career
Oh, no
path
way. So just
that goes outside?
not even that long.
That really does something new.
If you believe in something, you believe that an idea is valuable, or you have an approach to something, don't let others shame you
Oh,
into
no way.
not doing it. As I've said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you
I
want
gotcha.
to do. So shame
Well,
sometimes is
according
good.
something
especially when they really enjoy what they have.
But shame also is something that is circumscribing.
They're probably playing games though, right?
I've never let people who've told me,
What a
you
sweetheart.
shouldn't do that.
What a
Line
sweetheart.
of science, you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking that. Give me a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. You basically have closed your mind to.
It's an expensive endeavor. I did it for 2 years, 2.5 years, streaming outside. It's like $400 a month for my cell phone bill alone.
I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once tell me that I was going to
Yeah,
have my career
honestly,
talking about this. If anything,
I can stream outside, no one still watches.
Question on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that.
And at least here, I can stream on multiple platforms.
It feels like a lot.
If I have, I mean, like I run into all the same shit. Now it doesn't fucking charge. I mean, I don't have a lot of money to be able to do this. Everybody wants me to go out and stream in the, want me to go to Beverly Hills, or want me to go to Disneyland. And it's like, look, if you want to see that, I have it. It's on camera. You can watch it.
I think that's just the one. As a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody's seen it and tells you this is going to
a
hurt
few
your
hours
career,
a day.
think twice about taking
No,
that
not
advice.
hours, but at least
No, I mean, I think that's the
increments.
primary thing.
I'll go on walks.
And the other, I tell my own
Well,
students.
I'm going to tell you this right now. That's about the only way you're going to see me. You have to understand, I don't have the ability to live stream in the field.
It's not the data that falls.
If you want to see me in
That's
the outside,
interesting.
you're gonna have to watch it when I had data. I have like a really crappy cell phone plan. I have one line and it has 5 gigabytes of data a month. That allows me approximately 20, 30 minutes of streaming a month outside.
And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and said, wait a second, go back a few slides.
You absolutely can.
What was that?
Do whatever you like when
And
it
then
comes
ends up being
to
something interesting that made
looking
their
at what I
career
have done. But at this point,
count on.
all I have to say is anybody wants to see me live stream in the field,
Extraordinary.
I gotta take up a collection to do that. I don't have the money to do it. The time that I did it recently, when Apollo came and visited me, even still, I was on one line and I used all my data up in one session.
Ideas, there's pressure. How do you not give in?
I mean, I just don't have the money
How
to
do you
do
not
it.
give in to the people that say that push you away from these topics?
It's very expensive to do in real life.
Which you said
Meaning,
shame.
you first need the equipment, then you need the cell
You're the
phone,
ones who told me not
the
to
cell
start
data,
companies all this time.
then you need essentially,
and now you're the one coming to me. for
you've got your
advice.
car, your insurance, I mean, I did all that. I sold my car for this. So for me to be like, well, why don't I go outside and stream? I've done that a lot.
You're wanting
If
to
you want
take
to see it,
something
it's
off the
online.
table. That
And
might be an explanation.
I understand people want to see me
How
do
is
it
that
again.
the scientific method?
I mean,
I reverse shame.
So purely with reason through conversation, you're able to do that. So it doesn't feel, because to me it would just feel lonely. There's a community.
look,
There's
Jacob,
a community of
if I
science
needed
and,
your
you know,
advice
you're-
when it came to my health, I would
you know,
take it.
something
I
that's
don't.
outside,
I do this, I've been doing this for 3 years.
uh,
I get enough light.
conventional
I
way
have
of
light in my
thinking
room.
can be lonely.
I can see the sun. If I want to go outside, I do.
There's,
And,
in the AI field, if you were
like, for
working on
instance,
neural
I was-
networks in the 90s,
on Friday,
it'd be lonely.
I went to the store. I was outside.
I have met
I
some of those
can't say that it made me any better. I mean, I understand it's good to get outside and get
I would never have.
sunlight, but
I mean, truly.
I like to stream. My priorities are streaming. If I don't have the ability to stream, I don't want to do it. And really, I don't have the ability to stream outside. I want to
Well,
do
should
it.
I step outside of my comfort zone? You're going to meet some really interesting people. And, because I'm open about this area, I'll go and give a talk, in Boston, Harvard, or MIT. And at dinner, inevitably, this subject comes up. And inevitably, somebody else at the table will admit both that they're interested or that they've seen something. And
Well,
suddenly the whole
I
tone of the
understand. There's a
conversation
difference
changes.
between that and you should go outside in the
Kind of like
street,
there's safety in
which
numbers.
is what you and a lot of people have said. And you just
and
have to
then, or I've
understand
had
it's an
people come to me
expensive endeavor.
afterwards after
And
dinner and
I can see the sun right now. There's a window not 6 feet
So
from
the
me.
number of
So I mean,
scientists
it's just
who
like
know that there's something
at a certain
else
point
going on
Yeah.
is
don't
much larger than the
necessarily
scientific
recognize
community would like to.
that to go outside and stream is a lot
That's
more
really
difficult.
powerful.
Like for
I
instance,
don't talk about this, openly.
when I did go out and
But
stream
here's what
on
I
4 different
believe,
streams,
and you'd be surprised how many people speak
my
like
cell
this
phone bill
and
was
hold those beliefs.
between
And
like $300 and $400 a month.
Social
And
media
I
and
just
more
don't want that
connected
again.
world to
It was really a lot of pressure on me
It has
actually.
not to have these
That
two
like every month
personalities,
I have this huge bill on top of rent and all the other shit.
We've mentioned
That I don't
big
want that.
questions of
If
the origins of
I
the
want to do
universe.
live stream, I want to do it
What do you
correctly.
think is the meaning of this whole thing?
I mean, I can do it on one
For
device.
us, humans, our human existence here on Earth,
Pardon me?
or just at the individual level of the human life. What
In some ways, yeah, you do. If you're going all out, you do.
And you
Very
looked
nice. Now,
across
how old
the
is
ocean and
Sadie?
you never imagined there was another island with anybody else on it.
All right,
And
so
then
Sadie's
suddenly
quite a bit older than
A ship
Oliver.
with sails shows up. You don't understand it, but you realize
Gotcha.
that suddenly your
Just
world
one
just got a lot bigger. I think we're in one of those moments right now. That our world view, our galactic view, is opening, right, to something a little bit bigger. And not just that there might be somebody else, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood to me,
Same
is
shit
what's
every
exciting.
single day. Go viral.
Because
Work on my
I can
pod.
fill it
At this
with
point,
my dreams.
I'm concerned because the phone that I have is like
this
overheating.
discovery of
and
world might
I'm afraid it's broken, which means I'm not going
is
to be
about
able
to
to talk
get
the way
a
that I
lot more
normally do at least.
humbling and a lot more
You're asking me
fascinating
if I have a
once we look
contract?
out and realize we were on an island all along.
It makes us both smaller but larger at the same time, to me.
No,
And, you know, I
that's a hell of
can
an
look
assumption to make
outside
from someone.
at the stars and think and imagine
No,
what else
it's just
might be out there. And although I know that I will never see it all.
Dog,
It
you
excites
don't
me
have
to know
17 phones.
Well, Gary, both to respect your time and also because at 12 I turned into a princess.
Yeah, that's cool if you have one
Let me
phone.
just say,
But try getting 4
thank you
phones
for doing
and tell
everything
me,
you're doing.
hey, getting insurance on
as
them
a
all
great
and fucking
scientist, as a
data on
person
them all.
willing to reject the conventional.
It's very
Thank you
expensive.
for spending your extremely valuable time.
So at least with
today.
this
Thanks for
phone,
coming.
it's just an
Thanks so
old
much.
phone that I bought on
Thanks for
Amazon
listening to this
that
conversation with Gary Nolan.
I dropped,
Support this
and
podcast. Please check
now
out
it's
our
not charging, and
sponsors
it's
in the
concerning to me.
description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stanislav.
Yeah, 'cause this is my primary
and
phone. It's like
Solaris.
overheating.
How do you
Anyway,
expect?
that's what I'm going to work on,
Ocean.
my friend. I'm going to
when we
continue
can't
working on
even
this, and again,
understand
all day, every
one
day.
another?
Do my best to go viral.
Thanks for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Excellent. Enjoy Oliver, enjoy Sadie, and come back tonight when we have more people, okay? You too. Take care. Bye. I'm just stream outside. Oh, dog, why don't you just stream outside?
How would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence?
Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
It didn't just start showing up in 1947.
How hard do you think it is for them?
How are these interacting with our fighters? If they are, how are they interacting with the weather and their environment? How are they interacting with each other? So can we look at these and how they're interacting perhaps as a storm, especially off the East Coast where this is happening all the time with multiple objects?
The following is a conversation Ryan Graves, former Navy fighter pilot, including roles as a combat lead, landing signals officer, and rescue mission commander. He and people in his squadron detected UFOs on multiple occasions, and he has been one of the few people willing to speak publicly about these experiences and about the importance of investigating these sightings, especially for national security reasons. Ryan has a degree in mechanical and aerospace engineering from WPI and an interest in career roles in advanced technology development, including multi-agent collaborative autonomy, machine learning assisted air-to-air combat, manned and unmanned teaming technologies, and most recently, development of materials for quantum simulations. This is
World famous pussy to Rabbi Rothschild at your service.
Check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends,
How you doing, baby?
here's Ryan Graves. What did you think of the new Top Gun movie? How accurate was it? Let's start there.
I thought the flying was really accurate. I thought the type of flying they did and how they approached the actual mission, of course, had a lot of liberties. But one thing that seems to be hard to capture on these types of things are the chess game that's going on while that type of flying is happening.
The chess game between, like in a dogfight, between the pilots and the enemy, or between the different pilots.
I'll even speak to just that particular mission that flew there. And for that particular mission, it's kind of a chess game with yourself to get everything in place. So what kind of flight they flew is called a high press. They have to ingress low due to the surface-to-air threats and integrated air defense systems that are nearby. They have to ingress low and pop off at the movie. And in that particular movie, that was a pre-planned strike. They knew exactly where they're going. But there's a scenario where we have to operate in that type of environment, and we don't know exactly where we're going to strike, or we're going to be adapting to real-time targeting. And so in that scenario, you would have one of those fighters down low like that, operating as a mission commander, forward air control. He's out there calling shots, joining on those other players in order to ensure they're playing at the right target. So that's a bit of the chess game that he'll be playing.
Can you actually describe for people who haven't seen the movie what the mission actually is?
Yeah.
What's involved in the mission?
So in this particular mission, it's kind of what we would call a pre-planned strike. So there's a known location that's in a heavily defended area. And the air crew, in this case, there were 4 F-18s on the initial package. Their job was to ingress very low down a canyon, stay out of the radar window of the surface-to-air threat.
World famous pussy to Rabbi Rothschild at your service.
Pushing from a start location towards the target.
Hell yeah, girl, what's up?
So there's an ingress portion of the mission and an egress portion.
Hell yeah, girl.
Like the entrance and the exit. Correct. Got it.
But it takes
All right,
some
you got it.
mindset.
What's your name?
You have the options. We'll go around the bomb location here, exiting. We don't
Hell yeah, Doug. All right, Doug,
So
I want you to go on YouTube. I'm streaming this live.
Got it. And so they were flying low to the ground.
Doug,
There's,
Doug, come on.
missiles that force them to have to fly low. Is that realistic? They did realistic.
They're driving those aircraft in the flooding. All radar systems, or both I should say, are essentially line of sight. And so they can be limited by the horizon or getting cluttered up there. And even the number of radars, if they are looking up high and looking down towards that aircraft,
So that's a camouflage for the radar. What about the surface-to-air missile. Is that a legitimate way to avoid missiles that fly so low? That fly, I guess, below their level.
As far as I know, you can fly under any radar right now. We don't have necessarily radars that can look through anything, so there is always going to be the ability to mask yourself. But with a large number of assets and distributed communication networks, where those radars are looking, it's always different. And I said they're ingressing, passing IAS, and that's an integrated air defense system. And that linking of air defense systems is what makes it so hard, so complicated, is that the sensors and the weapons are disassociated from each other. So that if you pick up the target, it's stronger that way.
The surface-to-air missiles, like it's a distributed system, and then if you take out one, they're still able to sort of integrate information about your location and strike at you. Correct.
And there's a lot of complications that can go, once we start thinking about distributed systems like that and the ability to self-heal and repair and adapt to losses. It's an interesting area.
Are you responsible for thinking about that when you're flying an airplane?
To some degree. When we ingress to an area like that, we're presented with information about targets, air to air or air to surface, or surface to air, I should say. And we can essentially see where essentially the danger zone, if you will, is located. And so essentially we would stay out of that. So having a...
Yo, baby, what famous pussy to Rabbi Rothschild here?
It's extremely important because, at the end of the day, if we go in that circle, we can die pretty quickly. So
Hell yeah, man. I am at Sexrov, SEXROV. I'm also at YIOC. I'm also at Funniest Rabbi. I'm live on 6 different streams right now. All you need to do, if you want to see them all at once, is type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live.
I imagine that's less known.
Biggest event in global history.
And also,
I appreciate it. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. It's the most amount of data on YouTube.
I've gotten ad hoc maybe.
Excellent. Take care, my man.
But having just recently visited
What a nice
a
guy.
lot of aspects of the way that war is fought, there's a lot of improvised type of systems. So you take high tech, like advanced technology. Environment, and so from an enemy perspective, or whoever's trying to deal with that, it's hard to figure it out because it's like me. I played tennis for a long time, and it's always easier to play. This is for all sports. Play tennis against a good tennis player versus a crappy tennis. Because the crappy tennis player is full of uncertainty, and that's really difficult to do. But it seemed like in the movie, the systems were really well organized. And so you could plan. That's how movies work, isn't it? Yeah.
But no, I absolutely agree. So, what you say is a very good point. And as if we were to take a chunk of airspace and break it up into little bits, there'd be places that are better to fly or less good to fly. And we are seeing that now with what they call man-on-man teaming. We see tactical aircraft or some type of aircraft or platform that's being automated, and it's not being automated in the traditional sense where people think aircrew are flying around to conduct missions, but it's very high level objective orientated mission planning that allows the aircrew to act more as a mission planner, mission commander for pick the right assets or fly them around or manipulate them somewhat physically.
So actually going back to the chess thing, can you elaborate on what you mean playing a game of chess with yourself? When you find that mission, what exactly do you mean by that?
Well, there's two people usually fighting against in the air. There's the bad guys, and then there's physics and Mother Nature, right? So when we're down at about 100 feet, it's a chess game to stay alive for the pilot, and it's a chess game for the Wizzos. At they're putting their weapons on the right target. What's the Wizzo? Wizzo is a weapons systems officer. He's a backseater who is not a pilot, but they're responsible for radar manipulation and communications and weapon deployment techniques. So the chess game is against physics, against the enemy, time, what about your own psychology, fear, uncertainty?
No. No, there's no time for that. That you're self-reflecting all the time. I want to get to that, but I don't want to forget the point that you made about increased randomness being a tactical advantage. And it, as you mentioned, you can introduce autonomy into there, and when you bring autonomy in there, and my expectation would be as you bring this machine learning as we gather more data, we're going to be able to bring this tactical environment around that jet, the workspace that it goes into, will almost be at a stochastic level from the enemy perspective, where it'll almost seem like every tactical environment they go in will be random and yet very deadly, because the system is providing a new tactical solution essentially for that particular scenario. Instead of just training to particular tactics that have to be repeatable and trainable and lethal, right? But not necessarily the most lethal, because they have to be trainable. But if we can introduce AI into that and to have a randomness, or at least the appearance of randomness due to the complexity, I would say a stochastic tactical advantage, because even our own blue fighters wouldn't be able to engage in that fight because it would be unsafe for anything else. And I think that's where we have to drive to, because otherwise it's always just chicken and mouse cat game about blue tactics and who knows what. But if knowledge is no longer a factor, it's going to make things work.
That's really interesting. So, out of the many things that are part of your expertise, your journey, you're also working on autonomous and semi-autonomous systems, use of AI, machine learning, and man-on-man team, and all that kind of stuff. We'll talk about it. But you're saying, when people think about the use of AI in war or military systems, they think about like computer vision for perception or processing of sensor information in order to extract from it action or knowledge kind of thing. But you're saying you could also use it to generate randomness that's difficult to work with in a game theoretic way. Like it's difficult for human operators to respond to. That's really interesting. Okay, so back to Tom Cruise. What about the dogfighting? What aspects of that are accurate?
So dogfighting is kind of an interesting conversation, because it's not the most tactically relevant skill set nowadays by traditional standards, because the ranges with which we engage and split weapons are very significant. So if we're in a scenario where we're in a dogfight like that, well, I think that's kind of how this mission was set up, right? It was a no-win type scenario, most likely. And so for a dogfight, the aircraft size and the ranges and the turn radiuses make it so it's not very theatrical, right? The aircraft looks small, and while it's intense with the systems I have and the sensors and what I'm feeling and all that, if we've done it, right? We take video of that, and it's just like blue sky and blue cloud out there. It's not very interesting. So anytime it really looks interesting in dogfight arena, that's most likely fiction, because we really only get close for a millisecond as we're zipping past each other.
You're breaking my heart.
I know.
Breaking my heart.
No, I mean, a lot of it, you can go and have fun, but dogfight specifically.
Maybe that was more common in the earlier wars of World War II and before that. Where is it due to the range and the effectiveness of the weapon systems involved?
Correct. And the accuracy of the targeting systems that range. But there's also a train of thought that hasn't necessarily been tested out yet, which is with the advent of advanced electronic warfare, EW, and or unmanned assets, the battle space may get so complex, and missiles may essentially just get dropped out of the sky or wasted, such that you're going to be in close with either IR missiles or guns if it's a no-kidding must-defend type scenario.
First of all, what's electronic warfare?
It's basically trying to get control of electromagnetic spectrum for the interest of whatever operation is going on. So in the tactical environment, a lot of that is trying to see the radar, or can we just use the missile to just, stop their guide and things of that nature.
And it's a battle in the space of information, of digital information.
Yeah, that's 22 and F-35, right? F-22 is a big expensive aircraft. It was made to be a great fighter. But F-35 is not as great of a fighter, but it's an electronic warfare and mission commander platform of the future, where information is what's going to win the war instead of that dogfight. And so it's interesting dichotomy there.
What's the best there?
I know the aviators in the audience are gonna hate my answer because they're gonna want that sexy, muscly F-14 Tomcat type fighter or maybe P-51 type aircraft, but F-35 is maybe not the best dogfighter, but it doesn't have to get in the dogfight, right? It's like how you be the best knife fighter, not get a knife fight sometimes.
Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning is pretty sexy.
There's two real strengths you can have as a fighter. You can have the ability to kind of out-muscle your fighter, your opponent, and put him on ease and power and raid around on him. And then there's the other side of that, which is you can be overly maneuverable. You can bleed energy quickly. And that's what the F-18 was good at, because it had to be heavier to land on an aircraft carrier. We had to give it extra bulk. But it also needed special mechanisms to slow down enough to land on an aircraft carrier. So it made it very maneuverable. And what that leads to a lot of times is the ability to get maybe first shot in a fight, which is very good. But if you do make that sharp turn, you're going to lead a lot of your energy away, and you'd be more susceptible to follow-on shots. That one's less susceptible. So there's just kind of aggression on aggression engages in play depending on the type of aircraft you're fighting.
Where does the F-35 land?
The F-35 lands somewhere behind the F-22. So there'll probably be a row of F-22s or F-18s, and F-35 will be out back, but it'll be enabling a lot of warfare that's happening.
Is it one of the more expensive planes? Because of all the stuff on it?
Yes, sir.
In the movie, we had Tom Cruise fly it over Mach 10. So maybe, can you say, what are the different speeds, acceleration feel like Mach 1, 2, 3, or hypersonic? Have you ever flown hypersonic? No. Is it good? How tough is it?
I'm just going to call out the BS with that, I think, Mach 10, just for the record, because in the movie, there's been, I think, at least one ejection that was supersonic, and I'll just say, it was not pretty, but survived. So there have to be some interesting mechanisms to eject, especially at Mach 10, but I'll digress on that for the moment.
Yeah, that seemed very strange.
He's walking. Anyway, so,
he seemed to shovel. Okay, with this Tom Cruise, it's like Chuck Norris or something. Yeah. But anyway, so what's interesting to say about the experience of Mach as you go up? It's getting more and more difficult.
At the end of the day, crossing the sound barrier is much like crossing the speed limit on the highway. You don't really notice anything. To cross that, at least in F-18, because we have a lot more weight than most fighters, typically we'll do that in descent. We'll do that full afterburner, dumping gas into the engine. And so that'll get us over faster than I think about 1.28. What's interesting, people don't realize, is that if I take that throttle and I'm an afterburner and I just bring it back to mill, which is full power, just not afterburner, the deceleration is so strong due to the air friction that it's throwing forward in percent. Almost, I would say, maybe like 70% as strong almost as traveling. That was pretty strong. So it's almost like reverse car crash just for the deceleration. So the acceleration, is usually kind of slow, and you don't feel anything, of course, when you're crossing through it, but the deceleration is pretty violent.
The deceleration. Okay. But is there a fundamental difference between like Mach 1 and hypersonic, Mach 5, and so on? Does it require like super special training? And is that something that's used often in warfare, or is it not really that?
No, so hypersonic human flight, if it exists, is not something that's employed tactically.
in any sense right now that I'm aware of. So, I think of hypersonic technology. I think of missiles and weapon systems, delivery platform. I don't think of fighter aircraft necessarily. I can think of bomber or reconnaissance aircraft, perhaps, but those would be more efficient, very long range. I imagine acceleration would be kind of gentle. Also, the thing you experience is the acceleration, not the actual speed. There's been just a small tangent, a lot of discussion about hypersonic nuclear weapons, like missiles, Russia bragging about that. Is this something that's significant concern? Hypersonics, I do think, pose a challenge for our detection systems because there are, there are design considerations in these sensor systems, as always, right? It's when you build them and the technology progresses to a point where maybe it's not feasible to use the technology, there's a problem. But with the all-domain and kind of cross-domain data linking capabilities we have, it's less of, it's more of an integrated picture, I'll say. And so the hypersonics are really, what it is how fast can we detect and destroy problems, and just shortening the time available to do that. We call it something like that kill chain, right? It's from locating a target, identifying it, and essentially authorizing its destruction by whatever means employing, and then actually following up to ensure that you did what you said you were going to do in some sense, right? So we need another reattack, something of that nature. And so there's an old dogfighting framework, you could call it. It's called the OODA loop. That's kind of made its way into engineering and business now, but the old observe, rotate, decide, act was initially a fighter mechanism in order to get inside that kill chain of your opponent and break it up so that you can process his kill chain on you. And so hypersonics are a way to shorten those windows of opportunity to react to that.
I wanted to work, how much do you have to shorten it in order for the defense systems not to work anymore? Seems like, I'm both often horrified by the thought of nuclear war, but at the same time, wonder what that looks like. When I dream of extreme confidence in defense systems, I imagine that not a single nuclear weapon can reach the United States by missile. Those are the defense systems. But then again, I also understand that these are extremely complicated systems, the amount of integration required. And because you're not using them, there could be, there's like an intern somewhere that forgot to update the code, the Fortran code that is going to be make the difference because you don't have the opportunity to really thoroughly test, which is really scary. Of course, the systems are probably incredible if they could be tested, but because they can't be really thoroughly tested in actual. I guess. It'd be interesting if there were other hypersonic objects that we could use to flex those. Another thing that actually happened, is there's a bird strike on the plane. Does that happen often? Yeah, they damaged the engine and they made it seem like it's a serious issue. I've hit birds. I know someone that took a turkey vulture to the face through the cockpit, right? Shattered the cockpit, knocked them out. I think I don't know personally what story. I know from the command I was at, and I believe the back seat had to punch out, punch them both out. He was unconscious, in the front seat from the third. It can kill you from hitting you. It's it's like a bowling ball going 250 miles an hour. It can take out engines very easily. Every airport I've flown at in the Navy, I've had to check the bird condition, if you will, to see how many birds. We've had to cancel flights because there's too many of them on the airport. Some airports even have bird radars. There are systems that monitor the bird condition.
There's actual radar systems, and you can go in the certain bases you have to call up, and they'll tell you what it is for the day or for that hour. Another one's having their weather report.
What are some technological solutions to this, or is this just because it's a low probability event? There's no real solution for it.
I would say it's not a low probability event. I mean, this is happening a lot. I mean, although the hits themselves aren't necessarily that common, or I'll say a catastrophic hit, either a near miss or a hit, or the having to actively maneuver to avoid it is pretty common. And in fact, it seems stressful. It's so common, in fact, that we know that you never want to try to go over a bird. You never want to go under a bird if you see it in front of you. You always want to try to go over it, because what they'll do immediately if they see you is you startle them. They'll bring their wings in and drop straight down and try to get out of the path. Interesting. I didn't know they did that. But so if you try to go under them, you'll be dropping into you. So you want to try to go above them.
Is this something you can train for, or no? It's one of those things you have to really experience.
It's a skill set that you somewhat train for in the duty of being a fighter pilot, in a sense, right? Being able to react to your environment very quickly and make decisions quickly. So,
is that one of the more absurd challenges you have to deal with in flying? Is there other things to sort of maybe look other conditions? Is there something that we maybe don't often think about in terms of the challenges of flying?
Birds, in a way, aren't a ridiculous threat for us. It's a safety threat that, anything physical in the air is something that we really have to be careful about. Whether we're flying formation off of the aircraft right next to us, or whether it's a turkey vulture at 2,000 feet, or a flock of 5,000 birds like at Lebanon, we have to wave off, And although they're low probability, a lot of bases will have actual environmental protection agency employees that are responsible for safely removing migratory birds or different animals that may be in the runways or flying about.
I didn't know what a turkey vulture is, and it really does look like a mix between a vulture and a turkey. and what kind of dumb, no offense to the vultures. In that movie, who was the enemy nation? Was it, I guess they were implying Iran, or was it Russia?
I didn't think they were implying any particular nation state, frankly. I think they did a somewhat decent job of having some ambiguous fifth-generation fighters. The location and the stockpile, I get how the story kind of insinuates certain things, but they seem to do a good job of not having anything directly pointing to another nation, which I thought was, a good move. I enjoy these type of movies as an aviator and, as an American, right? Because it's a good movie, but we shouldn't be celebrating going to war with any particular country. China, Russia, wherever may have these weapons. It's fun to watch, but it would be an incredibly serious event.
Yeah, we'll talk about war in general, because the movie's kind of celebrating the human side of things and also the incredible technology involved, but there's also the cost of war and the seriousness of war and the suffering involved with war, not just in the fighting, but in the death of civilians and all those kinds of things. Well, you were a Navy pilot. Let's talk a little bit more seriously about this. And you're close to these flying the FA-18F Super Hornet. Can you briefly tell the story of your career as a Navy pilot?
So I joined the Navy in 2009, right after college. I went to essentially officer boot camp, officer training school. I applied as a pilot, and I got in as a pilot. That was the advantage of going that way, is that I essentially choose what I wanted, and if I got in, great. If not, I didn't get stuck doing something else.
So you knew you wanted to be a pilot.
I went through my initial training. I went through primary flight training that all aviators go through. I did well enough that, one of the first lessons they teach in the Navy is that, you have a great career in the Navy and you can, see the world and do what you want, but at the end of the day, it's all about the needs of the Navy and what they need. So, they may not have the platform you like, or, you may not necessarily get to choose your own adventure here. But I was lucky enough that there was one jet squad in my class, and I was fortunate enough to get it. So, it was a jet squad. So, what that means is that I was assigned actually tailhook at that point. And I would go train to fly aircraft and land aircraft, period. And there's essentially 3 aircraft that do that at the time. It's the F-18 and C2 and the C2. C2 is kind of like the main tail truck of the boat. C2 is one of the big radar dish on top. And then there's all the F-18.
So E2 is comms, C2 is
yeah. These two basically going there. They
So
back
literally
on
bring
the
them up.
shore, and they're the ones that fly through the ship by air and people.
Sorry if I missed it. Is it a plane or is it a helicopter?
It's fine.
All right, and the F-18 is a fighter jet.
So I put the tail up for men. I could get one of those other ones, but 80% or so were jet, so I was in a good spot at that point. And that's when I went to Meridian, Mississippi to fly my first jet, which was T-45 God.
Cool. So what kind of plane is that? That's what you were doing your training on?
That's the jet aircraft you get in before you actually go to the F-18. It is carrier capable, so it goes for the first time in it during the day. Drop fake bombs, do dog fighting, low level formation flying day and night.
It's pretty cool.
And again, it looks like a cone for that thing.
Okay, so that's usually not used for fighting, it's used for training?
It's used for training how to fight.
Right. So what was that like? Was that the first time you were sort of really getting into it?
Yeah, that was really interesting. Before that, it was a 600 horsepower prop plane. Going from that to the T-45 was one of like the biggest jumps in power and like Navy, machine operations.
How much horsepower is the T-45 approximately?
And it was 15,000.
So it's a huge jump from 600 horsepower about, so it's a big leap.
But it's a jet, so it forms differently, it's faster, right? Now, what that means, not just because it's faster, your whole mind needs to be faster. Everything happens faster in the air and that, right? With comms happen faster, the landing gear has to come faster. Everything just happens faster in the jet. So it's a big jump. And I'll never forget going on my first flight in that aircraft. It was a formation flight for someone else, and I was just in the back watching, the instructor in the flight. And so what that means is the instructor is in a single aircraft, and then there's 3 or 4 other aircraft, and they're learning how to do drilling, they're learning how to fly formation. And as a new student in the back, it's amazing, right? Because, photo loss time and all this, like seeing aircraft up close for the first time, it's awesome. And on the way back, we couldn't get our landing gear down, ironically. So, to make a long story short, so it's overall not that exciting, we couldn't get the gear down. We actually went to go do a control projection to the target area where that is, about 15, 20 miles to the north of the base.
Did you say that's not that exciting?
Well,
Because that to me is pretty exciting. First of all, that must be terrifying, like early on in your career, having seen those things. How often that kind of thing happens?
More you would think.
There's no significant panic. This is like misunderstood. This is what has to be done.
I think I was probably just too dumb to realize the significance of it. But as a new student, not really appreciating, just what the heavy are injecting. But at the time, it was just like a rote, right? Because I was back there, and then I went from an observer mode to I'm going to provide you the help that I can provide you as a crew mode. And so it was less about, on this 20-mile trip and thinking about how vulnerable I am. We're going through checklists, we're talking to people, we're getting ready. So no, it wasn't fearful. And the whole time we were doing one of these to try to get the gear down. So we're about unloading the jet and then loading it back to try to get the gear out with the stick. And it came down halfway there, just around zone. So came back around and we did like a safety trap in case there was a problem with the gear. That was my first flight, a little bit of serendipity, but I'm going to fast forward a bit, and I went back to this squadron instructor about 5 or 6 years later, and I was an aviation safety officer at this point, and I was responsible for investigating mishaps. And a student went in, and he went in the back seat of a foreign flight, just like the one I went on, and he went out, and he ended up projecting on that flight. Exact same type of flight. They went out and they had a runaway trim scenario, and the aircraft eventually just converted itself to 180 degrees at about 600 feet over the ground, and they punched out just slightly outside the ejection window at about 300 or 400 feet or so, but they were completely fine. And then about 2 months later, we had another injection. About 3 months after that, we had another injection. So, unfortunately, you can see more common.
Like, what does it feel like getting injected?
Thankfully, I don't know. I can describe it to you. I can tell you what from what I've heard, but I truly think it's one of those things that you just don't understand what happened. It's like instantaneous, about 250 Gs. It's only possible because of inertia in that blood. Right, so you can actually get like 250, 300 Gs for like a few milliseconds, and then it backs off to like 40 or 50 Gs to get you away from the vehicle itself. And so, you know, you may lose consciousness if you who knows where you would wake up. You know, you can be in a tree, you can still be falling, you can walk. So
the physics of that is fascinating, how they eject safely.
Do you know the story about how that was tested? At all? I don't know the full story, but
I guess nobody knows the full story. There's probably a lot of shady stuff going on. But anyway, you mean like in the early days, or
they snuck a flight path up to a rocket sled and just see how much their body could take it. And he turned a lot of his body into mush in the process. Again, that science stuff has saved a lot of lives.
people used to be tough. That's how science used to be done. So how did your training continue? So how did it take you further through your career as you work towards graduating towards the FAT?
So in VP9, where I was a student, there's two phases. There's an intermediate and advanced. Intermediate is getting very comfortable with the aircraft, and at that point, you truly hear, all right, you're going jets now, or you're going to go one of the other aircraft on an aircraft carrier. I was told I was going to, jets at that point, and then we go into same squadron, same aircraft, same instructors, like now we're learning how to operate for the first time for doing multiple formations, which will practice position keeping. We are doing dogfighting, low levels, all sorts of great stuff. So it's really that first introduction to that tactical environment. Really what you want to get on your body.
Is there like tactical formation, collaborating with other subjects? That's all that is. So flying with that's what you need that formation. Really having an awareness. Is that for you, or are you just understand like where you are in the formation, how you take formation, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, this is obviously it's a great point I thought about. So, but what we do is all manual. So I'm looking at the wing, and I'm looking at different visual checkpoints that form a triangle, a lot of triangles. And then as that triangle, along the people, I can tell my relative position inside the aircraft. And so that's what I'm staring at for some time down with my own. So I see the way one of these is what I can tell it is.
Do you get from is it peripheral vision or is it?
No, it's staring directly at the peripheral is going on my stuff, right? My sensors and all my instruments. And so here's my gyroscope, right?
Wow, you're flying not looking straight.
Correct. I'll fly up there for hours. We don't like doing this as much. I don't think it's just me, right? It's a weird thing where when you're like this, it's actually harder to fly formation slightly than here because being in line of your hand movement and of the aircraft somehow has an effect on our ability to be more precise and comfortable. It's strange.
So there's some symmetry to the formation usually. So one of the people on the other side will be on that side. Is it you just make a short straw? How do you decide whose side is formation you are?
It's a good question too, because there's kind of rankings on that. So if it's a 4-person formation, right? You have a division, qualified for these divisions, but maybe they'll not. He has that. That's his unit. And then in his division, there's 2 other aircraft. And then you have your flight leader, that's the dash 3 division. And then you have dash 4, the last one. And if you were all lined up on one side, like fingers just that dash 4 guy is going to get some stuff. But you're flying formation, each one's making movements relative to the lead. That 4 is kind of at the end of that error, So his movements are kind of like very difficult to find that position. So
you want to use the air?
And then I go, this is the flight lead, and this is dash 2. Flight lead cross stage. Flight 2 is going to be next time. He has this small air bubble that he's doing double stage.
stressful as you get into their lives. With the experience of that experience for a long period of time and trying to maintain formation, how stressful is that? Because we're doing it on the drive, staying late, and that becomes, after you get free to do that, it's still stressful. Particularly surprising stressful. When you look at, I believe, school systems, they actually use that stress involved, and it actually creates a much more pleasant experience while you still able to maintain situational awareness and stay awake, which is really interesting. I don't think people realize how stressful it is when they drive. So this is really more stressful. So do you think about that? Or is this, I guess how stressful is it for psychology? It's very stressful. So I taught students of this as well. And so I have to do right. And if I'm trying on something here, what you'll find a lot of times is really fine. Like if I'm instructing students, I'll start to notice that I have a harder time. What I'll notice typically is walk out the leg. So walk out the leg that's closest to the aircraft you're flying against and push on the rudder subconsciously because their whole body's trying to get away from the aircraft. They're so uncomfortable with it. And so I tell them I can fix their performance with work. They will put a coach and they'll lose all the muscles in their legs, they realize they can walk up and it's formation finally will happen. And so, there's a lot of stress associated with that. There's some interesting psychological or visual issues such as vertigo at your flying. So if you're flying with them and then you fly right to the cloud, right? That can be very stressful. You get very close to what you're doing. Right? So you have to be very tight, not raining, and then you turn, but you might not even be able to see that turn. And so all of a sudden you might look where you're going to turn, thinking there's a great cargo. Just back here and realize you're like in a very free turn, and your whole concept is where you are in the way. You start getting very confused, and you immediately get this sense of, it's weird, like I look at the HUD and it feels, all my sensors tell me it's spinning, but it's not. So I have to trust my intuition, even though it feels like it's spinning. And the same thing can happen in a fine formation output, and it can be very dangerous and disorienting. But the point is to try to regain awareness by trusting the instruments, like distrust all your human senses and just use the instruments to rebuild situational awareness. Not in this particular case, like our situation awareness is based, predicated off of like, in a sense, I'm just helping you through. So he's my gyroscope. But you're absolutely right. If I was by myself, I would trust my instruments. But I can't stop flying form. Oh, yeah. So he's my reference. So the instruments are not helping you significantly with his position. It's all fluid manual. So is there a future where some of that is a problem? Yeah, I've thought about automating that flight. But when I started thinking about it, I realized that all the information keeping that we do is designed to enhance the aviator's ability to maintain tight, right? So we fly very tight formations that have controlled weather and to reduce the traffic coming into the boat. We fly in one particular position so that all of the flights, you can look down the line and see the flights. Everything is based, everything has to do with the two aircrew visually maintaining sight for each other and defending each other, right? In combat, right? I'm 3 miles away from him, flying formation, directly with me, and looking around to make sure he's there. So as I was looking into automating this process, I thought, well, sure, it's easy to, want the aircraft to fly formation off each other, right? It's trivial, but why? What is this formation? Why are they doing that? And that opens up a much more discretionary operations and flight mechanics, and that's when we get back to kind of the captive mindset, where we can bring in aircraft to do some type of flying, congestion around airport, but when we consider flying in formation and tactical environments, we can be much more effective with non-traditional formation. So how do we use information keeping not just Indians, but for introduction? randomness as part of the whole concept. And then that's where you also have some human modifications, so it's like man's unmanned human and projected to use some of the human intuition and adjustments of the formation itself as also. It's such an interesting dance. I think that is the most fascinating application of artificial intelligence is human AI collaboration. That symbiotic dance that you see in the symbiotic vehicle systems, in terms of cars being driving, but also in the safety critical situation of an airplane, fighter jet, especially when you're flying fast. I mean, in a split second, you have to make all these kinds of decisions. It feels like an AI system can do as much harm as it can help. So to get that right is a really fascinating challenge. One of the challenges too is just the algorithm of the economy itself. That of course is kind of what all these decisions are based off of. I mean, that's a challenge in this type of environment. Well, I gotta ask. So F-18, what's it like to fly a fighter jet? I mean, what to you is beautiful, powerful? What do you love about the experience?
For me, and I think I'm an outlier a bit. It wasn't necessarily the flying itself, right? It wasn't necessarily the soaring over the clouds and looking down at the earth from upside down. I came to love that, but it wasn't necessarily the passion that drove me there. I just had no exposure to that. The only exposure I had was reading and going into books and science fiction and all that. And so, what seemed to kind of drive me towards that was just a desire to really be operating as close to what I thought was the edge of technology and science. And that's the path that I chose. All the tools and the technology and the knowledge and the challenges and the failures and victories that would come with that just seemed like something that I wanted to be a part of. And it wasn't necessarily about the flying, but it was about the challenge. And like I said, as a person from a small town, small high school, being able to get my hands, or even just near something of such technological significance was kind of empowering for me. And that's kind of what bore the love of flight from there, becoming, having some level of mastery in that aircraft. It really feels like it's an extension of your body. And once I got there, then kind of the love of flying kind of falls.
So you sort of, one is the man mastery of the machine, and second is the machine is like the greatest thing that humans have ever created, arguably. The things that Lockheed Martin and others have built. I mean, the engineering in that, it's, however you feel about war, one of the sad things about human civilization is war inspires the engineering of tools that are incredible. And it's like, maybe without war, if you look at human history, we would not build some incredible things we built. So in order to win wars, to stop wars, we build these incredible systems that perhaps propagate war. And that's another discussion I'll ask you about. But to you, this is like, this is a chance to experience the greatest engineering humans have ever been able to do. Like similar, I suppose, that astronauts feel like when they're flying.
I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to take that route. I was going to apply to test pilot school. It just didn't work out for me. I ended up having a broken foot during my window. But long story short, I ended up, after my time in my police sergeant, I didn't get back to the rest of the time I want, but I went to be an instructor pilot instead, right? And then, I was talking about this with a squadron mate earlier today about how, I certainly wouldn't be talking with Lex today if I ended up going to test pilot. I never would have had the I wouldn't say that maybe recklessness, I don't know, but the willingness to have a conversation about with you while I was, that led me to the decision to get out once I went there, and it kind of enabled me to talk about with me more publicly. And if I didn't maybe, I don't think that would have happened. I wouldn't have been able to. I went that route.
Well, as a small tangent, do you hope to travel to Mars one day? Do you think you'll step foot on Mars one day?
If you asked me that 5 years ago, I would have said, yes, I want to. In fact, I would love to die on Mars. Now I have some hesitations. And I have some hesitations because I'm hopeful and optimistic. And I think that, we are truly like on this brink of a very wide technological revolution that's going to kind of move us how we used to move information and data in this last century. We're going to be manipulating and managing matter in that next century. So I think our reach as humans is going to get a lot wider, a lot faster than people may realize, or at least.
Wait, are you getting like super ambitious beyond Mars? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean,
like Mars seems kind of boring, but I want to go beyond that. Is that what do you mean with the reach of humanity across all kinds of technologies, or do you mean literally across space?
Across space, So, we're going to be, I think that as artificial intelligence machine learning starts approaching further into the topic of science, to the area of science, we start working through physics, we start working through, I should say, past Einsteinian frameworks, as we kind of get a better idea of what space-time is. We may find, answers that we didn't know that I'm not saying this is something I'm, setting the farm on for, but maybe that's a road I want to explore on Earth instead of on Mars. Maybe there's technology that could be brought to bear through science and harder engineering that erodes that technical path.
So there are different ways to explore the universe than the traditional rocket systems. If you can continue through your journey, you said that you were attracted to the incredibly advanced technologies that they've made of the F-18 and the fighter jets. Yeah. Let me ask another question. It seems incredibly difficult to do, which is landing on a carrier, taking off from a carrier, and landing on a carrier. So, what's that like? What are the challenges of that? Taking off speed. Usually, somewhat complex, where there's a lot of compartments that's on. You also have pocket watch, so essentially you're part of the machinery, and so long as you press the right buttons and do the right things, you're shooting off the front. So there's like a checklist of all the stuff you can follow the checklist. You just gotta follow the checklist. Essentially, yep. Lots of ways to screw it up, but you'll know how to screw it up. But landing on that is so different. There's a lot more variables. There's essentially one or two people responsible for the success of that. The landing signal officers, who actually represent a team of specially trained aviators who are responsible for helping that aviator land on the road. The pilot itself. And it is a hard task to actually fly precisely. So to fly perfect path, you essentially have to fly your head to a 1 foot by 1 foot. That's essentially the target you shoot. Plus or minus probably about 5 knots on airspeed, although you don't really judge it by airspeed, something called hangover pattern. But generally, see tight, variables there. And you can do everything perfect and still fit. Right? So when we go to touch down, we look at the power up and we rotate as if we were doing, as if we were bouncing off the deck. And if we catch it, then we slow down. And someone tells us to bring the power back. If we do, we do it on our own. It's such a guiding experience. Think you're trapped or not, or something breaks and bring your throttle back. That's a very serious thing. It happens that look, I'll admit I've done it once. When I first got to the squadron, called E71. So I came to the boat and I brought the power. I cracked the power back a little bit before I was full tour of my aircraft had finished settling in.
and it was a big football, right? And so they do that. So it's a very serious business. There's a lot of eye-lining involved with like a physical, right, with a straight pass, and like just the crash into the boat and all that, the physical sensation from it, and everything's going great, Right. One is and the all is short for aircraft, and it's BA a level. It's an iCloud name. Essentially, it's a mirror with light, and you see the light at a different cell based on your position going to angle light. If you're right on it, you're right in the middle, you're low. And as I add power into the aircraft, that's all, I see that all rise here. It's a lag indicator, so right. And the jet is a lag indicator too, where it kind of pulls engine, so that adds the complexity. You have to think ahead of it. So you don't want to, you can't just bring the power up, leave it there. You have to bring the power up, touch it, bring it back. And oh, by the way, your landing area is moving not just away from you, but also on the plane. So you're constantly doing one of these to correct yourself as you go. And every time you do one of those, maybe it's a 30-degree bank, I lose less. Right? And so I have to compensate with power each time I do that. So I'm doing that. But they have to maintain the same level you're it's a constant descent that's increasing from about 200 feet per minute to about 600. And every time you do this, that's nothing like that. So you do that manually. And then, of course, as you come down that glide slope, it becomes more and more narrow, and you have to, of course, modulate your input such that they're smaller and smaller, bigger, get pushed. And what happens when you get close is that right before you cross the physical boat right here on the table, right before you kind of get your wings over the boat itself, the big wind from the main tower of the boat just gets back and actually goes down. So the boat, you have to pull the aircraft down and increase the rate of descent. At that particular point, you said you increase the power and have to compensate against that. So it's necessary variables that can through that way down. What's the difficult conditions with the land? Because you also this would be officer as well. That would be a Indonesian officer for my squadron. So you probably see I have a ramp strike when part of the aircraft hits before the landing area, which is basically the round out of the boat that is before the landing area. So they basically struck the back of the boat coming in. It was just their hook, so it wasn't the aircraft. And they were fine. That one was kind of ugly. But it like rips that part of the aircraft. You land everybody, that kind of thing. In this particular case, it hit and then it gave and essentially dragged the hook on the surface after that, so he was able to when does that kind of thing happen? Just a miscalculation by the pilot, or is it weather conditions? I wouldn't even call it miscalculation. I mean, I'm going to put the blame on the pilot in the cockpit, but at the end of the day, he's reacting to the situations he's dealing with. And so it may be errors, or it may be doing the best with the conditions that he's been given. On that particular one, it's got too high rated time. Very common, and that's what you see it with new pilots. You see it with older pilots, right? New ones and replacement ones. What you see is they'll try to make the ball go right where they want it to be close. They think they can beat the game a little bit, and they try to. And so we have saying we teach pilots, as a landing boss, and we tell them they don't reset under a high ball in here. One of the rules to live by. And so when the ball is up high, don't try to bring it back in close to like the center point when you're in close, because what you're doing is bring the power from it, crash right down, and that's what happens, right? You get the verbal pulling you down. You might be crushing, which is increasing your lift, and then you have that type of situation.
How are you supposed to do all of this in harsh latitude?
So that's the one I want to tell you about. That's the hardest one. And what you hear is, if you hear 99 taxi lights on,
99 taxi lights on for 7. Yeah, everyone put your taxi lights on because you're about to land on the boat and you don't see the boat. Weather is so bad that the landing officer on the boat can't see you either, and you can't see the boat, and you won't be able to see it when you touch down. So we call that a 0-0 thing. Turn on the taxi lights so that the LSO, who has a radio in his hand that looks like a phone from 1980, is talking directly to the pilot, and he's looking at that little light in the rain, and he's telling him you're high, you're low, power, things like that. Come right, back to left, and literally talking him down to land on the boat right there. And the pilot, usually it comes as a surprise to the pilot because he's just listening to the voice, can't see the ball, can't see the boat, and also you just hit the boat trap. We're going about 1,600 feet per minute.
So you're going super fast. It's always happening fast. You don't know what the moment it's gonna hit. So you're just going into the darkness and just waiting for it to hit.
It's not dark though. A lot of times it's light.
Into the light. You're going into the light. And then there's a voice from the TV phone. I got it. This but so you still have to, this kind of thing happens. Sometimes you just don't.
But, in a sense, we're trained for that because we do the night landings as well. And I think you'll find this interesting, but I always found that night landings where in these particular cases, you usually wind up behind the boat, maybe 10, 15 miles. So the other one, like a circle, landing pad. So we essentially see the boat way out. Get the light go off, which they're not, and maybe see like the string of aircraft. What's interesting is that it can take a while. You might be 50 miles out and your lights are turned down and you'll have a cloud deck maybe at 6,000 or 7,000. So that the starlight, the starlight won't matter, right? Just the starlight alone doesn't really see the boat. You see the water. But when that goes away, it's like floating around, right? You can't tell anything. It could be upside down. It could be in any position. And for me, it was almost a meditative process where I had to snap myself back out. And I was on like a long straightaway, and then I would see the light pop up, and you see it dark, like no lights anymore. You can see the horizon, and you see a light out there. My instruments were telling me, and they're turned down as far as they go, right? So I can barely see. My eyes turned up, and I'm just staring at this light. And it's just very meditative. And then like 4 miles, almost like, oh, like it's bigger. You kind of have to snap back to it, but I need to like kind of look around a little bit, engage my brain, think back in my body, and like, do this.
You're gonna have to actually land. What is there? Just you said you don't necessarily feel a romantic notion of that thing. Is there some aspects of flying where you think, or that kind of thing that you just like, holy crap, all this humans like, am I actually flying?
I used to have this moment on the boat when I was playing land. They were trapped and it'd be nighttime and just all this chaos in the middle of the ocean, nothing. And I would have these moments like, how the hell did I end up here? Just one moment in time next to an aircraft landing on a boat in the middle of the ocean, where did my life, how did my life go to end up here? How interesting. But what I did start to enjoy was the